Martial Peak Chapter 4259 to Chapter 4305. Pei Wenxian was feeling very complicated. It was not as if he had never heard about how Yang Kai defeated Yu Luo Sha in one move in the Azure Arena. The truth was that this information had quickly spread far and wide after the incident, so many people knew about it. However, he had not believed those rumors. That was because he knew how capable Yu Luo Sha was. She might not be as strong as him, but she was not much weaker either. Core disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises like themselves were capable of fighting to a certain extent even if they encountered a low-rank open heaven realm master. Therefore, the reason Yang Kai defeated Yu Luo Sha in one move when they were in the same realm was either a sneak attack or Yu Luo Sha had greatly underestimated her opponent. When Pei Wenxian met Yang Kai at the Blood Lake, he wanted to test his ability. It was just that Chu Huashang had stepped in to stop him at the time, so he could only give up. He had been feeling extremely unconvinced as a result. But, by the looks of things, it was fortunate that Chu Huashang had intervened back then, otherwise, he would have embarrassed himself instead. He was practically helpless against Black Crow Divine Monarch's attacks and it had taken all his strength just to fight back just a few times. Even his coiling dragon shears were destroyed in the process. On the other hand, Yang Kai was able to hold his ground against the enemy with confidence. The difference between them was obvious at a glance. Such talent was completely unheard of, and his ability to defeat Yu Luo Sha in one move no longer seemed like an exaggeration now. Pei Wenxian had always thought highly of himself, so he couldn't help feeling rather deflated at the moment. Blood crows flew about within the spacious grand hall, cawing loudly. It was very distracting. The Yuan magnetic divine light flashed brightly. Thanks to the sixth order metal element power, the countless blood crows could not approach them. Once in a while, the occasional blood crow would manage to penetrate the defenses, but they were killed by Chu Huashang and Pei Wenxian in short order. Every single blood crow they killed would transform into a strand of crimson blood chi that dissipated in the grand hall. All of a sudden, the hundreds of thousands of blood crows gathered and merged together once more to return to their original appearance. It was just that Black Crow Divine Monarch's complexion was slightly paler compared to before. His aura was also no longer at its peak and it was obvious that he was heavily injured. His eyes were filled with deep hatred. Kill! Yang Kai turned the mouth of the gourd around and the Yuan magnetic divine light immediately gushed towards Black Crow Divine Monarch. At the same time, he reached out his free hand and summoned his Azure Dragon Spear. With a flash of his body, Yang Kai charged towards Black Crow Divine Monarch. Chu Huashang and Pei Wenxian immediately followed suit. They were both well-versed in grasping the flow of the battle. Black Crow Divine Monarch's aura was obviously at an all-time low, so with the opportunity to defeat him right in front of their eyes, how could they not act? 3 figures attacked Black Crow Divine Monarch, surrounding him from 3 different directions. Yang Kai took the lead while Pei Wenxian and Chu Huashang supported him from the side. They did not engage Black Crow Divine Monarch too much and only attacked whenever the opportunity arose. With the combined forces of these 3, the battle with Black Crow Divine Monarch instantly became extremely heated. However, the 3 of them became increasingly frightened the longer they fought. At this moment, it was clear that Black Crow Divine Monarch's strength had dropped sharply. Even so, he continued to fight them on equal footing. It just went to show how powerful he used to be. Luckily, the 3 of them had whittled down a considerable amount of his blood chi earlier, otherwise, it would have been an extremely dangerous battle for them. Inside the tightly shut grand hall, the lights of various secret techniques and artifacts flared blindingly. At the same time, these lights were accompanied by several groans and grunts. It didn't matter whether it was Black Crow Divine Monarch or Yang Kai's party, both sides were covered in wounds in just a short period. Black Crow Divine Monarch's blood light scripture was extremely troublesome. All the injuries to his body would only cause his vitality to drop by a small margin, while even the most lethal and fatal injuries could not kill him. That was in stark contrast to the situation when Yang Kai and the 2 others were injured. The blood from their wounds seemed to be guided by some kind of invisible force, transforming it into blood mist that gathered around Black Crow Divine Monarch and poured into his body, vanishing from sight to become part of his strength. Yang Kai had the wood element power stemming from the essence of the immortal tree, as well as a very pure dragon clan bloodline flowing in his body. Therefore, his regenerative abilities were incredible and his wounds healed very quickly. For this reason, the blood light scripture affected him the least. Unfortunately, the same could not be said for Pei Wenxian and Chu Huashang. It was hard to say exactly how much vitality they lost in such a short period, but their complexions were now extremely pale. Nevertheless, nobody retreated after things had come this far. That was because all three of them knew that only one side would survive the battle today. The slightest negligence or sign of weakness could bring about an irreversible and catastrophic outcome. Kill! Yang Kai's roar reverberated throughout the grand hall as his spear stabbed forward and space principles fluctuated wildly. The spear disregarded the barriers of space and stabbed towards Black Crow Divine Monarch's head even though he was standing 1,000 meters away. Black Crow Divine Monarch narrowed his eyes and lifted his hands to push out a wall of blood chi. There was a loud explosion and Yang Kai was sent flying by the impact. Similarly, Black Crow Divine Monarch was also thrown backwards. He spun lightly in midair and landed on the ground, glaring at Yang Kai with deep hatred as he viciously snarled, "Just you wait, Junior. Once this monarch replenishes his strength, he will return to fight you again." After saying that, he turned around and shot a blast of light behind him. Yang Kai felt his heart jump in horror as he witnessed this. He hurriedly stopped his body from flying backward any further and shouted, "Stop him. He's trying to escape." How could Pei Wenxian and Chu Huashang dare to hold back upon hearing those words? They quickly unleashed their secret techniques at Black Crow Divine Monarch, but the latter simply ignored them. He forcefully took on the brunt of their divine abilities, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood while his back was turned into a bloody mess. In the meantime, there was a loud rumbling sound and the gates that had been closed all this while opened all of a sudden. Before the gates even finished opening, Black Crow Divine Monarch transformed into a blood light and rushed out. Yang Kai and the two others felt their hearts freezing in fear at the sight. It had to be said that hundreds or even thousands of cultivators were gathered on the three islands, the Blood Lake, and the lakeshore outside the Grand Hall. With a heaven-defying evil art like the Blood Light Scripture, Black Crow Divine Monarch would only need to kill a few people and devour their vitality to recover completely. How were the three of them supposed to fight him if that happened? "The gates have opened!" An exclamation suddenly sounded from outside the Grand Hall. It was obvious that more people had arrived at the palace in the middle of the lake while the three of them had been battling Black Crow Divine Monarch inside. It was just that the gates had been firmly shut, so they could not enter. Now that the gates had opened so suddenly, it was only natural for them to be pleasantly surprised. On the other hand, Yang Kai quickly gave chase with his spear in hand. He had only taken a few steps when he heard several short screams coming from outside the palace. By the time he rushed out of the Grand Hall, 3 corpses were lying at the entrance of the Grand Hall. They had died a miserable death and all the vitality from their bodies had been sucked out, leaving them as little more than withered husks. The cultivators who could arrive at the palace in the middle of the lake were the elite amongst the elite, however, who among them could withstand the assault of Black Crow Divine Monarch, especially when he was essentially launching a sneak attack? They were immediately killed on the spot. Yang Kai suddenly felt as though his eyes were about to pop. An intense feeling of danger enveloped him. He looked up and saw Black Crow Divine Monarch running across the Blood Lake. There were several cultivators cautiously making their way across the Blood Lake. They seemed to be heading towards the palace in the middle of the lake. Upon sensing the commotion in front, they looked up and saw Black Crow Divine Monarch traveling towards them in the opposite direction. All of them were shocked. After all, the Blood Lake only allowed a person to move forward but not retreat. Somebody had tried to retreat earlier only to end up dying on the spot. So, why was this person completely unscathed? Just as they were puzzling over this question, Black Crow Divine Monarch lifted his hand and shot out several rays of blood light. These cultivators were already walking on thin ice in the first place and most of their concentration was used to maintain the circulation of the Blood Light Scripture. Thus, they were completely powerless to resist these attacks. The blood light reached them in an instant and enveloped them completely. A dense blood mist leaked out of the bodies of those cultivators who were enveloped by the blood light at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. All the blood essence in their bodies flowed out quickly, and when the blood light returned to Black Crow Divine Monarch, those cultivators who had been turned into mummified corpses fell into the blood lake. "Zhou Yi, how dare you steal the blood essence of others?" You will definitely suffer the heaven's wrath for committing such evil and despicable acts. Somebody who probably knew Zhou Yi roared furiously. Black Crow Divine Monarch was naturally unmoved. He simply waved a hand in that direction, shooting a ray of blood light at that person who in turn roared furiously and summoned his artifact to fight back. Run! That isn't Zhou Yi. It's a divine monarch who seized his body to revive himself. He's not an enemy you can fight. Yang Kai circulated his strength to his throat and shouted so that his voice was transmitted clearly across the entire surroundings. Everybody was shocked and horrified. At that moment, several others fell to the attacks of Black Crow Divine Monarch. They lost all the vitality in their bodies and perished. The rest of the cultivators became terrified upon witnessing that sight. The cultivators on the third island hurriedly got up and rushed towards the shore when they saw Black Crow Divine Monarch heading straight towards them. There had been a restriction placed on the blood lake that only allowed a person to move forward but not retreat. However, Black Crow Divine Monarch was currently safe and sound while running in the opposite direction. It gave them a glimmer of hope, and sure enough, they discovered that the restriction had lost effect at some point in time when they tried to retreat to the shore. It was most likely because the palace in the middle of the lake had been opened. For a time, all the cultivators on the first and second islands all turned around and ran for their lives. Meanwhile, the people who were gathered on the shore scattered far away, keeping a distance that could ensure their absolute safety. Black Crow Divine Monarch stopped in the middle of the blood lake and turned around to glare at Yang Kai hatefully. "Junior, I'll rip your corpse into 10,000 pieces for ruining my good deed." If possible, he would not have exposed his identity. He would have preferred to silently possess and replace a person so that he could slowly take his time to cultivate and reach the heights he once achieved in his past life. Unfortunately, his attempt at possession had failed. Moreover, he was forced by Yang Kai and the others to reveal himself in order to replenish his strength. His secret could no longer be kept hidden at this point. It was conceivable that countless masters would hunt him down as soon as he left the blood monster cave heaven. "Black Crow Divine Monarch, do you dare to fight me?" Yang Kai lifted his spear and pointed forward, shouting with his arms raised. "If I leave this old dog alone, he will only become stronger and stronger in the future. If I want to kill him, I have to do it now." Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly snorted, "Why do I have to fear? Junior, just stay there obediently. This monarch will deal with you later." After saying that, he suddenly raised both his arms. The gigantic blood lake seemed to be lifted by some kind of force, and the surface of the lake that had remained calm all this while suddenly began to churn violently, gurgling and bubbling as though it was boiling. When the bubbles burst open, they released dense blood chi. Meanwhile, Black Crow Divine Monarch's body seemed to have turned into a bottomless abyss that continuously devoured the blood chi. Yang Kai felt his entire body going cold with fear. The blood lake was definitely something Blood Monster Divine Monarch prepared for his inheritance disciple. After all, there was no point in inheriting his blood Tao inheritance and cultivating the blood light scripture if one did not have enough vitality. That was why he prepared this blood lake in advance. Black Crow Divine Monarch was unstoppable now. Having devoured all the vitality contained within the blood lake, his aura increased to new heights. Not only were his injuries from before completely healed, but he also experienced a huge boost in strength. His strength had reached a level where it was simply impossible to resist. "Let's meet again in the future." Pei Wenxian immediately shouted at the sight. Turning around, he transformed into a cloud of black smoke and fled in a certain direction. He traveled across several dozen kilometers in an instant. It had to be said that he was very clever indeed. He knew that nobody here was Black Crow Divine Monarch's equal in terms of strength. Furthermore, the first thing Black Crow Divine Monarch would do once he finished devouring the blood lake was to come after Yang Kai. The old fart had suffered so badly at Yang Kai's hands after all. It was only natural for him to take his revenge against him. Knowing all of this, why would Pei Wenxian continue to stick around with Yang Kai? Yang Kai was so vexed that his teeth nearly cracked from grinding together. However, he did not dare to delay either. He grabbed Chu Huashang by the arm and shouted, "Let's go." With a flicker of his figure, he chased after Pei Wenxian, and it didn't take long before the cloud of black smoke appeared in his field of vision. Pei Wenxian turned around and nearly spat blood at the sight. "You bastard! Why are you chasing after me?" We are unrelated to each other, mind your own business and go your own separate ways. Yang Kai did not stop moving. Space principles fluctuated and he arrived in front of Pei Wenxian with Chu Huashang in tow. Brother Pei, you and I have faced life and death together. We wouldn't have gotten to know each other otherwise. I admire your abilities greatly, Brother Pei. Senior sister Chu is currently in poor condition, so I need to bring her somewhere to treat her injuries first. I'll have to trouble you to delay Black Crow Divine Monarch for a little while. After having said his piece, space principles fluctuated in consecutive motions and Yang Kai vanished out of Pei Wenxian's field of vision. Pei Wenxian couldn't help cursing out loud. He had also attacked Black Crow Divine Monarch back at the Grand Hall, and although his attacks were not as damaging as Yang Kai's due to his lack of strength, there was no denying that he had participated. If Black Crow Divine Monarch came chasing in this direction and caught sight of him, the former would not go easy on him, hence, he had been counting on Yang Kai to buy him some time to escape. Who could have known that Yang Kai would have the same idea? It truly was a case of karmic consequences, he reaped what he sowed. The black smoke halted abruptly, revealing Pei Wenxian's figure. He did not dare to flee in the same direction as Yang Kai, therefore, he could only turn and flee in a different direction. At the same time, he fervently prayed in his heart that Black Crow Divine Monarch would not come and cause trouble for him. His identity token had been destroyed, and although he did not fear encountering anybody else, Black Crow Divine Monarch was not somebody he could contend against with his strength alone. He had not escaped far when he detected a bloody stench in the wind coming from behind him. Turning back to look behind him, Pei Wenxian was instantly stricken with terror. In the direction of the blood lake, he could see a blood cloud flying close to the ground and heading in this direction at a high speed. Moreover, there was a large face within the blood cloud. It looked so ferocious that it was absolutely horrifying. The mouth that was opened wide roared continuously, as though intending to devour the world itself. The blood cloud traveled extremely quickly and arrived within several hundred kilometers in the blink of an eye. That face was glaring intently in the direction that Yang Kai and Chu Huashang had fled just now. Thus, Pei Wenxian secretly rejoiced. The thought had only just crossed his mind when the face suddenly turned to glance in this direction. It was just a passing glance, but Pei Wenxian immediately felt the sense of crisis looming over him. The face opened its mouth and a blood arrow shot out, slicing through the void and arriving in front of Pei Wenxian in an instant. The bloodlight immediately filled his vision, so he did not hesitate to bite his tongue and spray out a mouthful of blood essence. The demon chi in his body simultaneously surged violently. He had only just finished this when the blood arrow enveloped him. There was a huge explosion and the entire world seemed to shatter from the impact. An enormous pit in the ground appeared out of nowhere and dust flew everywhere. It was not until half a day later that a subtle movement stirred the dirt inside the deep pit in the ground. A large hand dug out of the earth and immediately after that, a bloody figure climbed out of the pit. He lay weakly on the ground, facing the sky without moving, his aura extremely weak. Who else could it be but Pei Wenxian? If an ordinary cultivator were in his shoes, they would not have any chance of surviving the attack. The only ending waiting for them was a death so tragic that not even their bones would be left. It was fortunate that he was a core disciple of myriad demons' heaven and his heritage was extremely rich, so he managed to survive after exhausting all his methods and strength. Although he managed to survive, he was heavily injured as a result. It was impossible for him to fight anybody else with these injuries, not unless he recuperated for a month or two first. However, the blood monster cave heaven was filled with dangers, so where would he find a safe place to recuperate from his injuries? There was a high chance that he would be eaten by the monster beasts here before he could recover. Thus, he cursed in his heart, "Yang Kai, you bastard. If I survive this ordeal, I will definitely get my revenge on you one day." On the other side, Yang Kai was busy fleeing for his life. At some point, he had placed Chu Huashang into the small sealed world so she could treat her injuries. It was not the seductress' first time entering the small sealed world anyway, as she had entered it once before when leaving the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. With the help of space principles, Yang Kai was second to none when it came to escaping. He even managed to escape from a sixth-order open heaven realm master like the proprietress for a time in the past. What was Black Crow Divine Monarch, who had only just possessed Zhou Yi, in comparison? No matter how powerful Black Crow Divine Monarch was, he was limited by Zhou Yi's physical body, hence, the strength that he could exert was also limited. Half a day later, Yang Kai fled so far that Black Crow Divine Monarch was nowhere to be seen. He hid inside a cave in one of the mountains, sitting cross-legged to rest. At the same time, he used his divine sense to communicate with the small sealed world to check on Chu Huashang's condition. Chu Huashang was quite badly injured. First, she was affected by dissonance in her cultivation from cultivating the false blood light scripture. Then, she was wounded countless times and had most of her vitality devoured by Black Crow Divine Monarch. For that reason, her aura was currently very weak. It was fortunate that her life was not in danger and she only needed to recuperate for several days to recover fully. After confirming that Chu Huashang was alright, Yang Kai withdrew his mind from the small sealed world. The fact that there was another divine monarch inside the blood monster cave heaven was probably something nobody had ever expected. Nevertheless, Black Crow Divine Monarch had returned to life by possessing another. The various cave heavens and paradises would not ignore this situation once the information spread to the outside. Black Crow Divine Monarch was bound to face all sorts of troubles when the blood monster cave heaven closed. In the worst case, he might even be hunted down by numerous masters. Whether or not he could keep himself safe at the time was an unknown variable. It stood to reason that he would not have the excess energy to deal with Yang Kai at that time. In other words, Yang Kai had to make sure that he could safely escape from the blood monster cave heaven. Fortunately, the blood monster cave heaven was very large, so as long as he remained careful, it would not be difficult to avoid meeting Black Crow Divine Monarch. Just as that thought came to mind though, Yang Kai felt his heart jump in fright. An inexplicable chill suddenly flooded his body and he did not hesitate to push his space principles and vanish from the spot. At the same moment that his figure vanished out of sight, two blood snakes suddenly lunged out from their hiding places. These two blood snakes were very well hidden and it was not until they made their move that they revealed a trace of their aura. If Yang Kai had not reacted so swiftly, he would have fallen prey to the attack just now. Consequently, the blood snakes bit into nothing but air. Following that, they transformed into blood and the cave was instantly filled with an extremely unpleasant stench. Even the ground was corroded into a deep pit. Yang Kai turned around to look behind him and gave a horrified exclamation, "Black Crow Divine Monarch." Somewhere no more than 30 kilometers away, a blood cloud entered his vision. Moreover, there was a lifelike face in the middle of the blood cloud. It was none other than Black Crow Divine Monarch. Sensing the space principle's fluctuations, Black Crow Divine Monarch immediately turned to look in this direction with an evil grin. "I found you, boy." Whilst saying that, a portion of his blood chi turned into a large hand that came crashing down on Yang Kai. The sky instantly darkened and all the light was quickly obscured as a result. After his palm slammed down on Yang Kai, he frowned slightly because Yang Kai had made a swift escape and disappeared with a flash of his figure. Black Crow Divine Monarch was filled with hatred. This brat is extremely proficient in the Tao of space. How troublesome. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Kai was also feeling extremely annoyed at the moment. I believe I ran far enough. How did Black Crow Divine Monarch find me? Could it be that he left some sort of soul mark on me? Is that why he can track my whereabouts? If that's the case, it would explain how he managed to rush here so quickly. Spreading out his divine sense, Yang Kai investigated his knowledge sea and body, but despite checking every corner of himself thoroughly, he did not find anything. Thus, he scowled fiercely. In an attempt to confirm his conjecture, Yang Kai escaped to a location that was even further away and secretly hid himself. That was not all, he also summoned the Shadowless Veil and covered himself with it. The Shadowless Veil was something that could even fool the perception of a mid-rank open heaven realm master who was not actively searching for him. Although it had its limits, it was still an amazing treasure. In less than 6 hours though, Yang Kai saw a blood cloud rushing through the sky from the distant horizon at high speed. Black Crow Divine Monarch shouted from afar before he even arrived, "Boy, cease your futile resistance. You will never escape from this monarch even if you flee to the ends of the world." Yang Kai was furious and was now certain that Black Crow Divine Monarch had placed some sort of mark on him, otherwise, how could the latter accurately determine his whereabouts twice? It was just that he had no idea what kind of mark it was, so he had no way of removing it. Yang Kai initially planned to avoid the old dog until the blood monster cave heaven closed, as everything would be over after that. Unfortunately, it would seem that he was far too naive. In that case, he could only go all out and fight. This time around, he would not have Chu Huashang or Pei Wenxian with him. It would literally be a one-on-one battle. Yang Kai remained hidden from view. Judging by the first time his whereabouts were exposed, Black Crow Divine Monarch could not determine his precise location despite the mark on his body and only had a general idea of his location. Otherwise, Black Crow Divine Monarch would not have used those blood snakes to search for him. Yang Kai's conjecture turned out to be correct. It didn't take long for the blood cloud to arrive within 10 kilometers of Yang Kai's vicinity. The large face glanced about the surroundings for a while before its gaze fixed on the spot where Yang Kai was located. The blood cloud trembled slightly as numerous blood snakes emerged and immediately disappeared out of sight after landing on the ground. Black Crow Divine Monarch then shouted, "Brat, don't say this monarch did not give you any chance. Although you embarrassed this monarch greatly, it does not change the fact that this monarch appreciates your abilities. I will spare your life if you come forward on your own initiative. Refuse, and it will be difficult for you to survive once this monarch captures you." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to those words. This guy relentlessly chased me for over 10,000 kilometers just to kill me. Who would believe him when he utters such nonsense at this time? Asterisk chi 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 asterisk. A series of noises came from Yang Kai's surroundings. It was the slithering sounds of countless blood snakes moving around. Just listening to those sounds made one's scalp tingle in fear. Yang Kai, who was in hiding, could even discern clearly that the countless blood snakes were forming an extremely large net as they swept towards him like a blanket. At this rate, his location would be exposed once they reached his hiding spot. The endless hissing of the blood snakes entered Yang Kai's ears. Their bodies wriggled forward, gradually approaching the place where he was standing. "I'm going to be found." He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing to suppress both his heartbeat and his aura to make himself seem as still as a rock, becoming completely motionless. Now that things had come to this, he could only take a gamble. Although he could use space principles to escape, the old dog was as persistent as maggots on rotting bones. He could not escape, which was extremely troublesome. The overwhelming number of blood snakes were creeping closer and closer. 30 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. Yang Kai abruptly opened his eyes and raised his hand to grab at something. The azure dragon spear immediately appeared in his grip. Following that, his Dao seal shone brightly as he poured the power of the Golden Crow's true fire into the spear. Lifting his spear, he stepped forward and pointed the spear to the front. Space principles fluctuated as he thrust forward and roared, "Eat this, old dog." Black Crow Divine Monarch noticed the movement as soon as Yang Kai took action, thus, the face in the middle of the blood cloud immediately turned to look in his direction. The countless blood snakes in the surroundings leaped forward with their mouths opened wide towards Yang Kai from all directions. The blood snakes attacked in a frenzy and Yang Kai's figure was torn to shreds. However, it was only his afterimage. His actual body had already arrived in front of the blood cloud, his spear stabbing forward like a dragon. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk. The large face was pierced right through by the spear. A huge hole appeared, causing the face to become so distorted that it was practically incapable of taking shape once more. The pitch-black Golden Crow's true fire spread out in all directions, wantonly burning. Asterisk Salala. Asterisk. The blood cloud evaporated in large patches. Even so, Black Crow Divine Monarch was calm and unaffected as his voice rang out faintly, "Junior, your courage is admirable. It's a pity that your actions are foolhardy." He quickly sliced away the parts of the blood cloud that was being burned by the Golden Crow's true fire. Then, the endless blood cloud rolled and wrapped around Yang Kai. "Let's see where you can run now." He let out a wicked laugh. What troubled him the most was not Yang Kai's azure dragon spear or the Golden Crow's true fire. Rather, it was his space principles. If Yang Kai was determined to escape, he would not be able to catch up to him. Even if he could use his secret technique to determine Yang Kai's general location, the Yang Kai's instantaneous movement was too difficult to counter. Who could have expected that Yang Kai would stop running and throw himself into the trap instead? That was just what Black Crow Divine Monarch wanted. Yang Kai was enveloped by the blood cloud which had heaven-sealing, earth-locking properties. Even if he was proficient in the Tao of space, he could not perform instantaneous movement again. The winner of this battle would be determined once he was trapped to death inside the blood cloud. The blood chi inside the blood cloud contained an extremely strong corrosive property that eroded away at Yang Kai's body. It instantly damaged him so badly that he was covered in blood. Despite looking miserable, the look in Yang Kai's eyes was as aggressive as ever as he coldly snarled, "Who said I was going to run?" Black Crow Divine Monarch was slightly confused, but before he could react, he heard Yang Kai shout something. On this day, the golden crow casts the sun, below the heavens, above the earth, only I am supreme. A great sun suddenly leaped out from within the blood cloud, as though it was a newly born star. Inside the sun, a three-legged golden crow danced playfully and joyously. A faint crowing could be heard coming from within the brilliant light. The majestic radiance caused the world to collapse and the surroundings to tremble. The aura in Yang Kai's body soared to incredible heights in an instant. Black Crow Divine Monarch exclaimed in utter disbelief, "A divine manifestation." He was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the past, so it stood to reason that he was very knowledgeable. He could tell at a glance that the golden crow casts the sun was not just an ordinary divine ability. On the contrary, Yang Kai had already condensed his very own divine manifestation. There were two methods by which one could comprehend a divine manifestation. The first was to condense high-rank open heaven element powers. The second condition was to reach the high-rank open heaven realm and comprehend one's own element powers to the extreme. These were, supposedly, the only methods to comprehend a divine manifestation. Nevertheless, those were only the most basic requirements. As far as Black Crow Divine Monarch knew, throughout all of recorded history, all those who had divine manifestations were in the high-rank open heaven realm. He had never heard of anybody in the mid or low rank having comprehended one, much less a mere Emperor Realm Jr. In fact, even many high-rank open heaven realm masters did not possess a divine manifestation. Even he had only managed to barely comprehend a divine manifestation when he was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the past. This boy is only in the half-step Open Heaven Realm. That's still within the range of the Emperor Realm. How does he have his own divine manifestation? Black Crow Divine Monarch could not believe his eyes. Be that as it may, his senses told him that this attack was indeed a divine manifestation. I was tricked again. His heart jumped in fright. This brat might look like he is attacking me out of desperation, but he was waiting for this very moment to strike a decisive blow. Damn it. This boy is too deceptive, hiding his cards like this. Everybody had fought desperately inside the place in the middle of the blood lake and revealed all their best methods in the process. However, Yang Kai had kept this biggest card hidden all this while. As a result, Black Crow Divine Monarch had mistakenly assumed that Yang Kai's strength was still limited to common sense. Who could have known that he would receive such an unpleasant surprise here? The great sun hung in the sky, almost as though it was an actual sun. It was just a sun that was countless times smaller than normal. The blood cloud that surrounded the great sun was completely powerless to resist and swiftly began evaporating. It didn't take long before a large clean space in the sky was cleared out. Black Crow Divine Monarch let out a strange cry and the blood cloud abruptly shrunk and swirled about before it transformed into Zhou Yi's appearance. Before he could even stabilize his figure though, a bright light filled his vision from the front. He looked up and saw Yang Kai's spear piercing straight towards him, the great sun manifesting at its tip. I will die if I fail to block this attack. Panic filled his heart for a moment. Black Crow Divine Monarch had always held the upper hand in the fight earlier, no matter how hard Yang Kai, Pei Wenxian, and Chu Huashang fought back. Hence, he had not even panicked. Besides, he had Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Blood Tao inheritance and cultivated the Blood Light scripture. As long as his injuries were not too severe, he would be able to quickly recover. However, this attack was different. Black Crow Divine Monarch was certain that not even his ashes would remain if this attack struck him head-on. He would be completely vaporized, to the point where nothing of him would remain. With death looming right before his eyes, Black Crow Divine Monarch immediately became eerily calm. Two flashes of blood light rushed out from his body and entered his hands, transforming into his twin butterfly daggers. A raging fighting spirit erupted out of his body as he crossed his twin daggers above his head and shouted furiously, "I never imagined that there would come a day when this monarch would be forced to go all out against a mere boy tens of thousands of years in the future. Brat, you have nobody but yourself to blame if you die at this monarch's hands." Xianxia shouted a response upon hearing those words, "Divine monarch, I will not mourn your death either if you die." Ha ha ha. Black Crow Divine Monarch burst into laughter, "Good good, very good." As they spoke, the distance between them shortened quickly. Xianxia urged the strength in his body to the limits and even the Tao seal in his body began trembling slightly. Likewise, Black Crow Divine Monarch's vitality surged madly. Kong. An explosion rang out. At the same time, a huge and bright ball of light exploded. Black Crow Divine Monarch's twin daggers blocked the great sun. In that moment, he attacked countless times. The knife shadows covered the entire sky, slashing down with incredible power in each stroke. At the same time, Xianxia wielded his spear techniques to the extreme. They transformed into boundless spear shadows and the dragon roars shook the sky continuously. The spear in his hand practically turned into a true dragon that devoured Black Crow Divine Monarch. Their figures passed by each other and the light gradually faded. Black Crow Divine Monarch coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood and staggered unsteadily. Using his two daggers to steady himself against the ground, he barely managed to stop himself from falling. At this moment, the left side of his body was gone and the wriggling internal organs in his abdomen could clearly be seen. It was just that these injuries were nothing under the profound effects of the blood light scripture. He had come back to life even after being sliced in half by the divine ability sealed within Pei Wenxian's identity token, so what were injuries like these in comparison? His flesh squirmed and blood gathered in that spot. The half of his body that he lost was soon regrew in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, Xianxia stood motionless with the azure dragon spear in his hand. It was just that the great sun attached to the tip of the spear had vanished. The vicious attack just now had practically drained all the strength out of his body. It was not until this moment that countless blood arrows finally shot out from all over his body. Before his blood could land on the ground though, the golden blood arrows floated towards Black Crow Divine Monarch as though guided by an invisible force and were absorbed by him. That was not all. Xianxia could clearly feel the fresh blood in his wounds being pulled towards Black Crow Divine Monarch. The blood light scripture is a wicked art indeed. Xianxia did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly used his strength to seal his wounds. Turning around slowly, he saw Black Crow Divine Monarch watching him quietly with an expression of approval from several thousand meters away. "You are the first Emperor Realm Jr. that has ever survived this long after meeting me." Xianxia replied lightly, "Among the Emperor Realm cultivators, you are also the first person ever to block my golden crow casts the sun." Black Crow Divine Monarch slowly shook his head, "It's not the same. He was a high-rank open heaven realm master who possessed somebody else and came back to life. Thus, he had thousands, if not tens of thousands of years more knowledge, experience, and heritage compared to Xianxia. The reason his strength was only that of an Emperor Realm cultivator at the moment was that he had possessed somebody else's body. If he really were an Emperor Realm cultivator, he would not have been able to block the attack just now. What this monarch said earlier still stands. Surrender, and I will spare your life. You will be a pretty decent subordinate." His expression seemed sincere and trusting. "Die!" Xianxia shouted. Suppressing all sorts of discomfort, he lifted his spear and thrust out. Although the golden crow casts the sun divine manifestation was powerful, the consumption was also unimaginably huge. With his current strength, Xianxia could only activate it once in a short period of time. It was hard to say whether he could successfully activate it a second time by force. Even if he did, it might shatter his Tao seal even if he succeeded. What a pity. Talented people sure have such short lifespans. Black Crow Divine Monarch shook his head and lifted his blades. The twin daggers turned into blood lights that came slashing down on Xianxia from both sides. Xianxia swung his spear to deflect the blood lights and send them flying away. Afterward, he stabbed at Black Crow Divine Monarch's heart. Meanwhile, Black Crow Divine Monarch did not budge whatsoever. He allowed the spear to pierce his heart and the golden crow's true fire to burn him. All the while, he simply stared at Xianxia with a cold smile. Asterisk chi chi, asterisk the two blood lights that Yang Kai sent flying earlier came hurtling through the air once more. They slashed two large wounds down the length of his body. Despite using his dragon transformation secret technique at the critical moment, his dragon scales were sliced through by the blood lights. Your strength isn't bad, but your recovery rate is inferior to mine. How will you fight against me now? Black Crow Divine Monarch sneered. He previously devoured the blood water in the blood lake cleanly, so his vitality was extremely abundant at the moment. Unless his vitality was completely exhausted, he was an existence that could not die. That was why he had nothing to fear. On the contrary, although Yang Kai's recovery abilities were indeed countless times stronger than the average cultivator, they paled in comparison to the extraordinary recovery abilities of Black Crow Divine Monarch. The spear shadows danced and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Every attack Yang Kai unleashed struck Black Crow Divine Monarch's vital points without fail. If it were anybody else, they would have been killed countless times by now. However, Black Crow Divine Monarch remained very much alive. He even kept up a steady stream of vicious mockery despite everything. In contrast, Yang Kai's injuries were becoming more and more severe. He had lost too much blood and was feeling dizzy as a result. Aside from those mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters and high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters whose strength were on a completely different scale altogether, Black Crow Divine Monarch, who possessed somebody else and came back to life, was definitely the strongest and toughest enemy Yang Kai had ever encountered. Even Great Demon God who he fought back then could not compare. That was because Black Crow Divine Monarch was practically undying and immortal. When Yang Kai fought Great Demon God, the entire star boundary had risen up to fight back together. He had countless companions by his side, supporting each other in adversity. However, he was currently fighting alone. Moreover, Yang Kai was not confident that he could kill Black Crow Divine Monarch. After all, his most powerful attack, Golden Crow Casts the Sun, had been rendered useless by his opponent. It could even be said that he no longer had any cards left to play aside from the divine ability bead given to him by the proprietress. It was a precarious situation. Yang Kai stabbed forward with his spear again and again as space principles fluctuated wildly. At the same time, his figure leapt about and flickered erratically. Each attack inflicted massive damage to Black Crow Divine Monarch, but the latter simply healed from even the most lethal and deadliest injuries in short order. While Black Crow Divine Monarch continuously received heavy injuries, Yang Kai's injuries were also becoming more and more severe. It had always been Yang Kai who relied on his powerful restorative abilities to put up a desperate fight against the others. Thus, he never imagined that there would come a day where somebody else would use the same method against him. It truly was a case of what went around came around. Fate was truly unpredictable. Yang Kai's vision flickered and went dark from time to time as he desperately drew out his potential to exceed his limits. Even if he failed to kill the old dog today, he had to let the other party know that he was not to be trifled with, otherwise, it would only be a matter of time before he became a lamp running out of oil if Black Crow Divine Monarch continued to hunt him down like this. When the blood light struck towards him, Yang Kai lifted his spear to block the attack and deflected Black Crow Divine Monarch's twin butterfly daggers to the side with soft clanging sounds. However, one of the blood knives suddenly turned into a cloud of blood and vanished. Simultaneously, a wave of murderous intent came from behind, locked onto him. Yang Kai was shocked. How could he not realize that he had fallen into a trap? Hurriedly moving his body to dodge, he suddenly felt a slight pain around his waist and abdomen. He looked down only to see a blood light pouring into his back and coming out around his waist. The blood light had opened a gaping hole in his body that his blood was gushing out of. The blood light flew back to Black Crow Divine Monarch's hand, where he raised it in front of him in its dagger form, licked the blade lightly, and nodded in approval. The blood of a divine spirit is delicious indeed. Yang Kai staggered backward by a few steps. Reaching out his hand to clutch at his waist, he circulated his strength to seal the wound as his figure swayed unsteadily. I'm at my limit. Despite giving it his all, Yang Kai had reached the limits that his body could withstand. He might end up dying in this place if he continued fighting, causing him to sigh. Now that things had come to this point, he could only choose to escape and find a place to recuperate from his injuries. Unfortunately, it would not be easy to get rid of Black Crow Divine Monarch's pursuit in his current condition. Junior, if you have any last words, speak them now. Black Crow Divine Monarch held a dagger in each hand. After saying that, his figure shifted slightly and he rushed forward to come directly in front of Yang Kai. The twin daggers came slashing down from both sides as overwhelming murderous intent surged from him. Yang Kai raised his spear to parry, and in the next instant there was a loud explosion. He could sense an overwhelmingly powerful force coming from above him, and even with his half-dragon body, he could not withstand the impact. His entire figure was pressed down by the force, so much so that he was almost kneeling on the ground. His vision went black again, and by the time it recovered, Black Crow Divine Monarch's face was practically right in front of him, grinning as he sneered, "Die." Yang Kai grit his teeth and let out a roar. His spiritual energy erupted violently from within his knowledge sea, turning into a haphazard attack that blasted towards Black Crow Divine Monarch. Black Crow Divine Monarch's savage grin instantly stiffened in response, and even his eyes seemed to bulge as though he received a huge shock. The terrifying pressure suddenly relaxed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai quickly steadied himself and swung his spear at Black Crow Divine Monarch. His attack sent the latter flying, and before Black Crow Divine Monarch could get further away from him, the Azure Dragon Spear had already thrust out hundreds of times in a row. Every single attack blasted out with heaven-destroying and earth-shattering power. Black Crow Divine Monarch was utterly powerless in the face of those attacks, and his body was smashed to pieces as a result. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, as he had not expected such a change in the battle. It was out of desperation that he unleashed a soul attack just now. He simply wanted to relieve some of the pressure bearing down on him, but who could have known that he would strike Black Crow Divine Monarch's weakness with that attack? It caused the latter's strength to drop sharply and even froze him on the spot for a moment. After pondering for a while, realization suddenly struck Yang Kai. Black Crow Divine Monarch was just a remnant soul in the first place. Moreover, he was severely injured inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Not to mention, he had been forced to separate a thread of his consciousness to create a diversion in order to escape. Afterward, he went on to possess Zhou Yi's body. Although he was successful in his attempt, it was not as simple as it seemed from the surface. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhou Yi was still an elite disciple of Great Thousand Bloodland, so his aptitude was not bad. Therefore, Black Crow Divine Monarch would definitely need to pay a price in order to possess his body. How strong could Black Crow Divine Monarch's soul be after overcoming all these obstacles? In other words, his spiritual energy was nothing compared to the mighty power he displayed earlier, and it was no wonder a single soul attack from Yang Kai was capable of causing such heavy damage to him. He didn't even have the strength to fight back, and this was the reason. Upon understanding this point, Yang Kai felt extremely annoyed. He had been fooled by the overwhelming momentum displayed by the other party and forgot about this crucial point. If he had realized it sooner, then this fight would not have been nearly as difficult. Using one's strength to target the opponent's weakness. How could he not understand such a simple truth? Nevertheless, it was not too late for him to realize this now. Black Crow Divine Monarch was blasted to pieces by that attack just now, but he did not die. The pieces of hashed meat swiftly melted into blood that quickly converged together. The blood flowed and vaguely took on a humanoid figure. How could Yang Kai simply stand back and watch? He sent out another blast of spiritual energy, causing the blood gathering together to immediately show signs of falling apart again. Swinging his spear, Yang Kai scattered the blood into the surroundings once more. Black Crow Divine Monarch's mournful screams rang out. The blood squirmed and flowed, transforming into a blood cloud that quickly fled into the distance. "Where are you trying to run?" Yang Kai roared. Lifting his spear, he hurriedly gave chase. However, he had only taken a few steps when his strength left his body and he slumped to the ground. It was fortunate that he had the Azure Dragon Spear to support himself, otherwise, he would have collapsed on his face then and there. "Junior, I'll spare your life this time. I will definitely take your head the next time we meet." From far away, Black Crow Divine Monarch's voice sounded from the blood cloud. "Don't run. If you're not a coward, come and fight me." Yang Kai roared furiously. He wanted to pursue Black Crow Divine Monarch but did not have the strength to do so, hence, he could only watch helplessly as his enemy fled further and further away until he vanished out of sight. Yang Kai smashed his fist heavily onto the ground, his expression full of annoyance. Having missed the perfect opportunity to kill Black Crow Divine Monarch this time, he was not sure if another chance would appear again in the future. An old monster that had been sealed for countless years like Black Crow Divine Monarch was not a common occurrence in the first place. After catching his breath for a while, Xianxia turned and studied his surroundings. He did not know if Black Crow Divine Monarch had really retreated or if he was only feigning retreat. In any case, he was currently in terrible condition and could not help feeling slightly uneasy as a result. He did not dare to remain in place for long, lest he suffer if the old dog decided to turn around and attack him. Putting the Azure Dragon spear away, Xianxia stuffed a handful of restorative spirit pills into his mouth before fleeing in a certain direction. He had not gone further than a few hundred kilometers though when he suddenly collapsed on the ground, lacking the strength to move a single finger. The fight with Black Crow Divine Monarch had exhausted him completely and it was a miracle he could escape even this far. Xianxia was feeling extremely dizzy and his vision turned dark from time to time as he felt as though he could faint at any moment. Nevertheless, he forced himself to stay awake as he did not dare to lose consciousness. That was because there was no saying what would happen to him if he passed out under these circumstances. After all, there were countless monster beast and cultivators in the blood monster cave heaven at the moment. He barely managed to activate his divine sense and opened the boundaries of the small sealed world to release Chu Huashang from within. Before he could even say anything to her, his head tilted to the side and he fell unconscious. Chu Huashang had been in the middle of treating her injuries when she was brought out of the small sealed world by Xianxia. She initially felt confused about the situation, but then she turned around to see Xianxia lying on the ground and covered in blood. His clothes were in tatters and numerous bone-deep wounds dotted his body. In addition, there was a gaping hole that penetrated his body from front to back at his waist. Thus, she couldn't help being shocked by the sight and called out in alarm, "Junior brother Yang! Junior brother Yang!" Rushing over, she knelt beside him, her complexion pale. She had no idea what he went through while she was recuperating from her injuries, however, judging from the extent of his injuries, it was definitely an extremely dangerous battle. She tremblingly placed a hand under his nose and discovered that he was still breathing, albeit faintly. Letting out a deep breath of relief, she slumped to the ground weakly. "I thought he was dead. I'm so glad he's still alive. But, with injuries this severe." She reached out a hand and lightly brushed against those vicious-looking wounds, her body shivering lightly. Leaving aside how long it would take for him to heal from these injuries, there was no saying what kind of consequences he might suffer even after fully recovering. She more or less had a grasp of Xianxia's true abilities and knew that not many people or monster beasts in the blood monster cave heaven could possibly force him to this extent. Could it be that Black Crow Divine Monarch was pursuing us? The moment that thought crossed her mind, she suddenly became agitated and anxious. She did not dare to remain in this place, therefore, she hurriedly took out some topical healing medicine, tore open his clothes, and applied some of the medicinal liquid to his body. Afterward, she took out a robe from her own space ring and wrapped him in it. Lifting him onto her back, she then quickly ran off. Xianxia vaguely felt his body moving up and down in his unconscious state. A fragrant scent entered his nose, enticing him sweetly. Furthermore, there was a soft and plump sensation pressing against his body. Something tickled his cheeks, almost as though a strand of hair was gently stroking his heartstrings. It was the very picture of a so-called tender love nest. For a time, he could not figure what kind of situation he was in, but just as he was about to get a clear look of his surroundings, a burst of pain erupted throughout his entire body, causing him to hiss in pain. "Junior brother Yang, are you awake?" Chu Huashang's voice entered his ears. She was out of breath and her voice sounded weak. "N." He responded and opened his eyes to look. Only then did he realize that he was being carried on her back. Her hands were supporting his thighs and she was leaning forward slightly while running quickly. In addition, his head was resting crookedly on her shoulder. Due to a matter of angle, his mouth would occasionally come into contact with her delicate cheeks and fair neck. He never imagined that he would be greeted by this kind of situation as soon as he opened his eyes, thus, he was stunned for a moment. Xianxia had barely managed to keep himself awake long enough to release Chu Huashang from the small sealed world at the time. The reason for his actions was so that she could watch over him in case he was attacked by either a cultivator or a monster beast when he was unconscious. It should have been safer for him that way, however, he had no idea why this woman was running desperately whilst carrying him on her back. When his body rose and fell with her movements, all the wounds on his body screamed in pain, causing him to grunt in agony. Patting her on the shoulder, he weakly said, "Senior sister, please put me down." "I can't, junior brother." She shook her head, her hair brushing against his cheek. Just as he was about to ask why, he suddenly detected a violent attack coming from behind. The attack sliced through the air with a loud rumbling noise, forcing her to dodge to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. Xianxia was shocked and groaned, "Is that old dog still chasing me?" He could not tell how long he had been unconscious for, however, judging from the recovery of his injuries, it must have been 2 or 3 days by now. If they were ordinary wounds, he would already have recovered completely, but the situation this time was different from the usual. It was very difficult for the wounds that he received from his fight with Black Crow Divine Monarch to heal, therefore, he was still extremely weak and his strength had not recovered by much. There was a strange and troublesome force festering in his wounds that constantly ate away at them and prevented them from healing. So much time has passed. Don't tell me Black Crow Divine Monarch is still chasing me. Xianxia could not imagine how Chu Huashang had persevered for so long. It's not Black Crow Divine Monarch. She shook her head again. While speaking, she stumbled and nearly lost her balance. She herself had yet to recover from her injuries, so she was in dire need of recuperation. Unfortunately, she was currently being chased. Although she was not yet a lamp running out of oil, she wasn't in good condition either. "Then, who is it?" Xianxia asked in surprise. At this moment, a person's voice came from a distance behind them, "Junior sister Chu, this senior brother has no intention to harm you. Put Xianxia down and you are free to leave on your own. Why do you have to struggle so hard to escape?" The voice sounded rather familiar and Xianxia vaguely felt like he had heard it somewhere before. After thinking about it, he abruptly became furious. Doesn't this voice belong to that little bastardine Xianxia from Xianyuan Cave Heaven? Before the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened, Xianyuan Cave Heaven had come to seize their spot. In return, Xianxia used his mastery of the Tao of Space to steal many of their entrances. He had targeted Xianxia in particular and stolen the entrance that was nearest to him, hence, Xianxia wrongly assumed that Xianxia would not have the chance to step into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Who could have known that they would encounter each other here? Moreover, the other party was relentlessly hunting him down. This guy has pretty good luck. How did he enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven under those circumstances? Turning back to look, Xianxia saw Xianxia doggedly chasing Chu Huashang, and he was not alone either. There were 2 helpers beside him, probably disciples of Xianyuan Cave Heaven. In terms of strength, Chu Huashang was probably not inferior to Xianxia and neither of them would lose to each other in a one-on-one fight. It was just that she was still injured and the other side had 2 helpers with him. How could she be their opponent? It was not hard to understand why she was fleeing while being chased. How did you encounter this guy? Xianxia was livid. If he met Xianxia under normal circumstances, he would not be afraid of him, however, he had yet to recover his strength after his battle against Black Crow Divine Monarch recently. Bad luck. Chu Huashang gave a bitter laugh and briefly explained what happened. After being released from the small sealed world by Xianxia, she immediately took him away from the battlefield. She originally wanted to find a quiet and remote place to recuperate, but how could she have anticipated running into Xianxia and his group, who came to investigate the situation, before she could find a place to hide? The battle between Xianxia and Black Crow Divine Monarch had created a huge commotion. Xianxia and his 2 fellow brothers had been in the vicinity, so it was only natural that they noticed the commotion. Upon seeing that it was Xianxia, Xianxia was overjoyed and immediately wanted Chu Huashang to hand him over to them. How could Chu Huashang agree to his demands though? As such, she fled while coyly refusing his request. It had been 2 days since then. Fortunately, Xianxia still had to give face to Xianyuan Cave Heaven, so he did not dare to kill her. Otherwise, it was hard to say whether she could protect Xianxia. It was just that his patience gradually ran out as time passed, so his attacks were becoming more and more lethal. He was acting as though he was going to kill Xianxia recklessly. That bastard. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and patted Chu Huasheng on the shoulder. Senior sister Chu, please put me down. Although the feeling of lying on her back was very comfortable, how could he allow a woman to struggle desperately for his sake at a time like this? He couldn't help cursing in his heart. The blood monster cave heaven really isn't a place for people to be in. I just got rid of Black Crow Divine Monarch and now I'm being targeted by Xianxia. Does that mean I will constantly be hunted in this place? It's fine. Junior brother, you should continue resting. Let's talk again once you've regained some of your strength. Chu Huasheng could sense that he was in very poor condition, so how could she agree to his request so easily? Junior sister Chu, since you are so stubborn, then don't blame the senior brother for attacking without mercy. Xianxiao's furious roar came from behind. Following his words, a whip-like sword light came slashing in this direction and arrived not far behind them in the blink of an eye. The power of this golden light was extreme and it could be seen that he had truly lost his temper. His scruples towards Yang Cave Heaven could not stop his resolution to kill Yang Kai. By the time Chu Huasheng noticed and wanted to avoid the attack, it was already too late. As a last resort, she could only turn sideways and throw out a palm in the direction of the attack together with Yang Kai. Kong. A violent force spread out, and although the two of them had managed to block Xianxiao's attack together, they were also sent flying by the force of impact. Poo. Chu Huasheng spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and her complexion turned as pale as a sheet. Similarly, Yang Kai was in no better condition. He felt an even more intense pain coming from all the wounds on his body. A sweetness filled his throat and he nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he managed to force the feeling down in time. Even in this situation, Chu Huasheng continued to carry him on her back and did not throw him off. It made him feel extremely grateful towards her. He had no idea why she was struggling so desperately for his sake. Seeing that Xianxiao and the others were approaching, Chu Huasheng struggled to get back on her feet, but failed. On the other hand, Yang Kai had already recovered some strength from his rest earlier. Upon seeing this situation, he pulled her into his arms and took a deep breath. Space principles wrapped around them and they vanished from the spot. By the time they reappeared again, they were already several dozen kilometers away. It was just that this forceful method of exerting his strength left Yang Kai feeling extremely uncomfortable. He had only just stabilized his injuries when all the strength left his body and he collapsed to the ground again. Chu Huasheng let out a scream of surprise as she tumbled to the ground. Yang Kai coughed lightly but incessantly. Scrambling and crawling on the ground, he hurriedly came to her side and anxiously said, "Senior sister, are you all right?" She looked at him with tears in her eyes. "My butt is bruised from the fall. If you don't believe me, you can touch and see for yourself." Yang Kai nearly spat blood at those words for an entirely different reason than before. "What kind of situation are we in right now? How can you still be so flirtatious? There's no helping this woman anymore." Reaching out to grab her arm, Yang Kai carried her on his back and quickly sped off. Although he had used instantaneous movement to put some distance between them and their pursuers, they had yet to escape completely from Xianxiao's range of perception. The three people from Xianyuan Cave Heaven were still chasing them relentlessly, and although Yang Kai wanted to use instantaneous movement again, he no longer had the strength to do so. It was Chu Huasheng who was carrying Yang Kai earlier as they fled, but the situation was reversed now. She happily climbed on his back, wrapped her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist like an octopus. It was not until this moment that Yang Kai noticed something strange. "Why am I wearing a dress?" Chu Huasheng exhaled an orchid scent in his ear as she explained, "Your clothes were in tatters, so I tossed them. I couldn't just leave you naked, right?" He had no answer to that. It might be embarrassing to have a dress wrapped around him, but it was still within an acceptable range. It would have been far worse to be carried naked by a woman. His priority at the moment was to escape, so he had no time to complain about the way he was dressed. He secretly regretted his decision. "If I had known that this would happen, I would have brought Pu Baixing with me." The grapes on Pu Baixing's head were incredibly restorative divine medicines after all. It would only take a single grape for him to recover completely in a short time. Forget a single Xianxiao, he would even be able to kill 10 Xianxiaos if he was at his peak. It was just that he had left little mushroom in the illusion array to act as its array core after the 9 heavenly layers grand array was fully set up. The gourd vine had also been left under the care of others in Void Land because of its special role. Out of the 3 divine medicines that Xianxia brought out of the grand ancient ruins boundary, 2 had to stay in Void Land, so naturally, Pu Baixiong was not willing to leave either. He was adamant about staying behind in Void Land to accompany Little Mushroom and the Bottle Gourd brothers. Therefore, Xianxia had allowed him to do as he pleased. Who could have known that a divine monarch would possess somebody and come back to life inside the blood monster cave heaven? Who could have expected the situation would become so dangerous? Xianxia had assumed that his strength was enough that he could run wild in the blood monster cave heaven. At the very least, he would not be in any danger. I was too careless. No matter what, I have to bring a few grapes along with me next time for emergencies. Junior brother, can we consider ourselves lovers after sharing life and death together? Chu Huashang suddenly asked. Lovers my foot. Xianxia was rendered speechless by her. He had initially felt nervous being pursued by enemies, but the tense atmosphere vanished after listening to what Chu Huashang said. She pouted in an aggrieved tone, I've never struggled so desperately for a man in my life. To which Xianxia nodded, this junior brother will keep in mind the life-saving grace you have shown me today, senior sister. I will never forget it. Chu Huashang giggled and replied lightly, junior brother also saved me back in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Besides, I would have lost my life if you had not stopped Black Crow Divine Monarch earlier. Taking all these into account, you helped me more. Things like favors and life-saving graces can never be settled with numbers. That's true. She leaned her head against his shoulder and nodded lightly. A short moment of silence later, she said, junior brother, put me down. You should escape on your own. Xianxia was taken aback by her words, what about you? Her voice had weakened considerably as she muttered, I'm afraid I can't go on any longer. I'm too tired. I think I'll take a little nap. His expression changed drastically, hold on, senior sister. You can't fall asleep. It was not until this moment that he noticed his palms were sticky. He lifted his right hand and saw that they were covered in bright red blood. His blood was golden, so this red blood undoubtedly belonged to her. Although they joined forces and managed to block Xianxia's attack earlier, it was obvious that she had been injured at the time. Xianxia swept his divine sense over her and discovered that she had a vicious wound on her waist. Moreover, her blood stained the ground in their wake. Hold on, senior sister Chu, Xianxia shouted, you'll be all right. If something happens to me, will you be sad? Chu Huashang asked softly. Of course. So, you can't let anything happen to you. Xianxia nodded with certainty. As a Yinyang Cave Heaven disciple, Xianxia would not have dared to lay a finger on her if she had abandoned him to his own devices. However, Chu Huashang had chosen to flee while carrying him and was currently on the verge of death as a result. If anything happened to her, he would definitely feel guilty for the rest of his life. In that case, I'm relieved. She chuckled softly, but, it's a little regretful. Senior sister, what do you find regretful? Let's hear it, he quickly asked. She was currently in poor condition, so a conversation was just the thing to keep her focused. I've never tasted a man before. If I died just like this, then wouldn't I have lived my life in vain? Her tone was humorous. Xianxia had nothing to say in response. As expected of a Yinyang Cave Heaven disciple, she really dares to say just about anything, however, it was not that strange either after he thought about it. This woman was somebody who could clearly and eloquently discuss the grand Tao of Yinyang Union cultivation with him after all. Junior brother, can you promise me one thing if I survive this time? Don't hold back, senior sister. Forget one thing, I don't mind doing 10 or 100 things for you. Dual cultivate with me. Her words were incredibly shocking. It was almost as though she would not be happy unless she frightened him to death. Xianxia stumbled and nearly tumbled headfirst to the ground. His voice sounded rather uncertain, senior sister, what did you say just now? I believe I misheard you. She chuckled softly, you didn't mishear me, junior brother. Why are you still joking around at a time like this? He angrily snapped. Nevertheless, she replied in all seriousness, I am not joking around. I want to cultivate together with you. I want to do what men and women do when they are together. He shook his head. Senior sister, your injuries are too severe. You seem a little delirious. Why don't you take a rest? After saying that, he poured his strength chi into her body slightly, causing her to stiffen then faint on his back. Behind them, Xianxia and his two fellow disciples were getting closer and closer. Although Yang Kai had used instantaneous movement to put some distance between them earlier, he could not escape their pursuit in his current state. During their conversation just now, Xianxia and the two others had already arrived within 5 kilometers. Such a distance was nothing to a half-step open heaven realm master. The lights of various secret techniques and artifacts blasted out as Xianxiao's group attacked from the rear. Yang Kai shifted Chu Huashang, carrying her in his arms to prevent her from being hit by the attacks. At the same time, he activated the dragon transformation secret art to cover his back with dragon scales. He planned to avoid as many attacks as possible, but for those he couldn't, he had to take them with his body. After several rounds, blood flowed endlessly and his condition worsened even further. Yang Kai, weren't you acting so high and mighty back in the blood monster territory? Why don't you stop and fight me now if you have the guts? Let's see if this can't take your life. Xianxiao shouted whilst in pursuit. Yang Kai roared furiously, Xianxiao, I will definitely kill you one day if I survive this. Xianxiao roared with laughter, looks like you will never get the chance. Because you will definitely die here today. Yang Kai coldly snorted. He couldn't be bothered to argue with Xianxiao. While he had the divine ability bead given to him by the proprietress, Xianxiao also had his identity token. It was just that one required active stimulation while the other was for passive protection. Be that as it may, Yang Kai had to admit that it was impossible for him to harm Xianxiao even if he used the divine ability bead. He had witnessed the situation himself when Pei Wenxian's identity token was activated earlier. This was the first time he had such a hard time escaping ever since he began cultivating the Tao of space. What vexed Yang Kai even more was that his pursuer's strength was inferior to his own. It truly was a case where a dragon could be toyed with by a shrimp in shallow waters while a tiger could be bullied by a dog if it left the mountains. I have to find a way out of this crisis, otherwise, things will end tragically for me. Just as Yang Kai was studying his surroundings, he suddenly heard a loud noise coming from a certain direction. It was accompanied by extremely violent energy fluctuations. There were masters fighting nearby. Yang Kai turned to look in that direction and it didn't take long before he heard another deafening bout of noise. The sound of explosions was mixed with the howls of a beast. Realization struck Yang Kai immediately. One of the parties involved in the fight was unquestionably a monster beast. Moreover, it could be inferred from the energy fluctuations that the level of this fight had exceeded that of the Emperor realm. There was no world force, but the energy fluctuations indicated strength that was definitely on par with open heaven realm masters. The fight in the distance felt like two black crow divine monarchs fighting each other. The strongest monster beast Yang Kai encountered ever since entering the blood monster cave heaven was only in the 5th order. Based on his estimation, a 5th order monster beast was the equivalent to an ordinary half-step open heaven realm master. In a desperate battle, a 5th order monster beast might be slightly weaker than the core disciples of the cave heavens and paradises, however, the difference would only be a small margin. If Chu Huashang were to battle a 5th order monster beast alone, she would have to pay a price even if she managed to slay the monster beast in the end. On the contrary, the turmoil of the battle had already exceeded the limits of a 5th order monster beast. It was a 6th order monster beast. Furthermore, it was most likely a fight between two 6th order monster beasts. 6th order monster beasts were not something the cultivators who entered the blood monster cave heaven could fight alone. After all, they were capable of exerting strength on par with that of a low-rank open heaven realm master. As for the 7th order monster beasts, Yang Kai could not make an inference. Looking in the direction of the commotion, Yang Kai grit his teeth and rushed towards it with Chu Huashang in his arms. The current situation could not get any worse. The only way he could survive was to seek life by crossing the gates of death. Xianxiao clearly realized what Yang Kai was planning and the look in his eyes turned cold and he shouted, "Stop him!" The other two Xianyuan cave heaven disciples accompanying him were speechless when they heard those words. You can't even stop him yourself. How are we supposed to stop him? Even so, they chased after Yang Kai with all their might. On the other hand, Yang Kai forced himself to take a deep breath and used instantaneous movement once more. He opened up the distance between him and his pursuers while steadily approaching the place of the battle. After running for a few hundred kilometers, a bright golden light suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. He looked up and inhaled a sharp breath of cold air. Now that he was here, he could finally see what kind of monster beasts were fighting each other. One of them seemed to be a gorilla while the other was a wolf. Be that as it may, both the gorilla and the wolf had bodies that were several tens of meters tall, making them incredibly huge. Furthermore, both of them were gleaming with a dazzling golden light, and every movement they made revealed great power. These were clearly two sixth-order metal element monster beasts. The metal element power was incomparably sharp and radiated in all directions during their battle, riddling the mountain peaks nearby with countless gaping holes. Many of the shorter peaks were even razed to the ground. The two sixth-order metal element monster beasts looked evenly matched. Despite struggling hard against each other, it was impossible to tell who was holding the upper hand in the battle. That was not all. Both the monster beasts were also wounded and drenched in blood. Not to mention, their bodies were covered in countless wounds that had long since healed. This fight seemed to have taken place many times before in the past. It would seem that these two monster beasts were incompatible enemies, thus, they had been continuously fighting each other in this blood monster cave heaven for countless years. Their fight would not stop until one party was dead. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling shocked when he felt the energy fluctuations from the fight between these two. These two monster beasts are not ordinary sixth-order monster beasts. They are probably at the peak of the sixth order, otherwise, it is impossible for them to cause such widespread damage. Despite the dangerous situation, Yang Kai carried Chu Huasheng on his back and charged straight into the middle of the battle between these two huge monster beasts. He watched as the wolf came lunging straight at the gorilla's neck while the gorilla lifted one arm to block the wolf's gigantic maw. Meanwhile, the gorilla lifted its other arm, wrapped in dense metal element power, and sliced towards the wolf's abdomen. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Be it the gorilla or the wolf, both parties held in agony. The wolf backed away, chewing on a piece of the gorilla's flesh in its mouth. Similarly, the sharp metal element power had sliced a bloody gash across its abdomen. The two monster beasts stood thousands of meters apart and glared at each other across the distance. All of a sudden, they turned around in unison and looked in Yang Kai's direction with vigilant expressions. It was obvious that they noticed his presence. Yang Kai did not dare to be careless and hurriedly drew upon the power of his dragon source to reveal his dragon clan aura. Although these two monster beasts looked like they were unrelated to the dragon clan, they were still monster beasts. As the head of the divine spirits, the dragon clan's aura could act as a deterrent for almost all monster beasts. The gorilla immediately let out a roar, likewise, the wolf bared its fangs at Yang Kai. The two enormous monster beasts were unhappy that Yang Kai's arrival had interrupted their life and death struggle. Even so, Yang Kai showed no fear and rushed straight at them. He held Chu Huasheng up with one hand and took out the proprietress divine ability bead with his other, holding it up high above his head. Both the gazes of the gorilla and the wolf were immediately drawn towards the divine ability bead. The two enormous monster beasts could instinctively sense that the tiny bead contained terrifying power, thus, they both took a few steps back while looking extremely grim. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. He was afraid that the two monster beasts would attack him out of rage. If that was the case, then he had no choice but to activate the divine ability bead. That would mean that he was forced to use his final trump card in this place. It was a huge loss that was not worth the benefits. Fortunately, the sentience of the two monster beasts was not that low. They could tell that Yang Kai was a tough opponent, so they only watched him warily and did not do anything else. Atop the mountains, a majestic monster chi permeated the air. The two enormous monster beasts were facing each other as Yang Kai slipped between them to stand right in the middle of their standoff and breathed out heavily. He was in no hurry to leave. Since these two monster beasts were mortal enemies, they would not recklessly attack him, as that would only give their opponent an advantage that could be exploited. At this moment, Yang Kai was standing right on the balance point between them. It might look dangerous, but it was actually fairly safe. It was like standing in the eye of the storm. Yang Kai then turned around, his gaze becoming incredibly chilly. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk 3 bursts of noise, like something cutting through the air, rang out before the figures of Xianxia and the others appeared and stopped nearby. Xianxia furrowed his brow deeply, glancing at the gorilla and the wolf. The depths of his gaze were overflowing with fear. Yang Kai had the courage to stand between these two monster beasts, but he did not. He did not dare to rashly attack Yang Kai either. He was as good as dead if the two monster beasts misunderstood his intentions. Xianxiao. Yang Kai calmly stared. Forward, this Yang will not forget what you did today. I will definitely pay you back 100 times over for this. Xianxiao was silent. Besides, there was no point in saying anything in this situation. He could only hate the fact that he failed to catch Yang Kai in time, otherwise, how could he tolerate such impertinence? After Yang Kai finished speaking, he carried Chu Huasheng on his back once more and took several steps forward without even bothering to turn around. Excuse me. Please continue your fight. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk earth-shaking noises rang out once more from behind him. It was the gorilla and the wolf continuing their vicious battle. Xianxiao nearly coughed up blood at the sight because while these two beasts were fighting between themselves, their battlefield was gradually moving towards him. Run! He shouted and hurriedly escaped with his two junior brothers in tow. They quickly traveled across hundreds of kilometers before searching for a way around to continue their pursuit. Nevertheless, he knew that it would be difficult for him to trace Yang Kai's whereabouts again after this delay. At this moment, Yang Kai was desperately running with Chu Huasheng on his back. Although he had borrowed the two powerful sixth-order monster beasts to temporarily get away from Xianxiao and the others, he was certain the other party would not give up so easily, so he had to continue fleeing for his life. As he ran, he suddenly had the feeling that the terrain in this place was somewhat familiar. It vaguely felt like he had seen it before. After pondering deeply for a bit, the realization struck him all of a sudden. He quickly stopped in his tracks and took out an animal skin map from his space ring. Studying the map carefully and comparing the places he passed by with the places marked on the map, he couldn't help feeling surprised. Isn't this the route marked on the map? This animal skin map was something he obtained from the first cultivator he encountered in this place. The cultivator had tried to ambush him in the swamp when he first entered the blood monster cave heaven, only to be ambushed himself by a toad monster beast. At the time, Yang Kai had studied the map and discovered that it was probably part of a route in the blood monster cave heaven. It was just that he had no idea what was waiting for him at the final destination. Yang Kai originally planned to check out this place as the map looked ancient and might just lead to some hidden treasure. It was just that he met Bilian Zhong and the others along the way. Afterward, he encountered blood monster divine monarch's Tao of blood inheritance and was delayed as a result. Who could have known that he would arrive at the route marked on the map by accident whilst fleeing for his life? Taking a good look around, he found that the final destination marked on the map was located not far away from here. It would take him another 4 hours at most to arrive, so his eyes flashed in anticipation. Putting the map away, he headed in the indicated direction. He was not going there in search of treasure though, rather, both he and Chu Huasheng were currently in a condition where they were in dire need of a safe place to recuperate from their wounds. Regardless of whether the final destination turned out to be a hidden treasury or something else, it would surely be well hidden. 4 hours later, Yang Kai arrived in front of an enormous lake. He took out the map, checked his location, and confirmed that this was indeed the final destination, but he just stared at the lake with a speechless expression. What am I supposed to do if this is the final destination? The reason he strove so hard to come here was to find a place to hide and recuperate from his injuries. However, the terrain around the lake was completely unobstructed. Forget being chased by Xianxiao and the others, even encountering a monster beast here would be troublesome. Yang Kai angrily put the map away. At this moment, he could only conceal himself within the sealed world bead and hide the sealed world bead in a secluded place. It was not as if he had not considered hiding inside the sealed world bead earlier, it was just that every corner of the blood monster cave heaven was fraught with danger. It would be perilous if the sealed world bead was discovered by a cultivator or a monster beast. This lake turned out to be a pretty good spot though. He could sink the sealed world bead into the lake, assuming that there were no ferocious monster beasts swimming inside of it. Upon considering all this, Xianxia felt slightly better. His efforts to travel here were not completely in vain. He walked over to the edge of the lake and swept his divine sense out to investigate the situation. The next moment though, his expression changed drastically. There was something strange about this lake. If he looked with his eyes, the lake was incredibly realistic. Light shimmered on its surface in a perfectly natural manner, however, he noticed something strange about it when using his divine sense to probe it. There's a spirit array here. The lake is actually an extremely brilliant and sophisticated illusion array. The lake does not exist at all. Xianxia had only just figured this out when a black shadow suddenly came leaping at him from the surface of the lake. The shadow blocked out the sky and loomed over him. He was startled. Just as he was about to flutter backward, a chill ran down his back at that very moment. Caught unguarded, he hurriedly turned around with a roar and viciously smashed his palm forward. There was a loud explosion and his palm seemed to strike a person, drawing a grunt of pain from their lips. Then, a ghostly figure appeared in his field of vision. What he sent flying turned out to be a man with short stature. The man looked like he had seen a ghost. It seemed that he had not expected Xianxia to be so strong. After all, Xianxia looked to be severely injured. Who could have expected that he would not be Xianxia's opponent even when the latter was in such a state? Nevertheless, this short man had achieved his goal. Xianxia was pushed back by the force of the impact and involuntarily staggered, only to fall headfirst into the black shadow coming from the lake. Immediately after that, he felt a mighty restraining force wrapping around him from all directions, trapping both him and Chu Huasheng, who was lying in his arms, together. What came leaping out at him from the surface of the lake turned out to be a large net. At this moment, he and Chu Huasheng had clearly fallen into an artifact trap. The large net tightened rapidly, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. That brat is tough. Quick! Use the firm yuan nail. The short man who was sent flying by Xianxia earlier shouted. *chi. Several cold lights came flying over and Xianxia felt a slight pain in his body when they stabbed into his body. Following that, he stopped struggling against the net with a look of surprise. The so-called firm yuan nail turned out to be a strange artifact that could restrain the qi in a cultivator's body. From what Xianxia could tell, there was a cold force seeping into his body that sealed his meridians and caused his strength to become obstructed. Xianxia hurriedly surged the power in his Dao seal to let the golden crow's true fire course through his veins, and the firm yuan nails were immediately burned to ashes, allowing his qi to flow smoothly again. *Xiao. More than 10 figures landed from all directions, surrounding him in the middle, but Xianxia remained calm. Carrying Chu Huasheng in his arms, he glared at his surroundings coldly. If these people believe that my strength has been sealed by the firm yuan nail, then they are in for a rude surprise. Nevertheless, what piqued his curiosity was that these people seemed to have no intention of killing him. Be it the restraining net or the firm yuan nails, they were both only meant to subdue their enemies. Even the short man who attacked him from behind was only attempting to force him into the large net. These people had not displayed any murderous intent from the start. Who are these people? Xianxia initially assumed that they were the disciples of some random sect, however, it did not seem likely now that he had taken a good look at them. That was because they were dressed strangely. Slightly differently from everything he had seen before. The young man in the lead was charismatic and handsome with a jade-like face. As he turned to glance at the short man, he asked, "Are you okay?" The short man shook his head. "His paltry strength is not enough to harm me." The young man coldly snorted, "That guy is severely injured. Did you think you'd be safe otherwise?" The short man looked unconvinced. "I didn't use my full strength either." The young man ignored the short man and swept his gaze over Xianxia. "An outer world visitor?" "Huh?" Xianxia frowned, not quite understanding the question. The young man pointed at the sky. "Are you from the outside world?" Xianxia asked curiously, "Aren't you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly recalled something. The proprietress once mentioned that the blood monster cave heaven not only contained monster beasts but also some natives. Blood monster divine monarch had placed these people into his small universe so that they could thrive and reproduce in order to strengthen the vitality of his small universe. The small universe of a high-rank open heaven realm master would transform from ethereal to corporeal and become essentially no different from a genuine universe world, so it was capable of sustaining living creatures. For that reason, the small universes of many high-rank open heaven realm masters would contain living creatures in them. It was just that these living creatures were bound by certain restraints and could never advance into the open heaven realm, not unless they could somehow escape the small universe they lived in. Could it be that these people in front of me are the natives of the blood monster cave heaven? That must be it. No wonder they are dressed differently from those of us from the outside. Upon realizing this, Xianxia immediately nodded in response, that's right. My companion and I both came from the outside world. The other party did not seem to be malicious, so he had no reason to make things difficult for himself. Besides, he had only just escaped from the clutches of two different enemies, so he truly could not afford to fight another battle at the moment. What he needed was a good rest to heal from his injuries. Has it been 200 years already? The young man muttered under his breath and looked up at Xianxia. Don't be scared. We won't kill you, but you will need to come with us. Xianxia retorted in his heart. I'm not scared. In any case, the other party did not seem to be malicious, so it wouldn't hurt to follow them. He could also take the chance to go to where these people were located to have a good rest. It was not difficult for him to recover, but the main issue was Chu Huashang. Her injuries this time were rather severe. While the young man was speaking, he raised his hand and retrieved the large net. However, he said nothing about the firm yuan nails inside Xianxia's body. In his opinion, Xianxia couldn't even think about escaping as long as the firm yuan nails were there. The group of 10 or so people immediately escorted Xianxia towards the lake. The young man waved the token in his hand and a burst of light flashed across the surface of the lake. Following that, ripples spread across the space in front of them and a city came into view. Xianxia was slightly taken aback by the sight. Although he had discerned that the lake was an illusion array, he never imagined that an entire city was hidden behind it. I brought Chu Huashang right to the gates of their city. No wonder they discovered my presence. At this point, he finally understood something. The place marked on the animal skin map that he obtained from somebody else's space ring was the city. It was not some sort of hidden treasure trove. The person in question probably obtained the map from somewhere else and had no idea about the mysteries behind this place. If that person had found his way here, he would definitely be facing the same situation as what Xianxia was experiencing right now. Upon walking into the city, Xianxia discovered that it was not very large, probably capable of accommodating a few thousand people at most. Great walls surrounded the entire city, all of them equipped with various large-scale ballista-like artifacts. There were also a few artifacts somewhat similar to the cannons of a starship. Furthermore, the sturdy city walls were covered in bloodstains that had turned black with time. Parts of the city walls had collapsed and people were working on repairing them. This place was clearly not some sort of paradise, as there were various signs that it was constantly under attack. It was no wonder that they placed an illusion array on the outside to confuse one's sight. When they walked through the city gates, one of the cultivators on guard noticed the young man and hurriedly cupped his fists in greeting, "Big brother Wu Xian." One of the younger cultivators laughed, "Big brother Wu Xian, you truly are amazing. You captured them so easily. Are these two people from Emerald Thunder City?" The young man shook his head, "No. They are outer world visitors." Outer world visitors. Everybody looked stunned to hear those words and curiously studied Xianxia with a measuring gaze. Although they lived in the blood monster cave heaven, they had all heard their elders talking about the outer world visitors. It was said that every few hundred years, a group of people would enter this world from the outside before disappearing after some time. Nevertheless, it was not until today that many of them saw what an outer world visitor looked like for the first time. They discovered that the outer world visitors were not much different from themselves. Moreover, this man was covered in wounds, so it was obvious that he had fought recently. On the other hand, the woman was unconscious. Her complexion was pale and her aura was weak. That's enough. Guard this place carefully. The young man waved his hands to dismiss the others before leading the group into the city. The streets in the city were very spacious with row upon row of houses located in the surroundings. Xianxia looked around while walking but did not notice anything special about this place. It looked no different from the cities that could be found everywhere in the outside world. Under the guidance of the young man, they headed straight towards the building in the middle of the city. This place was most likely the city lord's mansion. The young man contacted somebody once they arrived and gave a brief report about the situation before requesting that this matter be reported to the city lord so that they could decide on how to deal with young Kai. That person immediately entered the city lord's mansion. However, he soon came back out with a frown on his face. Senior brother Fan, the city lord is currently in retreat. She previously ordered that she was not to be disturbed unless it was for an important matter. What would you? Similarly, Fan Wu Xian frowned upon hearing those words and only spoke up after pondering in silence for a bit. In that case, please place these two in custody for now. We can discuss this matter again once the city lord comes out of retreat. Many thanks, senior brother Fan. That person cupped his fists. It didn't take long for Fan Wu Xian to bring Yang Kai to an underground prison where he gestured with his head, "Get in." Yang Kai glanced at Fan Wu Xian and said nothing. Carrying Chu Huashang in his arms, he squeezed into the prison. He had no intention of arguing with the other party as he was currently a prisoner. Besides, the prison might be on the smaller side, but there were no strange odors. It was also very clean and even had a small bed inside. Fan Wu Xian stood at the door of the prison cell and said, "Please make do with this place for a few days. The city lord will meet you after she comes out of retreat." Yang Kai did not respond. His most pressing concern was treating his wounds. Once he had recovered, nobody in this small city would be able to lift a finger against him, therefore, there was nothing to be worried about. More importantly, the other party believed that he was helpless after being restrained by the firm yuan nail, not realizing that he was not affected in the slightest. Fan Wu Xian was about to turn and leave when the look in his eyes suddenly changed. He lowered his head and glanced in the direction of Yang Kai's waist. Then, he reached out his hand and grabbed the wooden token hanging there. After taking a closer look at the token, he asked curiously, "Where did you get this?" This token was something the proprietress had given to Yang Kai. Back at the palace in the middle of the lake, Yang Kai had made a bluff and hung this token on his waist to frighten Black Crow Divine Monarch. He had been fleeing for his life with Chu Huashang since then, so he had not had the time to store it away. Judging by the way Fan Wu Xian spoke, it would seem that he recognized the token. Yang Kai's eyes flashed for a moment, but without answering the question, he countered with one of his own, "What is this token?" Fan Wu Xian glanced at Yang Kai deeply. Frowning, he did not say anything more. He closed the door and turned to leave without returning the token to Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not ask for the token back. That was something the proprietress had given him, so he could not lose the token so easily. He would just have to retrieve it once he recovered from his injuries. Putting Chu Huashang on the small bed, Yang Kai finally let out a shallow breath of relief. This trip to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had completely exhausted him. Aside from the first few days where things were relatively peaceful, he was first hunted by Black Crow Divine Monarch and subsequently chased by Xianxia. And now, he was being imprisoned in this place. It could be said that his entire journey had been full of ups and downs. Fortunately, he would finally have some peace for the next few days. With his regenerative abilities, he should be able to recover most of his strength in short order. He placed his hand on Chu Huashang's wrist to check the condition of her injuries, but the results made him frown. Her injuries were quite severe and her strength was almost completely exhausted. It was obvious that she had struggled desperately to escape from Xianxia during the 2 days that he was unconscious. Taking out some spirit pills, he ate some himself before stuffing the rest into her mouth. The bed was too small and could only accommodate one person, therefore, Yang Kai flipped himself onto the bed and sat cross-legged at its head. He then placed Chu Huashang's head on his lap and held her wrist with one hand. Activating the wood element power in his Dao seal, he poured the pure energy into her body while simultaneously treating his own injuries. The wood element power condensed from the essence of the immortal tree contained astonishing healing effects, and in less than an hour, Chu Huashang groaned softly and her lashes trembled slightly. "Senior Sister Chu," Yang Kai called out softly. Chu Huashang's long lashes fluttered harder and after a long while, she slowly opened her eyes and immediately looked up to see Yang Kai looking down at her. Blinking, she asked, "Junior brother, are we dead?" "No. we're alive and well. He smiled. No wonder it hurts so much. She forced a smile, but her complexion was still as pale as a sheet of paper. Yang Kai shook his head and chided lightly, since you're awake, senior sister, then don't get distracted. Your top priority should be to treat your injuries. Nodding weakly, she closed her eyes and began circulating some kind of secret art. She could clearly sense a powerful and energetic force flowing into her body through Yang Kai's palm. Wherever that energy flowed, her injuries healed at an unimaginable speed. She initially thought that it would take her 1 or 2 months just to recover, however, judging by the current situation, it would not take longer than a few days at most. Hence, she was secretly amazed at how high the order of the wood element power Yang Kai must have condensed was. She might not have condensed a 7th-order element herself, but she was certain that what she was experiencing was not something a 7th-order power could accomplish. A 7th-order wood element would simply not have such astonishing regenerative properties. Is it an 8th order? Or even, a 9th order? Just what did junior brother condense for him to obtain such a horrifyingly powerful wood element power? Another half a day passed and her cheeks were now much rosier than before while her aura had stabilized somewhat. It was not until this moment that she realized she had been sleeping on Yang Kai's lap all this while. Moreover, they were even sharing a small bed inside a tiny stone room. Junior brother, what is this place? She asked curiously. He answered, inside a city. A city? N. He nodded, there are many natives inside the blood monster cave heaven, and this place is one of the cities where a group of natives reside. We were captured and brought back here. Then, aren't we prisoners? She exclaimed in surprise. Just what happened after I fell unconscious? How did we get captured by the natives? I guess. Yang Kai chuckled. What do we do now? Her expression changed. Who knows whether these natives have any malicious intentions towards us? Since we're already here, then we might as well see how things play out. Let's just focus on recovering for now. What can they do to us once we are fully healed? She frowned and anxiously said, I'm worried that they might do something to us before we recover completely. No, we can't just do nothing and wait for death. Junior brother, please cultivate with me. Yang Kai's eyes bulged as he stared at her, feeling speechless. Senior sister, you're becoming delirious again. She immediately retorted, don't you dare knock me out again. The last time she had mentioned something similar, Yang Kai had knocked her unconscious without any hesitation, therefore, she immediately became vigilant upon hearing those words. Yang Kai was truly exasperated as he grumbled, what does our current situation have to do with cultivating together? As a Yin-Yang Cave Heaven disciple, I have been cultivating a Yin-Yang secret technique since I was young. If we engage in Yin-Yang union cultivation, then we can recover even faster. Even without doing that, our recovery is not slow. Yang Kai chuckled. But, time is of the essence right now, junior brother. Yang Kai fell silent for a moment before he sternly replied, senior sister, Yin-Yang union cultivation should only be done between people who are deeply in love with one another. This is a major life event, you should think this over carefully. Of course, I know that. Junior brother, you are a great candidate. She stared at him with clear eyes. It was just that her charming beauty in addition to her weakened state made her even more alluring than ever. He was stared at so intently that he couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. Thus, he shifted his gaze away and muttered, including meeting here in the blood monster cave heaven, you and I have only met each other twice, senior sister. You don't know what kind of man I am. On the same note, I'm not sure what kind of character senior sister has. With such a loveless foundation, how will we blend with each other seamlessly and perform something like Yin-Yang union cultivation? Feelings can slowly be nurtured in the future, she said confidently, I'm certain that you will surely fall for me once we've performed Yin-Yang union cultivation. Yang Kai scowled and spoke sternly, senior sister, I am not talking about performing Yin-Yang union cultivation. I am talking about your lifelong happiness. You are so beautiful and intelligent, senior sister Chu. You should find somebody who is worthy of entrusting the rest of your life to. She replied, but, I've already found one. Yang Kai was on the verge of a mental breakdown, feeling as though he could not communicate with her at all. What he could be certain of was that she had some feelings of admiration for him, just as he did for her. But there was absolutely no love between them. How could she speak about dual cultivating together so easily? Junior brother, do you think this senior sister is a woman without morals? She suddenly asked. Why would I? He shook his head. Over the past few days of interaction, he had more or less grasped her personality. She was not a loose woman. Otherwise, she would not mention that she had never tasted a man before. With her looks, who could resist her temptation and seduction if she really put her mind to it? She broke into a wide smile. In that case, why do you refuse to cultivate with me, junior brother? The conversation went full circle and came back to this topic again, so Xianxia countered her question with one of his own. Senior sister, why are you so insistent on cultivating with me? Chu Huashang paused for a moment before explaining, I'll have to find somebody sooner or later. Junior brother Yang is an outstanding man. I'll never find somebody like you again if I let you slip away. You don't understand. What I cultivate is the heartless Tao. The heartless Tao? She nodded. As a Yin Cave Heaven disciple, I must first cultivate the heart in order to advance into the open heaven realm. We can either cultivate the heartfelt Tao or the heartless Tao. And I am cultivating the latter. Xianxia frowned slightly. Although he did not know anything about the heartless Tao, the name itself made one uncomfortable. Chu Huashang explained, those who cultivate the heartfelt Tao have to fall in love to enter the Tao, while those who cultivate the heartless Tao have to cut off their affections to enter the Tao. But, both the heartfelt Tao and the heartless Tao will eventually end up at the same destination. In the end, we will achieve the grand Tao and receive recognition as an open heaven realm master. I still don't understand how that is related to why you want to cultivate together with me, senior sister. Stupid. She rolled her eyes at him. I have to cut off my affections in order to create my own Tao. But, I currently have no love to speak of. How am I supposed to cut off my affections and advance into the open heaven realm? He understood. So, you want to fall in love with me and then cut off your affections for me. That's right. She readily admitted and looked at him with a pitiful gaze. Junior brother, just think of it as doing me a favor. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How can there be such strange things in the world? Such a mesmerizing woman wants to cultivate together with me, but it turns out that I'm just doing her a favor? Be that as it may, it was exactly as she said before. Regardless of which Dao Yin Cave Heaven disciples cultivated, they first had to fall in love with someone. Those who cultivated the heartfelt Tao did not need to go through the trouble of cutting off their affections. On the other hand, the heartless Tao could only be cultivated by those with great perseverance, otherwise, they would experience dissonance in their cultivation if they failed to cut off their emotions. The consequences would be unimaginable. Senior sister, do you love me? Xianxia asked. She considered the question seriously before making a pinching gesture with her fingers. A little bit? But, it's not enough. It doesn't matter. I'm certain that I will fall in love with you once I cultivate together with you, junior brother. Xianxia burst out laughing. Love between a man and woman is not quite as simple as how you put it, senior sister. She blinked. Junior brother, you seem very experienced in this field. His face flushed bright red and he quickly changed the topic. Please don't mention cultivating together again. I'm sure you will eventually find the right person for you, senior sister. It's just. That person is not me. Fine. Seeing his firm attitude, she immediately stopped talking about this matter. There were times when it was enough that she had expressed her intentions. It would have the opposite effect if she pressed too hard. Junior brother, are you willing to join Yin Cave Heaven? She abruptly changed the topic. I'll be honest with you. I actually came to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven with another task from the Master Sect. What task? Xianxia asked curiously. Find you and ask you to join Yin Cave Heaven. She explained, I'm sure you don't need me to tell you what kind of situation you're in right now, junior brother. Although you intend to advance into the high-rank open heaven realm directly, you've stepped on too many toes in the process. The cave heavens and paradises only have two attitudes towards an existence like yours. They either want to take the cautious approach and kill you in advance or they want to win you over into their camp. Yin Cave Heaven is part of the latter. Xianxia understood that she must have contributed a lot for Yin Cave Heaven to willingly try to win him over to their side. All of a sudden, what Pei Wenxian mentioned in the past echoed in his ears once more. Pei Wenxian had claimed that he was not the only person in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven who wanted Yang Kai dead. It would now seem that many of the Cave Heaven and Paradise disciples in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were tracking Yang Kai's whereabouts in order to kill him. Although I believed that you would enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, I never imagined that I would encounter you so quickly. It looks like you and I are destined for each other, junior brother. Chu Huashang laughed lightly. Yang Kai asked curiously, Senior sister, you mentioned that Yinyang Cave Heaven wished for me to join them. If I join Yinyang Cave Heaven, will they guarantee that I can advance into the high-rank open heaven realm? If he remembered correctly, the proprietress had clearly mentioned that the cave heavens and paradises would not be able to accept somebody like him with peace of mind. That was because they had no way to guarantee his loyalty. Only those cultivators who were nurtured from birth could safely advance into the high-rank open heaven realm directly. It was just that cultivators like these were incredibly rare throughout the ages, hence, the appearance of anyone who could directly break through to the high-rank open heaven realm was bound to create a huge uproar in the 3,000 worlds. It was not just because the high-rank materials were difficult to find and refine, it was also because forcefully cultivating them when one's Dao seal was not firm enough would only result in death. Even if somebody were to condense high-rank open heaven realm powers, they would face great danger when trying to split heaven and earth apart inside their body to create a small universe. Many talented cultivators who condensed high-rank elements would fail at the last moment and extinguish their souls as a result. No. She shook her head, if you join Yinyang Cave Heaven, you will have to advance into the 6th order open heaven realm. Yang Kai was stunned. He thought that Yinyang Cave Heaven would be able to guarantee that he broke through to the high-rank open heaven realm. Who could have known that their offer came with such a condition? It was just a casual remark in the first place, but what he learned immediately made him lose all interest in Yinyang Cave Heaven. The 6th and 7th order might only be one order apart, but they were fundamentally different. Nevertheless, Yang Kai finally understood why Chu Huashang was acting so forward and kept making those kinds of requests when he met her again this time. If he cultivated together with her, then he would undoubtedly carry Yinyang Cave Heaven's mark. Not only would she be able to complete the task given to her by the master sect, but she would also find a partner to fall in love with. It was killing two birds with one stone. Many thanks, senior sister, for being so frank with me. No matter what her original intentions towards him were, the fact that she could tell him everything without hiding anything indicated that she did not wish to harm him. Junior brother, are you unwilling? She asked. His answer was resolute, I will go forward bravely on the road beneath my feet. I have already seen the path to the high-rank open heaven realm. Even if it is narrow, muddy, and full of thorns, I will not retreat. My Dao heart will become clouded if I choose the easier road instead. Chu Huashang sighed softly, Junior brother, you are still a long way from advancing into the open heaven realm. Many people might have taken notice of you, but they have no intention of making a move against you yet. That is because they are people who must consider their own status. They cannot abuse their strength to crush you, otherwise, it will harm their reputation if word gets out. At the moment, they are only using their juniors to cause trouble for and suppress you. But, if they perceive you as a threat one day, they will neither hold back nor be merciful. Senior sister, can you tell me why the cave heavens and paradises are so sensitive to advancing directly into the high-rank open heaven realm? Yang Kai asked. He could not understand this point no matter how hard he thought about it. He was simply cultivating his own Dao. It was not as if he was harming other people, so why did he end up in this situation for no apparent reason? Chu Huashang explained, I don't know if this is true as it is something I only heard about in rumors. A certain paradise once recruited a talented and promising disciple like you, junior brother. That disciple certainly lived up to expectations and advanced directly into the 7th order open heaven realm and was granted an important position as a result. Subsequently, the cave heaven exhausted all its resources and spent thousands of years helping him advance into the 9th order open heaven realm. In the open heaven realm, the 1st order is the weakest while the 9th order is the strongest. Once he reached the 9th order open heaven realm, there was practically nobody in the 3,000 worlds who was his equal. Afterward, nobody knew the reason why he suddenly had a drastic change of heart, but he went on to slaughter the entire paradise in a single day. Not only did everybody from that paradise lose their lives, but the paradise itself was destroyed. She paused for a moment and highlighted, following those events, the masters of the various cave heavens and paradises who were allies of the previous paradise joined together to hunt him down. Unfortunately, the force sent to subdue him was also wiped out. Moreover, it would seem that this incident caused that person to greatly despise the various cave heavens and paradises. He deliberately went on to wreak havoc for the cave heavens and paradises. For a time, the entire 3,000 worlds was plunged into a reign of terror. All 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises were swept up in this incident. This matter lasted for several hundreds of years. Only then was that person besieged to death. Unfortunately, all the cave heavens and paradises took severe damage as a result. Having learned from the lessons of the past, the current cave heavens and paradises tend to pay great attention to those who advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm, lest the tragedy repeat itself. She carried on, at present, there exists a desolate territory where the space is shattered and the vitality is gone. That is where the final battle took place in the past. It is said that several hundred high-rank open heaven realm masters alone died in that battle. It is impossible to calculate how many mid-rank open heaven realm masters and low-rank open heaven realm masters died as well. Even though so many years have passed, that great territory is still fraught with dangers. The power of all sorts of divine abilities remains. No matter how powerful you are, nobody who enters that place has returned alive. The desolate territory was a battlefield in the past? Xianxia was astonished. In order to locate the star boundary, he once scoured the entire universe chart. Needless to say, he had noticed the existence of the desolate territory. He had not given much thought to this matter at the time and only felt curious as to why there was nothing marked within that desolate territory. Only now did he learn that the desolate territory had such history behind it. Nevertheless, he couldn't help looking down on the cave heavens and paradises that were so sensitive and stressed about something that occurred in the distant past. Instead of guarding against others, why don't they strengthen themselves instead? Junior brother, won't you reconsider? Chu Huashang glanced at him pitifully, but her expression was filled with anticipation. He reached out and flicked her on the forehead, focus on healing. Stop talking so much. She clutched at her forehead and rolled her eyes in frustration. As time passed, their injuries gradually healed and they were no longer as weak as before. Inside the city lord's mansion, Fanwu Xian took out the wooden token that he obtained from Xianxia and played with it. He was extremely curious as the pattern on the wooden token was very familiar to him. It was none other than the insignia of Abundance City. But, why does a wooden token brought in by an outer world visitor have Abundance City's insignia on it? Not to mention, the appearance of this wooden token indicates that it is from hundreds or even thousands of years ago. Unable to solve this puzzling question, Fanwu Xian asked several others about this wooden token. Unfortunately, nobody knew anything either. Perhaps, I will only learn the truth once the city lord comes out of retreat. Just as he was about to put the wooden token away, he suddenly felt a gust of wind brushing against him. Immediately after that, a beardless middle-aged man with a fair face appeared in front of him. Fanwu Xian hurriedly straightened up and cupped his fist, Elder Tan. The person who just arrived was none other than Tan Luoxing, one of the 5 great elders of the Abundance City. He was very powerful and held great authority. Like Tan Luoxing, Fanwu Xian had also condensed the 5th order open heaven realm elements, however, the other party was older than him by several thousands of years. If it really came down to a fight, Fanwu Xian was certain that Tan Luoxing could take his life within 100 moves. Deacon Fan. Tan Luoxing nodded in acknowledgement. I heard you were asking about the origins of a wooden token. Indeed. Fanwu Xian nodded. Is that it? Can I have a look? Tan Luoxing cast his gaze in the direction of Fanwu Xian's hands. Please have a look, Elder Tan. Fanwu Xian immediately handed the wooden token over. While Tan Luoxing was investigating the wooden token, Fanwu Xian briefly recounted the story about how he had captured Xianxia and Chu Huashang. Tan Luoxing's eyes flashed and he narrowed his eyes slightly. Are they really outer world visitors? Yes, they are outer world visitors. Fanwu Xian nodded in confirmation. Elder Tan, do you recognize this wooden token? Do you know what it is? Why does it have abundant cities insignia? I know a little bit, but I will only know whether or not it's as I believe once I meet the person in question. Tan Luoxing clenched the wooden token in his hand and looked up. Where are those two right now? Fan Wu Xian said, the woman is unconscious due to severe injuries while the man is sealed by the firm yuan nails. They are currently being imprisoned in the dungeon. I'll go and take a look. After saying that, Tan Luoxing turned around and left. In the end, he didn't say anything about the wooden token. Although Fan Wu Xian was annoyed, he could not inquire further into the matter. After ruminating over something for a bit, he got up and followed Tan Luoxing. Inside the dungeon, Yang Kai was adjusting his breathing when he abruptly opened his eyes and sent a transmission to Chu Huashang, be careful, senior sister. Someone is coming. Chu Huashang hurriedly sat up at those words, her bright eyes watching the door of the prison vigilantly. All of a sudden, she felt Yang Kai's aura weaken considerably. She immediately understood his intentions and restrained her own energy, pretending that she was still seriously injured and on the verge of death, her complexion as pale as could be. The two of them had only just finished preparing their ruse when a voice rang out from outside the door, "Greetings, Elder Tan." Another person grunted faintly in response, "Are the two people that Deacon Fan captured inside?" "Yes." "Open the door. I'm going in to take a look." "Yes." Soon, the door of the prison cell opened and a beardless middle-aged man with a fair face walked in. His expression was gloomy and slightly anxious. When he looked up and saw Yang Kai, he immediately paused at the door of the cell and a hint of astonishment flashed across his eyes before he blurted out, "It's you." "Huh?" Yang Kai stared at the man suspiciously. "What is he talking about? Do we know each other? So many years have passed. What did you come back here for?" The middle-aged man shouted again. Yang Kai was utterly confused, he had no idea what the middle-aged man was talking about. Just as Yang Kai was about to inquire about the situation, the middle-aged man's expression suddenly turned savage and he gave a low laugh, "It doesn't matter. Since you came back, die." Whilst saying so, he raised a hand and pushed his palm towards Yang Kai as the power of the five elements swirled around him. From the strength of his attack, he had obviously condensed fifth-order open heaven realm elements. Moreover, he must have been immersed in this realm for many years because his control over his five-element powers was incredibly refined and potent. Among all the other half-step open heaven realm masters that Yang Kai had met so far, none of them could surpass this man in this regard. Moreover, this attack was very aggressive and overflowing with murderous intent. It was obvious that the middle-aged man intended to take Yang Kai's life. Yang Kai immediately lost his temper. He had never met this man before, so why was he trying to kill him at their first meeting? If he had not neutralized the firm yuan nails that were placed on him earlier, Yang Kai would have been helpless in the face of this attack. Fortunately, he was no longer bound by such restraints. Lifting his hand, Yang Kai threw his own palm forward while drawing the powers of his Dao seal. His clothes flapped about wildly, making rustling noises even though there was no wind. Kong. Yang Kai's figure swayed slightly and the small bed under him immediately shattered into dust. On the other hand, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically as he was sent flying backward, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood in midair. The violent force from their exchange swirled and swept out in all directions. The dungeon was unable to withstand the impact and came crashing down with a loud rumble. "Let's go." Yang Kai grabbed Chu Huashang's waist with one hand and shot upward. At this moment, Fan Wu Xian was hurrying towards the dungeon, but before he could even reach the entrance, he suddenly heard a violent explosion coming from below. It was followed by the distinctive sounds of battle. He was startled, not knowing what was going on. Before he could understand the situation, the ground collapsed without warning and two figures flashed out from the opening to land not far away from him. Turning around to look in that direction, Fan Wu Xian was shocked by the sight that greeted him. "Isn't that man and woman the two outer world visitors whom I captured and brought back recently?" When he captured them, the woman had been seriously injured and unconscious as a result. Furthermore, he had planted the firm yuan nails in that man himself. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the other party to exert any strength at this moment, but looking at Yang Kai's abundant vitality and violent qi, there were no traces of weakness at all. Hong hong hong, more figures emerged from below, all of them covered in dust. One of them was pale-faced and had blood trickling out of the corners of his mouth. Fan Wu Xian cried out in shock, "Elder Tan." The person who seemed to be injured was none other than Tan Luoxing, who had parted ways with him earlier. Judging by Tan Luoxing's appearance, Fan Wu Xian could tell that the former had been injured by the outer world visitor. Thus, he couldn't help feeling horrified by the discovery. He had a clear understanding of just how strong Tan Luoxing was. The number of people in Abundance City who could win against Tan Luoxing could be counted on one hand. Besides, it had not been long since they separated. How did Tan Luoxing get wounded so quickly? How strong is this outer world visitor for him to do something like this in such a short period of time? Cough. Cough, cough. Tan Luoxing coughed lightly and spat out the blood in his mouth. Staring at Yang Kai with a mixture of shock and horror, he shouted furiously, "This person is not an outer world visitor. He is a spy from Emerald Thunder City. Don't let him escape." When that order rang out, a group of people immediately gathered around from all directions. Fan Wu Xian was stunned. How did these two get tangled up with Emerald Thunder City? Could it be that I was mistaken previously? Are they not outer world visitors but actual spies? Elder Tan must have his own reasons for saying this, but he had no time to think. Hurriedly summoning his longsword, he joined the encirclement. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was holding Chu Huasheng by the waist with one hand, his expression gloomy. He had willingly let himself be captured in this place because he had urgently needed to find a quiet spot to recuperate from his injuries. Who could have known that he would be accused of being a spy and attacked before he had the chance to recover completely? It was only natural that he was in a foul mood. Although he had yet to recover fully at the moment, he was no longer as weak as he was before. It was true that he could not exert his complete strength, but it was not a problem for him to fight at 80% of his maximum. For that reason, he was not scared in the slightest even though a lot of people were gathering around. It was just that this place was the enemy's territory, so it would be rather troublesome if it came down to a fight. Therefore, he turned to look at the middle-aged man coldly and asked, Are you misunderstanding something?" "Misunderstanding?" Tan Luoxing snarled, "Even if you turned into ashes, I would still be able to recognize you." "What do you mean by misunderstanding? What are you all doing?" "Kill him." Following his command, more than 10 figures lunged at Yang Kai from all directions. Every one of them used killing moves as their energy swirled wildly around them. Seeing that, Yang Kai did not dare to underestimate them. He lifted his hand and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear into his grip. A bright light flashed, seemingly shocking the entire world as spear shadows flew in all directions. Numerous cries of agony rang out as the people who threw themselves at Yang Kai were all thrown backwards. Each one of them collapsed to the ground, bleeding profusely. The others in the surroundings were shocked by the sight. Just who the hell is this guy? How is he so fierce? Is he really a spy from Emerald Thunder City? It was only a short moment of hesitation, but Yang Kai had already broken out of the encirclement during that time. Everywhere he passed, a reign of terror was left in his wake. Fan Wu Xian was completely dumbfounded as a chill ran down from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. He had not realized just how powerful this man was when he first led his men to capture these two people. If this man had revealed such ability at that time, he and his men would not have been able to return alive. It was obvious that the other party had been terribly injured earlier but had recovered somewhat now. "Watch out, Deacon Fan!" A shout broke Fan Wu Xian out of his daze. He looked up and felt fear flooding his heart. The outer world visitor was charging straight in his direction, sending numerous figures flying along the way. Fresh blood splattered across the skies and screams reverberated through the air. Fan Wu Xian quickly focused himself. With death looming right before his eyes, he slashed his sword wildly, sending out a torrent of sword waves towards the enemy. There seemed to be no end to the sounds of the sword waves slicing through the air, completely obscuring the figure of the outer world visitor. "Did I get him?" Fan Wu Xian frowned, still feeling extremely uneasy. It was as if a giant ominous beast had rushed out from ancient history. When the sword waves shattered, Fan Wu Xian saw a spear rapidly enlarging in front of his eyes. Oh, no! He wanted to avoid the attack, but that spear seemed to block out all the light in front of him. There was no way for him to dodge. I'm going to die. The moment that thought appeared, Fan Wu Xian felt an intense pain coming from somewhere in his body and immediately collapsed to the ground. A short while later though, he was stunned to discover that he was still breathing. Looking down, he saw that he was covered in blood and there was a wound at his waist area that had penetrated right through his body. Nevertheless, considering his half-step open heaven realm cultivation, such an injury could be considered neither light nor serious because his vitals had not been destroyed. I can't believe I'm not dead. Did he miss? All of a sudden, a series of groaning sounds entered Fan Wu Xian's ears. Looking up, he was stunned by the sight before him. All the people who were defeated by the outer world visitor earlier were injured and bleeding, but not one of them had died. After witnessing this scene, how could Fan Wu Xian not understand? The other party had not missed, rather, he had held back. He had no intention of killing anybody and was simply fighting back and defending himself. Fan Wu Xian looked around once more and saw countless cultivators of Abundance City continuing to besiege the outer world visitor, however, none of them could even slow him down. Yang Kai left a path of destruction everywhere he went, mowing down his opponents as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. On the other hand, the cultivators of Abundance City were cut down like wheat in a storm, collapsing to the ground one after another. Is he really human? Fan Wu Xian looked dumbstruck. Kill him. Tan Luoxing roared furiously with a savage expression as he, too, charged in the direction where Yang Kai was located. Fan Wu Xian hurriedly followed suit after circulating his strength to staunch his bleeding. There was no other choice. He was the one who captured these people in the first place, so he could not just leave them be. Although the other party was still showing mercy, Fan Wu Xian could not just sit around and watch as he caused such a huge commotion in Abundance City. Meanwhile, Yang Kai charged forward with his spear in hand, fighting his way through the city. He was extremely annoyed by now. It was not a pleasant experience to be besieged for no reason. Although he believed that there was a misunderstanding, he had no idea who to approach to resolve the situation. Thus, he could only fight while running. He initially wanted to find a way to leave the city, but he couldn't find the exit at all. This city was guarded by a powerful spirit array and there seemed to be no way out unless it was deactivated or opened. He had not killed any of the native cultivators here so as not to create an irresolvable grudge between the two sides. There was still room for resolving this misunderstanding as long as he did not kill anybody. On the contrary, he would have no choice but to fight to the end if he launched a slaughter. Fortunately, all the cultivators in this city were now aware of Yang Kai's strength after his astonishing display just now. Nobody dared to approach him carelessly, but there was still a large group of people surrounding him from afar no matter where he went. Even though they had him surrounded though, they were the ones gulping nervously as terror and panic filled their faces. Yang Kai held his spear in hand while Chu Huasheng followed behind him at a leisurely pace. The more she watched this junior brother of hers, the deeper her impression of how extraordinary he was grew. When she thought back to the hardships and dangers that they experienced together, an indescribable and unfamiliar emotion began to blossom in her heart. Abundance City was a complete mess. Countless cultivators were gathered around in all directions with Yang Kai at their center. Most of these cultivators looked terrified and were nervously gulping. They moved quickly with Yang Kai's every movement, maintaining a distance of several dozen meters from him at all times. Meanwhile, Yang Kai scurried around the city with Chu Huasheng in tow. He had failed to locate the exit of this city's grand array despite searching for over an incense stick worth of time, thus, his patience was wearing thin. He reached out a hand and space principles fluctuated before a young man appeared in his grasp. That young man had originally been standing 50 meters away from Yang Kai, but before he could realize what was going on, he felt something tightening around his neck. He looked up and saw Yang Kai staring at him with a dark expression. Screaming in fear, he instinctively tried to fight back, however, a mighty force filled the other party's palm and flooded his body, making him unable to exert any strength at all. "Where's the exit?" Yang Kai asked sullenly. Pale with fright, the young man swallowed nervously. A look of hesitation and struggle flashed across his face, but he soon closed his eyes and grit his teeth with a look that indicated he was resigned to his fate. "How brave!" Yang Kai coldly snorted. Increasing the strength in his hand slightly, he threatened the young man, "I'll ask you one last time. Where is the exit? I'll kill you if you don't talk." The young man gritted his teeth tightly together. Even though he looked extremely frightened, he refused to say a single word. Xianxia turned to look at his surroundings. Countless pairs of eyes stared back at him, flickering with fright and anger as though he was some kind of wicked villain. He was so furious that he wanted to laugh. Lifting the young man in his hand high into the air, he snarled savagely, "Release the city's grand array and let me out. Otherwise, I will raze this entire city to the ground and leave no man alive." Nobody responded, but his words made everybody's expression change drastically. Nobody answered his demand either. It could be seen that although this city and population was not very large, they were incredibly united. Thinking about it, it was not that strange. Every corner of the blood monster cave heaven was filled with danger, so if natives were not unified, it would be difficult for them to survive in this harsh environment. "Junior brother, are we really going to kill them?" Chu Huashang asked in a whisper. "Senior sister, please don't be impatient. Just follow me closely." "N." She nodded and snuggled tightly against him. Afterward, Xianxia turned his head to look at the middle-aged man who attacked him earlier. The people here called him Elder Tan. He probably holds some sway in this city. I might be able to discover the location of the Grand Array's portal from this man. When Tan Luoxing noticed Xianxia looking in his direction, his expression changed considerably and he subconsciously took several steps back. He had exchanged blows with Xianxia back at the prison, which nearly resulted in his death, therefore, he had a deep understanding of the latter's strength. This man was not somebody he could defeat. In fact, they could not stop him even after all the forces within Abundance City were mobilized. At this point, he seriously doubted that anybody in Abundance City could prevent Xianxia from wiping out the city if so chose to. At this moment, a shadow rushed over and landed not far away from Xianxia. It transformed into a girl that looked quite young. She was dressed like a maidservant and in addition, she had a playful and pure appearance. Upon seeing the situation within the city, the young girl revealed an expression of astonishment. Then, her beautiful eyes landed on Xianxia. She swept a measuring gaze over his body as though trying to assess him. "Be careful, Lady Jing." "This person," Fan Wu Xian shouted. After mulling for a long while, he finally added, "He is unfathomable." Lady Jing nodded lightly. Giving Xianxia an elegant bow, she gently said, "This maid greets you, sir. What do you want?" Xianxia glanced sideways at her. She said, "I wouldn't dare. The city lord wishes to speak with you." "The city lord?" Xianxia squinted at the location in the middle of the city. Fan Wu Xian had brought him there once, but the city lord had been in retreat at the time. That was why he and Chu Huashang were eventually thrown into the dungeon. "It seems that all the commotion I caused here has roused the city lord from her retreat. Nevertheless, this city lord is certainly quite an interesting woman." Even though he had made such a huge fuss in Abundance City, this person was still inviting him over for a chat. It went to show that the other party was either very generous, or was as timid as a mouse. Judging by the maid-servant's attitude, the former was more probable. Just as Xianxia was about to nod in agreement, Tan Luoxing suddenly shouted, "You can't. This person is a spy sent by Emerald Thunder City. Furthermore, he is very strong. If we recklessly allow him to approach the city lord, the consequences will be dire. Everybody, please work with me to kill this man to prevent any further troubles." Xianxia was furious. Just what is wrong with this Tan Luoxing? Why does he keep accusing me of being a spy from Emerald Thunder City? Listening to those accusations caused his murderous intent to rise, tempting him to kill this person on the spot with his spear. Lady Jing, however, smiled and refuted, "Elder Tan, please watch what you say. The city lord has made her decision. What's more, if this man is as strong as you say, were he a spy sent by Emerald Thunder City, the city would be flowing with rivers of blood by this point. Nobody in Abundance City can stop him after all." However, that is not the case. While it is true that many of our people have been injured, not a single of them lost their life. It can be seen that this man has held back. I'm sure there's a misunderstanding somewhere. At least the city lord is sensible. Yang Kai nodded to himself, the rage in his heart subsiding slightly. Sir, madam, please come this way. After saying that, she turned sideways and gestured with her hand to show them the way. Chu Huashang blushed, I'm not a madam. It was her first time being addressed in that manner, so it felt strange to her ears. Lead the way. Yang Kai put away the azure dragon spear, released the young man in his grasp, and nodded in acknowledgement. Lady Jing looked to the side, Deacon Fan, please come with us. I heard that you are the one who brought the sir and lady back. Yes. Fan Wu Xian responded as he clutched at his waist with one hand, his complexion pale. That spot was where Yang Kai had stabbed him with his spear earlier. Even now, the bleeding has not stopped completely. Everyone, please disperse. Those who are injured should receive proper treatment for your wounds. Lady Jing waved her hands to dismiss the others before stepping forward to lead the way. On the other hand, Tan Luoxing could only watch helplessly as Yang Kai and the others departed. He was anxious and furious, but unfortunately, it was impossible to stop them with his current strength alone. He clenched his fists and ground his teeth, knowing that he was finished the moment that person entered the city lord's mansion. He would no longer have a place in Abundance City. Staring in the direction of the city lord's mansion that held so many of his memories, he immediately flew towards his residence. The city lord's mansion was probably the largest building in Abundance City. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang had been here before, but they had not been able to enter at the time. Now though, they had a smooth journey under Lady Jing's guidance and soon arrived at the main hall. Lady Jing stopped outside the doors and announced, City Lord, I brought them here. Since you're here, then please come in. A gentle voice came from within. Sir, please come this way. Lady Jing gestured forward. Yang Kai nodded and strode inside with Chu Huashang. Upon entering the main hall, he immediately felt a dozen or so divine senses shrouding him. He looked up and saw 4 people sitting at the head of the hall. There were 2 on each side, including both men and women. The others were hidden in the shadows, remaining alert and vigilant against him. He was not bothered by their attitudes, after all, he had caused a huge commotion in the city earlier. Even if they invited him here, it was only natural that they took some precautions. Meanwhile, the 4 people sitting in the main hall were on par with Elder Tan in terms of strength. They were probably the highest level elders in Abundance City. Besides them, a woman dressed in imperial dress sat demurely on the head seat located at the central platform. When their gazes met, Yang Kai discovered that this woman looked to be in her 30s. Time had not left any traces on her face and her appearance was dignified, looking like a true young lady of the house. What surprised him even more was that the city lord abruptly stood up from her chair the moment their gazes met. She was not the only one to do so, as the other people sitting around them had the same reaction. All of them stood up abruptly and stared at him in shock. In addition, the city lord's eyes reddened, her breathing quickened, and her body trembled lightly. She covered her red lips with one hand. It's you! An elderly man on the left shouted. Yang Kai turned to look in that direction and studied the man, having no clue who he was. He had heard these words twice now. The first time was when Elder Tan met him, and the second was in this place. That was not all. The people here had reacted strangely when they saw him, so much so that the city lord even lost all her composure for some reason. Yang Kai frowned as various thoughts ran through his head. Have you mistaken me for somebody else? If they did not mistake him for somebody else, then how could they have these kinds of reactions? As soon as those words left his mouth, everybody stiffened in surprise, then, they all turned to look at the city lord in unison. The city lord's eyes were red as she called out, Tingyu, is that you? Her voice trembled slightly, sounding weak and desolate. Like a woman calling out to her lover after waiting for many years. Her voice was filled with longing but also mixed with a trace of resentment. Upon hearing the name Tingyu, Yang Kai immediately understood what was going on. The people here had indeed mistaken him for somebody else. Madam, are you referring to Lan Tingyu? Yang Kai asked. Everybody was stunned once more. The city lord's tender body trembled at those words. Her figure fluttered lightly as she came to stand in front of Yang Kai. She studied him carefully while weeping softly, however, her expression became disappointed after taking a closer look at him. You're not him. She slowly shook her head repeatedly. Turning around, she slowly walked back to her seat and sat down as though all the strength in her body was gone. Even her complexion looked lifeless. The elderly man who spoke up earlier took a good look at Yang Kai and asked suspiciously, "Are you not Lan Tingyu?" Yang Kai kept his fist. Yang Kai greets fellow cultivators. Everybody exchanged glances with each other when they heard his greeting, while one of the women couldn't stop herself from muttering, "How can they look so alike?" Another middle-aged man said, "It's probably not Brother Lan. It has been nearly 1,000 years since we last saw Brother Lan, but this man still looks so young." Yes. What Elder Peng says makes sense. Could he be a descendant of Brother Lan's? Otherwise, how can they be so alike? The last person who abruptly voiced out a whimsical thought was a fatty. The words had just left his mouth when the woman next to him viciously stomped on his foot. The pain was so intense that he grimaced and he called out, "Why did you step on my foot?" That woman glared at the fatty fiercely and gestured upwards with her mouth. The fatty immediately fell silent and sneakily stole a glance in that direction. The city lord was staring at Yang Kai blankly, her eyes seemingly flashing with memories of the distant past. "I am not acquainted with Lan Tingyu nor have any relationship with him," Yang Kai slowly explained. He had only heard about Lan Tingyu from Yuhi and the proprietress. Back when Yuhi first saw him, she had also shouted out the name Tingyu. "But, you look so alike." Some people remained consumed by a sense of disbelief. Yang Kai did not say anything else. After all, he had already expressed his point to them clearly. Judging by the current situation, it would seem that Lan Tingyu had not only visited this place in the past but was also acquainted with the people here. Why else would they have mistaken him for Lan Tingyu when they first saw him? And, that city lord, Yang Kai observed the city lord's expression, secretly thinking to himself that she must have held deep feelings for Lan Tingyu. If not, she would not have been this agitated. Lan Tingyu sure was popular. First, there was Yuhi, and now, there's this city lord. Not to mention, the city lord lives in the blood monster cave heaven. TSK. Tisk. All of a sudden, he was reminded of the wooden token that the proprietress had given to him. At the time, she mentioned that it was a favor. It would now seem that the wooden token was most likely connected to the people here. She had also hesitated to say anything and looked a little helpless when she handed the wooden token to him. Her reaction seemed to be related to the current situation. She probably expected the situation to turn out this way if he came to this place. It was just that this place was so well hidden. If Yang Kai had not been chased or coincidentally obtained the map, he would not have stumbled upon this place. Various coincidences had come together to allow him to come here and meet the people in front of him. This queen has embarrassed herself in front of you, honored guest. Please forgive me. The city lord was naturally not an ordinary woman though. Although she had been emotionally shaken upon meeting him, she quickly recovered her composure after confirming that he was not Lan Tingyu. It could be seen just how firm and steady her will was. For a woman to have such strong mental cultivation, it was no wonder that she could sit on the throne of the city lord. "You're too polite, city lord." Yang Kai nodded lightly and asked, "May I know your names?" "This queen's name is Mo Mei. I am the city lord of Abundance City," the lady answered. Following that, she introduced the other 4 people to him. These people were the elders of Abundance City. The female elder was called Mu Xianxia, the middle-aged man was Peng Duo, the old man was Gong Yangxi, and the slightly chubby man was called Jin Yuan Lang. There are 5 elders in Abundance City. The last being Tan Luo Xing. "I believe you've met Elder Tan already." Yang Kai couldn't help coldly snorting. It was that very Elder Tan who had repeatedly slandered and accused him of being Emerald Thunder City's spy. That was what caused the huge commotion in the first place. "Where is Elder Tan?" Mo Mei suddenly asked. Lady Jing replied, "I noticed that Elder Tan seemed to be injured earlier. He is probably treating his wounds right now." While speaking, she snuck a glance at Yang Kai. If she had to be honest, she had been extremely shocked to see the scene of wounded lying all over the ground when she arrived on the scene just now. City Lord Mo Mei nodded lightly at those words. Peng Duo then asked, "Little brother Yang, how do you know about Lan Tingyu if you are not acquainted with brother Lan?" Yang Kai answered, "Lan Yurua, Yuhi, and I are close acquaintances. It is through them that I learned about Lan Tingyu's existence." So that's how it is. Peng Duo immediately understood the situation. Jin Yuanlang asked, how is Brother Lan doing now? Yang Kai turned to look at Jin Yuanlang with a slight frown. Based on what he heard from these people and what he understood from their actions, it was likely that Lan Tingyu, the proprietress, and He had come to Abundance City together and obtained that wooden token. Furthermore, City Lord Mo may seem to have fallen deeply in love with Lan Tingyu here. Unfortunately, this was the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Outsiders would be forced to leave once the time limit was up, so there was no way for them to send word of what happened later to Abundance City. In other words, these people had no idea that Lan Tingyu had died a long time ago. Worried about how City Lord Mo would react, Yang Kai was not sure whether he should tell them the truth. He pondered in silence for a time before deciding that honesty would be best here and explained, you might not be aware, but Lan Tingyu died a long time ago. As soon as the statement came out, Mo's body shook violently. Her emotions that had just stabilized became disordered again. Peng Duo and the others glanced at her worriedly while Mu Xianxia quickly said, our condolences, City Lord. Please restrain your grief. Mo lowered her head so that her hair obscured her eyes and cast a dense shadow over her face. They could not read her expression. Nevertheless, she slowly raised her hand and said, it's fine. I had a feeling that was the case. Why else would he fail to return after so long, unless something had happened to him? He promised to bring us out of this place back then after all. Seeing how she forced herself to remain strong and endured the pain even though it felt like thousands of blades were slicing her heart, the elders felt sad too. However, they did not know how to comfort her. It was not just Mo of course, the rest of them had also speculated that something had happened to Lan Tingyu. It was just that they never received any news from the outside world, so they continued to hold on to that glimmer of hope. Now that they knew the truth, even that glimmer no longer existed. Were you all very close to Lan Tingyu? Yang Kai asked after observing them. Peng Duo replied, to tell you the truth, little brother, Abundance City was founded with the help of Brother Lan. If not for Brother Lan, we all would have perished long ago under the claws of the monster beasts. It can be said that Brother Lan is our savior. Is that how it is? Yang Kai was astonished. No wonder the proprietress claimed that the wooden token was a favor. It turned out to be a favor indeed. Abundance City was only established with Lan Tingyu's help. That's one heck of a favor. Yang Kai secretly guessed that Lan Tingyu and the proprietress encountered these people from Abundance City when they entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven back then and forged bonds of affection and friendship with each other. They later helped the people here to establish Abundance City and promised to find an opportunity to bring them out of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It was just that fate had other plans. After Lan Tingyu left the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, the heaven-defying opportunities he obtained made him the target of various cave heavens and paradises. These opportunities eventually cost him his life. Needless to say, he never returned to this place again. Over 1,000 years had passed since then. That was why these people had mistaken Yang Kai for Lan Tingyu when he first came here. It was also why Tan Luoxing was so shocked and blurted out, why did you come back here after so many years? Upon considering all this, Yang Kai suddenly felt as though things were not adding up, so he hurriedly asked, has Elder Tan Luoxing ever met Lan Tingyu in the past? Jin Yuanlang nodded, of course. Elder Tan and the rest of us here can be considered the earliest residents of Abundance City. When we first arrived at this place, there were only a few dozen of us. It was only after so many years of progress that we reached our current scale. Yang Kai wrinkled his brow, that's strange. If Elder Tan is acquainted with Lan Tingyu and mistook me for him, why did he insist on slandering and accusing me of being a spy from Emerald Thunder City? He tried to kill me as soon as he saw me. If not for the fact that I have some skill, I would be nothing more than a corpse by now. I don't even know where Emerald Thunder City is located. Something like that happened. Peng Duo was surprised. Mu Qianxian pondered in silence, but a moment later, she glanced in Mo Mei's direction and heaved a heavy sigh without saying anything. Similarly, the others seemed to understand something and their expressions became ugly. Chu Huashang suddenly whispered from behind Yang Kai, junior brother, it seems that Elder Tan regarded you as a love rival. Realization dawned on Yang Kai after listening to her words. Everything made sense if that was truly the case. Tan Luoxing was in love with City Lord Mo Mei, but Mo Mei only had eyes for Lan Tingyu. It was just that Lan Tingyu failed to appear after so many years, leading Tan Luoxing to believe that he still had a chance with her. Unfortunately, Yang Kai happened to arrive at this place at this time and had his wooden token taken away by Fan Wu Xian. Only one such wooden token had been issued by Abundance City throughout history. It was something that Lan Tingyu took with him when he left. Only a dozen or so people knew about the existence of this wooden token, and out of all the people who knew about the situation, many had died over the years. Mo Mei and the 5 elders were the only ones left who knew about the origins of this wooden token. When Tan Luoxing saw the wooden token, he naturally sought to investigate the situation thoroughly. In the end, he saw Yang Kai and mistakenly assumed that Lan Tingyu had returned, sparking a murderous impulse in his heart. He immediately tried to kill Yang Kai while the latter was bound by the restraints of the firm yuan nail. Who would have learned the truth if he destroyed the corpse and removed all evidence? It was Tan Luoxing's bad luck that Yang Kai was not bound by the restraints of the firm yuan nail at all. Yang Kai wounded him with a single palm strike. Afterward, things spiraled out of control until there was no turning back. Jinger, summon Elder Tan here at once. I have something to ask him. Mo Mei's expression was filled with rage. Jinger bowed, yes. Immediately afterward, she flew out of the city lord's mansion to search for Tan Luoxing. Peng Duo glanced at Fan Wu Xian, who had followed along. Deacon Fan, I heard that you were the one to bring Brother Yang and his companion back. Fan Wu Xian quickly replied, that's right. A few days ago, my men and I were guarding the Grand Array portal when we suddenly noticed a figure approaching, as though searching for something. Worried that it might be a spy sent by Emerald Thunder City to collect intelligence, I led my men to attack and capture the senior brother and senior sister. I can now see that it was all just a misunderstanding. While speaking, he cupped his fist at Yang Kai and Chu Huashang to express his apology, secretly afraid. It was fortunate that Yang Kai had been injured at the time and lost most of his combat capabilities. Fan Wu Xian could not have brought his men back safe and sound otherwise. What happened afterward? Peng Duo asked again. Fan Wu Xian immediately recounted what happened in detail. When he saw the pattern on the wooden token, he felt that it was very similar to the symbol of Abundance City, thus, he took possession of it and went around asking about it. To his surprise, nobody knew about the wooden token. Tan Luoxing came looking for him after hearing the news and later took the wooden token and headed straight for the dungeon. What followed was a huge commotion. Tan Luoxing had issued an order for all the cultivators in Abundance City to besiege Yang Kai, in the name of killing a spy. Consequently, many people were wounded by Yang Kai. Upon hearing that Tan Luoxing had repeatedly accused Yang Kai of being Emerald Thunder City's spy, the expressions of the elders became rather ugly. Even if they ignored the fact that the city lord and Lan Tingyu were deeply in love with one another, Abundance City was first established with the help of Lan Tingyu and the others. Therefore, everyone in Abundance City essentially owed their lives to Lan Tingyu. Tan Luoxing had been blinded by jealousy and acted foolishly. As one of the 5 great elders of Abundance City, his actions undoubtedly repaid kindness with enmity and brought shame to them all. Where is the wooden token now? Mu Xianxia asked. Fan Wu Xian replied, with Elder Tan. Mo Mei interjected, the wooden token is not important. We only gave Tingyu a faith token back then because he and the others helped to establish Abundance City at the beginning. Abundance City owes the bearer of the wooden token a great favor. Yang Kai, you are the one who brought the wooden token here. If there is anything you need, please speak freely. Abundance City will not refuse as long as it can satisfy your demands. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at those words and he quickly asked, does Abundance City have any 7th order Yin or metal element monster cores? Peng Duo laughed bitterly at those words, little brother Yang, do you think we have the strength to kill a 7th order monster beast? If a 7th order monster beast were to appear here, Abundance City would have been razed to the ground a long time ago. We don't have any 6th order monster cores in stock in Abundance City either. If you need any 5th order monster cores, then we might be able to share some with you. What use are 5th order monster cores to me? Abundance City had existed for thousands of years, so Yang Kai originally thought that it would have accumulated some monster cores over the years. There was a possibility that they had what he needed. Only now did he learn that Abundance City was not as wealthy as he imagined. It made sense when he thought about it though. He estimated that a 7th-order monster beast could exert strength equivalent to a mid-rank open heaven realm master. How could they win against a 7th-order monster beast with their strength? Since there were no 7th-order monster cores available, then he had nothing else to ask for. In any case, he only came here to treat his wounds. Now that he was almost fully recovered, it was time for him to leave. A blanket of silence fell over the scene. Wu Xian, why don't you take your leave? You should get your wounds treated properly. A short while later, Peng Duo dismissed Fan Wu Xian with a wave of his hand. Fan Wu Xian left immediately. At this moment, Jing'e returned. It was just that she was alone. Moreover, she had a strange expression on her face. The generally taciturn Gong Yang she was puzzled and asked, "Where is Elder Tan?" She replied, "I couldn't find Elder Tan. His residence is empty." How can that be? Peng Duo was astonished. Have you searched the city? Is Elder Tan treating his wounds somewhere else? Before she could respond, they heard a rush of footsteps coming from outside. Immediately after that, a person urgently shouted, reporting. Golden Gorilla King is here. What? Jing Yuanlang shouted. He was so shocked that he jumped up from his chair. Why is he here again? Didn't he come here just a few days ago? Likewise, the others also looked solemn. It was as though something major was about to happen. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang exchanged glances with each other. They did not know who this Golden Gorilla King was, that he could make the people of Abundance City react like they were about to engage a formidable enemy. Reporting. Another shout entered their ears. That shout was followed by a figure landing in the city lord's main hall. Speak. Mo Mei shouted with great majesty. That person cupped his fists. City Lord, Elder Tan forcibly opened the Grand Array barrier and fled on his own just now. At this moment, the Grand Array is not functioning and the entrance to the city is wide open. Bastard! Mo Mei leapt to her feet with a furious roar while the expression of the others also changed greatly. This truly was a case where when it rained, it poured. Golden Gorilla King's sudden arrival was bad enough, but they could have dealt with the situation no matter how dangerous and critical it was so long as the Grand Array remained intact. However, Tan Luoxing had forced open the Grand Array barrier and caused problems with its operation. It was like throwing Abundance City into the fire and roasting them on a stake. If they failed to handle this matter properly, there was a high chance that Abundance City would be reduced to ashes today. Peng Duo was stunned. Why did Elder Tan forcibly open the Grand Array? Why did he leave? Chu Huashang said, "Are you stupid? It's obvious that bastard surnamed Tan ran away." Ran away? He sounded like he couldn't believe it. He was just about to ask why Tan Luoxing would flee when he suddenly realized something. Tan Luoxing clearly knew that he had been exposed for slandering Yang Kai. He was afraid of being punished by the city lord and felt too humiliated to remain in Abundance City. That was why he hurriedly fled. After all, the commotion earlier was quite large. Although nobody died, it was only because Yang Kai had held back. Nevertheless, countless people were injured as a result. If it wasn't for Tan Luoxing's slanderous words, those incidents would not have occurred. As an elder of Abundance City, he allowed jealousy to blind him, not only causing him to repay kindness with enmity and bring shame to Abundance City, but also resulting in great losses to Abundance City. Therefore, he simply had no face to stay. Leave aside the matters involving Elder Tan for now. Our priority at the moment is dealing with Golden Gorilla King. Mo Mei walked down from the city lord's throne. Her voice was steady and her appearance was imposing as she began issuing orders. Since he came here, he must want a tribute. He will leave as long as we can fulfill his requirements. Elder Mu, how many offerings does Abundance City have left? Mu Qianxian replied, there's not much left, only 4 or 5 monster cores at most. Golden Gorilla King usually only comes once or twice a year, so we have enough time to hunt monster beasts and gather the necessary tribute. It has only been a month since he last came here though. We emptied out our inventory at the time. Moreover, the team we sent out to hunt monster beasts has yet to return. What tributes could we possibly have? Despite knowing that this was a possible outcome, Mo Mei still felt her heart sinking in despair after listening to Mu Qianxian's report. Without enough tribute, they could not send Golden Gorilla King away peacefully. That could mean annihilation for Abundant City. City Lord, Elders, Golden Gorilla King seems to be heavily injured, the cultivator who reported this news earlier added. Golden Gorilla King is injured? A light flashed in Gong Yangxi's eyes and he nodded. That explains why he came back so soon. It's obvious he wants the tributes to treat his wounds. Jin Yuanlang smiled bitterly, but we don't have any offerings for him. I wonder if he will become enraged. Mo Mei sighed. Regardless of the circumstances, we should go out and meet him. Let's hope it's a blessing, not a curse. Even if it is a curse though, it can't be avoided. It's best if he can retreat peacefully. Otherwise, we can only draw upon the strength of the entire city to fight him. After saying that, she turned to look at Yang Kai and added, Sir Yang, Abundant City has wronged you regarding the matter with Elder Tan. Once this queen finishes dealing with Golden Gorilla King, I will discuss the finer details with you. Yang Kai nonchalantly replied, Please don't worry about that, City Lord. As you've said, all this was caused by Elder Tan. What happened previously was just a big misunderstanding. On the other hand, I injured many of your people and should be asking for your forgiveness, City Lord Mo. As for this Golden Gorilla King, please allow us to come along if you don't mind. Mo Mei glanced at him and gently nodded with a grateful expression on her face. Many thanks, Sir Yang. Yang Kai had the strength to throw Abundant City into chaos, which clearly showed that he was very powerful. He could provide extra protection if he came along. Nevertheless, Mo Mei couldn't help feeling ashamed. Abundant City was supposed to return Yang Kai a favor, but instead a huge misunderstanding had caused him to suffer. Now, even after all that, he was voluntarily offering them his assistance. Sir Yang not only looks very similar to Tingyu, but he also has the same old-fashioned compassion. If Lan Tingyu had not rescued us back then, we would not have survived this long. We would have long been eaten by monster beasts. From Yang Kai's point of view, Abundant City was jointly established with the help of the proprietress and Yu He, so now that it was in trouble, he could not just sit back and ignore them. Although his injuries had yet to recover fully and he could not exert his complete strength, it would not be a problem for him to bring out 80% of his maximum. While speeding forward, Yang Kai was just about to ask about Golden Gorilla King when he suddenly heard an earth-shaking roar coming from not far away. This sound was a beast's howl which clearly came from a monster beast moreover. It also sounded very familiar, like he had heard this roar somewhere before. When he followed Mo Mei and the others to the Grand Array portal, Yang Kai looked out and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What a coincidence! At this moment, the barrier of Abundant City's Grand Array had been damaged after being forcibly opened by Tan Luoxing during his escape and could not close properly as a result. A gorilla glowing with golden light was standing in front of the wide-open portal with his hands on the ground and his head held high. He was several tens of meters tall. Not to mention, he was looking down on the crowd with a contemptuous gaze as though he was looking at a group of ants. Moreover, his expression seemed impatient. A while ago, Yang Kai had witnessed this gorilla fighting a life-or-death battle with a wolf. Their fight had shaken the very world itself. Yang Kai previously used the gorilla and the wolf as a deterrent to escaping Xianxia and his lackeys before he later arrived at Abundant City. When Mo Mei and the others mentioned a Golden Gorilla King, Yang Kai mistakenly assumed that they were referring to some powerful cultivator. Only now did he realize that the other party was actually a sixth-order monster beast. Yang Kai did not know what the outcome of the fight between the gorilla and the wolf was, however, he had the feeling that the gorilla did not win. That was because Golden Gorilla King was covered in wounds and dripping with blood. It was obvious that the wolf had bitten him and torn large chunks of flesh from his body. Even the golden light covering him seemed a little dim and his aura was rather weak. Mo Mei and the others came to a stop several hundred meters away from Golden Gorilla King, each of them wearing a solemn expression. They bowed to him before Mo Mei spoke. Golden Gorilla King, why have you returned to Abundant City so quickly? Golden Gorilla King lowered his head and growled something. The meaning was unclear, but the way he behaved indicated that he understood what they were saying. It could be seen that his sentience was quite high. Mo Mei shook her head. We've handed all the tributes we gathered to you earlier. Abundant City does not have any offerings left. We are powerless to help you even if you come here. Ho, Golden Gorilla King flew into a rage. He lowered his head and let out a fierce howl, baring his fangs at them. A violent wind blew in their direction, causing Mo Mei's hair to fly out in the wind. Even so, she remained motionless. Her expression did not change even when she stood in front of a furious sixth-order monster beast, showing her strong spiritual cultivation. Mo Mei continued once the noise faded, Abundance City will support you if you wish to treat your wounds. It's just that we don't have what you need. Nothing will change even if you lose your temper. Ho, Golden Gorilla King let out another furious roar. Not only did he roar louder than before, but he also ran around and smashed several houses with his fists. Afterward, he waved his enormous fist at Mo Mei and the others as though saying, "Are you scared?" Many of the cultivators who had gathered around couldn't help taking several steps back. On the other hand, Mo Mei did not move. She simply called out calmly, "You are injured right now. It's best not to get angry so easily, otherwise, it will be harder for you to recover." Golden Gorilla King ignored her completely, like a child throwing a temper tantrum. He was enraged because he could not get what he wanted. Clenching his fists tightly, he punched the ground repeatedly. Violent monster chi spread out in all directions, causing many to look terrified. Yang Kai quietly asked Jin Yuanlang, who was standing next to him, "What does Golden Gorilla King want?" Jin Yuanlang answered with a bitter smile, "Metal Element Monster Beast Cores." A Metal Element Monster Beast Core? Yang Kai could not hide his astonishment. Why does it have to be of the metal element? Little brother Yang, you might be unaware of this fact. Pang Duo leaned over, stroking his beard absent-mindedly while watching the raging Golden Gorilla King warily. He explained, "I don't know about the monster beasts in the outside world, however, I've heard that there are some differences with the monster beasts here. The monster beasts here can strengthen themselves and recover from their injuries by consuming the monster cores of monster beasts of the same element as them, thereby becoming more and more powerful. The monster beasts here grow stronger through such a method?" Yang Kai was surprised at first, but he soon understood. It wasn't just the monster beasts in this place. There were many examples of monster beasts fighting for monster cores in the outside world too. Monster beasts cultivated very differently from humans. Humans had secret arts and secret techniques, but monster beasts did not. They relied completely on their instincts. If they felt that the monster core of another monster beast would be highly beneficial to them, they would not hold back if they could obtain it. It was just that the monster beast cores in the outside world usually contained a mixture of attributes. It was not nearly as pure and singular compared to the monster beast cores in the blood monster cave heaven. That's right. The first time Golden Gorilla King appeared outside Abundance City, it had only just advanced to become a sixth-order monster beast. After so many years of receiving tribute from us, I'm afraid it's not far from becoming a seventh-order monster beast. Pang Duo's eyes looked fearful. They were no match for an ordinary sixth-order monster beast, so what more need be said about a sixth-order monster beast at its peak like Golden Gorilla King? One should not be fooled by its seriously wounded condition. If it really came down to a fight, the few thousands of people in Abundance City would not be enough to repel him. Yang Kai asked curiously, "How did you manage to make an agreement with Golden Gorilla King to provide him with tributes?" Jin Yuanlang replied with a wry smile, "It's not something that can be helped. Abundance City would have ceased to exist a long time ago if we refused to offer tribute. However, over the years, there have been several crises that Golden Gorilla King helped defend us against. He knows that we have value, so he allows us to exist in this place. If he decides that we no longer have any value though, a monster beast's thoughts could not be inferred from human common sense. If they failed to bring out a satisfactory tribute this time, there was no saying what kind of consequences they might face. Abundance City and Golden Gorilla King seemed to be dependent on each other for survival. Although Abundance City was the weaker between the two, they could provide Golden Gorilla King with a steady supply of metal element monster beast cores. It was for that reason that Golden Gorilla King would occasionally protect Abundance City from danger. During their brief conversation, Golden Gorilla King was becoming more and more furious by the moment. He roared continuously, blowing a foul stench in their faces. Mo Mei shouted, "Golden Gorilla King, I'm saying this for the last time. Abundance City does not have any tributes to offer at the moment, it's useless no matter how angry you get. Why don't you calm your anger and focus on healing yourself instead of wasting your energy in vain? Golden Gorilla King turned to glare at her, his crimson eyes filled with a cruel and ferocious light. All of a sudden, he raised his palm and slammed it down fiercely. Mo shouted, "Everybody, watch out!" While shouting, she immediately moved to block the attack. Many of Abundance City's cultivators trembled as they quickly used their respective divine abilities and secret techniques. The moment they attacked in unison, the world energy churned wildly. All sorts of divine abilities of various attributes transformed into a frenzy of attacks that shot towards Golden Gorilla King in different forms. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Strictly speaking, the people in Abundance City could not be considered powerful. They were suppressed by the principles in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven and could not advance into the Open Heaven realm. It didn't matter whether it was Mo, the elders, or the other cultivators, the strongest among them was only half-step Open Heaven realm. In essence, their strength was still within the range of the Emperor realm. However, these Emperor realm masters seemed to be different from the Emperor realm masters in the outside world. That was especially true for Mo, Pang Duo, and the other elders. All of them had an overwhelmingly powerful and extremely pure Emperor Qi, while the divine abilities that they could unleash were also incredibly powerful. When Yang Kai fought Tan Luoxing back then, he had noticed this distinction. Among those in the half-step Open Heaven realm, Yang Kai knew, even Chu Huashang might not be Tan Luoxing's opponent. It had to be said that Chu Huashang had condensed the 6th order element powers while Tan Luoxing had only condensed 5th order powers. It would now seem that Tan Luoxing was not a unique existence. It was the same case for Mo and the other elders. After pondering over this matter for a while, Yang Kai understood the reason for this disparity. In the outside world, people like Mo and Pang Duo would have tried to advance into the Open Heaven realm a long time ago. If they succeeded, they would experience a massive surge in strength. Of course, if they failed to break through, they would be reduced to ashes. There was no third possibility. Unfortunately, the people in Abundance City were suppressed by the principles in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven and could not advance any further. They had been stuck in the half-step Open Heaven realm for thousands of years. For that reason, they could only find other ways to increase their strength. It was only natural that their use of their Open Heaven elements became stronger and more refined after a long period of accumulation and precipitation. Similarly, the divine abilities that they could unleash were also more powerful. Yang Kai was secretly surprised. It would not be difficult for Mo, Pang Duo, and the others to advance into the Open Heaven realm if they could find a suitable opportunity. After all, they had much lower chances of failure with such solid foundations. While he was immersed in his thoughts, numerous divine abilities had already collided with the giant palm of Golden Gorilla King. A golden light shone brightly as sharp metal element power shot out in all directions like countless sword lights. A buzzing sound rang out endlessly, and in an instant, many Abundance City cultivators collapsed to the ground with their fresh blood staining their surroundings red. Mo and the others might have stopped that giant palm for a moment with their divine abilities, but their efforts could not be sustained for much longer. Just as the palm was about to slam down, Mo, Pang Duo, and the others did not hesitate to rush forward. They frantically drew upon their power and blocked the palm from below. Kong. A golden force ran rampant and sliced through the sky. Countless small wounds appeared on everybody. Meanwhile, the figures of Mo and the others staggered slightly. They were nearly pounded into the ground by Golden Gorilla King. No matter how powerful they were, they could not exceed the limits of the half-step Open Heaven realm. Even if Golden Gorilla King was injured, a peak 6th order monster beast could exert the strength on par with a low-rank Open Heaven realm master at will. Abundance City had no way to fight back at all. Crack, the sound of something breaking rang out. Jin Yuanlang's legs had been twisted and broken. Despite being in intense pain though, he grit his teeth and persevered without letting out a single sound. When Yang Kai saw that, he knew he could not stand by any longer. If he continued to just watch without doing anything, there was no telling how many people would die in this place today. He rushed forward and raised his hand, summoning the Azure Dragon Spear. In the next moment, the spear stabbed towards Golden Gorilla King like a dragon going out to sea. Golden Gorilla King turned to look in this direction, and while baring his fangs, he raised his other hand that was covered in dense metal element power and grabbed at Yang Kai. "Sir Yang, be careful," Mome shouted. The words had only just left her mouth when she saw him vanishing out of sight after he was caught squarely in the middle of the Golden Gorilla King's palm. This, Pang Duo and the others looked speechless. They originally thought that Yang Kai had extraordinary strength since he could cause such a huge commotion in Abundance City. Who could have known that he would be so vulnerable? That thought had only just come to mind when they heard the Golden Gorilla King crying out in surprise. Immediately following that, fresh blood spurted out like a hurricane from his tightly clenched hand. A figure holding a spear shot out from within, spinning like a top that directly drilled a hole through the giant palm. The spear kept going, heading towards the Golden Gorilla King's head. Yang Kai's hair was disheveled. Covered in Golden Gorilla King's fresh blood, he shouted solemnly, "It's best you don't get too brazen." Golden Gorilla King roared furiously and drew back both hands. Completely ignoring the wound on his palm, he clasped his fists together and savagely brought them down on Yang Kai. Hung, a shockwave spread out as Yang Kai's figure was slammed into the ground like a meteor. Likewise, Golden Gorilla King's figure was sent flying into the distance. An extra ferocious-looking wound was added to his body that was originally already covered in wounds. With Yang Kai's support, the pressure on Mome and the others reduced significantly. They hurriedly ran over in concern and stood beside the pit when they saw Yang Kai being smashed into the ground with Pang Duo shouting out, "Little brother Yang!" *Shua. Yang Kai jumped out of the pit as his hair blew in the wind, shaking his head for a bit before stating, "I'm fine." Although his injuries had yet to heal, Golden Gorilla King was also severely injured. Both sides were on even ground and nobody held the advantage, a fact made obvious by the exchange of blows just now. "He's fine even after taking that." Pang Duo and the others were completely stunned. They couldn't believe that anybody could survive after being smashed into the ground by Golden Gorilla King. They all thought that Yang Kai would definitely die from that attack. Pooh! Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and stabbed the Azure Dragon spear into the ground. He glared fiercely at Golden Gorilla King, who was also getting back up, and grinned savagely, "Do you think you can do whatever you please just because you're bigger? Today, I'll show you just what it means to be big." With a guttural roar, Yang Kai shouted, "Dragon transformation!" A high-pitched dragon roar exploded from his mouth, echoing across the sky. An enormous golden dragon appeared behind Yang Kai's back, looking extremely lifelike. The dragon eyes were filled with a majesty that stood above all other living beings. The golden dragon phantom plunged into his body and vanished out of sight in the next instant before a crackling sound rang out. Under everybody's stunned gazes, Yang Kai's figure suddenly swelled and transformed into a 500-meter-tall half-dragon in the blink of an eye. With the continued development of his golden divine dragon's source and the purification of his dragon vein, Yang Kai was starting to gain better control over his dragon transformation secret technique. His current 500-meter form should be enough to crush Golden Gorilla King, who was only several dozen meters tall, and if that wasn't enough, he could always transform into a behemoth more than 3,000 meters tall. Yang Kai's entire body was covered with dragon scales, his hands transformed into dragon claws, dragon horns grew out of his head, a dragon tail swished about behind his back, and a dragon beard flew about wildly below his jaw. He was the very picture of majesty and invincibility. Chu Huashan lifted a hand to cover her red lips, staring up at him with shock in her beautiful eyes. It was her first time witnessing his transformation. She initially thought that she understood him to an extent after the life-or-death experiences they went through together. It was not until this moment that she realized something. What she saw was only the tip of the iceberg. Inside Abundance City, thousands of people raised their heads and stared up at Yang Kai. All of them felt as insignificant as ants in front of this enormous figure. It was one thing if it was just their height, but the majesty Yang Kai radiated was what truly made them shudder. They instinctively felt the urge to bow down and worship him. The cultivators of Abundance City were not the only ones frozen in shock. Golden Gorilla King was also stunned for a moment. As a monster beast, he could sense the dragon pressure that Yang Kai was releasing much more acutely than humans ever could, so his eyes narrowed slightly and he instinctively took a few steps back. However, he soon directed a furious roar at Yang Kai. It was almost as though he felt ashamed for backing away just now, so he could only strengthen his momentum through this roar. Similarly, Xianxia roared back at Golden Gorilla King. The dragon roar resounded throughout the skies, making the wind and clouds pale in comparison. Then, he took a step forward and charged at Golden Gorilla King. Golden Gorilla King did not shrink back in fear either, rushing forward instead. The two enormous figures quickly collided with each other with a deafening explosion that shook the entire world. Hong hong hong, a series of violent explosions rang out as the two enormous figures were tangled together, fighting each other with reckless abandon. Abundance City was a mess. The city was not that large in the first place, so how could it withstand the damage caused by the battle between Xianxia in his half-dragon form and Golden Gorilla King? It didn't take very long for half of the city to be destroyed. Countless buildings collapsed and turned into ruins. Xianxia could not afford to care about that at the moment though. Golden Gorilla King might be severely injured, but every attack unleashed by a peak 6th order monster beast contained great destructive power. In his current state, Xianxia could not defend against those attacks unless he went all out, therefore, he had no time to be distracted or worry about anything else. Although he had an absolute advantage when it came to size, there were times when having a larger body did not necessarily guarantee a win. Golden Gorilla King's movements were swift and agile. He would climb onto Xianxia's body from time to time, biting and scratching his scales and flesh with his fangs and sharp claws. As a result, Xianxia's back was drenched in blood and his dragon scales flew in all directions. On the other hand, Xianxia countered by grabbing Golden Gorilla King by one arm. He tightened his grip and swung his foe left to right as though he was smashing something with a large hammer. Hong hong hong, the ground shook and the mountains shuddered. Golden Gorilla King roared furiously as his body shone brightly with golden light. Xianxia suddenly felt pain coming from his palm, as though the sharp metal element power was piercing his dragon claws, so he couldn't help throwing Golden Gorilla King to the side. As soon as Golden Gorilla King landed, he raised both arms and hammered his fists against his chest with loud thuds. He was completely enraged. Reaching out his hand, he picked up a rock beside him. He leaped up high and brought the rock smashing down on Xianxia's head. Like a meteor falling from the skies, his power was simply astonishing. Everybody felt nervous at the sight. The scene in front of them was practically a battle between monsters. Nobody dared to approach within a kilometer radius. Xianxia clenched his dragon claw and threw a punch, smashing the huge boulder to pieces. At the same time, he took a deep breath and his belly swelled up rapidly. A majestic dragon roar sounded as he opened his mouth to spew out pitch-black flames. Fire Dragon's flaming breath. Even before he refined the Golden Crow's true fire, Xianxia had been capable of using this particular Dragon Clan's secret technique. After he refined the Golden Crow's true fire, this secret technique became considerably more powerful with the blessing of the pitch-black flames. Scarlet Star's Poison Lady had died tragically because of this attack back in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Xianxia had burnt her alive until she became nothing more than a charred corpse. The flames raged wildly, even causing the surrounding space to warp and tear. Golden Gorilla King could sense the power and danger of these black flames and did not dare to underestimate this attack. The golden light around his body shone brilliantly and formed a defensive shell. When the black flames and the golden light collided, the golden light was suppressed in an instant. While Golden Gorilla King could exert the strength of a low-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, and his metal element power was comparable to the 6th Order, Xianxia's Golden Crow's true fire was a high-rank Open Heaven power. One was clearly superior to the other. Besides, even among the 5 elements, fire suppressed metal. Hence, the 6th Order monster beast could only forcefully endure the burning of the Golden Crow's true fire and rushed out of the jet of flames. He clenched both hands together and viciously slammed them down on Xianxia's head. Xianxia staggered under that attack and stumbled backward unsteadily. Golden Gorilla King showed no mercy. He used both hands and feet to punch and kick at Xianxia at a high speed. The golden light around his body gathered in front of him, transforming into the shape of a spear. Following that, the golden light shot, tearing the air apart. A huge sense of crisis filled Xianxia's heart, so he hurriedly activated his Dragon Shield secret technique to protect himself from this piercing attack. Gotcha! The golden spear slammed into the Dragon Shield and immediately shattered it to pieces. However, the golden spear did not seem to lose any momentum whatsoever and continued to enlarge rapidly in Yang Kai's field of vision. A cold sense of fear swept over him as he quickly retreated. Yang Kai realized that he had underestimated Golden Gorilla King. A peak 6th order monster beast was extremely powerful indeed, remaining so ferocious despite his severe injuries. What would he be like if he were fully healed? Of course, Yang Kai was also badly injured and had not fully recovered, so he was unable to exert his full strength either. Yang Kai reached out his hand and summoned something. The azure dragon spear sliced through the air and flew towards him. The moment his claws closed around the spear, it suddenly swelled and turned into a world-shattering 500-meter-long weapon. The spear stabbed forward and smashed the approaching golden spear to pieces. Still, Yang Kai felt his arms going numb as the azure dragon spear nearly flew out of his grip. Fortunately, he quickly clenched his fists and drew the spear back slightly before thrusting out once more. Golden Gorilla King appeared from behind the golden spear light, charging forward aggressively. He bared his fangs fiercely, making him seem absolutely terrifying. **Chi** blood splattered in all directions as a low roar rang out. The azure dragon spear had pierced right through Golden Gorilla King's chest and come out his back. Yang Kai pulled out the spear, causing warm blood to gush out onto the ground. Even so, Golden Gorilla King advanced forward instead of retreating. Taking advantage of the momentary opening Yang Kai showed after unleashing his attack, he threw a punch that landed squarely on Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai's giant half-dragon body was sent flying backwards, landing on the ground heavily and sliding for several thousand meters before coming to a stop. Everywhere he passed, buildings collapsed into rubble. By the time Yang Kai got back up and prepared to continue his fight with Golden Gorilla King, he was astonished to discover that his foe was nowhere to be found, so he called out hastily, "Where did he go?" Chu Huashang stretched out a finger and pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai looked over and saw a golden dot fleeing desperately into the distance. Golden Gorilla King was already more than a dozen kilometers away by now. He clearly understood that nothing good would come out of the battle even if he fought on, therefore, he decided to retreat. It was a wise decision. It was just that Yang Kai was not prepared to let Golden Gorilla King flee. He raised his spear and laughed. "Want to run now? Do you think you can?" Before he could take more than 2 steps though, Mo shouted at the top of her voice, "Sir Yang, please show mercy." Yang Kai stopped and lowered his head to look in her direction. Seeing that she had his attention, Mo spoke in a rather sad tone, "Sir, please don't give chase. Please spare his life." "Why?" Yang Kai questioned. To which Mo replied, "Golden Gorilla King might have benefited greatly from Abundance City, but it is also true that he has helped us to survive through numerous crises over the years. It can be said that he is our benefactor. This time, it might be that he is in urgent need to recuperate, which was why he acted so rashly." Upon hearing those words, Yang Kai couldn't help giving a word of advice: "Save a thief from the gallows and he will help hang you in the future. City Lord Mo, please think this through." But Mo insisted, "Sir, please spare his life." Yang Kai pondered for a moment before he released his dragon transformation secret art and he returned to his human form. Since Mo had already said so much, he couldn't be bothered to chase after Golden Gorilla King anymore. Not to mention, Golden Gorilla King was not an opponent to be trifled with. Although Yang Kai was confident he could hunt down and kill Golden Gorilla King with his current strength, there was no denying that he would have to pay a certain price to do so. Mo thanked him while the other elders were staring at him in shock and awe. It was the first time they had ever seen anyone fighting Golden Gorilla King on equal terms. "This guy seems to be even stronger and more aggressive than Lan Tingyu." Many things had happened in Abundance City today. First, Yang Kai had caused a huge commotion, then one of the 5 great elders, Tan Luo Xing, forced open the Grand Array and escaped the city. Before the dust had settled on these shocking events, Golden Gorilla King appeared. Yang Kai and Golden Gorilla King then fought a fierce battle, which practically leveled half of Abundance City. Looking around at the ruined buildings and wailing residents, Mo couldn't help furrowing her brow deeply. All the elders were injured. In particular, Jin Yuan Lang's legs had been broken. Many others in the city had been injured as well. It could be said that Abundance City had suffered severe damage to its very foundation. Soon, those who were not injured began to rescue those who were under Mo's command. Another group of people was sent to do emergency repairs on the defensive Grand Array. Thus, the entire Abundance City was swept up in a flurry of activity. Xianxia found a quiet place and rested for a bit. After that, he came out again to check on the situation in Abundance City. He said to Mo, who stood next to him, "City Lord Mo, I'm afraid you can't stay here for much longer. You spared Golden Gorilla King's life today, but the thoughts of monster beasts are very difficult to predict. It is hard to say whether he will or will not come to take revenge on the city after he recovers from his injuries. How will Abundance City protect itself at the time?" Mo sighed, "I'm aware of that. It's just, how could it be so easy to migrate to a different place? Back then, they only managed to build and establish the city thanks to the help of Lan Tingyu, the proprietress, and a few others. They finally reached their current scale following the gradual development of the city over thousands of years. Even if they wanted to migrate elsewhere, they needed to have a safe place to act as their stronghold at the very least. It was just that there were no such safe places in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. What's more, Abundance City had their own enemies, such as Emerald Thunder City, which had been mentioned several times before. If Emerald Thunder City learned about what happened to Abundance City, they would not hold back. They would definitely gather an army to swallow up Abundance City, bones and all. Have you never considered leaving the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? Xianxia was puzzled. Mo laughed bitterly, "Why would we stay here if we could leave this place? Sir Yang, you may not be aware of this, but my ancestors were kidnapped by Blood Monster Divine Monarch and forced to live here. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was proficient in the Tao of Blood, so he placed a Blood Principles restriction on them. This restriction is passed down from generation to generation. If the Blood Principles restriction does not constantly receive the aura of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, we will immediately suffer a backlash and die on the spot. That is why we must first remove the restriction before we can leave this place, otherwise we will only be walking to our deaths." Blood Principles restriction? Xianxia raised his brow at those words. "City Lord Mo, may I have a look?" She looked at him in surprise. "Sir Yang, do you understand the Tao of Blood?" Xianxia calmly remarked, "I didn't at first, but now I know a little bit." He had never touched upon the Tao of Blood in the past, but he had now comprehended several chapters of the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture that were inscribed on steels at the Blood Lake in order to enter its central palace. Although the final inscriptions had been fudged by Black Crow Divine Monarch, what Xianxia learned previously was undoubtedly part of the true Blood Light scripture. In other words, most of the cultivators present at the time had received some exposure to the Tao of Blood and Blood Principles. It was just that everybody was the same. They only understood some of the Blood Light scripture's secret techniques, but not the actual secret arts. "Please go ahead, Sir Yang." Mo did not have the attitude of a shy young maiden and instead generously stretched out her hand towards him. Xianxia apologized for his discourtesy and placed 2 fingers on her wrist. His divine sense surged, probing into her bloodline where he soon discovered a mysterious restriction. It was closely connected to her bloodline and could not be separated by force. Not to mention, this restriction could be passed on continuously through reproduction. No wonder she mentioned that Lan Tingyu wanted to find a way to bring them out of here. It now seems that they cannot leave the Blood Monster Cave Heaven at will. Under the effects of this restriction, they have no choice but to live in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. A short while later, Xianxia withdrew his chi and slowly shook his head. She asked, "How is it?" Xianxia sighed, "I can sense the restriction. But, I don't have the ability to remove it." Mo felt slightly hopeful when she heard his first sentence, only to quickly become disappointed with his next. In the end, she laughed bitterly, "You are being too humble, Sir Yang." After all, he was able to force Golden Gorilla King back. That was by no means a small feat. Xianxia felt a slight sense of pity. He had been planning to use the sealed world bead to bring Mo and the others out of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven if they were willing. They were old acquaintances with the proprietress. It was nothing for him to help them out while he was at it. More importantly, he believed that the people in Abundance City were extremely rare talents. Judging from their battle with the Golden Gorilla King earlier, these Emperor Realm cultivators had a much stronger foundation than average emperors in the outside world. That was especially true for Mo and the Great Elders. They were no different from core disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises like Chu Huashang and Pei Wenxian. Mo Mei had condensed 6th-order element powers while the rest of the elders had condensed the 5th-order elements. Thanks to their precipitation over the years, they would surely have a greater chance of breaking through to the open heaven realm compared to others if they could obtain the opportunity. If that happened, they would form a whole batch of 5th-order and 6th-order open heaven realm masters. What did Void Land lack the most right now? Wasn't there a shortage of open heaven realm masters? Yang Kai believed that it would not be a problem for him to invite them into Void Land if he could bring them out. After all, they had lived their entire lives in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, so they had no place to go in the outside world. Void Land was just right for them. Unfortunately, the Blood Principle's restriction that Blood Monster Divine Monarch placed upon their ancestors had crushed all his hopes. If he placed them into the small sealed world, they would immediately die without the nourishment from the aura of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Mo Mei sighed, this place has become more and more unstable recently. I'm afraid our fate is to live and die together with this world. Many thanks for your kindness though, Sir Yang. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was showing signs of collapse. That was something Yang Kai also knew. The most obvious manifestation of this phenomenon was the continuous increase in the number of entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven whenever the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened. That was a sign that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was merging with the Blood Monster territory. If these signs were appearing in the outside world, then there was bound to be more obvious signs inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It would be particularly obvious to Mo Mei and the others who lived here. Yang Kai pondered in silence for a moment. City Lord Mo, you don't need to abandon all hope just yet. I know somebody who can lift the Blood Principle's restriction in your bodies. Who? Mo Mei asked in pleasant surprise. He grimaced, a guy named Black Crow Divine Monarch. Black Crow Divine Monarch had stolen the Tao of Blood inheritance left behind by Blood Monster Divine Monarch and cultivated the complete version of the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture. It would be a simple matter if he were willing to lend a hand to help remove the Blood Principle's restriction. The main issue was that Black Crow Divine Monarch was wicked by nature. Moreover, he had a deep grudge against Yang Kai. It could be considered a miracle if they neither fought nor tried to kill each other when they encountered each other next, so how could Yang Kai convince him to help? Black Crow Divine Monarch? Mo Mei looked astonished. Although she lived her entire life in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, even she knew what the title Divine Monarch signified. Only a high-rank open heaven realm master was worthy of taking such a title. Why would a person standing so far above them be willing to help them remove the Blood Principle's restriction for no reason? Black Crow Divine Monarch is currently inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If I encounter him by chance, I will ask him to help. It's just that there are some misunderstandings between us, so I cannot guarantee whether he will agree. I can only say that I will do my best. Mo Mei bowed and exclaimed gratefully, many thanks, Sir Yang. Yang Kai raised a hand to stop her. It's not a big deal. Abundant City has deep ties with Madame Lan. Since that's the case, it also relates to me. I can't just sit back and watch now that I've met you. City Lord Mo, you should arrange for your subordinates to patch up the Grand Array. I cannot stay in this place for long, so I'll be leaving soon. Mo Mei nodded and hurriedly relayed the order to her people. It took 3 days and 3 nights for the repairs to Abundant City's Grand Array to be completed. Nevertheless, the ruined buildings in the city caused by the battle between Yang Kai and Golden Gorilla King also needed to be repaired. In addition, the countless wounded needed time to recuperate from their injuries. The events over the past few days had severely damaged Abundant City's foundation, so it would take a long time to recover completely. Meanwhile, Yang Kai and Chu Huashang took a good rest for a few days. 3 days later, the two of them took their leave. Mo Mei and the others did not stop them from departing, as they knew that outer world visitors like Yang Kai and Chu Huashang had entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven to search for their own respective opportunities. It was impossible for these two to remain in Abundant City, as once the time limit was up, they would be forced to leave even if they didn't want to. The Grand Array was reactivated, and with Mo Mei in the lead, many of the elders and deacons of Abundant City saw Yang Kai and Chu Huashang off from afar. Thus, Yang Kai and Chu Huashang exited the Grand Array. When they looked back, all they saw was a sparkling lake behind them. Who could have known that a city was hidden behind such a calm scenery? Let's go. Yang Kai called out. Chu Huashang asked, Junior brother, where are we heading? The depths of the blood monster cave heaven. He took out a jade slip and checked the contents briefly. Blood monster divine monarch had left behind two main inheritances. Even though the Tao of blood inheritance had been stolen by Black Crow divine monarch, there was still the beast taming inheritance. Yang Kai did not know where it was concealed, but the rumors claimed that the blood monster divine palace was located in the deepest depths of the blood monster cave heaven. The reason Yang Kai even entered this place was to search for high-rank metal and element materials. Who could say? The blood monster divine palace might contain exactly what he needed. Yang Kai was secretly looking forward to it. It would also be very interesting if he encountered Xianxia again. The last time they met, Yang Kai had been forced to flee desperately, which was a huge humiliation. Now that he had recovered his strength, he would surely teach Xianxia a lesson on showing proper respect. The pair traveled forward for several consecutive days but did not come across anybody at all. They barely even encountered any monster beasts, much less any spirit flowers or exotic herbs. Yang Kai knew that the series of encounters he experienced previously and the delay in Abundance City had caused him to be much slower than the others, so all the good stuff along the road ahead would surely have been taken. Be that as it may, this did not bother Yang Kai. There were a lot of good things in the blood monster cave heaven, but not many interested him. After all, it was practically impossible for anybody else in the Emperor realm to be wealthier than him. They continued onward for another half a day when all of a sudden, they halted in their tracks and stood atop a small hill to study the battlefield in front of them. A huge battle had probably taken place here and there were still strong energy fluctuations lingering everywhere. The ground was also littered with damaged artifacts. A dozen or so corpses lay haphazardly on the ground, each one shriveled up terribly, as though something had drained all the essence out of their bodies. Moreover, these corpses retained expressions of horror on their faces from just before they died. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang exchanged a glance with each other and blurted out in unison, Black Crow Divine Monarch. These people had clearly died from having their vitality drained by the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture. Such obvious signs clearly indicated that Black Crow Divine Monarch had attacked this place. Black Crow Divine Monarch's strength could be said to be invincible in this place. Even if Yang Kai went all out, he would not be a match for Black Crow Divine Monarch. This old dog had the heritage of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master after all. Now that he had possessed a body and revived himself, Emperor Realm Juniors were as insignificant as ants in front of him. Fortunately, Yang Kai knew the old fart's weakness. Black Crow Divine Monarch's damaged soul was a critical flaw. Yang Kai had nothing to fear even if he met Black Crow Divine Monarch again. It was just that he did not know how to ask Black Crow Divine Monarch to help remove the blood principles restriction from the bodies of the people in Abundance City. It was extremely troubling. Based on the appearance of these corpses, they had been dead for a few days. All of their space rings were nowhere to be seen, but Yang Kai could not tell whether Black Crow Divine Monarch had taken them or the people who passed by later had looted them. If he had not come across Abundance City, Yang Kai would have taken a detour lest he run into Black Crow Divine Monarch again. However, he had promised Mo May that he would do his best to ask Black Crow Divine Monarch to help remove the blood principles restriction in their bodies. As such, he could not avoid Black Crow Divine Monarch. The pair continued to track Black Crow Divine Monarch's progress. Along the way, they would occasionally come across some shriveled corpses. It was not just the corpses of cultivators but also the corpses of monster beasts. All of them had died from having their vitality drained by the blood light scripture. Judging by Black Crow Divine Monarch's path, he seemed to be heading into the depths of the blood monster cave heaven. This discovery shocked Yang Kai. It was rumored that the blood monster divine palace was hidden at the core of the blood monster cave heaven where nobody had ever been before. All blood monster divine monarch's inheritances were preserved inside, waiting for the lucky person to discover them. It was just that the rumors had remained as nothing more than rumors after so many years. Nobody had ever confirmed the rumors because nobody had ever arrived at the depths of the blood monster cave heaven or found the blood monster divine palace. Even so, the current situation seemed to indicate that there was a high possibility the blood monster divine palace truly existed. If one were to say who had the greatest understanding of the blood monster cave heaven, it would not be Yang Kai or the proprietress. Rather, it would be Black Crow Divine Monarch. Although he had been sealed away by Blood Monster Divine Monarch for countless years, he had obtained Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood inheritance. How could he not have some understanding of the secrets in this place? If he was heading in this direction, then it could only mean that there was something in this direction that was attracting him. The only thing that could move a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master could only be the inheritance of another high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. After figuring out this point, Yang Kai increased his speed and pursued Black Crow Divine Monarch. They continued forward for a while before he suddenly halted. Chu Huashang followed suit and stopped to look at him. "What's wrong, junior brother?" Yang Kai turned to look in a certain direction. "There are sounds of battle." He paused for a moment and added, "It's heading our way." When he spread out his divine sense, he could detect the sounds of battle coming from a certain direction. The other party probably detected him through their perception as a result and immediately rushed towards him. He did not know whether the other party intended to seek help or foist the enemy off on them instead. He initially planned to ignore the other party, but before he could leave, he noticed something and exclaimed in surprise. Following that, he pushed his divine sense strongly and probed the situation in that direction. A short while later, he became overjoyed and called out, "Senior sister, follow me." While saying so, he immediately rushed to meet the other party. Chu Huashang did not know why he was so elated, but she did not question him. It didn't take long before two figures that were fleeing desperately appeared in their field of vision. It was a man and a woman. Moreover, this man and woman were being pursued closely by 6 others. They unleashed a continuous barrage of secret techniques and the power of artifacts, blasting those two fleeing figures until they became increasingly desperate. A dazzlingly bright light burst out. It was a killing move summoned by one of the pursuers that shot straight at the backs of the fleeing duo. The woman seemed to perceive that danger and hurriedly turned around to mount a defense. On the other hand, the man focused on escaping and ignored what was happening behind him. The longsword in the woman's hand slashed downward and a sword light flashed out, colliding with the attack coming from behind. Following the commotion, the woman's body flew into the air like a paper kite. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood in midair and her complexion turned as pale as a sheet. The woman seemed to have suffered heavy injuries previously, therefore, this attack only made her condition worsen. The other man looked back in horror and a trace of struggle and hesitation flashed through his eyes before he fled without pause. Shameless! Chu Huashang cursed upon witnessing this scene. The person she cursed was not the group of people attacking, but the man running at the forefront. This fleeing pair were clearly companions. They were either lovers or senior brother and junior sister. Now that they were in danger, only the woman had turned around to defend against the attacks and was injured as a result. On the contrary, the man not only did not turn around to help but ran even faster instead. It was the height of despicableness. His actions even made him seem like he wanted the woman to buy more time for him to escape. In their current state, he might not be able to escape his pursuers even if he turned around to help his companion. There was a chance that she might survive if he had done that, however, there was no doubt that she would die now that he had abandoned her. Chu Huashang was also a woman. It could have been her in that situation. How tragic would that have been? Then, she thought back to what Yang Kai had done so far. No matter what kind of situation they were in, or how badly they were injured, he had never abandoned her. Be that as it may, they could not be said to have a close relationship with each other. They had only met once or twice before after all. Comparing these two men, their characters were as different as night and day. She had not thought much about this before, but now that she made a comparison, she couldn't help feeling a sense of warmth and sweetness in her heart. Likewise, Yang Kai was also enraged. The pursuers were about to attack once more, but the woman was powerless to defend herself. Seeing that, he rushed forward and appeared in front of her while throwing out a punch at the same time. Space principles flared and the void shattered. The expressions of the pursuers changed greatly. They hurriedly took action to defend themselves as one of them shouted, "Who?" There was a series of rumblings and when the dust settled, the pursuers were disheveled and their complexions had gone pale. All of them looked in Yang Kai's direction with fear in their eyes. Yang Kai stared back at them coldly as he asked, "Ruashi, are you all right?" The woman originally thought that she could not escape death today, but who could have known that a reliable figure would appear in front of her and block the barrage of attacks for her at a critical moment? She looked up, thinking that the back looked strangely familiar. When she heard his voice, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she asked in a trembling voice, "Sir?" She nearly thought that she was dreaming. Ever since departing from the star boundary and heading out into the outer universe together, they had not heard anything from each other after they were devoured by a myriad facets insect. She had tried to search for him, but the 3,000 worlds was simply too vast. There were as many great territories as hairs on an ox. Moreover, each great territory was large and boundless. Trying to find a person in the 3,000 worlds was harder than trying to find a needle in a haystack. Throughout her journey, she continued her search and experienced all sorts of hardships. She finally arrived at Xianxia Paradise. Following the legacy of her ancestor, she joined Xianxia Paradise and became one of its disciples. When she heard that the blood monster cave heaven was about to open, she struggled desperately to obtain a place among the participants. With Xianxia's abilities and heritage, she believed that he would definitely enter the blood monster cave heaven. In that case, she only needed to search for him inside. It would be much easier than her search in the past. Unfortunately, the blood monster cave heaven was filled with dangers at every corner. She coincidentally met up with a senior brother, so they decided to travel together. Who could have known that they would encounter trouble and be hunted down by others? Just as she was about to die, Xianxia miraculously appeared in front of her. She had the sudden impulse to burst into tears. She had been able to endure all the hardships and tribulations on her own before she saw him. Her expression never changed even with a blade held to her neck. However, she reacted like a child who finally found support after suffering grievances outside the moment she saw him. Xianxia never expected to encounter Zhang Ruoxi here either, much less that their reunion after so many years would be under such circumstances. Back in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, he had tried to ask Gu Pan from Xianxia Paradise about her. It was a pity that Gu Pan claimed that she had never heard the name Zhang Ruoxi before. Xianxia figured that there were two possibilities. One was that Zhang Ruoxi had not gone to Xianxia Paradise. The other was that Gu Pan had not met her. There were at least hundreds of thousands of people in Xianxia Paradise's main sect, so it was impossible for Gu Pan to know all of its disciples. During their conversation, Chu Huashang landed next to Xianxia and crouched beside Zhang Ruoxi. She stretched out her hand to support her and asked in concern, "Junior sister, are you all right?" Zhang Ruoxi shook her head slowly and whispered, "I'm fine." Then, she abruptly opened her mouth and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chu Huashang's expression changed slightly. How could she not know that this woman's injuries were very severe? She quickly took out some healing pills and fed them to Zhang Ruoxi. "Senior Sister Chu, please take care of my friend." Xianxia's voice was low and grim. It was a tone she had never heard from him before. Although he sounded calm, she could sense the hidden rage rampaging beneath that tranquility. Rest assured, Chu Huashang carried Zhang Ruoxi and moved to a spot in the distance. The pursuers frowned deeply at the sight and the young man in the lead spoke with a dark expression, "Who are you? Please don't interfere in the matters of Heavenly Sword Union. Am I supposed to just stand back and watch as you try to kill my friend?" Xianxia glanced at the young man coldly. The young man frowned slightly. After briefly considering the situation, he cupped his fist. "In that case, I will take my leave now." After saying that, he turned to leave. He seemed to have realized that Xianxia was strong after the exchange of blows just now, so he did not wish to start a fight so easily. Xianxia shouted, "Did you think you could just leave after hurting others? Do you think something so simple exists?" Who could have known that the young man was actually only pretending to leave? His real purpose was to distract Xianxia. The words had only left Xianxia's mouth when he suddenly shouted, "Die!" *Xiao. The ground beneath Xianxia shuddered and a green vine shot out without any prior warning. The vine was like a snake that wrapped around Xianxia so tightly that he resembled a dumpling. That was not all. The vine was covered in incredibly sharp thorns that stabbed into his skin and released a powerful poison. He never intended to retreat in the first place. The fact that he had tried to kill Zhang Ruoxi and the other man could not be leaked out to the world, otherwise, he would be in huge trouble even if he managed to walk out of the blood monster cave heaven alive. Heavenly Sword Union could be considered among the top second-class great forces with a number of Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters assuming command. Nevertheless, it was vastly inferior compared to Xianxia Paradise. That was because Xianxia Paradise had high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Blinded by wealth just now, he had planned to kill and rob Zhang Ruoxi and the other Xianxia Paradise disciple when he saw that they were not very powerful. Who could have known that they would encounter Yang Kai and Chu Huashang here? When he saw Yang Kai and Chu Huashang, he immediately decided to silence all witnesses to his crimes. If word about this incident were to spread, forget about Xianxia Paradise's reaction. Heavenly Sword Union would be the first to capture him and offer his head up as an apology. The only way to ensure his safety was to kill them all. At the same time the green vine shot out of the ground, he charged towards Yang Kai. His sword flashed briefly and slashed towards Yang Kai's neck. The others also quickly unleashed their killing moves. Every one of those attacks was extraordinarily powerful and they seemed intent on killing Yang Kai on the spot. How dare dead men like you come out to cause trouble? Yang Kai roared. With a whooshing sound, Golden Crow's true fire covered his entire body and began burning down everything around him. The vine curled around his body was an extraordinary treasure, nevertheless, it was powerless before the raging Golden Crow's true fire. Twitching like a living thing, it hurriedly shrank back and tried to plunge into the ground again. Yang Kai grinned madly, reached out a hand, and caught the vine, all the while ignoring the thorns that dug into his flesh and secreted poison which was making him slightly dizzy. With his Dragon Clan heritage, Yang Kai had incredibly strong resistance to poison. Most poisons were completely ineffective against him, but this vine managed to affect him slightly. It could be seen how powerful the poison was. Even if ordinary cultivators did not die from the effects of this poison, they would lose most of their combat power once afflicted with it. The realization struck Yang Kai suddenly. No wonder the auras of Zhang Ruoxi and that fleeing man seem so weak. It looks like they have been poisoned by the vine. Yang Kai held the vine in his grip, and under the heat of the Golden Crow's true fire, it kept twisting and struggling about. He then flicked the vine as though he was wielding a whip and sent it lashing towards the attackers. Their expressions changed drastically. They never imagined that this man could break free so quickly. After all, they had used this very trick to kill many people before. Many of those victims had even been stronger than them. Before they could understand what was going on, the vine sent them flying backward. Every one of them coughed up blood in midair. They looked terrified when they hit the ground. If Yang Kai had unleashed world force, they would have understood why they were defeated in one move. However, the aura radiating from him was still within the bounds of the Emperor Realm. How can an Emperor Realm cultivator be this powerful? We are not his opponents at all. Retreat! The young man in the lead shouted as they desperately performed their secret techniques to escape from this place. At this point, they did not care whether or not they would be exposed for trying to kill Xianxia Paradise disciples. Survival was their top priority. Solidify! Yang Kai shouted as he pushed his space principles and the surrounding space instantly transformed into a cage. Those people felt the space around them becoming viscous, like they had fallen into a quagmire and could not move. They turned around and looked at Yang Kai in horror only to see him walking towards them with a wooden expression. He arrived at the closest person, glanced down at them, and casually threw a punch. That person's head exploded open like a smashed watermelon, with brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. Then, he walked over to the next person, glanced down at them, and threw another punch. Next came the third, followed by the fourth. In the blink of an eye, only the young man leading the pursuers remained alive, trembling from head to toe. Although he was desperately trying to summon his strength, he discovered that his Emperor Qi was not flowing smoothly. Forget fighting back, even moving a finger was an extremely difficult task. He watched helplessly as Yang Kai walked over to him. The fear in his heart overflowed from his eyes. He was on the verge of a mental breakdown as he screamed, "Don't kill me. Don't worry. I won't kill you." Yang Kai looked at the young man calmly. The young man could barely believe his ears. Really? On the other hand, Yang Kai said nothing. With a flick of the vine, he wrapped the young man up in it. The young man, who was now wrapped up like a dumpling, asked in a horrified voice, "What are you doing?" Yang Kai slowly crouched beside the young man and lowered his head to look at him. Then, he picked up the young man's right arm and gave a powerful squeeze. Gotcha. The sound of bones breaking rang out. The young man screamed in agony, but before his scream ended, the sound of bones breaking rang out again, raising his screams by a whole octave. Cha-cha-cha, Yang Kai slowly and methodically made his way up. In the blink of an eye, he broke the young man's right arm into 7 or 8 sections. It would have been one thing if only the bones had been broken, but the key point was that the meridians along the young man's arm had been destroyed completely as well. It started with one of the young man's arms being crushed. Then, it was his second arm, followed by both his legs. The continuous sound of bones breaking was extremely disturbing. The fear and despair in his eyes grew stronger and stronger, but his screams slowly grew weaker and weaker. He became breathless instead. The entire process took no more than a half cup of tea's time. In that time, all the bones in his body had been crushed to pieces and all the meridians in his body were destroyed. This kind of pain was not something ordinary people could withstand. The most important point was that he could clearly feel the traces and movements of each bone when they were broken. What horrified him even more was Yang Kai's expression, which remained completely calm and indifferent, almost cold and meticulous, making him look like he was handling something very serious. "Please kill me," the young man murmured with lifeless eyes, "kill me." It didn't matter if all his bones were broken. With his cultivation, he only needed to recuperate for 3 to 5 years and consume some spirit pills to recover from even such major injuries. However, there was no way to recover once his meridians had been destroyed. Even if he could heal all the broken bones in his body, he would only be a cripple in the future. He could never cultivate again. For a cultivator, it was a fate worse than death. There was no crueler fate than that. "Won't killing you be going too easy on you?" Yang Kai stood up and looked down on this person contemptuously, his expression still as calm as ever. "I'm a man who means what he says. I said I won't kill you, so I won't kill you." After that, he took off the young man's space ring and retrieved the space rings from the others. Turning around, he walked back to Chu Huashang. Chu Huashang was in shock. It was her first time seeing Yang Kai acting so cruel. He had always given her the impression of a mild-tempered man. At the very least, he was warm and gentle with her. Be that as it may, his current actions could only be described as cruel and ruthless. It was true that he had not killed the young man from Heavenly Sword Union, but this fate was more despairing than death. Just who is this woman? She lowered her head to look at Zhang Ruashi, who she was carrying in her arms. I can't believe seeing her hurt made Yang Kai so furious. Although she did not know the answer to her question, Chu Huashan could be certain that he had a close relationship with this young woman. "How is Ruashi?" Yang Kai came to Chu Huashang and placed 2 fingers on the young woman's wrist to probe her condition while asking. After a while, he breathed a sigh of relief. She was heavily injured, but her injuries had not damaged her foundation, hence, she would recover fully after recuperating for some time. "Many thanks for your life-saving grace, senior brother." A voice came from the side suddenly. It was the man who had been fleeing alongside Zhang Ruashi earlier. Seeing that his pursuers were gone, he returned and thanked Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned to look in that direction and his originally gentle gaze instantly turned frosty. What happened earlier had not escaped his notice. Both this person and Zhang Ruashi were being pursued just now. It was bad enough that he had not protected her. When an attack came from behind, it was only she who turned around to defend. On the other hand, he had taken the opportunity to flee even faster. He didn't even bother to look back to see what had happened to her. It was one thing if they did not know each other, however, they had been escaping together, so how could they be unrelated to one another? How could Yang Kai have any good impression towards a person like that? Even Chu Huashang looked at this man with an expression of disgust. "Sir, this is my senior brother, Du Su." Zhang Ruashi introduced weakly. Why would Yang Kai care to know that person's name? He simply shouted, "Scram!" Du Su originally had a smile on his face, but when he heard Yang Kai telling him to get lost, his expression suddenly became incredibly awkward. He said falteringly, "Senior brother, why must you be so hurtful with your words? Although you rescued my junior sister and we are still from Langya Paradise. It's a disgrace to Langya Paradise for having a disciple like you. Get lost." Du Su's face flushed red in embarrassment and then he became angry out of shame. It looked like he wanted to say something back, but he did not dare to speak the words that were on the tip of his tongue when he recalled the strength and brutality Yang Kai displayed earlier. In the end, he could only glance at Zhang Ruoxi angrily before he turned to leave. Chu Huasheng watched that person's back and frowned. Is that person really from Langya Paradise? He is a disciple of one of the 72 paradises. How could he act like that? Lowering her head, she asked Zhang Ruoxi, "Are you also from Langya Paradise?" Zhang Ruoxi replied, "Yes. Senior brother Du and I might belong to Langya Paradise, but we are just inner disciples." Chu Huasheng understood. Most sects divided their disciples into 3 grades. The first were the outer disciples. They had the lowest status and worst potential. Next came the inner disciples. They had much better aptitudes and potential. The strongest among the disciples were the core disciples or legacy disciples. These talents were the future hope and pillars of the major sects. Both Chu Huasheng and Gu Pan were core disciples while Zhang Ruoxi and that man called Du Su were inner disciples. Legacy disciples and core disciples were the smallest in number. Generally, only the cultivators who could condense sixth-order elements were qualified to be chosen. Even among the major cave heavens and paradises, each sect did not have more than a dozen legacy or core disciples. Nevertheless, it was hard to say how many out of this dozen or so people would succeed and advance into the open heaven realm and how many would fall. Upon knowing that they were from Langya Paradise, Chu Huasheng became even more curious. Heavenly Sword Union might be relatively powerful, but they wouldn't dare to provoke Langya Paradise. Why did those people pursue you so doggedly just now? Zhang Ruoxi said, "We accidentally discovered a medicine garden earlier. It seemed to be one created by Blood Monster Divine Monarch. We found many valuable herbs, so those people were blinded by their greed." Yang Kai immediately snorted coldly, "Men die for wealth." As long as the people from Heavenly Sword Union could kill Zhang Ruoxi and Du Su, who would know that they had attacked people from Langya Paradise? This matter would not be exposed. If Zhang Ruoxi and Du Su had not met Yang Kai here, they would certainly be facing a bleak future. What Zhang Ruoxi never expected was that Du Su would be so unreliable. He had been very eager to flirt with her and constantly displayed his affection when they were at Langya Paradise. His usual demeanor was also rather upright. Although she had explicitly rejected him on numerous occasions, he had continued to persevere. Afterward, they happened to encounter each other in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Considering the dangers of this place, she decided to travel together with him. It had made him very happy, so he had been extremely diligent in every way. Even so, he turned out to be as timid as a mouse when faced with a crisis. With their strength, they would not have been able to kill those people from Heavenly Sword Union even if they fought back with everything they had, but their enemies would also have suffered greatly as a result. The best chance at surviving would have been if they could scare their opponents off. However, Du Su chose to escape without even trying to fight, leaving Zhang Ruoxi no choice but to escape with him. In the end, it turned into the situation Yang Kai had witnessed earlier. "Ruoxi, the top priority is treating your wounds. We can talk about the rest later," Yang Kai said. Zhang Ruoxi gave a noncommittal grunt in response. He took her from Chu Huasheng's arms and placed her into the small sealed world without another word. Then, he called out to Chu Huasheng, "Let's go, senior sister." The two of them continued on their journey while the cries of the young man from Heavenly Sword Union came from behind them as he begged in despair, "Please kill me." There were no traces of other cultivators along their journey and they did not see many traces of monster beast activity either. Many of the cultivators were in possession of a map sold by Red Cloud's auction house. Naturally, they moved forward by relying on the directions of the map. It was not surprising that their journey was calm since they were traveling the path that others had traveled earlier. This only happened because Yang Kai and Chu Huasheng had encountered too many hardships along their way, which delayed their travels, otherwise, they would not have fallen behind the others. After traveling for 2 days, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he immersed his mind into the small sealed world. He might have been traveling all this while, but he had always kept an eye on Zhang Ruoxi's condition inside the small sealed world. Just now, she had called for him. Sending his soul avatar inside, Yang Kai stood in front of Zhang Ruoxi. She smiled slightly and said delightedly, "I knew you would come to the blood monster cave heaven, sir." Yang Kai was surprised and asked, "Did you come here just to look for me?" N. Blinking, she continued, "Hasn't sir been looking for me all this while as well? Senior sister Gu told me everything. She said that you once sought her out in the grand ancient ruins boundary to ask about me. Gu Pan came to look for you?" Upon further consideration, Yang Kai understood the situation. He had asked Gu Pan for information on Zhang Ruashi back in the grand ancient ruins boundary. At the time, she said she had never heard of the name Zhang Ruashi before. It was not until she returned to Xianxia Paradise that she deliberately went around inquiring for information. That was how she found Zhang Ruashi. Senior sister Gu has taken great care of me. I would not have been able to become an inner disciple if not for her. Then, I'll have to thank her properly next time. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The image of a petite young girl with a paintbrush in hand, eating dried fish with her head lowered slightly involuntarily flashed through his mind. Sitting cross-legged opposite Zhang Ruashi, Yang Kai looked at her and grinned, "I'm glad. Although it has been years since we've last met, you've not gotten thinner." "Good, very good." She blushed beet red. "Sir, are you calling me fat?" "Of course not. You're perfect the way you are right now. You're neither fat nor thin." Yang Kai chuckled, "By the way, did you go straight to Xianxia Paradise after we parted ways back then?" She nodded, "That's right. I couldn't find Sir, however, I knew you knew that my ancestor came from Xianxia Paradise. I believed that you would surely look for me there, so I went there." Zhang Ruashi had not been very strong at the time. Moreover, she had to wander the 3,000 worlds alone. How difficult had it been for her to go to Xianxia Paradise? It was fortunate that she had some of her ancestors' memories and knew quite a lot about the outer universe, otherwise, a lone girl like her would have been devoured cleanly by others. Even so, the journey had taken her more than 10 years. It was not until several years ago that she finally arrived at Xianxia Paradise. Joining Xianxia Paradise was not difficult. Her ancestor had been a Xianxia Paradise disciple after all, so she received some preferential treatment. Besides, her own aptitude was not poor. Xianxia Paradise was also happy to accept a disciple like her. It was just that it had not been easy to survive in Xianxia Paradise. That place was one of the 72 paradises, so although it had a grand reputation, it was still a large sect. It was not easy to stand out among the countless disciples. Zhang Ruashi had crawled her way through the lower levels and finally borrowed Gu Pan's help before she successfully became an inner disciple. Be that as it may, she did not tell Yang Kai about these matters. The hardships she went through in the past were not worth mentioning. Meeting her Sir once more in this vast universe was the greatest gift from the heavens she could ask for. Yang Kai nodded, "I guessed as much. I wanted to head to Xianxia Paradise, but I was held up by some other things." After he came out from the grand ancient ruins boundary, he had wanted to go to Xianxia Paradise to look for Zhang Ruashi. It was just that he later obtained Void Land and the root from the World Tree, so he had to hurriedly return to the star boundary instead. After Zhang Ruashi finished her story, she asked Yang Kai about what he had encountered over the years. Yang Kai did not conceal anything from her. He told her that he had been lured to a place called Seven Wonders Land where he served as a worker for some time following their separation. Later, he took the opportunity to escape when an incident arose and inadvertently joined First In. Afterward, he wandered into the grand ancient ruins boundary. Zhang Ruashi's eyes filled with pleasant surprise upon learning that he had gone back to the star boundary and repaired the shattered world principles. She was different from him in the sense that she was truly born and raised in the star boundary, therefore, she held a special affection for that world. When the world principles shattered and the star boundary was on the brink of collapse, she too had hoped to find a method to restore the world one day. Nevertheless, she knew that it was bound to be an extremely long and difficult process. Contrary to her expectations, Yang Kai had succeeded in such a short time. Sir is really amazing. He is capable of performing feats that ordinary people can never hope to achieve. If I think back to everything he has done in the past, which of those feats were something an ordinary cultivator could have done? When she learned that he had acquired a spirit province in the 3,000 worlds, established Void Land, and brought several 100,000 people from the star boundary there, her admiration for him grew stronger and stronger. Over the past few years, she had cultivated extremely hard just to become one of Langya Paradise's inner disciples. On the other hand, Yang Kai had founded a sect in the outer universe. The gap between them was apparent at a glance. She had condensed the fifth order elements. Since entering the outer universe, she had spent most of her time journeying to Langya Paradise. She did not have any means to earn resources either, therefore, it could be said that she achieved nothing for the past decade. Her strength had not grown by much either. It wasn't until she entered Langya Paradise that her circumstances changed for the better. Disciples from any sect had to obtain their own cultivation resources through hard work, meaning it was impossible for them to receive anything without effort. For that reason, Zhang Ruoxi had no resources available for use even after she joined Langya Paradise. After all, she was only an insignificant outer disciple at the beginning. That might be the reason why many disciples of various sects had such slow progress in their cultivation. They often had to perform various tasks for years, decades, or even longer just to build up enough merits to exchange for necessary cultivation resources. When they finished consuming these resources, they would have to continue completing tasks until they could gather all of the required open heaven element powers. If they had a sufficient supply of resources, then their speed of cultivation would surely increase significantly. After Gu Pan returned from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, she sought out Zhang Ruoxi, checked her aptitude, and gave her some fifth-order materials. It was only then that Zhang Ruoxi finally began cultivating for real. Gu Pan was one of Langya Paradise's core disciples. Although she had condensed sixth-order elements, even she could not obtain sixth-order materials at will. After all, each sixth-order material was worth 10 or 20 million open heaven pills. These resources were treated as strategic reserves in any sect, so it was impossible to obtain them casually. It was the limit just for her to acquire fifth-order materials. Senior Sister Gu has been very good to me. She told me that you helped her greatly in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Moreover, she said she would not have come out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary alive without Sir's help. Yang Kai smiled. She is a virtuous and upright woman. Pondering quietly for a moment, he continued, do you want to start over again? I have some Tai soul cleansing water in my possession. It can wash away the powers in your Dao seal and allow you to condense new ones. There's no need to worry about the resources. I have quite a lot of them. Zhang Ruoxi shook her head at those words. No need, sir. I know my own limits. Even though I am capable of forcefully condensing sixth-order elements, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive the breakthrough to the open heaven realm. The consequence of failure was the destruction of her body. That was one of the problems that plagued countless cultivators. In order to advance into the open heaven realm, one of the problems the cultivators faced was obtaining resources. The higher the order of the material, the more expensive and difficult to obtain such resources became. The other problem was the carrying capacity of a cultivator's Dao seal. That was why cultivators would only choose resources within the range of their financial abilities and carrying capacities, regardless of who they were. While Zhang Ruoxi's aptitude was certainly not bad, it was not as good as Chu Huashang or Gu Pan's. It was undeniable that condensing sixth-order elements would be dangerous for her. However, Yang Kai had the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills in his possession. The Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was refined with world source liquid as its main ingredient and could significantly increase a cultivator's chances of entering the open heaven realm successfully. Therefore, Yang Kai believed that her risks of failure when advancing into the open heaven realm was not high even if she condensed sixth-order powers. But upon further consideration, Yang Kai realized that fifth-order elements were enough. Zhang Ruoxi could slowly cultivate until she reached the seventh-order open heaven realm one day. There was a risk even if she used the Tai soul cleansing water, so he decided to leave the decision to her. After telling her to get a good rest, Yang Kai withdrew his mind from the small sealed world. A few more days passed. Zhang Ruoxi was almost fully recovered at this point, so Yang Kai released her and properly introduced her to Chu Huashang. Only then did Zhang Ruoxi learn that the other party was a core disciple of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Her expression became a little weird when she looked at him. Needless to say, she had heard of the name Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Chu Huashang and Yang Kai had been traveling together all by themselves. Not to mention that the way Chu Huashang looked at him and spoke to him were clearly suggestive. It was inevitable that Zhang Ruoxi would misunderstand. As they gradually moved forward, they began to come across traces of other cultivators. They also encountered the occasional fleeing monster beasts and even found several battlefields. Yang Kai knew that they had finally caught up to the others after rushing to get here. Be that as it may, the gains he received inside the blood monster cave heaven were practically negligible. It was extremely depressing. Chu Huashang had obtained a 7th order monster beast core at the blood lake, while he only obtained a 5th order monster beast core. By contrast, he had acquired so many treasures back in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary that he nearly couldn't carry them. Just as Yang Kai was wondering whether he had used up all his luck back in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, he suddenly noticed a large group of people gathering at a spot not too far ahead, thus, he couldn't help feeling surprised. It had to be said that this place was located quite deep in the blood monster cave heaven. It had far exceeded the range of the areas marked on the map. Throughout history, nobody had ever gotten this far since the blood monster cave heaven was first opened. It was rumored that the deeper one ventured into the blood monster cave heaven, the greater the dangers became. However, their journey here had been completely unimpeded, without the slightest hint of danger. It was not just Yang Kai's group who managed to get this far, there were also many others who had gotten there before them. Hence, it was strange why these people were gathering in that direction. Curious, Yang Kai led Chu Huashang and Zhang Ruoxi over. It didn't take long before they arrived atop a crowded mountain. Yang Kai swept his gaze around and saw several acquaintances whom he once met in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. These people were bearers chosen by the divine spirits. In the end, it was only thanks to his help that they could leave the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary safely. When they parted ways, these people had left their respective faith tokens with Yang Kai so that he could visit them at their sect when he had the time. They promised to provide him with the best hospitality they could offer. For that reason, many eyes immediately lit up upon seeing Yang Kai again. They quickly came forward and cupped their fists at him in greeting. Yang Kai returned the greeting, but before they could exchange pleasantries, he heard a furious roar, "Yang Kai, I can't believe you actually have the guts to come here." For some reason, listening to this voice enraged Yang Kai greatly. He looked in the direction of the voice only to see a group of people flying over from another mountain with great fanfare. It was clear that this group of people had been resting over there but came over after spotting him. The person in the lead was none other than Xianxia of Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Xianxia and Yang Kai had a feud between them. Before the blood monster cave heaven opened, Yang Kai had stolen his entrance and almost caused him to lose out on this opportunity. Xianxia later led a pair of his junior brothers to hunt Yang Kai down. There was no saying what would have happened if Yang Kai had not borrowed the strength of Golden Gorilla King and a monster beast wolf to escape their pursuit. It was only natural for these two sworn enemies to blaze with hatred now that they came face to face with each other. Xianxia was surrounded by many people, however, what surprised Yang Kai slightly was that Pei Wenxian of Myriad Demons Heaven was among them. This guy didn't die? Yang Kai glanced at Pei Wenxian in astonishment. He recalled Black Crow Divine Monarch shooting a blood arrow at him, and Pei Wenxian no longer had an identity token to protect him. How did he survive? As expected of a disciple from a major sect, his heritage was indeed extraordinary. The sight of these two together caused Yang Kai's teeth to grind slightly. Is he Yang Kai? A handsome young man swept his eyes over him and asked. Xianxia said, "That's right. He is Yang Kai." The young man arrogantly said, "I heard you defeated my junior sister Yu Luo Sha in one move in the Azura arena." Yang Kai raised a brow at those words. "Yu Luo Sha is your junior sister? Who are you?" If Yu Luo Sha is his junior sister, then he must also be from Azura Heaven. The young man replied, "My name is Ba Liang. Remember it well, for I will be the one to kill you." While saying so, he grinned at Yang Kai, revealing a set of white teeth. Another young man stepped forward. "Brother Ba, where does your confidence come from?" Yang Kai's head is mine. And you are? Yang Kai was so furious that he laughed. He had heard from Chu Huashang that many people wanted to kill him. The cave heavens and paradises had taken notice of him already, but it was inconvenient for the renowned open heaven realm masters to take direct action against him because they had their reputation and their sect's reputations to maintain. For that reason, they left this matter to their juniors. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was undoubtedly the best place to resolve this issue. Nobody would say anything if Xianxia was killed in this place. Nevertheless, rumors were simply rumors. He never imagined that so many people would actually want to kill him as soon as he arrived at this place. It was one thing if Pei Wenxian and Xianxia wanted him dead. They had personal grudges against him after all. It was also reasonable for Ba Liang of Azure Heaven to come looking for trouble. Ba Liang had a justifiable reason to avenge his junior sister and recover Azure Heaven's face. On the other hand, the last person who popped up out of nowhere was completely unfamiliar to Xianxia. Clear Mind Heaven, Qiu Kong Xian. Clear Mind Heaven? Xianxia couldn't help thinking that the name sounded familiar. After thinking carefully about it, he suddenly recalled where he heard the name before. He had met a Clear Mind Heaven disciple with the name Young Master Hai during his first time in Thousand Bird Star City. That person had been harassing Luo Hai, so Xianxia taught him a little lesson. As a result, he was captured and punished by the law enforcement team of Thousand Bird Star City. The incident had enraged the proprietress so badly that she silently pursued and killed Young Master Hai in the void outside the Star City. Due to this incident, Hai Pinglu of Clear Mind Heaven joined forces with Qin Ji and the others to besiege the proprietress during Old Bai's breakthrough to the Open Heaven realm. Another person stepped forward and politely cupped his fist at Xianxia. Azure Nether Paradise, Yiqing, here for your head, brother Yang. 4 cave heavens and 1 paradise. All of them wanted Xianxia to die. These were only those who openly announced their intentions. There were even more who kept silent but watched Xianxia with great interest. Many gazes were fixed on his neck and heart, as though wondering which location was better to target should they make their move. A rough estimate indicated that there were as many as a dozen cave heavens and paradises, with approximately 20 to 30 other cultivators together with Pei Wenxian and Xianxia in the lead. These people were the elite core disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises and had condensed fifth-order open heaven realm elements at the very least. Even so, many amongst them had condensed sixth-order open heaven realm powers. It could be said that the most excellent and talented cultivators in the younger generation of the 3,000 worlds were gathered here. One day, the cultivators in this place who managed to advance into the open heaven realm would surely become powerful great experts who ruled over the world. The audience was horrified as many people looked over from the mountains in the vicinity. They did not know who Xianxia was or how he managed to provoke so many cave heavens and paradises that so many people hated him and wanted to take his life. On the mountain where Xianxia was standing, the expressions of the cultivators who came over and greeted him earlier became very solemn. They only came to greet him because they received his help back in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Who could have known that they would be mixed up in this mess as a result? They were not ungrateful people who did not know how to repay their debts, and a life-saving debt was heavier than a mountain. It was only natural that they paid him back in full. It was just that each of them was a representative of their respective sect. If they got caught up in Xianxia's mess, there was a high chance that their actions would also affect the force behind them. Thus, they hesitated to take action. Yiqing of Azure Nether Paradise gave a small smile and looked at Xianxia with a warm expression. I've long heard of you, brother Yang. After meeting you today, I can see that you are worthy of your reputation. It's a pity that I can't chat with you, brother Yang. It truly makes me sigh with regret. Xianxia coldly snorted, why are you spewing so much nonsense? Let's attack him all together. His head will belong to whomever that manages to kill him. Pei Wenxian smiled deviously, in that case, all of you should stand aside. I'll be the one to kill him. If not for the fact that he had some means to protect himself, he would have died a long time ago due to Xianxia's schemes, therefore, he was holding a rather heavy grudge. Outsiders, step back. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. Another person shouted. It was unknown which cave heaven or paradise he came from, but the aura around him was impressive. Xianxia had arrived here late, so many people had gathered around on the mountains. Some had quietly escaped after seeing that a conflict was about to break out, and at this moment, even more people retreated after hearing this person's warning. These cultivators quickly scattered into the distance in an instant, like swallows leaving their nests. On the other hand, the cultivators who came over to greet Xianxia earlier were looking very troubled. A long while passed before one of them cupped his fist and said, "I'm sorry, Brother Yang." With a heavy sigh, he turned and left. It was true that he received a huge favor from Yang Kai in the grand ancient ruins boundary, nevertheless, he had no intention of making enemies with so many cave heavens and paradises. There was a high possibility that not only would he die in this place, but he would also bring trouble to his sect. If he were killed by these people, his sect would not dare to seek revenge either. His death would be in vain. With such a bright and promising future ahead of him, why would he willingly choose to die in this place? With the retreat of one person, the others also quickly followed suit, each of them apologizing in shame as they did. "Chu Huashang, why aren't you leaving?" Baoyang of Azure Heaven looked at Chu Huashang and questioned. "Why would I leave? The world is so vast, so I can go anywhere I want. Can you stop me?" Chu Huashang snorted. Baoyang snorted, "It looks like Yinyang Cave Heaven is standing on the side of this bastard." She replied, "All of you should stop speaking in the name of your sects. You can only represent yourselves." Baoyang gently nodded, "There's nothing I can say to refute your words, junior sister Chu. I just hope you won't blame me for being ruthless when the fight begins later." To which she chuckled softly, "You can try. Junior sister Zhang, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and come here." Somebody shouted through gritted teeth from among the crowd. Zhang Ruoxi looked up and saw that it was the man who had previously been her travel companion, Du Su. He had arrived at some point and was looking at her sternly from amongst the crowd at this moment. She glanced at him and slowly shook her head, "I'm not going." Du Su's expression changed slightly as he snarled, "Junior sister, do you know what you are doing? Do you know who he is?" Du Su and Zhang Ruoxi were both inner disciples of Langya Paradise. They had yet to reach the level of core disciples or legacy disciples, so they had not heard about Yang Kai before. Nevertheless, that did not stop Du Su from assessing the current situation. With so many elite disciples of various cave heavens and paradises seeking Yang Kai's life, it was only natural that he did not wish to bring trouble upon himself. When he saw Zhang Ruoxi standing beside Yang Kai, he immediately tried to call her over so as not to implicate him. "Of course, I know who he is. He is my life's savior and benefactor. If anybody wishes to kill him, they will have to go through me first." Zhang Ruoxi raised her hand and summoned the Heaven's Order sword, displaying a heroic demeanor. In Xi and Zhao turned to look at Du Su, "Junior brother Du, is that your junior sister? Then, you better persuade her well. Weapons have no eyes, it will be bad if she were injured once the battle begins." Du Su cupped his fist in horror, "Please forgive me, senior brother In. Junior sister Zhang might be part of Langya Paradise, but she only joined the sect a few years ago and is not very sensible. However, her attitude does not represent Langya Paradise. Senior brothers, senior sisters, please do what you need to. If she were injured in the fight, then I'm afraid that is her fate. Not bad, brat." Pei Wenxian glanced at Du Su approvingly, but the depths of his eyes were overflowing with deep disdain and contempt. "She cannot represent Langya Paradise, but I can. Isn't that right?" A clear voice rang out and a petite figure landed nearby. Zhang Ruoxi looked in that direction with an expression of pleasant surprise, "Senior sister Gu?" Du Su looked embarrassed and awkwardly cupped his fist, "Du Su greets senior sister Gu." The person who came was none other than Gu Pan. As a Langya Paradise core disciple, there was no denying that she could represent Langya Paradise's stance in this matter. Everybody was stunned. They did not think that another person, apart from Chu Huashang, would dare to support Yang Kai at this time. One was from Yinyang Cave Heaven and the other was from Langya Paradise. A mere 2 sects might not seem like much, but the momentum was not heading in a good direction. It was said that the major cave heavens and paradises had 2 opposing attitudes towards Yang Kai. One side wanted to kill him as early as possible while the other side wanted to win him over to their side. It would now seem that was indeed the case. The attitudes of those cave heavens and paradises were clearly reflected here. Tao is nature and nature is the heart. Ning Dao Ran greets Taoist brothers. An elegant voice sounded. At the same time, another figure landed beside Yang Kai and bowed slightly with one hand on his chest. "How lively! Ha ha ha! Why is everybody gathered over here?" A loud hearty laughter rang out, followed by a burly figure landing nearby. He had a huge sword strapped to his back and his aura was sharp and fierce. This man immediately drew everybody's attention to him. He was very tall and burly, almost one head taller than the average cultivator. The huge sword on his back was even larger, seeming to pierce the sky even while being carried. It was easy to imagine that this sword would have the power to split mountains with a single swing. This senior brother is? Xianxia glanced over suspiciously. He was certain he had never met this person before. When Gu Pan and Ning Dao Ran appeared to support him, he was pleasantly surprised. However, their reasoning was understandable. They had interacted with each other in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, so it could be said that they had some friendship between them. It was just that the current situation was so tense that he could not greet them properly. He could only nod his head at them in response. But, who is this tall and muscular guy? Why is he standing on my side? Ning Daoran smiled slightly. This is Wei Bouquet of Divine Cauldron Heaven. I don't think you've met Brother Wei yet, Brother Yang. Divine Cauldron Heaven? Xianxia immediately understood. Where is Senior Brother Su? The image of a little fatty popped into his mind. The Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd in his possession was something the little fatty had refined for him. Wei Bouquet said, Junior Brother Su is busy and could not participate in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Nevertheless, before I left, he told me to thank you on his behalf should I meet you in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, little brother Yang. Xianxia replied, Senior Brother Su is too kind. Xianxia's expression turned dark. Wei Bouquet, why is Divine Cauldron Heaven meddling in this matter and not focusing on artifact refining? It's bad enough that Divine Cauldron Heaven is meddling in this matter. I can't believe they are opposing us. This is outrageous. Wei Bouquet tilted his head to the side and picked his nose with a finger. Flicking a booger in Xianxia's direction, he said, is Divine Cauldron Heaven only capable of artifact refining? So what if I want to meddle in this matter? Not only is Divine Cauldron Heaven choosing to meddle, but people from True Martial Cave Heaven are choosing to meddle too. He then turned to the side and shouted impatiently, Lin Feng, you're already here. Why are you hesitating like a little girl? Hurry up and get out here. A handsome man with a face like a jade crown coldly snorted from among the crowd in the distance and walked in this direction, snarling while walking, Wei Bouquet, if you dare to utter just a single rude word again, I will knock out all your teeth. Wei Bouquet laughed heartily, you'll get the chance. We should find a time to spar together next time. We'll see who knocks out whose teeth. Lin Feng coldly snorted and came to stand beside Xianxia in a few steps. Xianxia's heart warmed slightly and cupped his fist. Xianxia greets senior brothers and senior sisters. Many thanks for your help. Various cave heavens and paradises had joined hands to work against him, therefore, he couldn't help feeling extremely grateful that there were people willing to stand up for him at this moment. Their willingness to side with him undoubtedly sent out a glaring signal that their respective sects wanted to win him over to their side. Be that as it may, the reason their sects made this decision was definitely related to their persuasion and efforts. Lin Feng glanced at Xianxia and spat in disdain, even women are capable of protecting you. It makes no sense for men to do any less than them. What do you mean by women? Chu Huasheng immediately became unhappy. Lin Feng, you better watch your words. Lin Feng turned his head to the side and feigned ignorance. On the opposite side, the expressions of Xianxia and the others turned ugly. At first, there were only Chu Huasheng and Gu Pan, but now there was also Ning Dao Ran, Wei Bouquet, and Lin Feng. Although there was a huge contrast in numbers still, it would be troublesome to actually attack them. Aside from Zhang Ruashi, who they considered insignificant, the others would be very difficult to deal with. After pondering for some time, Xianxia finally spoke up, Senior brothers, the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises have always been intricately linked and connected since ancient times. Why damage our relations for this? I ask that you retreat as a favor to this Yin. Wei Bouquet smiled, what if I refuse to retreat? Xianxia replied grimly, although you are talented people, senior brothers, you are few in numbers. If it really came down to a fight, are you sure you can protect that bastard surnamed Yang? Wei Bouquet frowned slightly. As one of Divine Cauldron Heaven's core disciples, he did not fear these people, but if it really came down to a fight, the opposing side only needed to send somebody to keep him busy. The same held true for the others. It could be said that the opposing party would only need to send out a small group of people to distract them while the others continue to besiege Yang Kai. Even if Yang Kai is extremely powerful, it will be hard for him to survive this calamity. The best outcome at the moment is if he escapes immediately. But he turned to look at Yang Kai and saw that the latter was perfectly calm. Despite being watched by so many great talents of the same generation, Yang Kai showed not the slightest hint of fear. He has no intention of escaping. Truly admirable. Wei Buqi had heard about Yang Kai from Su Zhen, so he knew that he was very strong. It was just that he had never seen Yang Kai in action before. He did not believe that Yang Kai could turn the current situation around all on his own. If it comes down to a fight, I'm afraid things will end badly for Yang Kai. You want to compete with numbers? A furious roar rang out. Do you think nobody from Firston is here? Following the appearance of that voice, a chubby fatty ran over from a great distance. He had a kitchen knife in his hand and an apron tied around his waist. The apron was covered in grease stains and the word butcher was written in large characters across it. He looked like a chef who just came right out of a kitchen, and it really was none other than the chef. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. I can't believe Chef is here too. Chef rushed over aggressively, the fats on his face jiggling with every movement as he called out, "Don't worry, brat. Just see what I can do." Then, he raised his hand and shot out an arrow into the sky. A sharp piercing sound entered their ears. He shouted vigorously, one cloud-piercing arrow, calling upon a 1,000-man army. He did not summon thousands of troops, of course. Be that as it may, the accountant, Lang Qingshan, and the others quickly appeared right behind him. When the entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven first appeared, Yang Kai had stolen many of Xianyuan Cave Heaven's entrances and sent his subordinates into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven instead. After Yang Kai entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, he parted ways with the rest of them. The people gathered in this place were not many. There were only 10 or so of them. Another 10 or so were nowhere to be seen. They were probably not in the vicinity. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven covered a vast area after all. Not everybody would travel in this direction. The accountant glanced sideways at Yang Kai through his triangular eyes and muttered under his breath, "Brat, why do you have to cause trouble wherever you go?" Yang Kai said, "It's not that I like to cause trouble. On the contrary, trouble likes to come knocking on my door. What can I do?" The accountant gave those words some serious thought and nodded. "I can't blame you for that. Brother Yang, is that you? What a coincidence." A pleasantly surprised voice rang out. Immediately after that, a person emerged from the crowd. He was followed by a large group that numbered around 40 or 50 people. "Brother Ding!" Yang Kai exclaimed in astonishment. The person who popped up out of nowhere turned out to be Ding Yi. Yang Kai had a deep impression of this person. Back in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, Ding Yi had established an organization known as Emperor Heaven and took in a large batch of subordinates. He traveled extensively across the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and made a name for himself. When the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary closed, most of Emperor Heaven dispersed and scattered around. Only a small number of people remained united around Ding Yi. It was not surprising to meet Chu Huashang, Gu Pan, and the others here. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was an important event after all. It was a given that the Cave Heavens and Paradises would let their disciples enter as well. That being said, it was rather shocking for Ding Yi to enter this place. He is only in the half-step open heaven realm. How did he manage to snatch an entrance? Not to mention, there are so many people following behind him. It's been many years since we last met, Brother Yang. Have you been well? Ding Yi roared with laughter. His posture was arrogant, almost as if he was not bothered by all the disciples from the major sects on the opposite side. Yang Kai smiled. "Brother Ding, your bearing is as imposing as usual." Yin Xianxia was furious as he roared, "Where did these wastes come from? How dare they jump out and embarrass themselves? Get lost." He had been incredibly upset by the sudden appearance of Gu Pan, Ning Dao Ran, Wei Buqi, and the others in support of Yang Kai. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do as their strengths and statuses were all similar. On the other hand, he could tell at a glance that Ding Yi did not have much of a background. How dare he meddle in this affair? He does not know his place. While snapping, Xianxia raised a hand and shot a stream of light in Ding Yi's direction. Although it was a casual blow, his strength was extraordinary. The power behind this stream of light was absolutely shocking, and all the people gathered around the mountain peaks in the vicinity were horrified by the sight, secretly thinking to themselves, as expected of a core disciple from Xianyuan Cave Heaven. They would find it difficult to defend themselves even though it was just a casual blow. Out of all the cultivators present, 90% would be killed within 10 moves if they fought Xianxia one-on-one. His attack was also intended as a warning to the others, lest more and more people popped up again, creating an unending cycle. Ding Yi, however, burst out laughing. Raising his hand into the air, he summoned a blade. I was just wondering about the abilities of a Cave Heaven disciple. His blade came slashing down. The flames wrapped around the blade swept upward and transformed into a stream of light that easily cut down Xianxia's attack. The disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises were shocked by the sight. They initially assumed that Xianxia's attack would cause Ding Yi to panic, even if it could not kill the latter. Who could have known that the other party was so powerful? Ding Yi easily stopped Xianxia's attack, but that was not all. After destroying that stream of light, Ding Yi's flame blade did not stop swinging, and he shouted loudly, receiving without returning is impolite. "Hey, you! Take this!" A blade light mixed with flames came slashing down towards Xianxia. Xianxia coldly snorted. Summoning a longsword, he flicked out countless sword shadows to meet the attack. The flames flashed though, and the sword shadows were annihilated. Xianxia abruptly turned pale as he shouted out, "Seventh Order Fire Element Power." Just from this exchange of blows, he immediately noticed that something was wrong. This guy can unleash a 7th Order Fire Element power. No wonder he was able to block my attack. In desperation, Xianxia immediately drew on the powers in his Dao seal. A dense wave of water vapor spread out and enveloped his entire body. He had not condensed a 7th Order element, so all he could do at the moment was use water to suppress fire. Kong. The moment water and fire collided, Xianxia groaned and a cloud of steam exploded in all directions. By the time the mist dispersed, everybody gasped in surprise. Although Xianxia was perfectly fine and unhurt, his appearance was disheveled and messy. Everybody stared at Ding Yi in shock, wondering where this freak came from. They couldn't believe he bested Xianxia. Only Yang Kai was aware that Ding Yi could unleash the 7th Order Fire Element power because he was chosen by Bai Feng to become a bearer in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Bai Feng had forced him to condense 7th Order Fire Element power in order to increase his strength. This approach had heavily impacted Ding Yi's future, as he would be forced to withstand the 7th Order Fire Element power when he advanced into the Open Heaven realm in the future. If he could not survive the impact, then his future would be bleak. Even now, Ding Yi's face was flushed red after using Bai Feng's fire, and his entire body was steaming with heat. Nevertheless, he feigned calmness, resting his blade on his shoulder as he loudly proclaimed, "Cave Heaven disciples are nothing special after all." Xianxia was rendered speechless. If it really came down to a fight, Ding Yi would not be his opponent. Ding Yi could clearly not use Bai Feng's fire many times, so he only needed to block the 7th Order Fire Element power once or twice to stand in an invincible position. It would be an easy victory once Ding Yi could not use that power. It was just that he did not know anything about Ding Yi. Is he the disciple of some unknown old monster? Otherwise, how could he be capable of unleashing a 7th Order Fire Element power? He asked through gritted teeth, "What is your name, Your Excellency?" Ding Yi burst out laughing, "Do you take me for a fool? You are a Cave Heaven disciple. If I tell you my name, won't you remember my name and come after me for revenge in the future?" "I'm not telling you. I won't tell you even if you beat me to death." What he didn't seem to realize was that Xianxia would remember his appearance even if he did not know his name. Ding Yi had brought his men as reinforcements. And counting Lang Qingshan and the others, the numbers on Yang Kai's side were almost equal to the opposing side now. However, only their numbers were equal. There was a huge disparity in terms of quality. Core disciples and legacy disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises were abundant among the opposing side, and even the weakest among them were inner disciples who had condensed 5th Order elements. On the contrary, aside from Gu Pan, Ning Daoran, Wei Buke, Lin Feng, Chu Huashang, Ding Yi, chef, and accountant, there were not many who had condensed fifth order or higher elements on Yang Kai's side. The people from Emperor Heaven were even more of a mixed bunch. Yang Kai was not afraid of anyone in a one-on-one fight, but there was a problem now. As long as Xianxia and the others had their identity tokens on them, he could not kill them unless he was willing to die with them. At present, he could only injure them at most. But, what was the point of doing that? That was why it was hard to tell who would win and who would lose if it actually came down to a fight. The scene was tense. Ding Yi's attack had greatly frightened Xianxia and the others. If they did not attack, then Yang Kai and the others naturally would not attack either, thus, the situation fell into a stalemate. Are you done making a fuss? If you're done, then shut up. Everyone keeps shouting at each other. It's so noisy. All of a sudden, somebody leisurely walked over from the foot of the hill with his hands behind his back. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically. Reacting as though he was facing a great nemesis, he prepared all the strength in his body to attack at any time and directed all his focus at this newcomer solemnly. There was only one person in the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven whom he considered a formidable enemy, Black Crow Divine Monarch, who had returned to life through possession. Yang Kai had never thought much of anybody else, no matter which cave heaven or paradise they belonged to. Similarly, Chu Huashang's expression became grave. On the opposite side, Pei Wenxian narrowed his eyes and inconspicuously took a few steps back. He had suffered badly at the hands of Black Crow Divine Monarch previously. In addition, his identity token had been destroyed. If Black Crow Divine Monarch attacked him once more, he would be powerless to resist, so upon hearing Black Crow Divine Monarch's voice, he immediately began to consider whether he should flee. Now who the hell are you? How dare you speak so arrogantly? Xianxia had nowhere to vent the rage in his heart. Just as he was about to deal with Yang Kai, various people had popped up one after another to get in his way. Ding Yi's sudden appearance had also caused him to fall into such a disheveled state, losing a great deal of face. And now, another unknown nobody had emerged. This series of happenings made him incredibly angry. It felt as though the entire world was looking down on him. Xianxia had never been to the Blood Lake, so he did not know about Black Crow Divine Monarch or the latter's strength. Although Pei Wenxian was aware, he did not think to warn Xianxia for some reason. Most likely, he was racking his brains and single-mindedly thinking of ways to protect himself. A cultivator approached Xianxia and whispered something in his ear, causing the murderous intent in Xianxia's eyes to flare brightly. A great thousand bloodland disciple? How dare a disciple of a trivial second-class great force utter such arrogant words in this place? Scram! Black Crow Divine Monarch had possessed the body of Zhou Yi from Great Thousand Bloodland. It was obvious that the person who whispered in Xianxia's ear earlier had recognized the former's appearance. Black Crow Divine Monarch turned to look in that direction and grinned meaningfully. What did you say, boy? I dare you to repeat those words again. Xianxia was further enraged and snapped, if you dare act disrespectful again, I'll take your dog life. Black Crow Divine Monarch nodded repeatedly. It has been many years since this monarch appeared in the world. I was not aware that young people were so bold nowadays. While chuckling to himself, he raised a hand and pointed in Xianxia's direction. Xianxia originally did not think much of Black Crow Divine Monarch as in his eyes, the other party was just a disciple from a second-class great force. There was no need for him to take notice of the other party. Even if he killed the other party here for irritating him, Great Thousand Bloodland would not dare to make a single complaint. However, Xianxia suddenly felt that something was wrong when Black Crow Divine Monarch pointed at him and a suffocating aura of death suddenly enveloped him. A small crimson point of light appeared in Xianxia's vision and rapidly magnified in front of him. It obscured his vision and flooded his other senses. Before he could realize what was happening, he suddenly heard the sound of something shattering coming from his waist. The identity token hanging on his belt suddenly crumbled to dust. Amidst the cloud of dust, a stream of light burst out and slashed towards the crimson light. The crimson light broke apart, but the stream of light did not lose its momentum and crashed towards Black Crow Divine Monarch. Black Crow Divine Monarch had suffered badly due to a similar incident before. Back at the palace in the middle of the lake, he had been sliced in two by Pei Wenxian's identity token, so how could he be unprepared now? After unleashing his attack, Black Crow Divine Monarch kicked off slightly and floated backward. At the same time, he left a blood shadow that looked exactly like him in the place where he was standing before. The blood shadow was almost like a soul clone, its aura was no different from his. That stream of light slashed down upon the blood shadow and it collapsed with a loud splash, transforming into a crimson pool. The stench of blood permeated the air. After slashing down this blood shadow, the stream of light dissipated. The entire place went dead silent. Only Yang Kai, Pei Wenxian, and Chu Huashang were mentally prepared for this situation. All the remaining people stared at Black Crow Divine Monarch in shock, regardless of which sect they came from. Their eyes were filled with horror. Xianxia was also as pale as a piece of paper. Even now, he was completely clueless about the situation. All he knew was that the identity token his master had painstakingly created for him had been activated and his protective charm had been up. The identity token he carried would only activate automatically at times where his life was in danger. In other words, he would be a corpse by now if not for the protection of that stream of light. What just happened? His thoughts were all over the place. Are all the Cave Heaven and Paradise disciples so shameless nowadays? How boring. Black Crow Divine Monarch shook his head. He had tried to kill Pei Wenxian before but failed, and now, he once again failed to kill Xianxia. It was all because his attacks were blocked by the divine ability released by their identity tokens. He turned to look at Yang Kai with a smile. These kids are so much weaker than you. There were so many talented young people present, but the only person that interested him was Yang Kai. Only Yang Kai was capable of actually fighting him and surviving despite being pursued over 10,000 kilometers. Yang Kai coldly snorted in response. Who are you? Xianxia no longer dared to underestimate Black Crow Divine Monarch. Somebody who could nearly kill him in a single move could not have been nurtured by Great Thousand Blood Land. Although Ding Yi's display had surprised him, it was nowhere near as terrifying and shocking as what he experienced just moments ago. He originally thought that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would be where he could display his talents and rise to fame. Who could have known that each person he met in this place would be stronger than the last? Black Crow Divine Monarch turned to look at Pei Wenxian and grinned. Who is this monarch? Why don't you ask your companion? If it was someone else. Speaking such words, they wouldn't hold much weight, but after his little display, Black Crow Divine Monarch certainly had such capital. Everyone save for a few glanced towards Pei Wenxian. Pei Wenxian was standing very far away by now, with all the energy in his body prepared to attack at any time. He had the posture of escaping at the first sign of something going wrong. When Black Crow Divine Monarch looked in his direction, his heart tightened in fear and he nearly fled. To his surprise, Black Crow Divine Monarch smilingly assured him, "Don't worry. I won't attack you since you're capable of reaching this place." Pei Wenxian did not know whether to believe those words or not, however, he realized that he would not be able to escape if Black Crow Divine Monarch had appeared here with the intention of actually killing him. Upon arriving at this conclusion, he relaxed considerably and quickly said, "This is Black Crow Divine Monarch." Divine Monarch? Everybody was so astonished that they could barely believe their ears. Since ancient times, the only ones with the qualifications to call themselves Divine Monarch were high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Open Heaven Realm Masters were unable to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, so how could there be a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master in this place? Besides, they had never heard of the name Black Crow Divine Monarch before. Pei Wenxian explained, the Divine Monarch was trapped in this place by Blood Monster Divine Monarch, but his soul did not perish. He recently possessed Zhou of Great Thousand Blood Land and came back to life. Everybody felt their scalps going numb with fear as Ba Liang exclaimed in horror, "Is that the truth?" Pei Wenxian nodded solemnly in response. Nobody doubted his words. After all, they witnessed what happened just now with their own eyes. Aside from a Divine Monarch possessing somebody and coming back to life, nobody else could have the strength to nearly kill Xianxia in one move. In an instant, it wasn't just the Cave Heaven and Paradise disciples who looked at Black Crow Divine Monarch warily. Even the people standing around Yang Kai became anxious and uneasy. From the actions of Black Crow Divine Monarch earlier, it was obvious that he was not a compassionate man. There was a high possibility that he was subject to shifting moods and killed others casually. If a person like him were consumed by bloodlust, nobody in this place could stop him. Don't be so nervous. On the other hand, Black Crow Divine Monarch was smiling cheerfully. This monarch did not spend so much effort to gather all of you in this place just to kill you. You gathered all of us in this place? Xianxia furrowed his eyebrows. Of course. Black Crow Divine Monarch tilted his head to the side. If not for this monarch, do you think all of you could have arrived here safely? I was the one who removed all the dangers and barriers along the way for you. Xianxia did not doubt those words. His journey here had certainly been very smooth. Logically speaking, that should not have been possible. It was not until this moment that he learned Black Crow Divine Monarch had removed all the dangers and obstacles along the way. No wonder so many people arrived here even though nobody had ever managed to arrive at the depths of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven after so many years. This junior has a question. Dingy suddenly spoke up. Speak. Black Crow Divine Monarch turned to him. Sir Divine Monarch, you could have quietly cultivated after possessing somebody and coming back to life. Why did you have to gather all of us here? What are your intentions, Sir Divine Monarch? This question hit the nail on the head. Everybody wanted to know the answer. Black Crow Divine Monarch chuckled softly, making him seem rather insidious. Of course, it's for the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Why else would this monarch spend so much effort to gather you all here? The Blood Monster Divine Palace. A series of exclamations rang out. Everybody's eyes blazed with excitement. It had long been said that the Blood Monster Divine Palace was located in the depths of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, wherein the inheritance and legacy of Blood Monster Divine Monarch were hidden. Anybody who could locate the Blood Monster Divine Palace and pass Blood Monster Divine Monarch's various tests would be able to inherit everything within the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Nevertheless, rumors were just rumors. Nobody had ever confirmed these rumors. After all, nobody had ever found the Blood Monster Divine Palace throughout the years, so how could these rumors be verified? Be that as it may, Black Crow Divine Monarch had mentioned the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Does the Blood Monster Divine Palace really exist? You're not trying to deceive us, right? Xianxia stared at Black Crow Divine Monarch suspiciously. Black Crow Divine Monarch laughed. Of course the Blood Monster Divine Palace exists. I don't mind telling you. The Blood Monster Divine Palace is right in front of you. In this very mountain valley. While speaking, he reached out and pointed downward. They looked down but did not see the Blood Monster Divine Palace anywhere. The mountain valley might be green and lush with beautiful scenery, but there was no sign of a palace at all. Black Crow Divine Monarch calmly explained, as long as the barrier is not broken, the palace will not show itself. If you want to find the Blood Monster Divine Palace, you have to destroy the barrier first. Xianxia quickly asked, what does that have to do with you gathering all of us in this place? Black Crow Divine Monarch snickered, if this monarch had his full strength. No, with just 10% of the strength I possessed before, it would have not been a problem destroying that barrier. Unfortunately, you have also seen this monarch's current situation. The strength I can wield currently is very limited. Although I know the secrets behind the barrier, my strength is not enough for me to break it alone. I need the help of many people. Upon hearing those words, everybody understood the situation. They finally knew why Black Crow Divine Monarch had gathered so many people in this place. It was not rare to see barriers like this which required the joint efforts of many people to destroy, therefore, there was nothing strange about his words. There's one more thing. Black Crow Divine Monarch's expression became a little solemn. There is probably a monster beast protecting the palace, and if this monarch's guess is correct, it is a 7th order monster beast. 7th order. Everybody exclaimed in surprise. All of them had killed some monster beasts during their travels, so they each had a rough idea of the strength of these monster beasts. A 5th order monster beast was roughly equivalent to a half-step open heaven realm master. On the other hand, a 6th order monster beast was as strong as a low-rank open heaven realm master at the very least. Wouldn't that mean that a 7th order monster beast could exert the strength of a mid-rank open heaven realm master? Who among all the people present could resist such a monster beast? Even Black Crow Divine Monarch himself could not win against it in his current state. You are unable to detect the existence of the monster beast because it is sleeping at the moment, however, it will awaken once we begin breaking the barrier. That's why this monarch doesn't just need some people to help him break the barrier. I also need some people to help fend off the 7th Order monster beast. Are you insane? Xianxia jokingly asked. He had already been at a serious disadvantage during his previous battle with Golden Gorilla King at Abundance City. Golden Gorilla King was only at the peak of the 6th Order, not to mention that he was heavily injured at the time. If Golden Gorilla King was already so powerful, how much stronger would a 7th Order monster beast be? With their current strength, meeting a 7th Order monster beast was no different from courting death. Black Crow Divine Monarch laughed. A 7th Order monster beast might be extraordinary, but it's been asleep for a very long time. It is unknown how much strength it can exert at the moment. Every one of you are the elite disciples of major sects. I'm sure it won't be a problem if you join forces and work together to fight it. Besides, this monarch is not asking you to kill it. You only need to distract it for some time. Once we enter the Blood Monster Divine Palace after the barrier is broken, what can that 7th Order monster beast do to us? Xianxia ignored Black Crow Divine Monarch's little speech. Before entering the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, he had hoped to encounter a Metal Element or Een Element 7th Order monster beast and obtain the monster core by slaying it, but he completely gave up on that idea after his battle with the Golden Gorilla King. A 7th Order monster beast was not something he could challenge. Black Crow Divine Monarch continued, the Blood Monster Divine Palace is where old ghost Shuiyao lived. There are countless hidden treasures inside there. If you can obtain some of those treasures, you will surely experience a soaring improvement in your cultivation. Although his words were bewitching, not many people were moved. After witnessing the methods Black Crow Divine Monarch displayed previously, many people were very scared of him. He was a divine monarch who not only came back to life through possession but also had a deeper understanding of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven than them. Even if what he said was true, even if they could work together to fend off the 7th Order monster beast and destroy the barrier, who could remove the treasures from beneath his nose? Wouldn't he take all the good things for himself? Who would be willing to sacrifice themselves for the benefit of others? The disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises were not stupid and understood this point clearly. Black Crow Divine Monarch stretched his arms and shouted, everyone, please lend me your strength. This monarch can only rely on you. Once we succeed, we will split the treasures in the palace according to our respective opportunities. Countless pairs of eyes stared at him indifferently, but nobody responded. Xianxia sneered, Black Crow Divine Monarch, I'm afraid you took the wrong approach by trying to borrow our strength to open the Blood Monster Divine Palace. I suggest you give up on that idea as soon as possible. Black Crow Divine Monarch looked around after hearing those words. This monarch is being sincere. Is nobody going to show some appreciation? Baoyang quickly said, Divine Monarch, you are a senior master and we can only sigh at our inferiority before you. Please help yourself to all the treasures in the Blood Monster Divine Palace. I'm afraid we will have to decline your offer to participate. Black Crow Divine Monarch chuckled lightly, what are you so afraid of? Are you afraid that this monarch will simply slaughter you once we enter the palace? If that's the case, this monarch can swear a blood oath. While saying so, he bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed out a mouthful of blood mist. Both his hands quickly formed seals, guiding the blood mist to transform into a mysterious blood pattern. He faced the blood pattern and solemnly swore, this monarch, Heya, will swear a blood oath on his Dao seal. If you all cooperate with this monarch to open the Blood Monster Divine Palace, we will split the treasures according to our respective opportunities once we enter the palace, and as long as you do not provoke me first, this monarch will not harm you. May my soul be extinguished if I break this oath. After saying that, he formed a final seal and the blood pattern transformed into a blood light that shot straight into his forehead. Grunting softly, he staggered backward and turned a few shades paler. Upon seeing that, everybody looked at each other in shock. The fact that Black Crow Divine Monarch would decisively swear a blood oath on his Dao seal was something nobody expected. Moreover, this oath sounded rather sincere. As long as they entered the Blood Monster Divine Palace, he would not attack anyone who did not provoke him. Those words essentially guaranteed their safety. Of course, they could guess that the more sincere he seemed, the more it meant that he desperately wanted something from within the blood monster divine palace. Even so, there was no denying that many people became interested after Black Crow Divine Monarch made the blood oath. The main reason for their hesitation previously was their fear of his strength. He could foresee Xianxia's identity token to activate with a single move, which meant if he really wanted to kill them, nobody could stop him. However, things were different now that their safety was guaranteed. In any case, his actions had clearly shown his sincerity. Xianxia and the others looked at each other and saw the interest in each other's eyes. They were the first batch of people to arrive in this place since ancient times, so there was no saying what kind of treasures they could find if they managed to open the blood monster divine palace. Xianxia of Clear Mind Heaven asked, "Divine Monarch, can you tell us what kind of treasures can be found inside the blood monster divine palace?" Black Crow Divine Monarch chuckled softly. "How would this monarch know? I've never entered the blood monster divine palace before." Nevertheless, that old ghost Shui Yao was an 8th order open heaven realm master. There must be some treasures inside. Who knows? There might be some 7th order or 8th order cultivation resources within. Those words made Xianxia and the others breathe a little quicker in excitement. Even Yang Kai's eyes flickered slightly. Although he could not let his guard down around Black Crow Divine Monarch, he desperately needed 7th order metal and element resources. If there really were 7th order or 8th order resources inside, then he had to try his luck no matter what. Even though those thoughts swirled in his heart, Yang Kai revealed nothing on the surface. Ba Liang considered for a moment before he gritted his teeth and said, "Nothing ventured, nothing gained. How can this Ba back down after coming here? Sir Divine Monarch, this Ba Liang is willing to lend you a hand no matter what the others may choose." "Good. Very good. Boy, you're not bad." Black Crow Divine Monarch looked at Ba Liang approvingly. Xianxia said, "There's no reason for me to refuse if Brother Ba agrees." Yiching of Azure Nether Paradise smilingly chimed in, "This ye will lend a hand too." As soon as these people expressed their stance, more people immediately expressed their willingness to help Blood Monster Divine Monarch break the barrier. Even so, there were also some cultivators who realized that their strength was inferior to others present. After hesitating for some time, one of them cupped his fist and said, "Sir Divine Monarch, please forgive us. Our strength is lacking and I'm afraid we won't be of much help even if we joined you. We will take our leave now." That person quickly led several of his fellow brothers and retreated down the mountain after saying that. Black Crow Divine Monarch did not stop them. He simply watched their departing backs with a faint smile. Those people had not walked further than several tens of meters away when a layer of crimson-red blood mist emerged from the ground and enveloped them. Their screams of agony immediately rang out, followed by several energy fluctuations. The blood mist disappeared as quickly as it appeared. It didn't take more than several breaths of time before the crimson-red mist vanished out of sight. What entered their sights made them gasp in horror. The cultivators that were preparing to leave just now had been turned into mummified corpses that collapsed to the ground without a shred of vitality. Black Crow Divine Monarch grinned. This monarch even went so far as to swear a blood oath. "Who else dares not give me face?" He turned and looked around. "Who else wishes to leave? Reveal yourselves to this monarch. Who else would dare to step forward with such a precedent?" Even though those people died a horrible death right in front of them, nobody had noticed when Black Crow Divine Monarch made his move. It was only natural that nobody wanted to follow their footsteps. As such, he sneered, "I don't mind telling you. This monarch has already arranged a grand array in this area. Nobody can leave without this monarch's approval." Yang Kai calmly said, "Don't wag your tongue so wildly, Divine Monarch, you might bite it." Yang Kai had tried to activate his space principles just now and discovered that he was not bound by any restrictions. In other words, Black Crow Divine Monarch could not stop him if he wanted to leave. Black Crow Divine Monarch glanced sideways at Yang Kai, murderous intent overflowing from his eyes. However, he quickly composed himself and snickered, "You're quite capable, brat. It's true that this monarch cannot stop you if you wish to leave. You can escape, but can the people by your side do the same?" Yang Kai's expression immediately darkened. There was really nothing he could do if Black Crow Divine Monarch threatened the people around him. While he might be able to place everybody into the small sealed world and leave with them, Black Crow Divine Monarch would surely act before he could finish. Ignoring Yang Kai, Black Crow Divine Monarch looked at the others and asked, "Does anybody else wish to leave?" "Leave, my ass. Those who tried to leave died right in front of us. Who would dare try to leave?" Regardless of whether they were willing or unwilling, they had no choice but to follow Black Crow Divine Monarch now. Pleased with the situation, Black Crow Divine Monarch nodded repeatedly. Then, he turned to look at Yang Kai. "What about you? Are you coming or not?" Only the people around Yang Kai had yet to express their stance, which meant as long as Yang Kai agreed, then all the pieces were in place. "Do you agree to let me leave, Divine Monarch?" Yang Kai asked. "You can try." Black Crow Divine Monarch smiled brightly in response. However, his gaze swept across Chu Huashang, Zhang Ruashi, and the others with malicious intent. Yang Kai was so furious that his teeth hurt. After a brief consideration, he quickly said, "Divine Monarch, I can assist you, but I have a condition." Black Crow Divine Monarch burst into laughter. "You want to negotiate with this monarch? I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to do so." Yang Kai shook his head. "I believe I do." After saying that, he immediately changed his tone. "You mentioned it yourself, Divine Monarch. There are two main issues. One is to destroy the barrier and the other is to fend off the Seventh Order monster beast. We are completely clueless about the barriers in this place while you seem to know something. In other words, you will be presiding over the process of breaking the barrier. During this time you will be preoccupied, so you won't be able to do two things at once. As such, you will need somebody else to distract the Seventh Order monster beast." "So what?" Black Crow Divine Monarch looked over calmly. Yang Kai said, "You know the ferocity of a Seventh Order monster beast. Out of everybody here, I am the only one who stands a fighting chance against it. Who else can fight a Seventh Order monster beast?" Black Crow Divine Monarch snorted. "Many of those little ones have those nameplates. When they are in grave danger, the divine abilities within the nameplates will automatically be activated. Forget keeping the Seventh Order monster beast occupied, even killing it won't be an issue." Yang Kai said, "They will need to be in grave danger for that to happen. Do you think they will intentionally place themselves in grave danger and use up the divine abilities in their identity tokens? Why fool yourself, Divine Monarch? These people are unreliable. You know you can only rely on me to distract the Seventh Order monster beast. You've seen what I can." At this point, Yang Kai frowned and murmured, "No. Were you waiting for me, Divine Monarch?" Yang Kai suddenly recalled that Black Crow Divine Monarch arrived here a long time ago. However, it was not until he arrived here that the latter leisurely showed up. It was clear Black Crow Divine Monarch was waiting for him. Upon understanding this point, Yang Kai immediately realized something else. This old ghost planned to use me to hold off that Seventh Order monster beast from the start. This old ghost is so sly. I nearly fell for his trick. Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly snorted, "Brat, those who are too smart tend to die young." Yang Kai burst out laughing. "Divine Monarch, why are you getting angry out of shame?" Since Black Crow Divine Monarch had planned for him to distract the Seventh Order monster beast in the first place, there was no reason to be reserved, so Yang Kai immediately asked, "Do you think I have the right to negotiate with you now, Divine Monarch?" Black Crow Divine Monarch's expression became gloomy and uncertain for a time before he coldly snorted, "What is your condition? Let's hear it. But, I'll say this in advance. If it's too excessive, then don't blame this monarch for acting ruthless. Don't worry, Divine Monarch. My condition is not excessive." Yang Kai smiled brightly, "I only need a Seventh Order metal or element material." Upon hearing those words, Black Crow Divine Monarch shook his head so hard that it rattled. "I don't have any." Yang Kai said, "Divine Monarch, how can you be so unreasonable? You are a high-rank open heaven realm master who came back to life through possession. Although Seventh Order materials are valuable, they should not be a problem for you, right? Don't you have any kind of legacy?" Black Crow Divine Monarch angrily snarled. This monarch was trapped in this place by Shui Yao for countless years. What legacy would I have to speak of? I would not hesitate to give you such trash if I had one in my possession, but I don't have anything right now. He paused for a moment before he continued, "Why don't we do this instead? Help me open the Blood Monster Divine Palace, and if I find what you need inside, this monarch will deliver it to you. I'm sure there are some 7th order materials inside the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Xianxia scoffed at those words. Divine Monarch, do you take me for a 3-year-old child? If this bastard finds anything good inside, he would never hand them over to me. It's not the first time I've encountered betrayals. Black Crow Divine Monarch said, there's nothing I can do if you don't trust this monarch. It's just that this monarch really does not have what you want. Why don't you change your request to something this monarch can satisfy? Xianxia rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Since you said that, Divine Monarch, then I won't make things difficult for you. I'll change my condition to something you have. That's right. I'll take the true Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture. Black Crow Divine Monarch's expression immediately darkened upon hearing this. Junior, don't go too far. Xianxia looked at Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly. Divine Monarch, don't you think you're being rather insincere? I wanted high-rank materials, but you claimed that you don't have any. Now, I'm asking for the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture. Are you going to tell me you don't have it either? Black Crow Divine Monarch was furious. Who is the one being unreasonable here? This monarch is simply asking for your help to distract the 7th order monster beast for a while. How dare you try to covet the Blood Light Scripture for such a small task? It's unfortunate that this monarch has only just been reborn and not recovered his strength, or I would have killed you long ago. You know that I have to face a 7th order monster beast. I will have to risk my life, Divine Monarch. The Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture is the coarse secret art of that old dog Shui Yao's Tao of blood inheritance. This monarch spent countless years obtaining it. Handing it to another person is impossible. Not unless it's a dead person. This won't work, that won't work. Divine Monarch, are you trying to benefit without giving anything in return? I may be young, but I'm not so easily fooled either. Likewise, Xianxia looked annoyed. Black Crow Divine Monarch furrowed his brow tightly and softened his tone. Brat, don't make things difficult for me. This monarch is unable to fulfill the 2 conditions you asked for, so why mention them? You're simply causing everybody to become unhappy as a result. Change your condition. This monarch will not refuse you if it is within my abilities to satisfy you. Really? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Black Crow Divine Monarch arrogantly said, of course. This monarch will not deceive a junior like you. Xianxia pretended to think for a while before he finally said, in that case, please hand over the Blood Principles Restriction Secret Technique in the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture. Why would you need that? Black Crow Divine Monarch glanced at Xianxia suspiciously, but a few moments later, he suddenly realized something. Are you trying to bring somebody out of here? He looked Xianxia up and down, then he grinned meaningfully. Brat, you beat around the bush for so long, but it seems your real aim was the Blood Principles Restriction Secret Technique. He seemed delighted to have seen through Xianxia's heart. Xianxia revealed nothing. Just tell me whether you'll give it to me or not. The truth was that Black Crow Divine Monarch was reluctant. It was just that he had already rejected Xianxia twice, and doing so a 3rd time would likely lead to a complete breakdown in negotiations. If that was the case, then there was no need to continue discussing this matter. Besides, the Blood Secret Technique was not related to the core of the Blood Light Scripture even though it was part of it. There was no need to worry about Xianxia deducing the rest of the Blood Light Scripture from this derivative technique. Thus, he immediately nodded. This monarch can agree to this condition. Black Crow Divine Monarch agreed so readily that Xianxia couldn't help feeling uneasy, so he frowned and said, Divine Monarch, don't try to deceive me. I've also comprehended a bit of the Blood Light Scripture myself, so I'll know whether those secret techniques are real or fake. If you dare to play tricks on me, don't blame this junior for turning around and betraying you. Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly snorted, rest assured. This monarch made a promise to you. I will not cheat. Why do you need to be so suspicious, brat? While saying so, he took out a jade slip. His divine sense surged for a moment, seeming inscribing something, before he tossed the jade slip over to Xianxia. Xianxia reached out to catch the jade slip. While maintaining a thread of consciousness to watch Black Crow Divine Monarch warily, he examined the contents of the jade slip. If not for the experience at the Blood Lake, Yang Kai would not have been able to determine the authenticity of the information contained within the jade slip. Fortunately, he had comprehended several chapters of the Blood Light scripture previously and did not find any flaws after he carefully examined the secret technique in the jade slip. The Blood Principles Restriction secret technique was not hard to undo, the only issue was that he needed to consume some of his own blood qi. If only I could return to Abundance City. I'd be able to experiment on the cultivators there. That way, I'd know whether this information is real or fake. Everybody paid close attention to the conversation Yang Kai and Black Crow Divine Monarch were having via divine sense transmission, however, they had no idea what was being said. They saw various expressions flitting across the faces of those two, and a short while later, Black Crow Divine Monarch tossed a jade slip to Yang Kai, who then began examining it. Everybody couldn't help looking at each other, wondering what kind of deal Black Crow Divine Monarch made with Yang Kai. A quarter hour later, Black Crow Divine Monarch urged impatiently, "Brat, are you done? Do you have to study it so carefully? You'll have plenty of time to study it once we're out of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." Yang Kai put the jade slip away and nodded, "Good." Black Crow Divine Monarch looked satisfied. "In that case, let us begin. But, there's something I have to say in advance." He looked around him and his expression gradually became colder as he darkly added, "You will all need to work together to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If this monarch discovers that somebody is secretly attacking another or holding back, then this monarch will kill him." While speaking, he specifically glanced at Yang Kai and Xianxia. It was obvious he knew that these two were not on good terms. Yang Kai nonchalantly said, "I won't do anything if nobody provokes me first." Xianxia cupped his fists, "Divine Monarch, please rest assured. In the current situation, the Blood Monster Divine Palace is the top priority. This junior understands his priorities." "Very good." Black Crow Divine Monarch laughed, "In that case, this monarch will explain how we will work together to break the barrier. As long as we can break through and enter the Blood Monster Divine Palace, this monarch guarantees that you will all gain something." Nobody understood the Blood Monster Divine Palace better than him, so it was only natural that he presided over the process of breaking the barrier. In addition, Black Crow Divine Monarch was very well prepared. Now that he was in charge of coordinating the entire situation, he immediately conveyed order after order. That was not all though, as he brought out array flags from somewhere and distributed them to the cultivators. The cultivators gathered in this place numbered 1,000 at the very least. Soon, everybody except the people around Yang Kai were divided into 64 groups to stand at various positions according to Black Crow Divine Monarch's arrangement. The leaders of each group were elite disciples from the cave heavens and paradises, each of whom carried an array flag with them. Yang Kai frowned slightly at the sight. Black Crow Divine Monarch had been imprisoned in this place for so many years. Not to mention, he himself was a high-rank open heaven realm master who came back to life through possession. Logically speaking, he should have a deeper understanding of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven than anybody else, and yet, even with his extensive knowledge, experience, and ability, he still needed to go to such lengths to set up such a grand array in order to break the barrier here. Furthermore, there was also a slumbering 7th order monster beast that would awaken the moment they began to break the barrier. Did Blood Monster Divine Monarch really have the intention to pass down his legacy and inheritance? Yang Kai seriously doubted that Blood Monster Divine Monarch had truly considered such a thing, otherwise, why would he set such high difficulty tests? These were not obstacles that ordinary Emperor Realm Masters could overcome. Be that as it may, it was too late to think about it now. Black Crow Divine Monarch had already begun his preparations. Whether or not they could open the Blood Monster Divine Palace would depend entirely on his methods. The entire process took no more than an hour before the grand array was ready. Black Crow Divine Monarch appeared in front of Yang Kai and solemnly said, "Brat, it will be great if the 7th order monster beast does not appear later, but if it does, then I can only rely on you and the people around you to distract it. The others will be part of the grand array, so they will be unable to move. Don't disappoint this monarch." Yang Kai said, "I'll do my best. I have no idea how much strength a 7th order monster beast can exert. If I can't win, then I'll definitely make my escape. How can I just stay here and wait for death to come?" Black Crow Divine Monarch clearly read between the lines and understood the thoughts that Yang Kai did not express, thus, he glared at Yang Kai deeply. Nevertheless, there was nothing he could do except try to entice Yang Kai with the benefits. Didn't you want metal element and yin element high-rank materials? If you help this monarch distract the monster beast, I will surely bring you what you need if I find them in the blood monster divine palace. Yang Kai nodded, that can be discussed later. Needless to say, Black Crow Divine Monarch could not be trusted. He might be showing a kind and friendly facade at the moment, but that was only because he needed him right now. Once Yang Kai's value vanished, why would Black Crow Divine Monarch bother playing nice? But Yang Kai was a little excited. I wonder what element the monster beast sleeping in this place is. If it happens to be the metal or yin element, I'll definitely kill it. I haven't used the divine ability bead given to me by proprietress yet. If I do, there's a high chance I can kill the monster beast in one blow. Black Crow Divine Monarch transformed into a bloodlight and departed. By the time he reappeared, he was standing in the middle of the mountain valley. He formed a set of hand seals and shouted, "Get ready. Our success or failure depends on this. Start the array." As he spoke, he reached his hand into the void and pulled out a large banner from somewhere. He opened his mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of blood mist. The large banner absorbed the blood chi and immediately seemed to come alive. The large banner fluttered, flapping loudly in the wind. The cultivators holding the array flags at all 64 array nodes activated them according to the secret technique taught to them by Black Crow Divine Monarch. Then, the array flags began to resonate with the control banner. A vibration that came from the depths of one's soul resounded through the air. The entire world seemed to shudder for a moment, and crimson-red mist emerged from the ground before spreading out to cover the entire mountain valley in the blink of an eye. They had all witnessed the strangeness of this blood mist earlier. The cultivators who fell into it had quickly turned into mummified corpses, therefore, everybody was terrified when the blood mist appeared once more and their scalps tingled with fear. Black Crow Divine Monarch shouted, "Focus! If you dare to slack off, then don't blame this monarch for being ruthless." Everybody felt very uneasy. Nevertheless, they could only grit their teeth and continue cooperating with him to activate the grand array when they thought about his horrifying methods. Fortunately, the blood mist only lingered within the mountain valley and flowed around their bodies. The blood mist soon squirmed like a living creature under the influence of those array flags and gradually gathered together to form a gigantic array in the mountain valley. A faint outline suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The outline only revealed the tip of the iceberg, but it looked like a part of an enormous palace. All the cultivators were stunned by the sight of that outline. Only then did they realize that Black Crow Divine Monarch did not deceive them. The rumored blood monster divine palace was truly hidden in this place. It was just that it had always been protected by a barrier, so it was never revealed. If not for Black Crow Divine Monarch's guidance, most would have never noticed any of the mysteries in this place even if they were standing in front of them. Yang Kai stood at the top of the mountain in his original spot. He looked at the outline and became more certain that Blood Monster Divine Monarch had no intention of passing his legacy and inheritance down to anyone. Everything in this place could not be accessed by a cultivator in the Emperor realm. Without Black Crow Divine Monarch, it would have been impossible for them to even find any traces of the Blood Monster Divine Palace. The blood mist twisted and squirmed back and forth within the mountain valley, constantly climbing over the outline of the palace. Over time, the outline revealed more and more parts of the palace, while at the same time, the outline became more and more solid. Next to Yang Kai, Chu Huashang, Gu Pan, Zhang Ruashi, Lin Feng, Ning Dao Ran, Wei Buquet, Ding Yi, chef, accountant, and Lang Qingshan were all ready to attack at a moment's notice. However, there were no signs indicating the appearance of the seventh-order monster beast despite waiting for so long. Ding Yi scratched his head and chuckled. Could Black Crow Divine Monarch have been mistaken? There doesn't seem to be a seventh-order monster beast sleeping in this place. With such a commotion going on, any monster beast would have woken up a long time ago if they were sleeping here. Wei Buquet grinned. It's best if there's nothing. We can just watch them work, then, we can rush in and search for treasure once the Blood Monster Divine Palace opens. Ding Yi reacted like he had found his best friend and looked at Wei Buquet enthusiastically. I was thinking so too. Keep your guard up. Yang Kai suddenly shouted. Although they had yet to see anything resembling a seventh-order monster beast, There was obviously a reason why Black Crow Divine Monarch was so serious about this matter. It was most likely that there really was a 7th-order monster beast sleeping in this place. During the conversation between Ding Yi and Wei Bouquet, a faint and barely perceptible monster qi suddenly spread out. It didn't take long before the monster qi became dozens of times more potent. Moreover, the monster qi was so pure that it was simply indescribable. Even the Golden Gorilla King could not compare. There was no doubt that the 7th-order monster beast sleeping in this place had been awoken from its slumber. Everybody's expressions froze. The mouths of Ding Yi and Wei Bouquet, who had been joking around, twitched slightly. They realized that their words had jinxed the situation. They had only just mentioned the monster beast and the monster beast immediately showed signs of appearing. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. Spreading out his divine sense, he monitored the surroundings. He wanted to know where the monster beast would emerge from, for, at this moment, there was no sign of it. Even so, just the monster qi permeating the air alone was enough to create a sense of terror in their hearts. One could only imagine the horror of a 7th-order monster beast. A short while later, Yang Kai looked down and shouted, "It's coming from below." The entire view in the mountain valley was unobstructed, but there was no trace of the monster beast at all. Thus, the only possibility was that the monster beast would emerge from underground. As soon as the words left Yang Kai's mouth, they heard a loud rumbling coming from deep below. It was followed by an earthquake, almost as though a behemoth was crawling out of the ground. Without any warning, an enormous head suddenly popped out from below the ground, accompanied by a deep roar. A large bloody mouth opened and swallowed up several dozen people standing nearby in one bite, along with the soil they were standing on. All of a sudden, there was one less array node among the 64. Fortunately, Black Crow Divine Monarch had obviously anticipated this issue when setting up the Grand Array. Even though there was one less array node, it did not affect the operation of the Grand Array at all. The blood mist continued to drift over the Blood Monster Divine Palace, making it appear more and more solid. It was even starting to show signs of emerging from the void. Hong hong hong, the monster beast broke out of the ground in the next moment, causing a gigantic pit to appear. Its enormous body was as large as a small hill, with thick scales covering its body forming a powerful defense. The blood mist swirled around the sides of its body but could not corrode it at all. It was not until this moment that Yang Kai, who had been paying close attention to his surroundings all this while, finally had a good look at the monster beast. It was a star turtle with a 200-meter-long and 50-meter-tall body. In addition, it was covered in a layer of dazzling yellow light. Yang Kai was both disappointed and relieved, an earth element monster beast. He was disappointed that this monster beast was not of the metal element or yin element like what he desperately needed, but rather the earth element. He had already condensed an earth element power, moreover, he had used the dragon bead of a great dragon. There was nothing much to gain even if he killed this star turtle. At the same time, he was relieved that it was an earth element monster beast. The earth element was mainly about defense, so although it would be difficult to kill, the posture of this star turtle indicated it had poor offensive abilities, so the risk of facing it was minimized to a great extent. Furthermore, the star turtle had been sleeping for many millennia, so at this moment, it was still a little dazed and sluggish from having just woken up. It blankly rolled its eyes around, looking very drowsy. The cultivators forming the array nodes nearest to the turtle trembled uncontrollably. They had witnessed with their own eyes as the star turtle gulped up an entire batch of cultivators as soon as it appeared. Therefore, they were scared that it might turn around and eat them too. One should not be fooled by its dazed appearance. Nobody present was its opponent if it decided to attack. After all, its strength lay in its defense. The possibility was high that nobody could put a scratch on it. One of the cultivators from a second-class great force gulped nervously and subconsciously took a few steps back. He wanted to hide behind the others to seek a sense of security, but who could have known that his retreat would cause him to fall into the blood mist? There was a series of sizzling sounds and that person screamed in pain. The blood mist crawled up his body like snakes, enveloping him completely. By the time the blood mist dissipated, the man had become a mummified corpse. Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly snorted while waving the control banner, "Stand where you are. Whoever dares to move about rashly will die." Everybody felt a bitter taste in their mouths. It was not until this moment that they realized they were stuck in this situation with no way out. Out of all the areas covered by the Grand Array, only the areas around the array nodes were safe. Everywhere else was flooded with the blood mist. In other words, they could only stand at their respective array nodes once Black Crow Divine Monarch activated the Grand Array, otherwise, they would have to bear the risk of death. Xianxia was delighted when he saw this situation. He initially thought that he and the others had taken on a laborious task while the others had it easy, but it would now seem that fighting the Star Turtle was undoubtedly better than having no say about one's own life. He couldn't help looking in Xianxia's direction, secretly hoping that the Star Turtle would kill the latter. Coincidentally, Xianxia also happened to be looking this way. Their gazes met for a moment and Xianxia immediately figured out what Xianxia was thinking, thus, he angrily shouted, "Xianxia, why aren't you moving yet?" The array node he was managing was not that far from where the Star Turtle was located, so he had reason to be uneasy. Xianxia calmly called out, "There's no rush." Xianxia nearly spat blood at those words. "You might be in no rush, but I'm about to die from anxiety." Xianxia never imagined that the situation would turn out this way after the Grand Array was activated. If he had known earlier, he would have volunteered to trade places with Xianxia. At the very least, he would have some control over his own life or death. At this moment, he was unable to move a single step from this spot. Whether he lived or died was completely up to fate. It was a horrible feeling. "You should act now before it's too late." Black Crow Divine Monarch's voice rang out, "This monster beast has been sleeping for eons, and now that it's just woken up, its strength has yet to recover. This is the best time to take it down. If you delay, it will be even harder to handle." How difficult would it be to inflict heavy damage upon such a defense-oriented 7th-order monster beast? Xianxia was not sure if they could put a scratch on it even if everybody on his side used their full strength. Nevertheless, Black Crow Divine Monarch was right about one thing. This was indeed the time when the Star Turtle was at its weakest. At that thought, Xianxia nodded, "Since Divine Monarch has said so, then this junior will comply." Then, he shouted, "Kill." Swinging his arm widely, Space Principles surged to form a huge moon blade that broke the void and slashed towards the Star Turtle. Everybody around Xianxia swiftly unleashed their secret techniques one after another. Colorful lights swept towards the Star Turtle, showering down on its huge figure in an instant. The people gathered around Xianxia were a mix of both the strong and weak. For example, many from Emperor Heaven were rather weak. However, there was no shortage of elites like Gu Pan, Chu Huashang, and Ming Dao Ran either. The attacks of these core disciples from the various cave heavens and paradises were extraordinarily deadly. Hong Hong Hong. Explosion after explosion rang out deafeningly as numerous halos of light from these explosions spread out in all directions. When the lights dissipated, everybody looked over and felt a headache. Although they had known that the Star Turtle would have high defensive strength, they never imagined that it would be so outrageous. Their previous barrage had not even broken through the yellow layer of light surrounding its body, let alone cause any form of damage. Wei Buke grinned, "This bastard sure is tough." Xianxia shouted, "Again." Another round of attacks was launched and nobody dared to hold back. The best method to deal with the earth element was to counter with the wood element. Among the 5 elements, wood suppressed earth. Unfortunately, the wood element was generally focused on restoration and healing. Few people could comprehend offensive divine abilities from their wood element. Although Xianxia had condensed his wood element power from the essence of the immortal tree, he had yet to comprehend a wood element divine ability. On the other hand, his originally strong restorative and healing abilities had been greatly enhanced as a result. There were precious few among the crowd who had realized any form of wood element divine ability at all, so even if they unleashed these divine abilities, the effects on the Star Turtle were negligible. This was a 7th-order monster beast, therefore, the earth attribute light surrounding its body was formed from a 7th-order earth element power. It was very difficult to destroy such a barrier without a high enough order strength. When everybody attacked at this moment, the disparity between their strength was revealed. Chu Huashang, Gu Pan, and the others were undoubtedly the strongest among the group. They were core disciples of their respective cave heavens and paradises after all. As the future pillars of their respective sects, they had been vigorously nurtured since young. The power behind their secret techniques was amazing, difficult for ordinary cultivators to match up to. Meanwhile, chef, accountant, Lang Qingshan, Ding Yi, and several others were slightly inferior in comparison. As for the ones from Emperor Heaven, their attacks were quite weak by comparison, however, what they lacked in individual strength they made up for in numbers. Their attacks raining down on the star turtle gradually made the light surrounding its body slightly dimmer. At this moment, the star turtle seemed to be slowly awakening, and soon it swiveled its head around and looked in their direction. Roaring up into the sky, it immediately began moving. It rushed over towards them at an extremely high speed despite looking clumsy and heavy. Every step it took made a thunderous thud against the ground. "He's coming!" Yang Kai shouted at the top of his lungs. At this moment, he did not dare to hold back any longer. Drawing power from his Dao seal, Golden Crow's true fire spread out and began burning everything before him. Yang Kai had condensed 5 types of high-rank elements and had managed to comprehend divine abilities from 2 of them so far. One was the dragon's shield and the other was the Golden Crow casts the sun. Be that as it may, it did not prevent him from mobilizing these powers in other ways. The pitch-black flames threatened to burn down the space around them, and even the horrifying blood mist evaporated upon contact. When the pitch-black flames reached the star turtle's body, a series of crackling sounds rang out. The khaki's yellow light dimmed further by a considerable extent. The others continued to provide support while at the same time, they quickly retreated and scattered in all directions. It was not until the star turtle approached to within 1,000 meters that its yellow light barrier finally shattered. Yang Kai was overjoyed by the sight. Without even pausing to think about it, he summoned the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd and opened its lid. A dazzling light immediately swept out and wrapped around the star turtle. A loud cry sounded once more. The Yuan magnetic divine light contained devastating destructive power that tore into the softer parts of the star turtle's body that were not covered by its shell, slicing open countless bloody wounds all over its body. When a dim light suddenly lit up, a sense of terror descended on the world. Everybody felt a shudder going through their hearts. It felt as though they could hear death calling out their names. Yang Kai looked up and saw that the star turtle had opened its large mouth to reveal its jagged fangs. Moreover, there was a small ball of khaki's yellow light the size of a wash basin taking shape in its mouth. The attack was aimed directly at where Yang Kai was standing. "Watch out!" Chu Huashang screamed. Touching her fingers together, she quickly formed a seal and pressed her hand down in the direction of the star turtle. At the same time, Wei Bouquet slashed out with his sword. The whip-like sword light caused all the colors to drain out of the world. Ding Yi summoned Bai Feng's fire and stirred the clouds. Lin Feng drew his sword and flicked out countless sword shadows that covered the sky. Gu Pan held a paintbrush in her grip, drawing in the air. An enormous seal, character appeared as though printed upon the star turtle's mouth. Meanwhile, the peachwood sword behind Ming Dao Ran's back came flying out to transform into a flitting shadow that cut down the stars. Last but not least, Lang Qingshan, the people of Emperor Heaven, and the others also attacked all at once. It was an extremely lively scene, with all kinds of blinding lights bursting forth and dazzled their sight. Unfortunately, the star turtle was unaffected. It allowed the numerous attacks to simply land on its body as the ball of light spewed out from its mouth like a winding bolt of lightning. The sword lights shattered and the sword shadows were erased. Moans and groans rang out from all around. Chu Huashang was thrown backward like a paper kite, spitting up blood in midair. Wei Bouquet was pushed back several dozens of meters by the huge impact force, dragging his feet and creating long troughs in the dirt. Ding Yi's face was flushed and his body glowed red as though cooked through. Creaking sounds came from the wooden sword in Ming Dao Ran's hand as slim cracks appeared along its length. The combined strength of so many elites could not stop a single blow from the star turtle, horrifying them all. In the meantime, the ball of light continued to shoot towards Yang Kai even though the momentum had decreased somewhat. Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned out the azure dragon spear. Gripping it in both hands, he thrust out. A dragon roar resounded, reverberating through the sky as the figure of a great dragon seemed to flash out from the azure dragon spear to collide with the ball of light. In the next moment, the ball of light exploded and a shockwave spread out in all directions. Yang Kai felt a mighty force slamming straight into his chest and the sound of his bones breaking rang out. Several of his ribs were broken in an instant and the bone fragments stabbed into his lungs. The pain was absolutely unbearable. Unable to hold back, he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The khaki's yellow force raged about wildly. Everybody present was forced back and thrown into a miserable state. Some of the weaker Emperor Heaven cultivators were heavily injured by the impact and collapsed on the spot. It was hard to tell if they were even still alive. Only Xianxia advanced instead of retreating. Raging flames blazed in his eyes because he knew that at least half of the people on his side would die in the next instant if it backed down. Black Crow Divine Monarch had valid reason for choosing him to challenge the 7th Order monster beast. He was the only person who could stand a fighting chance against this 7th Order monster beast. Holding his spear in one hand, Xianxia kicked off slightly and swiftly arrived in front of the star turtle. Taking advantage of the latter's lack of vigilance, Xianxia flipped himself onto the opponent's back with several agile leaps. In the next moment, spear shadows rained down endlessly to stab into the vulnerable spot behind the star turtle's neck. *******. Several muffled thuds rang out. The azure dragon spear that had never failed Xianxia before turned out to be ineffective. Although the defenses on the back of the star turtle's neck were relatively weak, that was only in comparison to the other parts of its body. For a 7th Order Earth Element monster beast like this, every part of its body was as solid as rock. It was not that the azure dragon spear was weak, however, but rather that Xianxia was not strong enough. The azure dragon spear was bestowed to Xianxia by Ada. Moreover, it was refined from the corpse of a true azure dragon. Xianxia had never been able to bring out the full power of his spear. Hundreds of consecutive thrusts might have turned the back of the star turtle's neck into a bloody mess, but such injuries were no more threatening than an insect bite to it. The turtle shook its head and flicked its tail, trying to throw Xianxia off, but how could Xianxia comply with the star turtle's wishes? He didn't budge in the slightest, almost as though his feet were nailed in place. Needless to say, everybody else did not hold back in this situation. They quickly unleashed their killing moves and attacked the star turtle from all directions. Bursts of light exploded against the star turtle's body, but although these attacks were incredibly violent, they did not cause any effective damage to it at all. Suddenly, the turtle stopped struggling and its entire body shuddered for a moment. Immediately following that, countless rays of khaki's yellow light flickered and shot out from its body, each ray containing incredible power. Xianxia was caught off guard, and as a result, he was hit by one of the light rays and immediately grunted in pain. His body flew high into the air while the others were similarly flustered by the attacks and many were now lying motionless on the ground. Upon shaking Xianxia off, the star turtle reacted like a flood dragon that had escaped its bonds. Its ferocity was greatly magnified and its enormous body thrashed about from side to side. Nobody dared to approach to within a radius of 1,000 meters. "Move aside. Leave it to me," Chef roared furiously, suddenly charging forward. He was holding his kitchen knife in his left hand and a chopping board in his right. His appearance made him look like it was about to butcher a pig or a goat. It was a rather funny sight, however, what he was aiming to butcher this time was a 7th Order monster beast. The chopping board in Chef's hand flew out and rapidly expanded in the wind before it slid under the star turtle's body. It was hard to determine what kind of artifact the chopping board was, but it was emitting a strange and mysterious aura. A monster beast as powerful as the star turtle was trapped on the chopping board in a moment of negligence. Chef strode over with a wide grin. "I am the knife and the chopping block, you are the fish." As he shouted, his body suddenly swelled and transformed into a several dozen meter tall giant. That was not all, the kitchen knife in his hand also became incomparably huge. His expression was so savage that it could only be described as terrifying. He stretched out a large hand and pressed the star turtle against his chopping block. The apron around his waist showed the large printed butcher character. At the same time, the kitchen knife in his hand swung down. For a moment, it looked like Chef was in control of the situation. The star turtle seemed no different from a fish that was being cut up in the kitchen. Everybody was stunned by the sight. They never imagined that Chef had such skill. Such means were beyond the reach of even the core disciples from the various cave heavens and paradises. Even Xianxia never expected Chef to be so astonishing. He had always believed that Bai Qi was the strongest among all the shop hands working under the proprietress, and only now did he realize that he might have been mistaken. If Chef successfully advances into the open heaven realm, he will surely end up stronger than old Bai. Every time the knife chopped down, Chef caused dazzling bursts of sparks to shoot out from the star turtle's shell. He was forcefully gouging a white mark into the shell with every cut. While everybody was in a trance, Accountant flew over with an abacus in hand. His fingers flew across the abacus, shooting out bead after bead that enlarged and came crashing down on the star turtle's head. Hong hong hong, every single blow made the star turtle's head dip downward slightly. The star turtle's head was smashed deep into the ground by the time hundreds of beads finished crashing down. Everybody quickly took out their artifacts and unleashed their secret techniques, viciously attacking the star turtle. All of a sudden, Chef's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "It's up to you now." While saying that, his huge figure shrunk back to his original size like a deflated balloon. The chopping board also flew back to his hand. After returning to his original appearance, his aura was so weak that he could barely stand. Moreover, his complexion was as pale as a sheet. Upon seeing that, Yang Kai immediately understood that the secret technique Chef executed just now had consumed essentially all of the latter's strength. It was not as if Chef could actually transform into such a big giant, it was simply a manifestation of the secret technique he used. Therefore, Yang Kai immediately stopped his indiscriminate bombardment of the star turtle and flashed to appear beside Chef while shouting, "Don't resist." Reaching out to grab him, Yang Kai tossed Chef into the small sealed world. Since the latter was no longer in any condition to fight, leaving him outside would only put him in danger. Since that was the case, it was better to let him rest in a safe place. The star turtle seemed to have been agitated greatly by Chef's attack. When it raised its head again, it shook its body hard. Its tail swept out in all directions like a meteor hammer, the power behind each blow so immense that nobody could defend against it. Countless people were thrown into the air and instantly suffered grievous injuries. Zhang Ruoshi was about to be hit by the sweeping tail of the star turtle. Seeing that she could not dodge the attack in time, Yang Kai flashed to her side and thrust out with his spear. When the mighty impact came, they both crashed into each other and became entangled. Yang Kai quickly got back to his feet and confirmed that she was all right before shouting, "Hey ya, we're all going to die here if you don't do something quick." Black Crow Divine Monarch, who was presiding over the grand array, coldly snorted at those words, "Brat, don't you dare shirk your responsibility." It was obvious that Yang Kai had not gone all out. If nothing else, he had yet to use the divine manifestation that he showed previously. That divine manifestation contained an impressive amount of destructive power. Unleashing that move here would surely be of great help to the current situation. Nevertheless, Black Crow Divine Monarch could not ignore Yang Kai's plea for help. Should Yang Kai's side be defeated, his grand array would also be affected. He was at a critical juncture to break the barrier and did not wish for all his efforts to be in vain. Therefore, he waved his large banner despite his dissatisfaction with Yang Kai's inadequacy. A large part of the blood mist suddenly converged to form a blood cloud that floated towards the star turtle and wrapped around it. Immediately after that, the blood cloud condensed into two blood beasts that were no smaller than the star turtle, as well as countless blood snakes that wriggled like living creatures. The two blood beasts fearlessly flanked the star turtle from both sides. On the other hand, the countless blood snakes swarmed the star turtle's body by crawling along the edges of its shell. The star turtle flicked its tail and one of the blood beasts immediately exploded, only to regroup immediately in a seemingly immortal and indestructible manner. Thanks to these blood beasts, the others had some time to catch their breaths and readjusted their formation. Then, the barrage of divine abilities and secret techniques resumed once more. Yang Kai took a small breather. It was true that he had not used his full strength. After all, under these circumstances, he did not dare to exert his full strength. Although the power of the golden crow casts the sun was explosive, its power consumption was simply too high. He might not have any strength left for self-protection if he consumed too much energy in his battle against the star turtle. How could he do something so stupid? Fortunately, Black Crow Divine Monarch valued the Blood Monster Divine Palace so much that he could not afford to be distracted even though he understood Yang Kai's intentions. As a result of the two immortal and indestructible blood beasts charging the enemy and the countless blood snakes distracting the star turtle, everybody's safety was greatly increased. Even though the star turtle was strong, its sentience seemed to be somewhat lacking. There was no saying whether the cause was its long years of sleep or its inherent nature. Annoyed by the blood beast's badgering, it fought them endlessly. The battle occupied it so much that it had no time for anything else. This situation delighted Xianxia and the others. Before they could rejoice though, the blood beasts were destroyed to the point where they could no longer recondense. Similarly, the blood snakes crawling all over the star turtle's body were destroyed by the earth element power it emitted. Xianxia secretly cursed. With no other choice, he stepped forward once more. The azure dragon spear flew out and pierced forward to draw the star turtle's attention. This was something he had promised Black Crow Divine Monarch earlier after all. It was also related to whether the Blood Monster Divine Palace could be opened, so Xianxia could not simply stand back and watch. Nevertheless, the pressure was as heavy as a mountain. Any negligence could turn into a fatal mistake when facing such a seventh-order monster beast, so Xianxia had no choice but to remain alert at all times. The others provided support from the side, and for a time, they successfully kept the star turtle at bay. Taking a slight breather amidst the pitched battle, Xianxia glanced in the direction of the Blood Monster Divine Palace and discovered that it had become far more solid in such a short time. It would seem that Black Crow Divine Monarch and the others were making good progress. According to the agreement from before, Xianxia's task would be over once the Blood Monster Divine Palace was completely opened and he would no longer have to strive so hard against this monster beast. Meanwhile, Wei Bouquet was secretly shocked. He had heard about Xianxia's strength from his junior brother, Su Zhen. He had also heard about how Xianxia defeated Yu Luo Sha in the Azure Arena of Thousand Bird Star City in one move. Even so, it was one thing to listen to the stories and quite another to witness it for himself. It was not until this moment that he understood how wide the gap between him and Xianxia was. Everybody had done their best when facing the Star Turtle, but the majority of the pressure was borne by Xianxia, who constantly charged forward to attack the enemy. Wei Bouquet had to admit that he would have been exhausted in less than an incense stick if he were in Xianxia's shoes. He might even face the risk of death. On the contrary, Xianxia persevered against all odds. The scene might seem precarious and sometimes extremely dangerous, but things also seemed to be in his control. Black Crow Divine Monarch truly has a good eye for people. It's also no wonder that junior brother reminded me countless times before my departure that I should try and win Xianxia over should I meet him. With such talent, he will be incomparable to ordinary sixth-order open heaven realm masters even if he only achieves that realm upon breaking through. A ray of light suddenly shot in Wei Bouquet's direction. Shaking his head, he cleared his mind of the many distracting thoughts and slashed forward with his sword. With the passage of time, the number of wounded increased. Even Wei Bouquet and the other elites were covered in injuries. There was no need to mention Xianxia's condition. If not for his strong recovery abilities and endurance, he would have died countless times over by now. The strength of a seventh-order monster beast was terrifying indeed. Despite combining so many people's strength, they could only keep the monster beast at bay. It was impossible for them to kill it. Xianxia had the feeling that only a mid-rank open heaven realm master had hope of killing the star turtle. Moreover, it had to be a fifth-order or sixth-order mid-rank open heaven realm master. A fourth-order open heaven realm master was not capable of such a feat. With the star turtle being held back, Black Crow Divine Monarch was undisturbed and made rapid progress. In the short span of an hour, the Blood Monster Divine Palace was almost fully condensed into solid form. On the other hand, the Star Turtle's purpose in sleeping here was probably only to protect the Divine Palace. As such, the further Black Crow Divine Monarch progressed, the more violent and powerful its attacks became. Xianxia and the others who were fighting the Star Turtle could feel these changes clearly. All of a sudden, there was a soft crack. It was followed by a horrifying aura that permeated the air. Immediately after that, a sword chi slashed out from Lin Feng's waist and shot towards the Star Turtle. The sword chi swept out wantonly and the void shattered. A several-meter-long crack was sliced open, stretching across the Star Turtle's solid back. Through that crack, they could practically see the wriggling flesh and internal organs inside. Xianxia, who was struggling against the Star Turtle at the time, couldn't help feeling stunned for a moment. Likewise, the others were stunned too. Meanwhile, Lin Feng stiffened and looked down at his waist. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed slightly. The identity token at his waist was shattered. In other words, his life had been in mortal danger just now. That was why the divine ability sealed within the identity token had been triggered. He was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He barely even understood what had happened. All he knew was that a yellow stream of light had shot out from the star turtle and flew in his direction. It had happened so fast that he had no time to react. Good job. Black Crow Divine Monarch laughed loudly. Another blood cloud wriggled over and slipped into the star turtle's body via that wound to wreak havoc from the inside. The star turtle's shell and flesh were extremely tough. Even though such a large group of people had been attacking him for half a day, the damage they managed to cause was negligible. In contrast, the Sword Chi divine ability unleashed from Lin Feng's identity token had inflicted heavy damage in an instant. How could Black Crow Divine Monarch miss out on such a good opportunity? He took the initiative to attack without waiting for Xianxia's call for help. The blood cloud vanished out of sight and the star turtle roared in pain while the pressure on Xianxia and the others fell noticeably. "Are you alright, Brother Lin?" Wei Bouquet asked while taking a breather. Lin Feng slowly nodded, but a trace of fear lingered on his face. Never once had he ever felt so close to death before. He had never been so terrified in his life, not even when he was captured by Kuan Sha in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary back then. It would now seem that it was unrealistic to rely on the hope that the divine abilities sealed within the identity tokens of the Cave Heaven and Paradise disciples could kill this star turtle. That sword chi just now had been indescribably powerful, but even so, it had only managed to open a single wound on the opponent's back. Based on the outcome of this situation, they could not take the star turtle's life even if they activated all of their protective divine abilities. Nevertheless, it was thanks to this sealed divine ability that broke open the tough shell and allowed Black Crow Divine Monarch's methods to take effect that Xianxia and the others could catch their breath for a moment. In the meantime, the Blood Monster Divine Palace was becoming more and more solid. Another quarter hour passed and there was a loud rumble accompanied by an earthquake that shook the entire world. Then, the gates of the Blood Monster Divine Palace slowly opened. Black Crow Divine Monarch's eyes blazed with a raging heat. Similarly, the cultivators standing at the various array nodes looked excited. Success! Black Crow Divine Monarch laughed out loud, this monarch will be leaving first. After saying that, he ignored everybody else and charged forward. He rushed straight into the Blood Monster Divine Palace and disappeared out of sight. Upon seeing that, the others did not hesitate to follow suit. All of them quickly swarmed towards the Blood Monster Divine Palace, scrambling to be the first. On the contrary, Xianxia wanted to curse and scream. That was because the star turtle was no longer restrained by Black Crow Divine Monarch following his departure. Like a tiger that had been released from its cage, the star turtle's aura soared wildly. Xianxia and the others had barely been able to cope earlier, but the pressure increased sharply at this moment. Several people gathered near the star turtle were swept away by its aura and swiftly retreated into the distance. A battlefield was like a game of chess. One wrong move would lead to another, until everything collapsed. Black Crow Divine Monarch's sudden departure had left Xianxia and the others in an extremely difficult and precarious position. The star turtle shook its body. Dozens of figures collapsed on the ground, bleeding profusely as a result. This attack was swiftly followed by numerous yellow bolts of light shooting out from its body, causing the remaining people to panic. Black Crow Divine Monarch probably never intended to bother about the lives of Xianxia and the others in the first place. From his standpoint, he couldn't be happier if Xianxia and the others were killed by the star turtle. That was why he left without the slightest hesitation. Although Xianxia struggled hard to fight back, it was difficult for him to block the onslaught of a seventh-order monster beast. "Go quickly!" he shouted while stabbing out continuously with his spear. As soon as the words left Xianxia's mouth, the star turtle raised his meteor hammer-like tail. A blinding yellow light gathered at the tip of its tail and a moment later, it moved at lightning speed and smashed down at the place where the most people were gathered. Chu Huashang stood in that spot, her beautiful face drained of all color. She knew that she would die if she didn't move, but the star turtle's horrifying aura locked her firmly in place. A feeling that she could not escape in time washed over her. The light in front of her eyes became obscured and the world darkened around her. Xianxia felt his teeth nearly cracking at the sight. Manipulating space principles, his figure flashed and appeared in front of her as a terrifying wind pressed down on him. He already felt suffocated before the star turtle's attack arrived. I can't block this. With my current strength, I can't block an attack of this magnitude. It's not enough even if I use Golden Crow casts the sun. But, if I can't stop this attack, then Chu Huashang will definitely die. In that moment between life or death, an aura flashed through his mind and the wood element power shone brightly in his Dao seal. An emerald aura flowed out and a great tree appeared out of nowhere behind his back, holding up a huge canopy that swayed in the wind. The tree gave off the feeling that it would stand tall even if the sky came crashing down. Kong. The star turtle's tail smashed down and the yellow light collided with the canopy of the great tree. The emerald light and yellow light impacted with an explosive sound that shook the world. Chu Huashang stared blankly at the figure standing in front of her, feeling as though some kind of barrier which wrapped around her heart was struck by something and shattered in an instant, making it race faster than it had ever before. She was one of Yin Cave Heaven's core disciples. Having been vigorously cultivated by the sect since she was young, she never lacked for anything. Not only did she have great aptitude and high cultivation, but she also had a beautiful appearance. Countless senior brothers and junior brothers in Yin Cave Heaven had tried to woo her in the past. What she cultivated was the heartless Tao. In order for her to advance into the open heaven realm, she would first need to experience love. She herself knew that it was only a matter of time before she had to settle down with a man. Most of the other female disciples in the sect from her generation had long since fallen in love and became intimate with their partners of choice. However, she had never been able to find a suitable candidate. Hence, she was always honest and straightforward with the senior brothers and junior brothers who approached her. It was not until she entered the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary that she encountered a man who could clearly and eloquently discuss Yin-Yang Union cultivation with her. Although she found the man rather interesting, she did not give much thought to the matter at the time. After returning to Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, she underwent intensive cultivation to absorb all the benefits she received in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. It was not until she finally came out of retreat that she heard many things about Yang Kai. Feeling appreciative of the life-saving grace she received from him in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, she persuaded her sect to take a softer approach to win him over instead of trying to kill him. Her status as a core disciple gave her some say in making decisions, and due to her constant lobbying, the higher-ups in the sect agreed. Naturally, the task of winning Yang Kai over fell upon her as the person who proposed this idea in the first place. Besides, she was already acquainted with him, so there could be no better candidate than her. Upon entering the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Chu Huashang was not surprised to meet Yang Kai again. She was entrusted with a task from her sect and had her own grand Tao to consider as well, therefore, she was much more proactive in approaching him than before. During this period, she survived through various hardships and even shared life and death together with him. The admiration in her heart grew greatly after she witnessed his abilities and temperament with her own eyes. Despite the mutual protection and unfaltering support during their travels, she only felt that he was a very responsible man. A trace of affection would occasionally bloom in her heart, but she knew that those feelings were a far cry from love. She had more than once asked herself, what is love? Unfortunately, she could not find the answer to her question. However, at this very moment, when her life flashed before her eyes as the darkness of death enveloped her, that familiar figure had descended from the sky without hesitation to stand in front of her. That figure was akin to a majestic mountain that shielded her from rain and storm. Chu Huashang suddenly felt as though a seed in her heart had germinated and burst out of the ground with great vigor. It was a strange feeling that instantly permeated her entire body. Even though she was standing at the threshold of life and death, she broke out into a smile. Her aura that had gone chaotic when danger loomed over her suddenly cleared up and became calm once more, even becoming more vigorous than before. Kong. The star turtle's tail came slamming down to crash against the huge canopy. The yellow light and emerald light symphonically blended together. The great tree stood strong below, forcefully holding up the enormous tail. Everybody was stunned by the sight, and even Yang Kai was taken aback. He looked up and stared at the large tree and huge canopy behind him, and a single question flashed through his heart, what is this? In that moment just now, he had instinctively pushed the wood element power in his Dao seal. It never occurred to him that a giant tree would appear behind him. Among the 5 elements, the wood suppressed earth. What the star turtle unleashed was undoubtedly a 7th-order earth element power. On the other hand, the wood element power in Yang Kai's Dao seal was condensed from the essence of the immortal tree. In terms of order, his wood element power was definitely much higher than the star turtle's earth element power. In addition, these 2 elements mutually restrained each other, so it was not hard to understand how he managed to block that terrifying blow. What Yang Kai could not understand was what he did just now. He was astonished that he managed to comprehend a wood element divine ability at such a critical moment. All this while, he had been trying to unlock the mysteries of the elements in his Dao seal in hopes of comprehending a divine manifestation no weaker than his golden crow casts the sun. If nothing else, comprehending a divine ability or secret technique like the dragon shield was not bad either. In particular, the wood element was the first open heaven power that he condensed, so he had been rather disappointed that he could not comprehend any divine abilities from it. Over the years, Yang Kai had wondered if the order of the wood element power that he condensed from the essence of the immortal tree was simply too high for him to comprehend anything from it. Nevertheless, he knew that some things could not be forced. Everything would remain an unreachable dream if the timing was not right. Correspondingly, everything would naturally fall into place once the moment arrived. Even so, he never imagined that the wood element divine ability would emerge right here and right now due to necessity. Sure enough, the fine line between life or death not only contains great terror but also holds great opportunities. At the time, Yang Kai simply wanted to save Chu Huashang. There were no other thoughts in his head, so he drew on the wood element power in his Dao seal instinctually, causing the giant tree behind him to suddenly appear out of nowhere. This must be a defensive divine ability. Yang Kai immediately understood the situation. It was just that he did not have time to investigate it carefully. He could sense that the large tree could not withstand the star turtle's aggressive attacks for long, thus, he quickly shouted, "Go quickly!" Everybody returned to their senses. How could they dare to delay a moment longer? They hurriedly rushed towards the gates of the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Black Crow Divine Monarch was the first person to rush inside while the rest of the cultivators acting as array nodes soon followed out of fear and greed. Therefore, those fighting the star turtle were the last ones remaining outside. At this moment, the Blood Monster Divine Palace had been opened, so there was no longer any need to fight this 7th-order monster beast. Since it was impossible to kill this star turtle, it was only logical to flee as soon as possible. One after another, their remaining figures slipped into the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Before leaving, Lin Feng, Wei Bouquet, Ning Dao Ran, and the others each sent a divine ability in the direction of the star turtle, giving one last burst of effort to help relieve some of the pressure on Yang Kai. Ding Yi also followed close behind with the rest of the surviving members of Emperor Heaven. Accountant shouted, "Brat, we're going on ahead. Take care of yourself." After saying that, he summoned Lang Qingshan and the others before they charged into the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Zhang Ruoshi was not willing to leave, but Gu Pan dragged her into the Blood Monster Divine Palace by the arm and vanished out of sight. Chu Huashang quietly whispered, "Junior brother, I'll be waiting for you inside. Hurry and catch up." Her emotions were a little agitated at the moment, and for some reason, her body felt soft and weak. She knew that she would only add to his worries if she stayed here, so she forced herself to leave. Yang Kai grunted in reply without looking back, sensing her aura quickly disappear. In a blink of an eye, he was the only person left in the entire mountain valley. The great tree condensed from the wood element power was already beginning to falter. It was true that the wood suppressed earth. Moreover, this newly comprehended defensive divine ability was absolutely amazing in terms of power. Unfortunately, even the strongest defense could only last so long in the face of a furious attack. Seeing that the huge canopy of the large tree was about to break, Yang Kai grit his teeth and stared up at the star turtle. Space principles fluctuated around him and he appeared outside the gates of the Blood Monster Divine Palace in a flash. If possible, he would have preferred to kill the star turtle. Although he was not in need of a 7th-order Earth Element monster core, it was still an invaluable cultivation resource. If he brought this back with him, he might be able to exchange this for something that he did need. It was a pity that a 7th-order monster beast was not something he could defeat with his current strength. So many people working together had been unable to leave a scratch on that monster beast earlier, so what could he do now that he was alone? Standing in front of the gates of the Blood Monster Divine Palace, Xianxia gave one last glance at the enraged and roaring star turtle before he turned around and rushed inside. The furious roars behind him stopped abruptly. Instead, he was greeted by a vast expanse of white everywhere he looked. Although his divine sense was not restricted by anything, he could not detect any other presences in this place. All the cultivators who rushed in before him were nowhere to be seen. Xianxia stopped and looked back, only to see that the gates of the Blood Monster Divine Palace were gone, replaced by a completely white world. It was as though there was nothing else in this place aside from the dazzling whiteness that stretched out in all directions. Where are the others? Xianxia frowned. Judging by the current situation, there seemed to be a strange restriction in the Blood Monster Divine Palace. It might not be harmful, but it gave off an indescribably peculiar feel. After trying for a while, Xianxia did not sense any danger. Furthermore, he could neither see anything within his field of vision nor detect any life auras within the range of his divine sense. It was as though the people who came in before him had vanished without any rhyme or reason. Seeing as it was impossible for them to have gone missing, Xianxia suspected that they were stuck in the same situation as he. They had all fallen into this world of pure white. How can the inside of the Blood Monster Divine Palace look like this? Why was Black Crow Divine Monarch so desperate to enter this place? Xianxia was a little worried about Zheng Ruoxi, but upon further consideration, he recalled that Gu Pan had dragged Zheng Ruoxi by the arm and entered the Blood Monster Divine Palace together. The two of them were most likely together at this moment. Even if something dangerous were to appear, Zheng Ruoxi would have Gu Pan taking care of her. At the very least, she would not have to deal with the dangers alone. With that thought in mind, Xianxia relaxed slightly. He pondered for a moment before activating the Demon Eye of Annihilation. His left eye immediately transformed into a majestic column of golden light. The Demon Eye of Annihilation had impressive power and utility, and Xianxia had never been disappointed whenever he used this skill. However, he gained nothing this time around. He suspected that this was some sort of spirit array like an illusion array or a bewildering array. Seeing as he did not gain anything from the use of his Demon Eye of Annihilation though, it could only mean that there was nothing odd about this place, or that his Demon Eye of Annihilation was not strong enough. Thinking about it, Xianxia realized that this was not surprising. This place was the Blood Monster Divine Palace, the home of Blood Monster Divine Monarch. If an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master decided to place a restriction on this place, it would not be something Xianxia could see through so easily. Withdrawing his divine ability, he let out a sigh. This damned place had nothing. There was only whiteness all around. Furthermore, it gave off the feeling of infinity which made him somewhat anxious. With no other clues, Xianxia could only take things one step at a time. He adjusted his breathing and recovered his strength. At the same time, he decided on a direction and walked forward. There was no saying how much time had passed. He even had the feeling that the flow of time in this place was very strange. For that reason, he was unable to judge just how long he had been walking. It seemed like it was only a moment, but it also seemed like several days had passed. Just as Xianxia was starting to get frustrated, he suddenly heard a scream coming from a certain direction. His expression stiffened in shock and he hurriedly turned to look in that direction. However, he frowned deeply the next moment. That was because a figure had appeared in his field of vision. It was almost as if that person had been there all along and he simply had not noticed the man all this while. It was a male cultivator who looked around 40 years old or so. There was no way to tell which sect's disciple he was, but at this moment, he seemed absolutely panicked. His eyes were filled with terror, as though he had seen something extremely horrifying, and he was running around screaming, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" This person seemed to have encountered something extremely terrifying and his expression was filled with fear. Having finally come across another person, Xianxia could not let this man leave so easily even though he knew that the other party was seemingly in trouble. He moved forward and stopped in front of that person with his hand raised up in the air. "Excuse me, friend." Unexpectedly, that person ran straight at Xianxia as though he didn't see him at all. Xianxia's scowl grew deeper. He exerted some strength and stretched his hand forward to stop that person by force, but to his surprise, his arm passed through that person's body. This scene shocked him greatly, but before he could recover from his shock, that person had already passed through his body and ran off. Xianxia abruptly turned back to look. There was nobody there at all. It was almost as though everything that happened just now was just an illusion. A disquieting feeling rose in his heart and he felt a chill running down his back. This damned place was full of mysteries. It was not a place one should stay for long. Unfortunately, he was completely clueless about this place and had no idea how to get out of here at the moment. After walking for a while, Xianxia suddenly saw a round platform ahead with something seemingly placed on it. He couldn't help rubbing his eyes and looking vigilant. That was because he was certain that there had been nothing in this direction when he looked earlier, and yet, this round platform suddenly appeared when he looked in this direction once more. Holding his breath and focusing his mind, Xianxia stared forward, frowning. Even so, he could not see what was placed on top of the round platform. He hesitated for a long time before he steadily walked in that direction. It didn't take long for him to arrive in front of the round platform. He walked up the short flight of stairs and looked up. What he saw made his expression change drastically. That was because there was a severed head sitting on top of the round platform. Furthermore, the owner of that severed head was Chu Huashang. How did Chu Huashang die here? And, who placed her head here? He suddenly felt as though his eyes were going to explode from the sight. A ball of rage burned in his chest like a volcano that was about to erupt. He wanted to burn everything in the world. He had traveled with this senior sister from Yinyang Cave Heaven, mutually supporting each other all the way. If she had not carried him on her back while fleeing desperately, he would have been killed by Xianxia in his unconscious state. Thus, he had a good grasp of her character by now. It could be said that he already considered her as one of his friends. Be that as it may, she had died in this place. Xianxia's heart felt like it had been sliced to pieces by a knife. At this moment, Chu Huashang's severed head jerked its eyes open and cried out to him miserably, "Save me. It hurts." Xianxia lurched back and retreated slightly, staring in the direction of the head in shock and disbelief. She repeatedly pleaded for help, but his expression slowly became cold and calm instead. This is definitely not Chu Huashang's head. It's impossible for a dead person to speak. He was almost certain that he had fallen into some sort of illusion array. What he was seeing at the moment was nothing more than some kind of hallucination. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he quickly slipped into the small sealed world without delay. He originally wanted to use this method to break free from the illusion in front of him. To his surprise, he discovered that there was something wrong with him when he entered the small sealed world. At some point in time, his body had been surrounded by faint traces of energy. This energy emitted a hint of malevolence that lingered and wrapped around his body. If he had not entered the small sealed world, he would not have noticed this phenomenon. This bizarre energy constantly twisted and distorted upon itself, creating all sorts of peculiar sights. The illusion he saw just now was definitely caused by this energy. His expression darkened and he immediately activated the golden crow's true fire around his body. There was a crackling sound as the traces of evil energy entangled around his body were instantly burned to a crisp. After confirming that he no longer had that bizarre energy around him, Xianxia finally slipped out of the small sealed world and returned to the outside world again. However, he remained cautious this time around. He did not withdraw the golden crow's true fire and instead coated his body in a protective layer of it. As soon as he appeared in the outside world, Xianxia heard sizzling sounds coming from his surroundings. Black smoke rose into the air as though something was being burned by him. It was similar to the scene where he burned off the evil energy inside the small sealed world, therefore, he immediately understood something. This weird place was filled with that strange energy and anybody who entered this place would begin to hallucinate as a result. The order of this evil energy was not low and was most likely one of the means set up by Blood Monster Divine Monarch to guard this palace. Fortunately, Xianxia's golden crow's true fire was of extremely high order and was able to fully restrain it. If it were any other cultivator in this place, they would not be able to deal with this scenario. Xianxia couldn't help becoming worried. Be it Gu Pan, Zhang Ruashi, Chu Huashang, Ning Daoran, accountant, or Lang Qingshan, none of them had a heritage as great as his. At this moment, they were probably being tortured by those illusions. It was almost certain that all the cultivators who rushed into the Blood Monster Divine Palace had encountered the same situation. Just because he could break free of those hallucinations did not mean that those people had the ability to do so. Yang Kai looked back at the round platform and naturally Chu Huashang's head was nowhere to be seen. Even the round platform was gone. Thus, he breathed out a sigh of relief. It would seem that what he saw previously was really just an illusion. Chu Huashang had not been beheaded after all. Constant crackling sounds came from around him as the strange energy was steadily burned away. He took a step forward and compared to earlier, he now felt much more clear-headed. A long while passed when he suddenly heard a weak but extremely miserable cry. It sounded like somebody was going through unimaginable torture. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He did not know whether the voice was an illusion or whether there really was somebody screaming. Just in case, he entered the small sealed world once more to check on his body. He confirmed that he was not affected by the evil energy before he returned to the outside world. The miserable cry sounded again, so this time around, Yang Kai could be sure that it really was somebody screaming. After listening for a while, he followed the source of the sound and headed in that direction. He walked for a while and came to a stop in front of a ball of fire. Then, he stared at the flames solemnly. He did not know what kind of flames these were, but even if they were incomparable to his golden crow's true fire, they were still quite strong. However, what shocked him was not this ball of fire but rather what was inside this ball of fire. There was a humanoid figure inside the ball of fire. Under the burning of those flames, that figure screamed out again and again. He constantly writhed in pain. Once in a while, he would collide with the flames in an attempt to break free. However, every time he tried to do that, he would be restrained by an inexplicable force that immobilized him. Yang Kai felt his scalp going numb with horror. The humanoid figure inside the flames was emitting the aura of a soul avatar. It was somebody's soul. Ever since he started cultivating, Yang Kai had offended many people, and many of them had also threatened him with all sorts of things. For example, they would threaten to torture him or subject him to soul extraction and refinement. Even so, those people were normally just making threats. At this moment, he was actually witnessing a person's soul being continuously burned by flames but unable to die. This was the process of soul extraction and refinement. The soul was truly experiencing a fate worse than death. Yang Kai wanted to see the identity of the soul within the flames, but could not get a clear glimpse. That person was far too distorted. Moreover, he had the vague feeling that this soul did not belong to any of the cultivators who came in before him. That was because the person gave off a feeling that he was once very powerful, even though he was incredibly weak now. Just as Yang Kai was suspiciously eyeing this scene, that soul suddenly stopped screaming or struggling. A twisted transformation revealed a face staring straight at him through the flames. It was an unfamiliar face that he had never seen before, so Yang Kai subconsciously circulated his strength and raised his guard. "Who is it? Who is standing there?" The person shouted through gritted teeth. It was not out of fury. It was simply because he was suffering immense pain from the flames burning his soul at all times. Yang Kai frowned and looked into the soul avatar's eyes. Unexpectedly, he discovered that those eyes were unfocused even though the other party was looking in his general direction. In other words, that person probably could not see Yang Kai and simply sensed his presence. This person must have been a powerful master in the past. Otherwise, it's impossible for a soul to persist for so many years. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking about Black Crow Divine Monarch. Could it be that Black Crow Divine Monarch is not the only one imprisoned inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? Are there other high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters? Who is standing there? Speak. That person yelled impatiently, like a wounded beast. Yang Kai frowned. And, who are you? Why are you being imprisoned inside those flames? Me? The soul avatar seemed taken aback. I've forgotten who I am. Wait. You can see me? How could Yang Kai know that he was being imprisoned in a ball of flames unless Yang Kai could see him? I can see you. Yang Kai nodded affirmatively. That's impossible. What order within the Open Heaven realm are you? How can you see me? This place is the nothingness array set up by that old dog Shui Yao. It's difficult for anybody to see through the mysteries in this place unless they are a high-rank Open Heaven Realm master. Don't tell me. You are in the high-rank Open Heaven Realm? Yang Kai replied, I'm only in the half-step Open Heaven Realm. Pausing for a moment, he firmly added, but, I'll become a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master one day. A half-step Open Heaven Realm Junior. That person seemed stunned for a moment but quickly reacted, did you condense high-rank elements? Indeed. The figure immediately understood, no wonder you can see me. Were you also captured and brought here by that old dog? Xianxia fell silent for a moment. Based on what he said, it is likely that Blood Monster Divine Monarch captured him, extracted his soul, and left him to suffer the pain of being burned by these flames. How long has he suffered here? How did a soul survive for so long without being extinguished? And, what did he do to offend Blood Monster Divine Monarch? After thinking about it, Xianxia explained truthfully, Blood Monster Divine Monarch died a long time ago and the Blood Monster Cave Heaven has turned into a sealed world. I came here for training. That old dog is dead. That person's expression became rather complicated, muttering to himself for a bit before he burst out laughing, ha 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 ha. Shui Yao. So what if your strength was greater and your fist bigger? I still lived longer than you. Xianxia lightly coughed into his fist, not knowing what to say. It's better to die than to be stuck in this living hell, neither dead nor alive. That person continued to laugh, then he suddenly burst out crying, if that old dog is dead. Then there's no more reason for me to persevere. He couldn't even remember his own name, but he never forgot Blood Monster Divine Monarch. It could be seen that there was a deep grudge between the two of them. It was also precisely because of that hatred that he had persevered until today and his soul remained indestructible. Soon, he composed his emotions once more. Enduring the pain from the burning flames, he said in a surprisingly calm voice, Junior, please do me a favor. What do you want me to do, Senior? This Junior's cultivation is low and may not be able to help you. Although Xianxia felt sorry for what this man had experienced, he did not dare to talk too much. The main reason was his meeting with Black Crow Divine Monarch previously. All these old monsters who lived for countless years were not easy to deal with. He could fall into their trap at the slightest negligence. The soul replied, rest assured. It's nothing too difficult for you. I just want you to kill me. Xianxia fell silent. He had seen this person suffering a life worse than death due to the soul extraction and refinement, so he was not surprised by the request. Rather than being stuck in this state, it was certainly better to die. Little friend, are you still there? The soul asked tentatively when Xianxia did not answer for a long time. I'm still here. Xianxia breathed out lightly, what must I do, Senior? The soul replied, my soul has completely integrated with this soul flame. As long as the soul flame exists, my soul will not die. If you wish to kill me, you need to extinguish this fire. I'm sure you've condensed a water element power, right? You only need to use it. Xianxia nodded, please wait a moment, Senior. I will send you off. The soul, who had been tortured and trapped in pain for such a long time, suddenly seemed to calm, many thanks, little friend. Xianxia did not say anything else. Activating the water element power in his Dao seal, he reached out his hand towards the soul flame. His water element power was 7th order, condensed from the moon essence back in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Although it was technically of the water element, it leaned more heavily towards the icy attribute, thus, a bone-chilling cold aura permeated the air when Xianxia drew upon it, seemingly holding a hazy ball of moonlight in the palm of his hand. Among the 5 elements, the water extinguished fire. Using the water element power to destroy the soul flame was akin to using the right tool for the right situation. If anybody else were to come here, they might not succeed even if they knew the correct method because the order of this soul flame was not low. Fortunately, Xianxia's water element power was more than enough to deal with it. A chill spread out, wrapping around the soul flame. In response, the soul flame began to shrink at a rate visible to the naked eye. The soul was completely integrated with the soul flame, so he immediately noticed the changes, his voice calling out in a somewhat conflicted tone, I'm finally free. Xianxia asked while working, Senior, do you have any last wishes? The soul, who was sitting cross-legged within the soul flame, quietly waiting for death to come, laughed when he heard the question, I don't even remember who I am anymore. How can I still have any last wishes? Oh, that's right. I think I used to have a sect. What was the sect called? After pondering for some time, he could not remember anything, thus, he could only sigh in resignation, forget it. So many years have passed. I'm sure the sect is gone by now. There's nothing for me to worry about. In that short time, Xianxia had worn the soul flame down with his water element power until it became extremely dim. Even the soul inside became hazy and indistinct, almost as though he was about to be completely extinguished. Another short while passed. Be it the soul flame or the soul integrated with the soul flame, only a faint shadow of them remained. With a crisp sound coming from the depths of the soul flame disintegrated and the soul was extinguished. The last vestiges of the soul's voice entered Xianxia's ears. This place is the nothingness array set up by that old dog. It operates on the principle of the 5 elements mutually reinforcing each other. If you want to find the exit, you must first reverse the flow. Perhaps, you might still have a chance to survive. Looking at the spot where the soul and the soul flame had vanished, Xianxia couldn't help sighing in regret. He was certain that this soul was not inferior to Black Crow Divine Monarch. I wonder what he did to offend Blood Monster Divine Monarch so terribly that he was subjected to the soul extraction and refinement torture, unable to die even after being tormented for so many years. It could be seen that Blood Monster Divine Monarch was by no means a kind man. How could such a cruel and ruthless person be so kind as to leave his inheritance behind for others? Without Black Crow Divine Monarch, the Blood Monster Divine Palace would never have been found, much less opened. Nevertheless, the words that soul left behind before his death had given Xianxia great inspiration. He probably wanted to reciprocate the favor. Since Xianxia gave him eternal relief, he wanted to return the kindness in full. It truly was as the saying went, when one door closed, a window would open. Xianxia immediately sat down cross-legged. The nothingness array operates on the principle of the 5 elements mutually reinforcing each other. If I reverse the surrounding flow, then the 5 elements would mutually oppose each other. He cautiously perceived his surroundings and sure enough, it didn't take long before Xianxia detected the pure 5 element powers in this vast white world. He had failed to perceive this phenomenon previously for 2 reasons. The first was that he had not investigated this place calmly, and the second was that he had been too anxious searching for an exit. It was not until the remnant soul gave him a hint that he discovered this phenomenon. At present, Xianxia had condensed 4 out of the 5 elements, wood, fire, earth, and water element. As he had yet to come across a suitable metal element treasure, he had not condensed his metal element power. Be that as it may, he had the Yuan Magnetic Divine Bottle Gourd which contained the 6th order Yuan Magnetic Divine Light, so he could use that as a replacement. After coming to a decision, Xianxia didn't hesitate. Regardless of the circumstances, there's no harm in trying. It will be great if I can find the exit. In any case, it's not too late to figure out another solution if I fail to locate one. Taking out the Yuan Magnetic Divine Bottle Gourd, he opened the lid and focused his mind. He then quietly drew on the 4 powers in his Dao seal and guided the Yuan Magnetic Divine Light out of the Yuan Magnetic Divine Bottle Gourd. Following that, he activated them in a sequence where the 5 elements mutually suppressed each other. In an instant, the energy in his surroundings surged violently and bursts of crackling sounds kept ringing out. When Xianxia activated the wood element power, he suddenly remembered the wood element divine ability that he had the fortune to comprehend earlier. The situation had been too urgent back then, so he had no time to study it further. It would now seem that the wood element divine ability contained more than mere defensive abilities. There were even more aspects to it that he had yet to discover. Unfortunately, the current situation was not the right time to ponder about this wood element divine ability either. I have to find a time to research this divine ability properly once I leave the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The power of the 5 elements circulated endlessly, mutually suppressing each other. Xianxia separated a thread of his consciousness to monitor the changes in his surroundings, however, nothing happened even after waiting for a long time. This situation made his heart sink. He did not suspect the soul of lying to him as generally speaking, the words of a dying man tend to be the truth. The soul had been tortured by Blood Monster Divine Monarch for so many years, so it was highly unlikely for him to leave behind lies when Xianxia was the one to relieve him of his suffering. There could only be 2 reasons for this outcome. Either Xianxia's strength was insufficient or the soul was so confused that he remembered wrongly. The soul had been tortured for so many years that he forgot his own name, so it was possible that his memory was flawed. An idea came to Yang Kai the moment that thought crossed his mind. He reversed the power of the 5 elements once more, instantly transforming the cycle so that the 5 elements mutually reinforced each other. As soon as he completed the change, he suddenly noticed the faint outline of a step appearing in front of him. Yang Kai's expression bloomed in excitement, but before he could take a closer look, the step vanished out of sight again. I'm confident that what I saw just now is not an illusion. It's a real staircase, even if it's only 1 step. Stopping the movements of his hands, Yang Kai considered for a brief moment. Then, he repeated his previous action. Sure enough, the step appeared before him again. It was just that the step vanished out of sight once more when he blanked out in astonishment. Soon, however, a light flashed through Yang Kai's eyes and seemed to have understood something. He breathed out softly and stood up. Activating his Dao seal and the power of the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd, he drew on the 5 elements and the step appeared before him again. This time around, he did not hesitate. Simultaneously climbing the step, he repeated his previous action once more and the second step appeared. Yang Kai did not hesitate and stepped forward. The power of the 5 elements surged around him, mutually suppressing then mutually reinforcing one another in a cycle. The third step appeared under his feet. At the beginning, Yang Kai moved fast but cautiously. It was not until he verified the conjectures in his heart that he no longer held back. Every time he put his foot down, the next step would appear beneath his feet at a suitable time. The higher he walked, the further he went. His footsteps were steady, almost as though he wanted to walk above the clouds and slip through the barriers of the sky. He did not know how long had passed, but it felt like he had climbed at least 1,000 steps. At one point, he lifted his foot and realized that there were no further steps in front of him. His first reaction was shock. He originally thought that he had made a mistake somewhere and caused something to go wrong as a result, but when he looked ahead, he discovered that he had somehow appeared in a grand hall. Looking back, there was no sign of a staircase and even the world of white was gone. I'm out. Yang Kai felt a mixture of astonishment and joy. The soul had not remembered the method to break the grand array wrongly, it was just that what he recalled was incomplete. It was fortunate that Yang Kai had a flexible mind, otherwise, he might not have been able to escape that strange grand array. There was a whirring noise coming from the side, similar to the pumping of an old and broken bellows. Yang Kai turned to look and immediately became horrified. Taking a large step backward, he retreated into the distance and shouted through gritted teeth, "Hey yeah! I can't believe I'm meeting Black Crow Divine Monarch here." At this point, how could he not realize that this old bastard had tricked everybody? Earlier, Black Crow Divine Monarch had to borrow everybody's power to break the barrier around the Blood Monster Divine Palace and distract the 7th Order monster beast guarding it. For that reason, he had given a lot of sweet promises to the others. He even went so far as to swear a blood oath on his Dao seal, claiming that he would not attack anybody once they entered the Blood Monster Divine Palace as long as they did not provoke him first. His attitude had been extremely sincere, which was why everybody willingly cooperated with him. After all, the Blood Monster Divine Palace would surely contain many treasures. It was not easy for them to arrive this far, so who would not want to go in and take a look around? Even Yang Kai had been extremely tempted, but after his experience just now, how could he not understand that everybody had fallen for Black Crow Divine Monarch's schemes? Black Crow Divine Monarch clearly knew about the White World. He also knew that anybody who tried to enter the Blood Monster Divine Palace would fall into that nothingness array. However, he alone knew the way out. If everybody else was trapped inside the Grand Array and he alone could escape, then wouldn't that mean that the entire Blood Monster Divine Palace would belong to him? If Yang Kai had not received guidance from that remnant soul, he would not have been able to escape this quickly either. What he did not expect was that he would come face to face with Black Crow Divine Monarch as soon as he entered the Grand Hall. Similarly, Black Crow Divine Monarch was as shocked as Yang Kai. His eyes widened as large as eggs and he breathed rapidly as though he had seen a ghost, blurting out incredulously, "Brat, why are you here?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, "That's what I wanted to ask you." Upon taking a closer look, Yang Kai realized that Black Crow Divine Monarch was severely injured and covered in blood. Black Crow Divine Monarch looked as though he had undergone enormous pressure. Despite his knowledge about the mysteries of the nothingness array, it would seem that escaping had still taken quite a lot of effort from him. It was no surprise considering that he had possessed Zhouyi's body. Zhouyi was simply a great thousand-blood land disciple who had condensed fifth-order elements. There was quite a large gap between his foundation and Yang Kai's. Black Crow Divine Monarch probably received those injuries during his escape from the Nothingness Array. Recalling the blood oath Black Crow Divine Monarch made just now, Yang Kai's expression became calm. What is there to fear? He is restricted by his own blood oath inside the Blood Monster Divine Palace. As long as I don't provoke him, he cannot attack me. Yang Kai flicked his wrist and put away the divine ability bead given to him by the proprietress, then, he coldly asked, "Hey, where are the others?" Black Crow Divine Monarch chuckled, "Why ask when you already know the answer? They are stuck in the same place you just came out from." I was right. Yang Kai previously suspected that everybody who entered through the gates of the Blood Monster Divine Palace would fall into that world of pure white. Now that he received confirmation from Black Crow Divine Monarch, this knowledge made Yang Kai so furious that his teeth hurt. The Nothingness Array was not only incredibly peculiar, but also filled with deadly dangers. There was no saying what kind of fate one might face inside that place. It could be said that everybody had been tricked by Black Crow Divine Monarch. They had helped him open the Blood Monster Divine Palace only to be trapped in the Nothingness Array. Yang Kai was very tempted to summon the Azure Dragon Spear and stab this bastard to death. This monarch is truly astonished. I can't believe you escaped that place in such a short time. You truly are extraordinary. Black Crow Divine Monarch looked at Yang Kai with admiration. The only reason he made it this far so quickly was that he had known about the Nothingness Array in advance. On the other hand, Yang Kai managed to reach this place despite knowing nothing. His aptitude and comprehension ability were simply astonishing. Yang Kai ground his teeth and said, "The only thing I want to know right now is how I can get them out." Black Crow Divine Monarch grinned meaningfully, "You want to save them? It's simple. You just need to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace. If you successfully refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace, forget rescuing them, it won't be difficult for you to control the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven." Yang Kai stiffened at those words. Has your aim been to snatch the Blood Monster Cave Heaven all along? Based on what Black Crow Divine Monarch said, it was clear that he planned to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace and take control of the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven. How could Yang Kai tolerate something like that? If Black Crow Divine Monarch succeeded in his endeavor, then the lives of all the people in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would fall into his hands. Why else did you think this monarch spent so much effort to come here? Black Crow Divine Monarch stared at Yang Kai with a measured look and quickly said, "Junior, you're a talented one. In the future, you will achieve greatness. If you submit to this monarch, I will share a portion of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven with you. What do you think?" Good. Yang Kai agreed readily. Tell me how to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace first. Black Crow Divine Monarch snorted with disdain. The opportunity is right in front of your eyes, but you don't know how to grasp it. Junior, you are so short-sighted. It will cost you your life one day. After saying that, his body shuddered and turned into a blood cloud that rushed to the back. Yang Kai exclaimed, "Where are you going?" At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't care less about Black Crow Divine Monarch's blood oath anymore. He immediately pushed his space principles to imprison the world around Black Crow Divine Monarch. However, the blood cloud abruptly exploded and shot out in all directions. Although Yang Kai managed to trap most of the blood lights, some still slipped through his fingers. Xiao. The blood lights transformed into several clusters of blood that flew about inside the Grand Hall, but Black Crow Divine Monarch was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai gnashed his teeth, knowing that Black Crow Divine Monarch was not afraid of him. Rather, Black Crow Divine Monarch was simply eager to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace and did not want to be held up here. How could Yang Kai allow such a thing though? He immediately chased after Black Crow Divine Monarch. At this moment, Yang Kai was the only other person aside from Black Crow Divine Monarch who could move freely inside the Blood Monster Divine Palace. If Yang Kai failed to stop Black Crow Divine Monarch and the latter successfully refined this place, he would gain total control over the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Everybody would end up enslaved by Heya as a result. It would be a life worse than death. Be that as it may, Yang Kai had no idea which direction Black Crow Divine Monarch was heading. The Grand Hall was connected to the rest of the palace and there were many corridors heading in different directions, thus, he could only choose a direction at random in his pursuit of Black Crow Divine Monarch. Rushing out of the Grand Hall, Xianxia arrived at a long corridor with rooms on either side. He frowned and came to stand in front of one of the rooms. After investigating with his divine sense and confirming that there were no dangers inside, he pushed open the door and entered the room. What he saw stunned him for a moment. It was probably a woman's bedroom. Xianxia might not know the identity of the owner, but the furnishings in the room gave off a feminine aura. It was just that too much time had passed and everything inside had long ago rotted away. The slight gust of wind that stirred up from when he opened the door caused many things to disintegrate into dust. Xianxia glanced around and determined that there was nothing of value inside the room. There were no signs of Black Crow Divine Monarch either, so he immediately left. He then pushed open the door to another room and found that it was rather similar to the previous room. After investigating the rooms one by one, Xianxia found nothing at all. This area seemed to be filled with women's bedrooms, thus, he secretly guessed that this place used to be the living quarters of Blood Monster Divine Monarch's harem. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all, so it was not strange for him to have several women by his side. Even so, it was impossible for his women to survive until today when he himself had already passed away. Passing through the harem, Xianxia arrived at another grand hall. This grand hall covered an extremely large area. Moreover, it was surrounded by strange and seemingly indestructible stones that emitted a constant brilliant light. Looking around, Xianxia couldn't help but shudder. There were many cages inside the grand hall. Furthermore, these cages were filled with many monster beast skeletons. Some were as small as one's palm while others were several meters tall. These monster beasts came in all shapes and sizes. The list could go on forever. It could be conceived that countless monster beasts had once been imprisoned here a long time ago. With the passage of time though, they had reached the end of their lifespans and finally died. Xianxia walked over to one of the cages and studied the pile of bones. When he noticed a dull and faded bead among the bones, a sudden thought came to him and he immediately retrieved it. Upon careful investigation, however, Xianxia sighed. This dull and faded bead turned out to be the monster core of a monster beast. Judging from the weak aura remaining in this monster core, this monster beast used to be a 5th Order monster beast at the very least. It was just that too much time had passed. The monster beast core had not been properly preserved, so most of the energy within had dissipated. A monster beast core like this had very little value. Weaving through the grand hall, Xianxia found monster core after monster core that had long lost their value. He even suspected that some were 7th Order monster cores, thus, he couldn't help feeling his heart ache. If these monster cores had retained their usefulness, then he would no longer need to worry about cultivation resources. This place seemed to be where Blood Monster Divine Monarch used to research monster beasts. He was proficient in the Tao of Blood and the Tao of Beast Taming, but that was not all. He also managed to modify monster beasts so that they only had singular attributes in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It was proof of his supreme attainments in the Tao of Beast Taming. Unlike in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, the monster beast cores in the outside world would normally have a complex mix of elements. Not many of them could be refined and used by cultivators directly. However, the monster beast cores in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were different in the sense that they could be used directly as open heaven resources. If this method was leaked to the outside world, the various cave heavens and paradises would surely scramble over themselves to get their hands on it. Since this place used to be where Blood Monster Divine Monarch did his research on the monster beasts, wouldn't he have left some notes here? Xianxia had a sudden idea and carefully searched the surrounding area. It didn't take long before he found a few remaining jade slips lying around. He carefully picked these jade slips up and confirmed that they were not damaged. Only then did he immerse his divine sense into the jade slips to check their contents. A short while later, he revealed a look of pure joy. These jade slips might not contain information that fully described the methods to nurture these monster beasts, but there were some scattered records within them. There were many parts that Xianxia did not understand, however, that was not a problem. Martial Beast Great Emperor, Mo Huang, would surely be very interested in these research notes. After all, he rose to the status of Great Emperor by cultivating the Tao of Beast Taming. Yang Kai solemnly put these jade slips away. Afterward, he circled around the grand hall once more. When he confirmed that he had not missed anything else, he finally continued to head deeper into the palace. There were many grand halls and rooms in this place, but most of them were empty. Apart from those jade slips, Yang Kai did not find anything else that was of value. It was not that this place did not contain great treasures, it was just that too much time had passed and many of these treasures had long since lost their spirituality. Take for example the monster cores he came across earlier. Some of those monster cores were originally 7th order resources. Unfortunately, they had long since lost their effects and became worthless as a result. Yang Kai also found some artifacts that were of very high quality, but their aura was so dim that they could not be refined at all. It could be seen that the rosy picture that Black Crow Divine Monarch had previously painted in front of everybody was nothing more than a bunch of nonsense. He simply wanted to borrow their strength to help break the barrier of the Blood Monster Divine Palace. There was no saying where he was hiding at the moment. He might even be refining the Blood Monster Divine Palace right now. Even if Yang Kai wanted to search for Black Crow Divine Monarch though, he had no idea where to even begin. As such, he could only proceed one step at a time. At a certain moment, Yang Kai pushed open the door of a room and was surprised to discover a large alchemy furnace inside. There were many wooden shelves in the surroundings which contained various herbs and jade bottles. Is this the pill refining room? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat in excitement. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th order open heaven realm master, so the things that he would keep in this place would surely be of high quality. Be that as it may, Yang Kai was disappointed once more when he stepped forward to examine the shelves. There were many herbs on the wooden shelves. Not only were they of very high quality, but they also had various barriers and methods cast on them to preserve them. It was just that far too long had passed, so most of the barriers had lost their effects, causing these herbs to lose most of their medical efficacy. It was the jade bottles that Yang Kai held out some hope for. After checking through the rows of jade bottles, he finally obtained some results. Most of the spirit pills in the jade bottles had lost their effects, but Blood Monster Divine Monarch seemed to be fairly skilled in alchemy. Quite a few of the spirit pills here had pill veins. Once a spirit pill produced pill's veins, they would retain their efficacy no matter how much time passed as long as they were properly stored. They would be even more incredible if they formed pill's clouds, in which case their medicinal efficacies would continue to increase with the passing of time. Spirit pills with pill clouds were extremely difficult to refine. Many alchemists might never even refine a single spirit pill that formed pill clouds in their entire lifetime. Yang Kai had refined countless spirit pills since he first started cultivating, but the number which formed pill clouds could be counted on one hand. There were no spirit pills with pill clouds in this place, but there were quite a few with pill veins. Moreover, there was quite a wide variety of them. Some were used to facilitate cultivation and some were for healing purposes. There were also some Yang Kai did not recognize. Nevertheless, he swept all of them into his space ring without exception. When he picked up one of the jade bottles to investigate the content, he couldn't help but frown as it only had a single open heaven pill. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th order open heaven realm master, so why would he place a bottle with a single open heaven pill here with such solemnity? What surprised Yang Kai even more was that this open heaven pill still retained its medical efficacies. He casually tossed the bottle into his space ring, but just as he was about to continue with his search, he froze in surprise. That can't be right. If that really was an open heaven pill, then it should have lost all its medical efficacies over the years. It's impossible for them to be preserved so perfectly. Besides, that open heaven pill seemed a little different from the other open heaven pills that I've seen before. Yang Kai quickly took the jade bottle out again and opened it and poured out the single open heaven pill. At a glance, there was no doubt that it was an open heaven pill. Both the size and color of the spirit pill were almost identical to that of a common open heaven pill, but even so, Yang Kai could clearly sense that this spirit pill contained an energy that was countless times stronger than ordinary. There was also a faint hint of the world force leaking out of this open heaven pill. Yang Kai's divine sense surged as he immersed it into the spirit pill to investigate. A wave of dizziness swept over him as it felt as though he had tried to sweep his divine sense over an entire small world, his soul shaken under the oppression of the world force. That was not all. A distinct kind of grand Tao aura emanated from this open heaven pill, making him feel enlightened all of a sudden. Sucking in a breath of cold air, Yang Kai focused his mind and studied the spirit pill in his hand intently. It was not until this moment that he noticed that there were countless fine and delicate patterns on this open heaven pill. These patterns intertwined with each other and covered the entire surface of the spirit pill, seeming to contain 10,000 grand Taos within them. These patterns made a person's subconscious yearn to investigate them further. These were neither pill veins nor pill clouds. More importantly, this spirit pill was definitely not an ordinary open heaven pill. Yang Kai suddenly thought of a possibility that excited him so much that his hands trembled. When he set off from the star boundary, Zhang Ruoshi had once explained to him about the use of open heaven pills. Open heaven pills were generally used by open heaven realm masters to increase their strength. They were also the hard currency used throughout the 3,000 worlds. It was just that there were limits to consuming open heaven pills for advancement. Generally, one could only increase their order twice by consuming open heaven pills, and they became completely useless after that. The cultivators who had reached this point had also reached the limits of their strength. However, those who were lucky enough to find innate open heaven pills could go a step further. The heavens never sealed off all hope, so there was always a path forward, no matter how narrow and dangerous. There was a mysterious supreme treasure in this vast universe known as the universe furnace. Most of the time, the universe furnace was hidden in the void, and it was something most people would never have the chance to encounter. The universe furnace drew upon the very essence of the universe to produce innate open heaven pills. These innate open heaven pills not only had incredibly potent medical efficacies but also carried no side effects for cultivators. It was rumored that the cultivation and order of a cultivator could be improved continuously without any risk or hidden dangers as long as one had enough innate open heaven pills. Be that as it may, these innate open heaven pills were extraordinarily rare, and a reign of terror would be unleashed every time the universe furnace appeared. Even the cave heavens and paradises would do everything in their power to snatch these naturally formed open heaven pills. That was why they were considered treasures that ordinary cultivators would never even lay eyes on. Not many people even knew what these innate open heaven pills looked like. The open heaven pills circulating in the 3,000 worlds today were actually imitations of the innate ones refined by alchemists in the ancient past. There was a large difference between imitations and the genuine product, be it in terms of medicinal efficacies or effects. Yang Kai gulped nervously. He was almost certain that this spirit pill in his hand was a legendary universe furnace open heaven pill. Thinking about it carefully though, it was not that surprising. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it would not be impossible for him to obtain such a treasure. This bottle contained only one spirit pill, but although this one pill did not seem significant or useful, its value was practically immeasurable. Just imagine, a cultivator who had initially broken through to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, then spent countless years and energy to finally advance to the peak 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. Unfortunately, this was the pinnacle of his or her life and the limit of their martial Tao. At this point, they could not increase their strength again no matter how many open heaven pills they consumed or how many cultivation resources they refined. However, this innate open heaven pill gave a glimmer of hope in that desperate situation. If that were the case, they would probably agree to any condition just to obtain it. This spirit pill was simply priceless. Yang Kai's heart pounded with excitement. Regardless of whatever else he gained, this trip to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would be worthwhile just with this pill alone. Yang Kai took a moment to compose himself. Although he was almost certain that what he received was the legendary item, he would still need the proprietress to verify whether it was genuine. After all, she had far more experience and a better eye than him and would definitely be able to tell whether they were real or fake. Placing this bottle into the small sealed world, Yang Kai continued to look around. The results made him very excited. He actually found 5 bottles with innate open heaven pills. In other words, he now had 5 of these spirit pills. Yang Kai did not know how many innate open heaven pills an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would need to consume to advance into the 9th Order, but since these 5 pills were stored so carefully here, they would definitely be of at least some use. Compared to these 5 spirit pills, all the other gains he obtained up until now could only be regarded as bonuses. Yang Kai quickly stored them away and looted the rest of the spirit pills that could still be used. He didn't even spare the furnace. Void Land would surely need to refine their own open heaven pills in the future, and this alchemy furnace belonged to Blood Monster Divine Monarch, so it would definitely be of great quality. It would be perfect if he brought this back for Wondrous Pill Great Emperor to use. Xianxia exited the pill room and continued his search. It was just that he seemed to have used up all his good luck now and had no gains for a while after that. All of a sudden, he heard a loud rumbling sound coming from the depths of the Blood Monster Divine Palace. This phenomenon made his expression change drastically at this moment. The only one who could move about freely inside the Blood Monster Divine Palace aside from him was Black Crow Divine Monarch. Seeing as he was not the one creating this sound, then it had to be the doing of Black Crow Divine Monarch. Such a large commotion could only mean that Black Crow Divine Monarch had already begun to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Xianxia became desperate. He hurriedly followed the source of the sound but could not find Black Crow Divine Monarch no matter where he searched. On the other hand, the rumbling sounds could occasionally be heard from a certain direction in the Blood Monster Divine Palace. These sounds were extremely upsetting. He searched for another hour only to find no clues, causing him to grind his teeth hard. If Black Crow Divine Monarch succeeded at refining the Blood Monster Divine Palace, then he would be able to control the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven. At that time, everybody's life or death would be his to control. Moreover, Xianxia had greatly offended Black Crow Divine Monarch, so the first person to die would undoubtedly be him. It was impossible to retreat now, not unless the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened again and ejected them all. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, Xianxia suddenly had a tingling feeling in his heart and he turned to look in a certain direction while shouting, "Who?" What he saw made his expression freeze in surprise. There was a bright figure floating in midair and staring at him expressionlessly. This figure looked like a 7- or 8-year-old boy. He seemed to exist between the lines of ethereal and corporeal. Moreover, he wore a child's traditional outfit. His hair was tied into a braid, making him look very soft and adorable. It was just that his expression was so cold that it was terrifying. Even his gaze gave off an air of indifference. Xianxia frowned. This child was clearly not a living creature as he could not sense the slightest hint of vitality coming from the other party. The boy was not a dead creature or a Een soul either because he did not give off a gloomy feeling. Rather, he gave Xianxia a vague sense of familiarity. It felt as though they had met somewhere before. But, Xianxia could not recall where at the moment. "Child, who are you?" Xianxia asked, watching the other party warily. The child swept his eyes over Xianxia and said, "I can offer you a fateful encounter. Do you want it?" It was a child's voice but it spoke in an old-fashioned manner, so it sounded extremely strange to the ears. "What do you mean by fateful encounter?" Xianxia remained unmoved. The child replied, "This world." Xianxia immediately sneered in response, "Such a small child, but what arrogance! What gives you the right to offer this world to me in the name of a fateful encounter?" The child calmly said, "You only need to swear a Tao oath to obey me in the future. Then, I can give you this world." Xianxia rolled his eyes and pursed his lips, such a small child spouting such nonsense. "Aren't you afraid that the wind might slice off your tongue? I can't believe you want me to swear a Tao oath." While speaking, Xianxia seemed to recall something. He looked the young boy up and down, then he exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you the artifact spirit of this place?" He finally recalled why this small child gave him such a familiar feeling. This was clearly the aura of an artifact spirit, similar to how Lu Yan used to be. Combined with the child's seemingly shameless boasting, how could Xianxia not realize the truth? The child nodded, "That's right. I am the artifact spirit of the Blood Monster Divine Palace." Xianxia's expression turned serious. "Isn't there somebody refining the Blood Monster Divine Palace right now?" "Yes." The child nodded. Xianxia became greatly anxious. "If somebody is refining the Blood Monster Divine Palace, then why are you still wasting time here with me? Why aren't you stopping him?" The child shook his head, "I am just an artifact spirit. I can't stop anybody from refining me, no matter who comes to do so." Xianxia frowned at those words. "Didn't you just say you can give me this world? Doesn't that mean you want me to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace?" "That's right." "Why?" Xianxia was truly puzzled. The one who is trying to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace right now is a great enemy of my master. I don't want him to inherit the Blood Monster Divine Palace. So, I came to you. Xianxia's eyes lit up at those words. This artifact spirit was the artifact spirit of the Blood Monster Divine Palace, so he definitely inherited a part of Blood Monster Divine Monarch's will. It made sense that he would instinctively hate Black Crow Divine Monarch, and at this moment, the only one who could move around in the Blood Monster Divine Palace aside from Black Crow Divine Monarch was Xianxia. That meant that he basically had no other choice. Xianxia excitedly said, "Sounds good. Hurry up and tell me how to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace." The artifact spirit said, "You must first swear a Tao oath to obey me in the future." Xianxia snarled furiously, "How dare a trivial artifact spirit speak so arrogantly? You truly don't know your place." Sure enough, this place is a den of rats and snakes. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was not a good thing during his lifetime, so it makes sense that the artifact spirit born from the Blood Monster Divine Palace wouldn't be good either. I can't believe he wants to control me. Don't you want the Blood Monster Divine Palace? Don't you want the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? The artifact spirit looked at Xianxia curiously, seeming not to understand why Xianxia would refuse him. Xianxia coldly snorted, "What is there in this vast world that can compare to my freedom?" The artifact spirit said, "If you can refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace, then everything in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven will be under your control. You will have endless resources at your fingertips. With enough time, you might even grow to rival the heights of my master. What is losing a little bit of your freedom in comparison? Besides, I won't make you do anything that will trouble you even if you swear the Tao oath. I just want to protect myself." Xianxia looked at the artifact spirit in surprise, "You even understand the art of temptation. It looks like your sentience is not that low." Shaking his head, he continued, "But, you don't need to waste your efforts on me. I cannot agree with your condition." There was no guarantee that he would die even if Black Crow Divine Monarch refined the Blood Monster Divine Palace. On the contrary, his life would be forfeited the moment he agreed to this artifact spirit's condition. The artifact spirit scowled deeply. Xianxia said, "Black Crow Divine Monarch was a great enemy of your master. If he is allowed to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace, do you think he will tolerate your existence? It's a given that he will immediately wipe out your sentience. If not for that, you would not have come to me on your own. Since you need my help, then don't bother trying to force such nonsensical conditions on me. Why don't we cooperate instead?" The artifact spirit asked, "How do we cooperate?" Xianxia relaxed slightly when he saw the artifact spirit's attitude. This artifact spirit might have some measure of sentience, but he was not a living creature. Seeing as he could ask this question though, then there was room for negotiation. "Take me to Xianxia. I will help you to stop him from refining." "I'm afraid you won't be able to stop him." The artifact spirit shook his head disbelieving. "If I don't try, how will you know?" Xianxia looked at the artifact spirit, "Compared to standing here waiting for your death, why don't you take a gamble instead?" The artifact spirit fell silent for a while and only after a long time passed did he respond, "Come with me." While saying that, he drifted in a certain direction at an extremely high speed. Xianxia did not hesitate and quickly followed. The artifact spirit was born from the Blood Monster Divine Palace, so it was only natural that he knew this place better than anybody else. Xianxia followed closely behind him, twisting and turning inside the various halls and corridors. After traveling for a whole quarter hour, Xianxia suddenly found himself inside a grand hall. The grand hall was completely empty, with only a grand array glowing faintly on the ground. At this moment, a figure was sitting cross-legged at one corner of the grand array. Who else could it be but Black Crow Divine Monarch who had taken possession of Zhou Yi's body? Blood mist was spreading out from Black Crow Divine Monarch's body. The crimson-red blood chi frantically expanded outward, trying to fill the patterns of the grand array. Following his unrelenting actions, the entire Blood Monster Divine Palace rumbled in response. With a single glance, Xianxia knew that he could not allow Black Crow Divine Monarch to finish refining the grand array in this place. Once Black Crow Divine Monarch finished, then control of the Blood Monster Divine Palace would fall into his hands. It was obvious that Black Crow Divine Monarch had been refining the grand array for some time now. At this moment, approximately 10% of the Grand Array had been taken over by him. The places where he refined were filled with blood mist while the rest of the area was still dull. Nevertheless, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this situation. He was not too late yet. Even if he rushed over, there was nothing he could do to stop Black Crow Divine Monarch if too much progress had already been made in the refinement process. Artifact Spirit, how dare you disrupt this monarch's plans? The first thing I'm going to do when I finish refining this blood monster divine palace is to extinguish your soul. Black Crow Divine Monarch immediately snapped hatefully when he looked up to see Xianxia and the artifact spirit. After saying that, he turned to Xianxia and snarled through gritted teeth, "Boy, you're such a persistent little bastard. Why do you keep getting in this monarch's way? Damn you. Enough nonsense, hey ya. Hand over your life." Xianxia shouted. Lifting a hand, he summoned the Azure Dragon Spear. A black hole the size of a fist swirled above the tip of the spear, containing heaven-destroying and earth-shattering power. When the spear thrust out, everything around it collapsed. Rupture. Black Crow Divine Monarch's expression changed slightly and a layer of blood mist surrounding his body immediately became denser. At the same time, the area around him turned into a blood sea. Xianxia plunged into the blood sea and fervently attacked with everything he had. However, he could not tell north from south or even up from down inside the blood sea. He was unable to determine Black Crow Divine Monarch's location, much less kill him. In the end, he rushed out of the blood sea with an extremely ugly expression after attacking fruitlessly for some time. Black Crow Divine Monarch's mocking voice came out from within the blood sea, "Junior, you don't not know the immensity of heaven and earth. You overestimate yourself just because you're a little capable. Your little tricks are nothing more than pitiful tricks in this monarch's eyes. If you want to play so much, then this monarch will play with you. You better play to your heart's content." The blood sea squirmed and a large number of blood crows charged out from it, clawing loudly. The noise they made was extremely distracting as they swooped down on Xianxia in an overwhelming manner. Xianxia quickly raised his spear and thrust out rapidly. Blood crows after blood crows exploded into blood mist, but they could not be killed completely. On the contrary, Black Crow Divine Monarch did not stop refining the Grand Array during the battle with Xianxia. In fact, his blood mist continued to spread towards the middle of the Grand Array at even greater speed. "What you're doing is not working." The artifact spirit spoke up from the side, "Nobody can stop him anymore once he finishes refining the Grand Array." How could Xianxia not know that forceful methods were ineffective? It was just that he was currently riding a tiger and had no other solutions to the problem at hand. "Quickly enter the Grand Array to compete with him for the right of control over the Grand Array," the artifact spirit added. Xianxia grimly replied, "It looks like that's the only way." With a flicker of his body, Xianxia swept out his spear and turned countless blood crows into mere splattered blood. Then, he arrived at the opposite corner of the Grand Array in a flash. His divine sense surged and burrowed into the Grand Array as he frantically began refining it. Upon seeing Xianxia's actions, how could Black Crow Divine Monarch allow this situation to continue? He controlled the countless blood crows to madly swarm Xianxia. However, Xianxia was as steady as a rock. Separating his consciousness, he continued refining the Grand Array while simultaneously dealing with the blood crows. Xianxia's divine sense was immensely powerful. Moreover, he also had the support of a supreme treasure like the soul-warming lotus. Hence, it was not difficult for him to do two things at once. It was just that he could not move once he started refining the Grand Array, so he could only stand there and become a target for the blood crows. This enraged him greatly. On opposite sides of the Grand Array, Black Crow Divine Monarch and Xianxia sat. They were both competing for the right of control over the Grand Array. The person who succeeded in completely refining the Grand Array would have total control over the Blood Monster Divine Palace. As the Blood Monster Divine Palace was the core of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, controlling the Blood Monster Divine Palace was equivalent to controlling the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It could be said that the lives of the natives and monster beasts, as well as all the people who entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, were resting on Xianxia's shoulders alone. However, Xianxia's expression soon turned ugly. That was because he discovered that Black Crow Divine Monarch was much faster at refining the Grand Array compared to him. The blood mist had already occupied 20% of the Grand Array in such a short amount of time. It would not take more than a few more hours for Black Crow Divine Monarch to completely refine it. In the first place, he had begun refining before Xianxia. This increase in speed clearly indicated that Xianxia was also working hard to move faster. Thus, it would be difficult for Xianxia to catch up to him at this rate. Xianxia gritted his teeth and yelled, "Artifact Spirit, help me." The artifact spirit shook his head and said, "There's nothing I can do. Although I was born from this place, my master has restricted what I can do." Xianxia was so furious that he nearly spat blood. "Then, why were you shamelessly boasting that you can give me this world earlier?" He thought that he could easily refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace if he cooperated with the artifact spirit. Only now did he realize that he was greatly mistaken. The artifact spirit said, "Although I cannot help you, I can explain the mysteries of the Grand Array to you. Whether or not you can comprehend these mysteries will depend entirely on you. Explain them then." The artifact spirit immediately began teaching, while Xianxia listened attentively. By combining the information with the situation in front of him, there was no doubt that his refining speed improved greatly. Even so, it was still difficult for him to catch up to Black Crow Divine Monarch's progress. As time passed, the Grand Array was gradually flooded with two different colors. One was Black Crow Divine Monarch's crimson while the other was Xianxia's black. Nevertheless, it was very obvious that the area occupied by Black Crow Divine Monarch was much larger than Xianxia's. In this huge Grand Array, Black Crow Divine Monarch occupied a little more than 60% of the territory while Xianxia only occupied some 30% or so. At the beginning, things had remained somewhat peaceful when they were both refining separately, but once all the parts of the Grand Array had been filled with their respective energies, a clash between them would become inevitable. Looking down from above, the Grand Array that controlled the Blood Monster Divine Palace was like a large plate. Black Crow Divine Monarch currently held some 65% of the plate while Xianxia held the rest. If they wanted to occupy the entire plate, then they would first have to drive out their opponent's power. When their powers bordered on each other, Xianxia's body stiffened. He could feel an immense force rumbling towards him from the opposite side, giving him the feeling that the opposing force was unstoppable. Be that as it may, he had no choice but to defend even if it was futile. He hurriedly urged the part of the Grand Array that he controlled and viciously slammed his energy forward. Pooh. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. On the other hand, Black Crow Divine Monarch just swayed slightly in response. In this collision, who was stronger was abundantly clear. Black Crow Divine Monarch had obviously occupied the absolute advantage. This was not something that could be helped. The two of them were currently fighting with their respective control over the Grand Array. It had nothing to do with their personal strength. For that reason, Black Crow Divine Monarch was going all out. Even the blood crows that had been pestering Xianxia all this while vanished without a trace. It could be seen that he had no time to care about anything else. During their first clash, Xianxia clearly felt that a part of his territory had been lost. Black Crow Divine Monarch's energy continuously crept in his direction and gradually occupied the territory that he controlled previously. Seeing this, Black Crow Divine Monarch laughed wildly. "Junior, stop being stubborn. Obediently accept your death. It will save you some pain." Xianxia gritted his teeth and ignored the other party. Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly snorted, "Stubborn fool." While speaking, he controlled the power of the Grand Array he controlled and it slammed towards Xianxia once more. Even though Xianxia had prepared himself in advance and used all his strength to defend, he was still overwhelmed. At the same time, he lost another part of the Grand Array that he controlled. It gave Black Crow Divine Monarch a chance to take further control of the Grand Array, allowing his progress to reach 70%. "I can't let this continue any longer. Although I still control 30% of the Grand Array, it will only be a matter of time before I am completely overtaken by this old dog. If that happens, there will be no hope left. Artifact Spirit, is there any other way to stop him?" Xianxia asked through gritted teeth while struggling to defend. The artifact spirit remained silent. Looking at the artifact spirit, Xianxia knew that the other party was powerless to help, thus, he couldn't help feeling desperate. Under normal circumstances, the artifact spirit would have absolute control over the Blood Monster Divine Palace. However, he had said that Blood Monster Divine Monarch had limited his abilities, so he was utterly powerless to help at this time. Otherwise, he would not have gone to Xianxia for help in the first place. Kong. Black Crow Divine Monarch guided the power of the Grand Array to slam towards Xianxia once more. Even though Xianxia struggled desperately to defend, he was once again driven back, allowing the territory controlled by Black Crow Divine Monarch to expand a little bit more. The situation was extremely precarious and Xianxia had almost fallen into a desperate situation. Black Crow Divine Monarch let out a wicked cackle. Boy. Let's see how long you can resist. The moment this monarch completely refines this Grand Array will be the moment you die. Then, he turned to look at the artifact spirit, and, you. It was not easy for you to be born and gain sentience. If you acknowledge and repent for your mistakes, this monarch is not opposed to forgiving you and sparing your life. The blood monster Divine Palace was not a living creature, so it was indeed extremely difficult for an artifact spirit to be born out of it. Besides, his current strength was not that great. If Black Crow Divine Monarch could obtain the support of the artifact spirit, then it would be easier for him to control the entire blood monster cave heaven. If that were not the case, why would he bother wasting his time on a mere artifact spirit? The artifact spirit remained silent and glanced in Xianxia's direction. Seeming to notice the artifact spirit's gaze, Xianxia jerked in surprise and quickly said, "Artifact spirit, don't listen to his nonsense. Even if you join him now, things will not end well for you in the future." However, the artifact spirit drifted over and landed behind Black Crow Divine Monarch and bowed deeply. "This artifact spirit greets Master." Black Crow Divine Monarch burst into laughter. Good. 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 Obediently stand to the side. This monarch will speak to you once I deal with this annoying ant. Yes. The artifact spirit immediately stood to the side. Xianxia coldly snorted at the sight. This artifact spirit is completely unreliable after all. A two-faced coward. Earlier, he came to me in hopes that I could defeat Black Crow Divine Monarch. I can't believe how eagerly he submitted himself to Black Crow Divine Monarch after seeing that I am having trouble defeating the opponent. Nevertheless, it didn't matter who the artifact spirit recognized as his master. It did little to change the current situation since he had no power to interfere with the Grand Array in the first place. For that reason, Xianxia ignored the artifact spirit even though he scorned his actions. Meanwhile, the attacks from Black Crow Divine Monarch were getting stronger and stronger with each passing moment. The portion of the Grand Array that Xianxia refined had always been smaller compared to Black Crow Divine Monarch's. Moreover, their repeated collisions caused Xianxia to lose large tracts of his territory. On the contrary, Black Crow Divine Monarch's territory grew larger and larger with each clash. This situation created a vicious cycle that quickly exhausted Xianxia to the bone. It didn't take more than an hour before the territory that Xianxia controlled in the Grand Array was reduced to a mere 20%. At this point, it could be said that he was suffering from a crushing defeat. Although they were both holding the right of control over the Grand Array, Black Crow Divine Monarch was using 80% of its power against Xianxia's 20%. It was practically impossible for Xianxia to resist. Have I reached my limits? Xianxia grimly asked himself. If I fail to stop him here, then he will take control of the entire blood monster cave heaven. Leaving aside whether or not I can escape if that happens, Chu Huashang, Zhang Ruashi, chef, accountant, Lang Qingshan, and the others will surely become his prisoners. Knowing Black Crow Divine Monarch's personality, everybody will be better off dead by then. Chef. Xianxia abruptly recalled something and his eyes suddenly lit up with hope. Hurriedly activating his divine sense, he released Chef that he previously placed into the small sealed world. Earlier, Chef had used a powerful secret technique against the star turtle, one that consumed a massive amount of his strength, leaving him almost completely drained. As such, Xianxia later placed him into the small sealed world for his safety. He had almost forgotten about him. At this moment, Xianxia was facing off against Black Crow Divine Monarch and neither side could afford to be distracted, so whoever had an extra helper would surely gain a huge advantage over the other. As soon as Chef appeared, he took in his surroundings warily. What entered his eyes left him stunned and he exclaimed in amazement, "What's going on?" Black Crow Divine Monarch was just as taken aback. Even though he wanted to ask the same question, it didn't matter how this fatty appeared in this place as it was incredibly disadvantageous for him. The only thing that reassured him slightly was that this newcomer did not seem to be in a good state. Even though Chef had recovered some of his strength, his complexion was still very pale and his aura was quite weak. Yang Kai explained the current situation to Chef in the briefest manner possible. When Chef finished listening to the explanation, he understood the severity of the matter. Thus, he gritted his teeth and glared at Black Crow Divine Monarch. In other words, everything will be fine as long as I can take this opportunity to kill this guy, right? You can say that, but, before Yang Kai could finish his sentence, Chef summoned his kitchen knife. His chubby figure moved with an indescribable agility as he rushed towards Black Crow Divine Monarch and roared, "Old dog, die." Black Crow Divine Monarch's expression was incredibly gloomy. Things had reached a critical juncture where he was about to take full control over the Grand Array. He initially thought that this matter would be settled soon, but how could he have predicted that a disturbance would pop up at the last moment? While Black Crow Divine Monarch was not afraid of Chef, he was forced to split his attention in order to defend against him. Opening his mouth, he spewed out a massive blood cloud that wrapped around Chef tightly. Yang Kai glanced in that direction and saw that Chef could no longer be seen. All that could be seen were the wriggling and squirming movements coming from within the blood cloud. In addition, violent bursts of energy would occasionally erupt from within the blood cloud. It was obvious that Chef was struggling fiercely. Yang Kai ground his teeth. There was no time for him to be concerned about Chef's safety though. Taking this opportunity, he quickly drew upon the power of the Grand Array to counterattack. Black Crow Divine Monarch had anticipated this move though and pretended that he was being pushed back, retreating slightly before suddenly surging forward with a counterattack. Yang Kai was caught off guard. Not only did he fail to turn this situation around, but he made the situation worse instead. This outcome nearly depressed him to the point of spitting blood. Kong. Chef, who had been enveloped in the crimson blood cloud, finally broke out at that moment. His eyes were widened with rage and the kitchen knife in his hand glinted with a cold light. He was about to charge forward once more when Yang Kai hurriedly sent a divine sense transmission to him, "Attack the Grand Array." At this moment, it was unrealistic to try and wrestle control of the Grand Array from Black Crow Divine Monarch. The latter held the absolute advantage in this situation. If things were to continue, nobody would be able to stop Black Crow Divine Monarch once he completely assimilated Yang Kai's territory. Since competing for control was no longer viable, then they could only choose to destroy the Grand Array. In the worst case, it would be ruined for good and nobody could try to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace again. Chef's eyes brightened and he nodded at those words, "Good idea." Following that, he brought his knife slashing down on the patterns of the Grand Array that covered the ground. Black Crow Divine Monarch paled in shock at the sight and roared, "Junior, you dare?" Chef just sneered, "Watch me." His attack did not falter in the slightest and the blade light sliced down hard. At the same time, Yang Kai took the opportunity to counterattack. He needed to distract Black Crow Divine Monarch so that the latter could not interfere with Chef. A series of clanging noises rang out and sparks flew in all directions. Both Yang Kai and Chef were a little dumbfounded by the situation. Chef's attack was incredibly fierce, but even so, it did no damage to the Grand Array at all. Black Crow Divine Monarch burst out laughing at this sight, "Ignorant child. This control array was arranged personally by that old dog Shui Yao. It cost him a massive fortune to even just refine its base. How could it be something you pitiful weaklings could destroy? Stop making me laugh." Yang Kai's expression darkened, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Just keep attacking." Chef gritted his teeth and grunted in reply. Leaping onto the Grand Array, he used all his strength to launch a barrage of attacks down on it. Black Crow Divine Monarch's expression remained calm though. When he saw that Chef could not damage the Grand Array in any way, he stopped trying to interfere and simply watched coldly from the sidelines. After attacking for some time, Chef panted for breath and called out, "Brat, this isn't working. My strength isn't high enough. I'm afraid this method will not work." Yang Kai's expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, he only retained control over some 10% of the Grand Array. It could be said that he was being pushed into a corner, literally. Black Crow Divine Monarch only needed to attack a few more times to completely remove his energy from the Grand Array. If that happened, Black Crow Divine Monarch would easily refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace and take control of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The situation is desperate. Yang Kai sighed. It looks like I will have to use the divine ability bead given to me by proprietress in this place. He was very reluctant to use this divine ability bead unless he really had no other choice. Besides, he did not know whether the divine ability bead could destroy the Grand Array. Proprietress might be powerful, but she was only in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. How much power her divine ability bead could unleash remained unknown, so it would be a waste if it had no effect on the current situation. It had been extremely difficult for the proprietress to refine this divine ability bead, so how could he willingly let it go to waste? But, Yang Kai had no choice now that things had come to this. He had to use it even if he was reluctant. Aside from the divine ability bead, he had no other means to stop Black Crow Divine Monarch. Yang Kai glared coldly in the direction of Black Crow Divine Monarch, but just as he was about to bring out the divine ability bead, his gaze landed on the artifact spirit. A light flashed through his eyes at that moment and a bold conjecture emerged from the depths of his heart in the next moment. Then, he secretly sent a divine sense transmission to Chef. Chef was still gasping for breath, but he raised his brow at those words and nodded almost imperceptibly. Swinging his kitchen knife, he slashed several dozen sword lights towards Black Crow Divine Monarch. Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly snorted, "How dare a mere ant act so impudent?" The blood mist around his body boiled and countless blood crows flew out to meet the sword lights. They cawed noisily when they were cut down but still easily blocked the assault. Taking this opportunity, Chef raised his hand and summoned his chopping block. He casually tossed the block out and it rapidly enlarged, radiating a strange aura as it quickly slid under its target. At the same time, Chef's figure abruptly swelled up and became massive. He looked extremely ferocious. The apron around his waist was covered in grease stains and the butcher character stretching across his chest was absolutely horrifying. He grinned savagely as he roared, "I am the knife and chopping block, you are the fish." The artifact spirit jerked in surprise. He was astonished to discover that he was standing on top of the chopping block without him noticing. Furthermore, he was being restrained by a strange force. He couldn't help feeling the situation was all rather absurd. At this moment, he felt like a pig waiting to be slaughtered. How could Black Crow Divine Monarch not realize Chef's intentions after seeing this situation? He did not know what effects would come from killing the artifact spirit, but he did not dare to take this gamble, hence, he roared, "Don't you dare." Raising his arm, he shot out a blood arrow in Chef's direction. Yang Kai flashed forward. At this moment, he completely gave up on the territory he had been guarding. If Black Crow Divine Monarch wanted, he could have taken this opportunity to finish refining the Grand Array, it was just that he was distracted in his efforts to stop Chef and failed to notice this point. By the time he realized Yang Kai was attacking, the spear was already rapidly enlarging in his vision. The pitch-black golden crow's true fire lingered at the tip of the spear and its power was too great for him to simply ignore. The spear's shadow shrouded the sky, looming over Black Crow Divine Monarch. It was accompanied by crackling sounds that rang out endlessly. Xianxia gave a furious roar. Under normal circumstances, it would have been easy for him to block this attack from Yang Kai. In the worst case, he could simply dodge, however, he was currently in the last stages of refining the Grand Array, so not only was he unable to move, but most of his attention was also focused on the array itself. There was no way for him to avoid this attack, much less defend himself. His entire body was instantly riddled with holes by Yang Kai's spear and countless large and bloody holes appeared on his body, gushing with fresh blood. Any other person would have died from such injuries, but he had cultivated the grand evolution immortal blood light scripture. He even resurrected on the spot after being split in two by the protective divine ability from Pei Wenxian's identity token, hence, Black Crow Divine Monarch's injuries would only cause him to expend his chi and did not threaten his life in any way. At the same time, Chef made several consecutive chopping motions with his kitchen knife all while shouting, "Chop chop chop." A chilling blade light loomed down upon the artifact spirit. 3 breaths later, Chef gave a muffled groan. His enlarged body deflated rapidly and the chopping block flew back into his hands. His complexion as pale as a sheet, he muttered weakly, "It's up to you now." When he last used this secret technique, he had exhausted all his energy in an instant, Thus, Yang Kai had placed him into the small sealed world for his safety. Performing this secret technique again after such a short time had made his condition worsen even more than the first time. Yang Kai quickly appeared beside Chef at that moment, lifted a hand to grab him, and tossed him into the small sealed world. On the other hand, the flesh around Black Crow Divine Monarch's wounds squirmed vigorously and his injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, Yang Kai was no longer opposing him in the Grand Array, and it could be said that there was nothing stopping him now. As long as he willed it, he would be able to refine the Grand Array to completion. Even so, he seemed numb to this fact and was simply staring in the artifact spirit's direction with an ugly expression. Similarly, Yang Kai was watching the artifact spirit closely. His spear was held loosely by his side and his expression was a mixture of nervousness and vigilance. His other hand was holding the proprietress divine ability bead. Moreover, his strength was circulating wildly, ready to attack at a moment's notice. The artifact spirit looked perfectly fine, standing there motionlessly as though Chef's secret technique had been completely ineffective on him. Black Crow Divine Monarch burst out laughing, cackling so hard that he nearly cried. However, his expression began to stiffen in the middle of his laughter. The artifact spirit lowered his head to look down at his body. All of a sudden, he gave a soft sigh and murmured to himself, "This is fine too." While speaking, his body shattered without warning and turned into wisps of light that soon faded into nothing. He was just an artifact spirit without any real defensive strength, so how could he withstand the ferocious attacks of Chef's secret technique when he could not mobilize the power of the Blood Monster Divine Palace? The artifact spirit was annihilated. Both the gazes of Yang Kai and Black Crow Divine Monarch turned to look at the Grand Array in unison. Yang Kai's gaze was cold while Black Crow Divine Monarch's entire face twitched. Kacha. A soft sound suddenly came from the Grand Array and they both looked over to see that a crack had appeared in one of its corners. Yang Kai was overjoyed. How could he not realize that his conjecture had been correct? The artifact spirit might have seemed useless, but his very existence was closely tied to the Grand Array. Chef might have been powerless to destroy the Grand Array, but killing the artifact spirit was well within his means. As soon as the artifact spirit was destroyed, the Grand Array was deeply affected too. There was no reason to hesitate, so Yang Kai thrust his spear at the crack. "Don't even think about it." Black Crow Divine Monarch roared furiously and a blood arrow shot directly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai used his dragon shields to protect himself while focusing all his strength into his spear thrust. Hung, a violent force burst forth and the crack in the Grand Array immediately spread outward like a spiderweb. At the same time, the dragon shields protecting Yang Kai shattered to pieces and his body was sent flying out. Kacha. A series of cracking sounds came from various spots of the Grand Array. Black Crow Divine Monarch hurriedly activated his power to try to stabilize the situation, but unfortunately for him, the damage had already been done. There was nothing he could do to reverse it with his current strength. It didn't take longer than 10 breaths before the Grand Array completely lost all spirituality and broke apart. "Damn you, Junior." Black Crow Divine Monarch felt as though his eyes were going to explode at the sight. The raging flames of fury in him threatened to burn him alive. There was only a little bit left to refine. If he finished refining that remaining bit, then he would have gained complete control over the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. At that time, recovering to his full strength would have been a breeze. However, that little bit was now as wide and deep as a mountain valley. He had fallen short at the very last moment. There had never been a time where the murderous intent he felt towards Yang Kai had been so intense. Although Yang Kai had ruined his plans back at the Blood Lake, it had not affected the overall situation. He had managed to possess Zhou Yi's body and came back to life in the end. Unlike that time though, there was no way to recover from this loss. A deep sense of regret filled Black Crow Divine Monarch's heart. If he had known this would happen earlier, he would have slaughtered Yang Kai back at the Blood Lake. If he had known earlier, he would never have allowed Yang Kai to enter the Blood Monster Divine Palace. But, it was too late for regrets now. Yang Kai stood up and wiped at the trickle of blood at the corner of his lips before letting out a wild loud laugh. "Hey yeah, let's see how you refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace now." Black Crow Divine Monarch's voice was low, but his entire body gave off a bone-chilling coldness. "Since I can't refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace, this monarch will refine you instead." Yang Kai's heart clenched. He knew that he had truly enraged Black Crow Divine Monarch by ruining his plans. It looks like this guy is determined to kill me now. Before Black Crow Divine Monarch could do anything though, a huge change suddenly occurred. A rumbling sound came from the depths of the Blood Monster Divine Palace, like distant thunder. Both Yang Kai and Black Crow Divine Monarch looked surprised. Releasing their divine senses, they examined their surroundings and it didn't take long for their expressions to change drastically. That was because the Blood Monster Divine Palace was showing signs of collapse. The surrounding walls came crumbling down one after another, turning the structure into ruins. Similarly, the bedrooms and grand halls also came crashing down with a loud rumble. Yang Kai never imagined that destroying the artifact spirit would trigger a chain reaction of this scale. First, the grand array had broken apart, and now, even the Blood Monster Divine Palace would soon cease to exist. Regardless, this was a good thing for Yang Kai. His friends had been trapped inside that strange nothingness array and were unable to extricate themselves, so if the Blood Monster Divine Palace was destroyed, then they would regain their freedom. With that thought in mind, Yang Kai's figure flashed away as his voice lingered in the air. Hey yeah, I'll spare your life today. I'll definitely kill you when we meet again. How could Black Crow Divine Monarch allow Yang Kai to escape though? He roared, don't even dream about escaping. His entire body shuddered for a moment and a blood cloud that blocked out the entire sky appeared. However, Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so if he was determined to flee, there was no way for Black Crow Divine Monarch to stop him without sealing the world in advance. Yang Kai vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving behind Black Crow Divine Monarch who was so furious that he nearly coughed up blood in response. The reason Yang Kai fled was not that he was afraid of Black Crow Divine Monarch. The old dog might be powerful, but he was not yet an open heaven realm master. If it came down to a fight, neither of them would come out unscathed. On the contrary, Yang Kai was thinking that the Blood Monster Divine Palace contained many treasures. Now that it was on the verge of collapse, he was anxious to do one last search to see if he could find anything else of value. He barely had any time to search though when the entire Blood Monster Divine Palace fell apart completely. One after another, numerous silhouettes suddenly appeared in the initial mountain valley, every one of them in a miserable state. All of these people had entered the Blood Monster Divine Palace, but their situation was different from Yang Kai's. They had been trapped inside the world of white from the moment they entered the Blood Monster Divine Palace, unable to tell north from south or find an exit. Yang Kai had relied on the power of his Golden Crow's true fire and the guidance of a remnant soul. He helped to break free of that array, but the others had neither the strength or the luck to do so. It was not until this moment when the Blood Monster Divine Palace collapsed completely that they were freed. Looking around, there was no trace of the Blood Monster Divine Palace. All that remained in front of them was a huge ruin. Therefore, they couldn't help feeling shocked. Nobody knew what had happened earlier, but before they could recover from their shock, they heard a gloomy roar. Immediately after that, an overwhelming aura enveloped them. Somebody shouted in horror, "It's the Star Turtle." The Seventh Order monster beast was still guarding the mountain valley. Having lost all his targets when all the cultivators fled into the Blood Monster Divine Palace previously, how could it hold back when it saw these people reappear? Countless rays of yellow light shot out like a storm of arrows, raining down on the cultivators. Many of the cultivators were caught off guard and nearly lost their lives as a result. The Star Turtle had previously been restrained thanks to the efforts of Yang Kai and his allies, not to mention that they had prepared themselves in advance. The current events had happened so abruptly though that none of them could stop the might of this Seventh Order monster beast. It didn't matter whether it was the disciples from the cave heavens and paradises or the cultivators from weaker forces. All of them quickly fled for their lives. Yang Kai was also flying away at the time when he spotted Chu Huashang and Gu Pan. Each of them was fleeing in different directions. Zhang Ruoxi was following closely beside Gu Pan. It was likely that Gu Pan had located Zhang Ruoxi as soon as they were freed from the spirit array. Yang Kai was about to join up with them when a blood cloud appeared in front of him. The blood cloud morphed into Black Crow Divine Monarch's furious face and his eyes searched the surroundings as his howls rang out endlessly, "Boy, show yourself. Persistent bastard." Yang Kai was a little annoyed. He knew that Black Crow Divine Monarch was not going to let him go this time, so he stopped trying to chase after Gu Pan and the others. Instead, He summoned the shadowless veil and covered himself, concealing himself in an instant. The shadowless veil was an absolutely invincible artifact in the blood monster cave heaven. It was impossible to trace by anybody below the mid-rank open heaven realm, much less Black Crow divine monarch who was just a remnant soul that did not have such a powerful divine sense. Just as Xianxia was considering if he should take the chance to launch a sneak attack on Black Crow divine monarch, the world rumbled. It was followed by a deafening sound. Large fissures suddenly appeared throughout the sky like ferocious and terrifying wounds. That was not all. Continuous rumbling sounds also came from the deep underground. Countless large ravines suddenly emerged, turning many places into canyons that were thousands of meters deep. The world split apart and rumbled violently. Cracks and ravines continued to extend outward while at the same time, more scars appeared in the sky. Xianxia was dumbfounded for a moment. It took a long while for him to realize what was happening, but once he did, a bitter taste filled his mouth as he muttered, "This is bad." He never imagined that the chain reaction from killing the artifact spirit was not over yet. It was not until this moment that the true extent of the consequences appeared. The entire blood monster cave heaven was about to collapse. Thinking about it again, this was not too surprising. Black Crow Divine Monarch wanted to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace in order to seize control of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That meant that the Blood Monster Divine Palace was the core of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Now that the Blood Monster Divine Palace was destroyed, it made sense that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would also be affected. If the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had been completely stable, it might not have been affected so badly. Unfortunately, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was already showing signs of collapsing in recent years. The destruction of the Blood Monster Divine Palace was simply the last straw that broke the camel's back. When the Blood Monster Cave Heaven first appeared, there was only one entrance. That entrance had been firmly controlled by the major cave heavens and paradises. Only disciples of the cave heavens and paradises had the right to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven to train, gain experience, and search for treasures. With the passage of time though, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven became more and more unstable. There were signs that it was gradually merging with the Blood Monster territory. The most obvious sign was that more and more entrances were appearing. This was the result of both worlds colliding and coming into contact with each other. Consequently, it became difficult for the cave heavens and paradises to maintain control over the entrances. Things gradually evolved into a situation similar to what happened when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven most recently opened. Everybody would each occupy a spot in the Blood Monster territory and wait for entrances to appear to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven's opening evolved into a huge event throughout the entire 3,000 worlds, drawing countless cultivators to this place. In any case, it was undeniable that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had become unstable. This was something Mo May and the others from Abundance City had also mentioned. One day, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would eventually merge with the Blood Monster territory and dissipate into it. When that happened, the universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be completely exposed to the outside world. The collapse of the Blood Monster Divine Palace had simply hastened the timeline. With the collapse of the world, a scene of the apocalypse approaching spread to all corners of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The world hummed continuously, as though crying. Countless monster beasts hiding in the depths of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven fled for their lives in a panic. The native cultivators living in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven looked up at the sky, ashen-faced with despair filling their souls. Their ancestors had been captured by Blood Monster Divine Monarch, who then planted a Blood Principles restriction in them so that they could only live and breed inside his small universe. If not for the Blood Principles restriction, they would have been the happiest about the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That was because they could finally be free of the restrictions of this world and head out into the vast 3,000 worlds instead. Unfortunately, they were trapped in this world and unable to leave because of the Blood Principles restriction in their bodies. Once they stopped receiving nourishment from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven's aura, they would all die. In the mountain valley where the Blood Monster Divine Palace used to stand, Black Crow Divine Monarch rampaged around as a blood cloud to search for Xianxia. Everywhere he went, he left a reign of terror in his wake. Countless cultivators had the vital essence of their bodies devoured by him and died on the spot. Xianxia remained hidden for some time before he suddenly thought of something and couldn't help cursing aloud, "Damn it. He originally wanted to remain hidden until the end, as once the blood monster cave heaven collapsed completely, he would be able to escape from here and return to the blood monster territory. Black Crow Divine Monarch would not be able to continue to do as he pleased in the blood monster territory. He was cruel and ruthless. Moreover, he was an old monster from the distant past that came back to life through possession. The cave heavens and paradises would never let him walk free. It was not that they were allies of justice and wished to purge evil out of kindness. Rather, it was that an old monster like Black Crow Divine Monarch would surely have many valuable secrets on him. His strength was still rather low at the moment, so if they could capture him, then they could interrogate him for information and receive some benefits. At the very least, he knew the grand evolution immortal blood light. Such a heaven-defying secret art would surely tempt some people. However, Xianxia suddenly recalled Mo Mei and the others in Abundance City. It was very safe for him to hide there, as with the shadowless veil concealing his body and his aura, Black Crow Divine Monarch would never be able to find him amidst all the surrounding chaos. However, wouldn't the people in Abundance City die if the blood monster cave heaven collapsed completely? Earlier, Xianxia even went out of his way to ask Black Crow Divine Monarch for the secret technique to remove the blood principle's restriction. Didn't he do that so that he could help the people in Abundance City? Not only were they related to the proprietress, but Xianxia also had his eye on their potential. It was almost certain that Mo Mei and the other great elders were existences who could advance into the open heaven realm as long as he could save them. They had lived their entire lives in the blood monster cave heaven, so they had no place to go even if they left this place, therefore, it should not be a problem to take them into Void Land if he could save them. Void Land was currently in urgent need of open heaven realm masters, so Xianxia could not let such a good opportunity pass him by. When that thought crossed his mind, he couldn't afford to be so cautious anymore. Doing his best to conceal his figure and his aura, Xianxia hurried in the direction of Abundance City while secretly praying fervently in his heart. I hope the blood monster cave heaven doesn't collapse too quickly. At the very least, please wait until I finish removing the blood principle's restriction from the people in Abundance City. After flying for some time, he finally stepped out of Black Crow Divine Monarch's detection range. Thus, he was no longer held back by any scruples and increased his speed to a whole other level. Manipulating space principles, his figure flickered again and again to reach Abundance City at a high speed. Humongous void cracks would appear in front of him from time to time. These were the signs the world was collapsing. Large tracts of land in the blood monster cave heaven vanished, flowing into these void cracks and disappearing. Under these circumstances, most people would have a hard time moving forward, as they would be swallowed into the void cracks if they were not careful. Xianxia could feel the aura of the blood monster territory coming from these void cracks. In other words, there was no danger even if a person was swallowed into them. The most likely scenario would simply be finding themselves back in the blood monster territory. After understanding this point, he felt slightly more at ease. It shouldn't be a problem for accountant Lang Qingshan, Zhang Ruaxi, and the others to return to the blood monster territory safely. Thanks to his mastery of space principles, Xianxia could detect the existence of these void cracks in advance, hence, he was not greatly delayed in his travels. While moving forward, Xianxia separated a thread of his consciousness and immersed his mind into the jade slip given to him by Black Crow Divine Monarch. He had glanced through the contents of the jade slip earlier, and based on his foundation in the blood light scripture, thanks to the few chapters that he comprehended previously, he could basically confirm that the contents of the jade slip were real, and this information could indeed remove the blood principle's restriction. It was just that he had never used this secret technique before. Even though he was confident he could reach Abundance City in time, time would still be very tight. He needed to practice what he learned from the jade slip in advance. That was the only way he could rescue all the people in Abundance City in the shortest time possible. The collapse in the world was becoming more and more obvious, so there was a possibility that it would fall apart at any moment. Therefore, Xianxia became anxious and desperately rushed towards Abundance City. It was just that there was still some distance to go. It would still take at least half a day before he could arrive, so all he could do was fervently pray that the blood monster cave heaven would last for a little longer. 4 or 5 hours later, Xianxia had already gone over the contents of the jade slip 100 times. He was very skillful in theory, so now he just needed practical experience to pull it off. At this moment, a panicked figure suddenly rushed in Yang Kai's direction like a headless fly. His figure floated about erratically and his complexion was extremely pale. He was a young man in the half-step open heaven realm. It was just that the energy fluctuation coming from his body indicated that the order of the open heaven elements that he condensed was not very high. Yang Kai initially planned to ignore this person, but a sudden idea came to mind. With a flash of his figure, Yang Kai arrived next to that person and captured him. At the same time, he did not stop moving and continued to head towards Abundance City. The young man instinctively fought back after being caught so suddenly, however, the power that leaked out of Yang Kai's hand shocked him. He could tell that he was not Yang Kai's opponent at all, so he wisely gave up struggling and simply looked at Yang Kai in puzzlement. "Who are you? Why did you capture me?" Yang Kai asked. "Are you a cultivator born in the blood monster cave heaven?" "So what if I am?" The young man gritted his teeth. As expected, he is a native after all. Yang Kai did not waste any time and got straight to the point. "Do you want to live?" The young man was stunned as he thought to himself, "Isn't that a stupid question?" Still, he bitterly replied, "Who would want to die if they can live?" Yang Kai nodded. "Good. I want to perform an experiment on you. If it works, you'll survive. If it doesn't..." The young man sighed and gloomily said, "I don't know what you want to do, but you don't need to waste your energy. You're an outer world visitor, right? I'm afraid you don't know, but those who live in the blood monster cave heaven have a restriction placed on our bloodline. As long as this restriction exists, we will never be able to leave the blood monster cave heaven. We will immediately explode and die without the nourishment of this world's aura. Now that the blood monster cave heaven is about to collapse, we can only wait for our deaths to come to us. I know about the blood principle's restriction. What I want to do is remove it." The young man was dumbfounded, but immediately after, his eyes lit up. "Do you have a way to remove the blood principle's restriction?" He originally thought that his only option was to wait for death. All the cultivators who lived in the blood monster cave heaven had heard from their elders that they would die alongside the blood monster cave heaven once this land ceased to exist. That was because the blood principle's restriction would immediately activate without the nourishment of the blood monster cave heaven's aura. When the changes in the world occurred and the apocalypse arrived, all the native cultivators living in the blood monster cave heaven suddenly realized that what their elders mentioned was about to come true. Unfortunately, all they could do was prolong their dying breath. When he had fled from his residence, he never imagined that he would encounter a person with the ability to remove the blood principle's restriction. It was only natural that he became overjoyed. "Yes. But, I have no idea whether it will work." Yang Kai replied truthfully. He had never experimented with the secret technique in the jade slip after all. Only the heavens knew whether Black Crow Divine Monarch had done anything to the secret technique, although the possibility was small. "Go ahead and try. In the worst case, I'll just die if it doesn't work," the young man quickly said. He originally thought that there was no way to escape death. But now, a chance for survival had appeared in front of him. It was only natural that he firmly grasped this opportunity. Yang Kai gently nodded. "In that case, cooperate with me and don't resist." While speaking, Yang Kai cut his fingertip and squeezed out a drop of blood. He flicked his wrist, turning the drop of blood into blood mist. After that, he used one hand to guide the blood mist so that it formed into a mysterious seal. "Go." Yang Kai raised his hand and slapped the seal against the young man's forehead. The seal sank into the young man's body and disappeared. The young man's body shuddered slightly, then, an inexplicable look appeared in his eyes. "How is it?" Yang Kai asked anxiously. The young man smacked his lips. "I can't say for sure, but I feel a little more relaxed for some reason." Yang Kai's eyes brightened. "A little more relaxed?" If he can feel something, then it can only mean that the secret technique is working. The young man said, "I can't confirm whether the blood principle's restriction has been removed or not. I will only know when this place collapses completely. If he was not dead when the blood monster cave heaven collapsed, then that would mean he no longer needed the nourishment of this world's aura. It would also mean that Yang Kai's methods had worked. There's no need to go to such trouble. I'll send you somewhere." How could Yang Kai possibly wait until the blood monster cave heaven collapsed? It would be too late by then. He tossed the young man in his grasp into the small sealed world while speaking. At the same time, he paid close attention to the young man's condition. It was not as if he had never thought of hiding the people from Abundance City in the small sealed world to bring them out of the blood monster cave heaven. It was just that the limitations of the blood principle's restriction had ruined his plans. The small sealed world was an independent world, so without removing the blood principle's restriction, rashly sending Mo Mei and the others into the small sealed world was tantamount to sending them to their deaths. At this moment, the success of the secret technique recorded in the jade slip obtained from Black Crow Divine Monarch depended entirely on the young man's survival. Under Yang Kai's careful watch, the young man entered the small sealed world and looked around his surroundings in confusion, not feeling uncomfortable in any way. After a while, he seemed to realize what had happened and threw his head back to release something that seemed to be a mixture of a roar and laughter. The excitement and joy in his heart could not be expressed. He initially thought that he had no other option aside from death. Unexpectedly, he encountered a person who helped him remove the blood principle's restriction and sent him to an unfamiliar world. Although he had no idea what kind of world this was, at least he no longer needed to worry about dying. The feeling of waiting helplessly for his death was not something he ever wanted to experience again. Yang Kai let out a small breath of relief. It would now seem that the jade slip given to him by Black Crow Divine Monarch was real. The secret technique recorded inside had not been falsified. Thinking about it again, it made sense. The situation had been very urgent at the time, so Black Crow Divine Monarch had no time to do anything after he came up with his request. It was one thing if he was completely clueless about the Blood Light Scripture, however, Yang Kai had comprehended several chapters of the Blood Light Scripture. If Black Crow Divine Monarch had falsified the information, there was a chance Yang Kai might have noticed something. Besides, this secret technique was unrelated to the core secret art of the Blood Light Scripture, so Black Crow Divine Monarch was more than happy to oblige. Now that it had been proven that the secret technique worked, all that was left was whether or not Yang Kai could arrive at Abundance City before the blood monster cave heaven collapsed. In addition to his joy though, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling troubled. The residents in Abundance City were neither too many nor too few, somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000 in total. It would take a lot of time for him to remove the blood principle's restriction from so many people. Clearly, he would not be able to rescue everybody. Still, he could only do his best and leave the rest up to fate. Space principles fluctuated and Yang Kai's figure flashed erratically. The shaking in the world had gotten worse and worse and the world principles in the blood monster cave heaven were showing signs of shattering. He became extremely anxious. Even though he was traveling very quickly, it had taken him half a day's time before he could see the lake where Abundance City was located in the distance. At this moment, the spirit array outside Abundance City had been destroyed due to the changes in the blood monster cave heaven. In the first place, the lake was a product formed from an illusion array, not a real existence. At this moment, it had become heavily distorted and Yang Kai could vaguely see the cultivators of Abundance City fleeing in a panic through the spirit array's disguise. Just before he arrived at Abundance City, an incomparably large ravine suddenly appeared outside Abundance City. It was immediately followed by the appearance of another void crack in the sky, as though the sky had been torn apart. Abundance City, along with several hundred kilometers of land in the surrounding areas, were swallowed up by the void crack and vanished in an instant. Screams rang out from all over Abundance City and many of the cultivators turned pale with fear as they stood absolutely petrified. Yang Kai's heart sank at the sight. Despite his rush, he was still one step too late. Nevertheless, he did not slow his pace. His figure shifted and he rushed straight into the void crack. A wave of dizziness washed over him, but he ignored it. His divine sense was fixed firmly upon the land where Abundance City was located as he hurriedly gave chase. The blood monster territory was a vast and desolate void. It was one of the few great territories without any great forces or even living creatures. The blood monster territory was originally no different from other great territories with several great forces and many universe worlds. However, things changed because of the entrances of the blood monster cave heaven that would appear at random all over the blood monster territory. These entrances eventually resulted in the instability and collapse of the universe worlds, as well as the destruction of the spirit provinces. Thus, this great territory became dead and silent over time. Only when the blood monster cave heaven opened would it become extremely lively once more. At present, countless cultivators were gathered on top of a large platform in the middle of the blood monster territory. There were as many open heaven realm masters here as the hairs on an ox, including many in the mid-rank. It was unknown which senior expert had brought out the platform, but it had become the base of many cultivators. These open heaven realm masters had led their disciples here to participate in the blood monster cave heaven, and after their disciples had entered, there was no reason for them to wait around doing nothing. Hence, they gathered here and this place became a kind of shopping district. With so many open heaven realm masters gathered together, meeting up with friends or holding an exchange meeting was a great way to pass the time. They might even obtain some unexpected benefits in this place. At this moment, all the cultivators in the shopping district were staring at the void around them in shock. Half a day ago, some unusual changes seemed to have taken place in the blood monster territory. It started out with frequent space fluctuations, followed by the emergence of large void cracks. Many people could even see the situation inside the blood monster cave heaven through these void cracks. "Proprietress, what's going on?" Bai Qi asked with a frown while looking at the void crack located 1,000 kilometers away. The proprietress' expression was unbelievably solemn as she observed the situation for a while before shaking her head. "I'm not sure. But, something seems to have happened in the blood monster cave heaven." Yuhi suddenly became nervous. "Something happened in the blood monster cave heaven? What will happen to the young master?" The proprietress remained silent. Yang Kai, chef, accountant, and the others were all in the blood monster cave heaven. Even so, nobody knew what the situation was like inside. Judging by the situation in front of them though, something major had happened. After pondering in silence for some time, the proprietress took out several communication beads and sent out various messages to inquire about the situation. A figure suddenly flew over from not far away and landed beside her. It was the man with a crown on his head from Xianyuan Cave Heaven, Guanyu. He asked, "Junior Sister Lan, do you know what happened?" She glanced sidelong at him and sneered, "How would I know when even Xianyuan Cave Heaven doesn't know?" Still, he shook his head. First in is renowned for its intelligence-gathering abilities. "Did you not hear anything about this?" The proprietress might be annoyed with him, but she was in no mood to argue at the moment. Hence, she simply shook her head in response. "This happened too suddenly. I have not received any news." "What's wrong? Are you worried about your treasured apprentice? That kid might have good aptitude, but he does not have much experience with worldly affairs. It's inevitable that I will worry about him." Guanyu sighed. In this field, it was not easy to find a disciple suitable to inherit his mantle. It was only natural that he regarded his disciple like a treasure. Bai Qi asked, "Proprietress, could it be that the blood monster cave heaven is about to close?" Guanyu shook his head. The closing of the blood monster cave heaven would not have created such a huge commotion. The current situation seems a bit more like. "Like what?" Bai Qi asked. Guanyu said nothing. He simply glanced at the proprietress, who solemnly spoke, "It looks like the blood monster cave heaven is collapsing." Bai Qi jumped in fright and exclaimed in shock, "The blood monster cave heaven is collapsing? Why so suddenly?" Although everybody knew that the blood monster cave heaven would collapse and merge completely with the blood monster territory one day, that was something far in the future. Anybody would be surprised to be faced with this situation so suddenly. "Something is coming out." Yuhi suddenly pointed at one of the void cracks in front. The words had only just left her mouth when they saw numerous figures rushing out of the void crack. Upon a closer look, it turned out to be monster beasts. Guanyu reached out a hand and grabbed at the void. Even though it didn't look like he had moved, a monster beast suddenly appeared in his grip. He gave a slight shake and the monster beast exploded into a cloud of blood mist. All that remained was a monster core in his hand, a fifth-order water element monster core. This monster beast came from the blood monster cave heaven. Even the monster beasts had come rushing out of the blood monster cave heaven, which was a clear indication that the blood monster cave heaven was about to collapse. Not far behind these monster beasts, a huge mountain came floating out of the void crack. Monster beasts fled from the mountain peak, leaving several trembling people behind. Inside the shopping district, a certain master turned into a giant and rushed into the mountain peak to bring those cultivators back to the shopping district. What happened inside the blood monster cave heaven? Somebody asked. Those cultivators were only in the Emperor realm, with the strongest among them being just half-step open heaven realm juniors. Therefore, they were so frightened that they couldn't speak when they suddenly found themselves surrounded by a huge group of open heaven realm masters. At this moment, a fourth-order open heaven realm master squeezed out of the crowd and cupped his fists in all directions. Sirs, please wait a moment. These are the disciples of my heavenly crane palace. The open heaven realm master who brought them back said, "Don't worry. We don't want to cause trouble. We just want to ask a few questions." The fourth-order open heaven realm master wiped at the cold sweat on his forehead and spoke to those young cultivators. "Answer any questions that these seniors may ask. Don't hide anything." Heavenly Crane Palace was just a second-class great force. Furthermore, it was somewhat weak even among the second class. How could this man dare to be impolite in front of these masters from the various cave heavens and paradises? The disciples calmed down upon seeing an elder from their sect. Thus, the leading disciple took a breath and said, "This disciple has no idea what happened either. We were hunting a fifth-order monster beast when the world suddenly began breaking apart without warning. Then, we found ourselves here for some reason." Another disciple added, "Countless void cracks appeared in the sky of the blood monster cave heaven. Numerous ravines also split the ground open. It was like the blood monster cave heaven was about to be destroyed." Many of the open heaven realm masters turned solemn at those words. How could they not know that the blood monster cave heaven was truly about to fall apart? Judging from the current situation, the collapse of the blood monster cave heaven would not mean its exile to the void, but rather its dispersion into the blood monster territory. Many open heaven realm masters stood on the platform with different expressions on their faces. Some were worried while others were excited. They were worried about the safety of their disciples. Judging by the current situation, the collapse of the blood monster cave heaven was inevitable. The vast blood monster cave heaven was bound to break apart and become countless pieces scattered across the blood monster territory. It was an unknown factor as to whether their disciples could return safely. After all, they would be lost forever if they got trapped inside the void cracks. On the other hand, some were excited that open heaven realm masters like themselves would finally have the qualifications to participate. Throughout the ages, whenever the blood monster cave heaven opened, the responsibilities of the open heaven realm masters had always been to escort their respective disciples to the blood monster territory, quietly wait for the blood monster cave heaven to close, and bring their disciples back to the sect. There were many valuable treasures inside the blood monster cave heaven that made their eyes turn green with envy. Unfortunately, the blood monster cave heaven was a universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th order open heaven realm master. With restrictions in place, there was no way for them to enter. If the blood monster cave heaven really were to collapse and countless parts were to merge with the blood monster territory, then they could go around searching for the various treasures that came from the blood monster cave heaven. If nothing else, even obtaining a high-order monster beast core would earn them a fortune. After recovering from their shock, many of the open heaven realm masters immediately flew off, heading straight for the depths of the blood monster territory to search for opportunities. In this short span of time, countless humongous void cracks had appeared throughout the entire blood monster territory. Moreover, enormous spirit peaks and vast spirit provinces had appeared out of the void cracks. They quietly floated in the void of the blood monster territory, adding some life to this dead and silent space. Soon, there were open heaven realm masters swarming all over every spirit peak and spirit province in search of treasure. Those who found anything valuable were few and far between. The blood monster cave heaven had been opened so many times before after all, so most of the valuable treasures had already been taken away. Of course, there were also some lucky enough to find invaluable treasures as soon as they arrived. Be that as it may, those open heaven realm masters who landed on the spirit provinces also revealed looks of great jubilation despite not finding anything valuable. Somebody exclaimed in amazement, "Such dense world force." The blood monster cave heaven was a universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th order open heaven realm master. It was only natural that the world force it contained was extraordinary. The most basic method for cultivators in the open heaven realm to strengthen their power was to enhance the world force of their small universe. Therefore, any open heaven realm master would benefit greatly if they could refine the world force from the blood monster cave heaven. It was just that cultivators would need to have great compatibility between their own small universes and the world force in order for them to refine a world force that did not belong to them. Take old ancestor Mou for example. The reason he had his eyes on the demon realm and tried to conquer it was that the demon realm's aura was highly compatible with his small universe. Not only would he not suffer major drawbacks after refining the demon realm, but he would also recover from his injuries and improve his cultivation in a very short time. On the other hand, if their compatibility was low, there were heavy repercussions that could result in one's own world force becoming unstable or even damage being done to the foundation of their small universe. The opening of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a great event that swept across the entire 3,000 worlds, so there was no shortage of cultivators who came here. As such, there were bound to be some people who met the refining conditions. These people were absolutely overjoyed. Landing on the spirit peaks and spirit provinces, they quickly used various means to collect them into their respective small universes to slowly refine at a later date. Even though most people did not meet the refining conditions, there was no reason for them to pass up on the spirit peaks and spirit provinces from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven either. If they brought these spirit peaks and spirit provinces back to their sects, the world force contained within could greatly enhance the heritage of their respective sects. For that reason, many battles over the spirit peaks and spirit provinces broke out across the Blood Monster territory in a very short period of time. The open heaven realm masters fought viciously among themselves and some of them would die from time to time. Even the proprietress and the others joined in the fight. They collected several spirit provinces into their respective small universes and placed a seal on them for later use. The small universes of open heaven realm masters would only turn from ethereal to corporeal when they advance into the high-rank open heaven realm. At that point, their small universes would be no different from actual universe worlds and could even accommodate living creatures in them. Even so, the small universes of mid-rank and low-rank open heaven realm masters were not mere decorations either. Back when Xianxia first entered the outer universe, he had been lured into Duanhai's small universe. Duanhai was the fire spirit land protector venerable of Seven Wonders Land, but he was only in the fourth order open heaven realm. It could be seen that even the small universes of mid-rank open heaven realm masters could accommodate living creatures as long as certain conditions were met and techniques were used. The only difference was that their heritage was not as majestic as a high-rank open heaven realm master's small universe. The proprietress and the others had spread out to search for the traces of Xianxia and the others as at present, the blood monster territory was in chaos. Xianxia and the others were not yet in the open heaven realm, so they had no means to protect themselves if they encountered danger. Unfortunately, the blood monster territory was a great territory, so it was incredibly vast. Even if they split up their forces to search, it was difficult for them to obtain results in short order. As such, they could only spread the news around in hopes of contacting Xianxia and the others. Meanwhile, Xianxia burst out of the void crack in pursuit of the spirit province. When he abruptly found himself in a vast and dead environment, he immediately realized that he had returned to the blood monster territory. Not far away, a large spirit province floated in the void. All the cultivators in Abundance City stood on the spirit province, looking very uneasy. They might not know what had happened, but they had witnessed the sudden collapse of the world around Abundance City. Looking around, they found that they were currently in a completely unfamiliar environment. Numerous spirit provinces not inferior to the one Abundance City sat on floated about in the void. The world force was beginning to dissipate and the aura of the blood monster cave heaven gradually weakened as a result. When the aura of the blood monster cave heaven completely dissipated, the blood principle's restriction in their bodies would immediately burst out. At that time, the only thing waiting for them was death. Inside the city lord's mansion, Mo Mei and the great elders stood side by side. They looked out at the chaotic Abundance City and gave a small sigh. Despite having always known that such a day would eventually come, it was not until that day actually arrived that they realized how weak and powerless they were. Everyone, do you have any last wishes? Mo Mei was slightly ashen-faced, but her tone was calm. She could be considered a person who had weathered many storms in her life, so her mentality was stronger than most. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for a woman to take up the city lord's position. Although what was happening before her was literally a world-ending disaster, it was not enough to cause her to panic. Thanks to her influence, the Great Elders also became much calmer as a result. Pang Duo spoke after some thought, I still want to go and see what the world outside looks like. Unfortunately, we will never get this chance. Gong Yang she stroked his beard and smiled, this old master has lived a long time. I don't really have any regrets. Jing Yuan Lang said, I kind of want to know what the open heaven realm is like. It's a pity we could not advance any further in the blood monster cave heaven. Mu Qianxian laughed softly, Big brother Yuan Lang, do you want to try advancing into the open heaven realm right now? His expression changed upon hearing those words. What she mentioned was correct. They had already finished condensing their yin, yang, and 5-element powers, it was just that they had always been stuck inside the blood monster cave heaven, so they could not advance into the open heaven realm. Now that they had broken free of the blood monster cave heaven's limitations, they could advance into the open heaven realm as long as they were willing. However, he soon shook his head and said, I'm afraid it's too late. Even though he had never tried to break through before, he knew that advancing into the open heaven realm was not such an easy matter. He would almost certainly explode and die from the activation of the blood principle's restriction before he could finish preparing himself for the advancement. Mo Mei suddenly bowed elegantly, this mistress is honored to have received your help all these years. Many thanks for all your hard work. Everybody quickly turned towards her while Pang Duo spoke, you are far too polite, city lord. We were only performing our duties. Rather, it is your dedication to Abundance City that I highly admire, city lord. Mo Mei smiled, it's not that bad to have your company on the road to the Yellow Springs. He laughed loudly, let us build another Abundance City when we arrive in the next world. We will behead anybody who dares to look down on us. The others roared their agreement. What are you talking about so happily? A voice entered their ears suddenly, and in the next moment, their vision blurred slightly as a figure abruptly appeared in front of them. They jumped in fright and Pang Duo even took a few steps back without realizing. After taking a good look at the newcomer though, he exclaimed in astonishment, Yang Kai. Why did you come back? Yang Kai smiled, of course, it's to fulfill my promise. Mo Mei was puzzled, promise? Seeming to recall something all of a sudden, she exclaimed in a mixture of surprise and joy, did you find a way to remove the blood principle's restriction? When Yang Kai left earlier, he had mentioned that there was somebody who could remove the blood principle's restriction in their bodies. He also promised that he would do his best to obtain that method, even so, it had not been long since he left. Despite asking that question, Mo Mei had only asked out of a small sliver of hope. She did not actually believe that he had succeeded. Contrary to her expectations, Yang Kai nodded in affirmation, I obtained the necessary secret technique. I can help you remove the blood principle's restriction in your bodies so that you will never be bound by the blood monster cave heaven again. Gong Yang she accidentally tore out his beard hairs as his eyes widened when he heard those words and shouted, are you serious? Likewise, Mu Qianxian's eyes gleamed, Yang Kai, you better not be lying to us. Yang Kai replied seriously, of course I wouldn't lie to you. I've already experimented on the way here. The secret technique works. Pang Duo was taken aback for a moment, before he burst out laughing, there's always a way out. The heavens have eyes after all. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kai raised a hand to interrupt, don't get so happy just yet. There's still a difficult problem to solve first. Mo Mei seriously asked, what is it? Can we help? If so, then please speak freely. Yang Kai swept his gaze over them and answered in a troubled voice, there are too many people in Abundance City. Using the secret technique depletes my strength. If I do this one at a time, I'm worried that the world force here will dissipate completely before I can remove the blood principle's restriction from everybody. There were some 4,000 or so people in the city, so Yang Kai estimated it would take him at least 1 month to finish lifting the restriction from all of them. However, the cultivators in Abundance City would lose the nourishment of the blood monster cave heaven's aura when the world force in this place fully dispersed. The only reason they were safe and sound at the moment was that Abundance City was located on a rather large spirit province, hence, some of the blood monster cave heaven's aura still remained. Yang Kai's meaning could not be any clearer, time waited for no man. When Mo Mei heard those words, her expression became grim. If that were the case, she would be stuck with the extremely unenviable problem of choosing who to save and who not to save. Having served as the city lord for so many years, she knew every single person in the city personally, from the oldest man to the youngest child. All these faces floated in front of her eyes. It would be extremely cruel if she had to choose a person's death in exchange for another person's survival at a time like this. Fortunately, Xianxia continued, there is another possibility, but it will be a gamble. If it works, then everybody in Abundance City will be saved. If it fails, well, we'll discuss that when that happens. Mome immediately asked, what's the gamble? Xianxia explained, I have an independent world. I can collect this piece of land into that independent world and use certain means to lock the world force in place. It's just that I'm not certain whether I can maintain and preserve the unique world force in this land for long. If he could preserve the world force for an extended period of time, then the aura of the blood monster cave heaven would not dissipate so quickly and the blood principles restriction in their bodies would not be triggered. In that way, he could slowly set everyone free. On the other hand, this method would be useless if he could not preserve the world force for long enough. Mome's eyes lit up at those words and she immediately agreed, if you have a method like that, then please perform it as quickly as possible, Sir Yang. Nodding, Xianxia requested, please wait for a moment. I also need you to tell everyone in the city not to resist what happens next. He was quite certain that it would not be difficult for him to collect the spirit province into the small sealed world. After all, his current spiritual energy was extraordinary. The main issue was that there were so many strong cultivators in the city as well. If anybody were to resist, it would add great strain to the load. Especially at a time like this where all the cultivators in Abundance City were already on edge. The slightest disturbance could send them into a panic, so it was crucial that they cooperated with him. Mome and the other great elders quickly relayed orders to the people. While comforting and reassuring everyone, they explained the current situation and told them not to resist under any circumstances. The cultivators in Abundance City slowly calmed down and soon there was not a single sound in the entire city, only their uneven breathing and the sound of pounding hearts remained. Floating in the void above the spirit province where Abundance City was located, Xianxia spread his divine sense into the surroundings to cover every corner of the floating piece of land. Even though he had already mentally prepared himself in advance, it was not until he actually attempted it that he discovered his initial assumption was far too naive. Even if his divine sense was incredibly powerful, his spiritual energy was gushing out like a waterfall at this moment. It didn't take long before his knowledge sea was almost drained dry. If not for the soul-warming lotus continuous nourishment, he would probably be a dry oil lamp before he could even take action. At times like this, Xianxia couldn't help missing the aspect of the sealed world bead that could transform into Gun. After all, Gun had even devoured the entire demon realm. Everybody watched Xianxia nervously only to see that his complexion was pale and his body was trembling slightly. Nevertheless, they could sense his overwhelming divine sense that was madly spreading out into the surroundings like a tidal wave. Mome and the others were shocked by the sight. Restrained by the limitations in the blood monster cave heaven, they could only linger in the Emperor realm for their entire lives. For that reason, their accumulation and precipitation in this realm were by no means comparable to most other cultivators. Be it in terms of the purity and density of their Emperor Qi or their mastery of their spiritual energy, it was rare for outer world cultivators to match up to them. However, it was not until they compared themselves with Xianxia that they understood their ignorance. Just in terms of spiritual energy alone, comparing themselves to him was like comparing a creek to the vast ocean. A whole incense stick later, Xianxia finally felt his divine sense wrapping around the spirit province without leaving out a single gap. His eyes that had been closed all this time jerked open abruptly and he roared, "Receive!" The boundary of the small sealed world opened and space principles fluctuated violently and the spirit province became distorted. A series of ripples spread across the surface, then the spirit province suddenly disappeared. Xianxia exhaled softly in relief. Taking out some spirit pills, he stuffed them into his mouth and flashed into the small sealed world at the same time. A large spirit province suddenly appeared in the small sealed world, its world force clashing with the ambient world force, causing the blood monster cave heaven's aura to dissipate rapidly. There was no time to rest as Xianxia hurriedly communicated with the sealed world bead to seal the space around the new spirit province, preventing its world force and the blood monster cave heaven's aura from dissipating. After working so hard, Yang Kai was so tired that he could see stars dancing in his vision. Nevertheless, the results were gratifying despite the huge effort required. The world force of the spirit province that Abundance City was located on finally stopped dissipating. The preservation of the world force meant that the blood monster Cave Heaven's aura would not disappear, hence, the Abundance City cultivators had no need to fear or worry about the blood principle's restriction being activated. It would seem that Yang Kai's idea was feasible. A wave of relief washed over him after confirming this fact. Then, he informed Mo Mei and the others about the results. Likewise, they also let out a deep sigh of relief. City Lord Mo, now is not the time for me to perform the secret technique. I'll come to help you remove the blood principle's restriction in your bodies when I've settled down in a safe place, Yang Kai said. The blood monster territory was in chaos at the moment, so even if he wanted to help them, it was impossible for him to do so immediately. Mo Mei bowed, please take care of your matters first, Sir Yang. This mistress will manage Abundance City. Abundance City is greatly indebted to you for your life-saving grace, sir. Peng Duo and the others solemnly cupped their fists, many thanks, sir. Yang Kai returned the gesture and slipped out of the small sealed world. Even so, he was in no hurry to leave. He stayed there and took a short rest. All of a sudden, his eyes flickered. He had just noticed something rather interesting. When he was collecting the spirit province where Abundance City was located into the small sealed world, the small sealed world had absorbed the world force that dissipated from the spirit province. Upon further consideration, he realized that it was nothing to be surprised about. Back when he killed some mid-rank open heaven realm masters in Void Land, the small universes in their bodies had collapsed upon their deaths. Accordingly, a portion of the world force that dissipated and filled Void Land had been absorbed by Void Land to enhance its heritage. It was said that the masters of various cave heavens and paradises would choose to return to their respective sects when their predestined time of death was approaching. When the small universe in their bodies collapsed, their world force would enhance their sect's heritage. In that way, the world force of those cave heavens and paradises became incredibly dense and rich with the accumulation of many years. That was also how they grew to their current scale and power. Being an independent world, it was only natural that the small sealed world could devour and absorb world force from external sources to strengthen itself. Yang Kai suddenly regretted it a bit. If I had known earlier, I would have tossed the corpses of those open heaven realm masters I killed into the small sealed world. That way, the small sealed world could have absorbed the world force from their small universes. Nevertheless, it was not too late to understand this now. He might not be able to kill any open heaven realm masters at the moment, but there was no shortage of spirit provinces in all shapes and sizes in the blood monster territory. The blood monster cave heaven had collapsed to form countless spirit provinces scattered across the blood monster territory. These were all unowned property. If Yang Kai could collect some of them into the small sealed world, the small sealed world would surely be greatly enhanced as a result. In the past, a bold idea had unintentionally formed in his heart. This idea was closely related to the small sealed world. If the small sealed world could become stronger, then it would only benefit him even more when his idea came to fruition. All of a sudden, Yang Kai felt that the destruction of the blood monster cave heaven might not be such a bad thing for him after all. How else could he have obtained an opportunity like this? After a short rest, Yang Kai immediately rushed in the direction of a nearby spirit province. At present, there was no shortage of spirit provinces in all shapes and sizes in the blood monster territory. They practically filled the entire blood monster territory, so he could easily find one or two without putting in much effort. It was just that this particular spirit province did not contain any native cultivators from the blood monster cave heaven. It didn't even contain the slightest hint of life. Not to mention, it seemed significantly smaller than the spirit province with Abundance City. Yang Kai spent a lot of effort to collect the spirit province into the small sealed world, but fortunately there was no need to preserve the world force of this place, so he simply allowed it to freely dissipate and add to the small sealed world's heritage. After 2 previous experiences, Yang Kai was becoming more and more skillful. He collected spirit province after spirit province into the small sealed world. Around half a day later, Yang Kai suddenly realized that he was not the only one doing this. Many other open heaven realm masters were also doing this. It would seem that he was not the only one to realize that these spirit provinces contained great benefits. Thinking about it again, it was not that strange. The open heaven realm masters here were not stupid, so how could they ignore the benefits in front of them? This was the world force of a universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th order open heaven realm master after all. As things stand, I have to move faster. The blood monster cave heaven was vast, so it broke into countless spirit provinces after its collapse. Even so, these spirit provinces could not last long with so many people gathering them. It was conceivable that the entire blood monster cave heaven would be divided up among the open heaven realm masters and cease to exist before long. Unwilling to compete with the open heaven realm masters, Xianxia found a relatively remote area and rushed in that direction. The truth was that he still held a glimmer of hope that he would come across a city similar to Abundance City. There should be many native cultivators within the blood monster cave heaven. If he could rescue them at a time like this, they would surely bring great benefits to Void Land in the future. Unfortunately, he collected some spirit provinces along the way but did not encounter any native cultivators from the blood monster cave heaven. Xianxia couldn't help sighing slightly, knowing that these native cultivators would not meet a good end. The other open heaven realm masters had no way to remove the blood principle's restriction even if they collected the spirit provinces that had native cultivators inhabiting them. All that awaited these native cultivators was death. With the passing of time, Xianxia noticed that the world force contained in the spirit provinces that he collected into the small sealed world was getting weaker and weaker. It was understandable, after all, the world force contained in the spirit provinces would slowly dissipate as they drifted about in the void. In the end, these spirit provinces would all turn into dead land. At one point, Xianxia was floating in the sky above a certain spirit province located several hundred meters away. Opening the boundaries of the small sealed world, his divine sense surged as he made a move to collect the spirit province. However, a violent aura erupted from the depths of the spirit province at that moment and smashed his divine sense to pieces in an instant. Not only did Xianxia fail in his endeavor, but he also received some backlash from this encounter. For a moment, he was so dizzy that stars danced in his vision. Xianxia was extremely shocked. He had checked the spirit province just now and found no traces of life, so where did this violent burst of aura come from? This aura was clearly hidden somewhere in the spirit province. It was only exposed because Xianxia's actions had disturbed it. Not to mention, this aura gave him a sense of déjà vu. It felt like he had encountered it before. Before he could figure out the answer, an enormous figure emanating a sharp and overwhelming monster chi burst out of the spirit province. In addition, the figure was covered in dazzling golden light. Xianxia took a good look and exclaimed in surprise, "Golden Wolf King. No wonder I found the aura familiar. I've actually met this fellow before." When Xianxia and Chu Huashang were being hunted down by Xianxia, he had accidentally stumbled upon a battle between two peak 6th order monster beasts. One of them was Golden Gorilla King while the other was a Golden Wolf King. Those two monster beasts were very powerful. At the time, the fight was evenly matched and both parties ended up wounded as a result. It was with the borrowed strength of these two monster beasts that Xianxia had escaped the pursuit of Xianxia and the others. He later arrived at Abundance City. During Xianxia's stay in Abundance City, Golden Gorilla King had taken advantage of the time when the barrier over the city had been torn open by Tan Luoxing to enter and wreak great havoc. In the end, Xianxia fought him and managed to force him back. According to the explanation from Mo Mei and the others, Golden Gorilla King was a 6th order monster beast that they supported. He also helped Abundance City out of trouble several times in the past. For that reason, Mo Mei had pleaded on his behalf after Xianxia severely injured him. Thus, Xianxia allowed him to go free. Xianxia never expected to meet the Golden Wolf King in this broken spirit province after the collapse of the blood monster cave heaven. He gnashed his teeth wondering just how unlucky he could be. It was clear that the intense battle between the Golden Wolf King and Golden Gorilla King had left both parties heavily injured, therefore, they had both been treating their wounds in hiding. Xianxia's actions just now must have disturbed the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King and Golden Gorilla King were both peak 6th order monster beasts and the grudge between them was not something that was just 1 or 2 days old. They were both metal element monster beasts, so both of them were coveting each other's monster core. When Xianxia and Chu Huashang encountered these two monster beasts during their escape, both had been covered in serious wounds. Some of these injuries were fresh while others were fully healed. It could be seen that they had fought each other numerous times. It was just that they were so evenly matched that neither could finish the other. Upon meeting the Golden Wolf King again, Yang Kai discovered that the other party's wounds from earlier had not healed. Furthermore, new wounds had been added into the mix. The flesh around those bloody wounds squirmed, looking extremely disturbing. In other words, the Golden Wolf King was currently in extremely poor condition. Yang Kai was capable of pushing back the heavily injured Golden Gorilla King even when he himself was not fully healed, therefore, he was not afraid of the Golden Wolf King in the slightest. As such, he immediately raised the spear in his hand. A furious roar reverberated through the air and the golden light around the Golden Wolf King's body shone out brightly. He swiftly moved about on all fours and arrived within several dozen meters of Yang Kai in an instant. Opening his large and bloody mouth as he bit at him. An overwhelming aura loomed over Yang Kai from above. He could even smell the nauseating stench coming from the Golden Wolf King's mouth. Just as he was about to engage in battle against the Golden Wolf King, he suddenly became shocked and hastily retreated with a kick of his foot. That was because he discovered that the Golden Wolf King was not in the Sixth Order anymore. The entire body of the Golden Wolf King was radiating with the aura of a Seventh Order monster beast. If Yang Kai had not encountered the Star Turtle previously, he might not have been able to judge this accurately. Fortunately, he had fought a great battle against the Star Turtle not long ago. The ferocity of a Seventh Order monster beast was still fresh in his mind. That was why the realization struck him immediately the moment the Golden Wolf King attacked. This was not the Sixth Order monster beast that he knew, it was a Seventh Order monster beast. Is it a different Golden Wolf King? That can't be. This is the same monster beast I met previously. The wounds on his body look very familiar. But, I'm certain it was only at the peak of the Sixth Order when I last saw it. How did it advance into the Seventh Order? Looking at the wounds on the Golden Wolf King, Yang Kai immediately understood. This guy probably killed Golden Gorilla King and devoured the latter's monster core. That's why he advanced into the Seventh Order. Both the monster beasts had been at the peak of the Sixth Order, so no matter who killed whom, the surviving party would definitely be able to break through because they were only one step away from the Seventh Order. It was impossible for them to remain stagnant at their previous level after devouring the monster core of another monster beast at the peak of the Sixth Order. Under normal circumstances, these two monster beasts would have been evenly matched. However, Golden Gorilla King had been badly beaten by Yang Kai in Abundance City, causing his already serious injuries to worsen. The Golden Wolf King must have taken that opportunity to kill his longtime enemy. Yang Kai could almost imagine the scenario. The Golden Wolf King had been silently stalking Golden Gorilla King and waiting for a chance to finish him off after he invaded Abundance City. After Golden Gorilla King was driven away by Yang Kai and went into hiding to quietly lick his wounds, the Golden Wolf King finally made his move and dealt the finishing blow. The Golden Wolf King managed to kill Golden Gorilla King, devour his opponent's monster core, and advance into the Seventh Order. Even so, he had paid a heavy price for his success. That much was evident from the fresh injuries all over his body. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind. Although he could not prove his conjectures, he was certain that his guesses were not too far from the truth. Nevertheless, he couldn't help feeling a mixture of fear and joy upon learning that the Golden Wolf King was now a Seventh Order monster beast. He was apprehensive towards the terrifying might of a Seventh Order monster beast. After all, he had a previous experience with the power of the Star Turtle. Even though so many people had joined forces, they failed to harm the Star Turtle in any meaningful way. The defenses of an Earth attribute monster beast were already extraordinary, so nothing need be said about one that was in the Seventh Order. On the other hand, Yang Kai was happy because the Golden Wolf King's body currently contained a Seventh Order metal element monster core. Why did he enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven in the first place? Wasn't it because he was searching for metal and yin element cultivation resources? Out of all the yin, yang, and 5 elements, Yang Kai only needed 2 more. Once he gathered all of them, he would be able to advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm. Only then would he finally have the qualifications to face all sorts of dangers and create a place for himself in the vast 3,000 worlds for himself. Do I fight or flee? Yang Kai only hesitated for a moment before he reached a decision. The Golden Wolf King might be a seventh-order monster beast, but it had not been long since it broke through. Besides, its injuries had yet to heal. Why else would it be hiding here instead of leaving when such a huge disaster had befallen the blood monster cave heaven? In other words, it was hard to say whether it could fully exert the strength of a seventh-order monster beast. More importantly, Xianxia had no idea when he might come across another seventh-order metal element treasure if he passed up on this opportunity. Kill. Xianxia held his spear horizontally by his side. His gaze was fixed on the Golden Wolf King who was charging at him fiercely. While drifting backward continuously, he gripped the divine ability bead that the proprietress had given to him in his other hand. He had always been reluctant to use this divine ability bead. Even when facing Black Crow Divine Monarch or the Star Turtle, Xianxia had reserved the use of this divine ability bead. However, this was related to a seventh-order metal element monster core. He could not afford to hold back or delay. After Xianxia poured his strength into the divine ability bead without restraint, the proprietress' familiar aura permeated from the inconspicuous divine ability bead. The Golden Wolf King was charging straight at Xianxia when it seemed to detect a great crisis. Its enormous figure halted abruptly in the void and its strangely humanized eyes revealed uncertainty. In the next moment, it turned and fled. It was also at this moment that the divine ability bead in Xianxia's hand shone brightly. A slender jade finger suddenly appeared and gently pointed forward. That movement was absolutely gentle and did not carry the slightest hint of aggression. It was almost as if it was a flirtatious act between lovers, stirring up faint ripples in one's heart. However, this gentle movement contained an extremely horrifying power. In an instant, the world was turned upside down. It seemed as though even a universe world would shatter to pieces if it stood before that finger. The slender jade finger pressed down in the direction that the Golden Wolf King was fleeing. The Golden Wolf King clearly noticed that it was in a dangerous situation, thus, its figure moved about erratically in an effort to dodge. A short while later, the jade finger vanished out of sight. On the other hand, the Golden Wolf King had already fled several hundreds of kilometers away. Meanwhile, Xianxia stood frozen to the spot in shock. He was feeling slightly dumbfounded. Is that all? Nothing dramatic had happened. The divine ability didn't seem to have done anything to the Golden Wolf King either. When he first felt the power contained within that finger, Xianxia wondered whether it could even kill a fourth-order open heaven realm master. Contrary to his expectations, the results were completely unexpected. That can't be right. Proprietress spent so much energy to refine that divine ability bead. It's impossible for it to be useless. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Xianxia quickly chased after the Golden Wolf King. At this moment, the Golden Wolf King who had fled forward suddenly held in agony. It stumbled and collapsed in the void, blood mist violently gushing out of all the pores on its body. Even the golden light around it dimmed in an instant. The damage caused by that gentle finger might not be apparent from the outside, but it was clearly effective on the inside. Before the Golden Wolf King could get up once more, Xianxia swooped in and fiercely thrust his spear out. Blood splattered everywhere. Although the Golden Wolf King tried hard to avoid the blow, this spear stabbed straight into its eye socket and caused it to burst. If the Golden Wolf King had not shifted his head away at the last moment, Xianxia was certain he could have killed his opponent in one move. The pain made the Golden Wolf King howl again. The golden light around its body fluctuated and a beam of light aggressively shot out from its mouth, aiming directly at Xianxia. The destructive power was extremely high. Xianxia did not dare to underestimate this attack and dodged aside. Surging his space principles, his figure floated about erratically as he rained down spear attacks on the Golden Wolf King like a storm. An endless wave of stabbing sound sliced through the air as the Azure Dragon spear pierced again and again. Although Xianxia had experienced some setbacks in his battle against the Star Turtle, that was mainly because the Star Turtle's defenses were beyond terrifying. The Golden Wolf King might also be a seventh-order monster beast, but it had only just finished its advancement and was also heavily injured. More importantly, the metal element was specialized in attacking, not defending, therefore, countless new wounds were added to the Golden Wolf King's body in the blink of an eye, constantly drawing blood. Xianxia swung his spear with the speed of lightning. There were no tricks to his attacks, they were simply a barrage he unleashed without restraint. In spite of his calm exterior, Yang Kai's emotions were incredibly excited. I can kill him. I can kill the 7th Order Golden Wolf King. As long as I kill the Golden Wolf King, I will obtain a 7th Order Metal Element Monster Core. Then, I will only be missing the Yin element. It was impossible for the Golden Wolf King to do nothing and wait for death under the endless rain of spears. It endured the pain and injuries on its body and fought back with all its strength. Its battle against Yang Kai was fierce. Although it was not an evenly matched situation, it was not a landslide victory either. The heritage of a 7th Order monster beast was truly extraordinary. Even if it was just a newly advanced 7th Order monster beast, it was absolutely incomparable to a 6th Order monster beast. The same logic applied for Open Heaven Realm Masters. A 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master might only have a difference of 1 order between them, but it was the difference between a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master and a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Even 10 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters working together might not win against a single 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was not until this moment that Yang Kai was thankful that he had not tried to hold back and had used the divine ability bead given to him by the proprietress from the start. Otherwise, he would not have been a match for the Golden Wolf King. Thanks to the gentle finger within the divine ability bead, the Golden Wolf King had been considerably weakened. It was conceivable how powerful it would have been if Yang Kai had not heavily injured it from the start. A vicious battle ensued. Although Yang Kai inflicted wounds all over the Golden Wolf King's body, actually killing the opponent would take much more effort. It would take at least an hour or more for him to succeed. Of course, the longer the battle went on, the more advantageous it would become for Yang Kai. That was because the Golden Wolf King's injuries would only worsen with time and the strength it could exert would also weaken. At some point, it would become easy for Yang Kai to kill it. However, Yang Kai could not afford to drag things out. He had to end the battle as soon as possible as this place was the blood monster territory. There were Open Heaven Realm Masters everywhere and there was no shortage of mid-rank ones among them. It would definitely attract unwanted attention if somebody detected the commotion here. A 7th Order monster beast's monster core was extremely valuable, so it would inevitably arouse the greed in others and incite their killing intent. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai raised his spear and surged the power in his Dao Seal. Golden Crow's true fire spread out, distorting the void. A great sun suddenly leaped out from behind his back and the sound of the Golden Crow's cry rang out. Inside the great sun, a 3-legged Golden Crow danced happily. The moment the divine manifestation appeared, Yang Kai's aura increased madly. A look of shock and fear flashed through the Golden Wolf King's humanized eyes and it hesitated for a moment before turning around and fleeing. How could Yang Kai allow the Golden Wolf King to escape though? His expression was calm as he manipulated space principles to turn the void into a prison, instantly slowing the Golden Wolf King's movements. Meanwhile, with the great sun perched atop the tip of his spear, Yang Kai thrust forward fiercely. At the critical juncture of life and death, the Golden Wolf King turned around angrily and shot out a beam of golden light from its mouth to meet the dazzling great sunday. A violent collision erupted. Beams of light spread out everywhere and brutal energy ran rampant. When the golden light finally went out, the great sun enveloped the Golden Wolf King completely. A short while later, the dazzling light dissipated. Yang Kai's complexion was slightly pale as he held his spear and breathed heavily. Not far from Yang Kai, the Golden Wolf King's head had been blasted to pieces. The headless carcass twitched slightly as its vitality rapidly faded. This battle began abruptly and ended swiftly. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was extremely lucky to have killed the 7th Order monster beast. If the Golden Wolf King had not been heavily injured in the first place and he did not have the proprietress divine ability bead, the only thing Yang Kai could have done upon encountering a 7th Order monster beast with his current strength would be to flee. It was only because of multiple coincidences overlapping with each other that led to the death of the Golden Wolf King. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Yang Kai flashed over to the Golden Wolf King's carcass. He swept his divine sense over the carcass and quickly found something in the chest area. Thrusting his arm into the carcass, Yang Kai grasped something and pulled his hand out, holding a bloody monster core that emitted a golden radiance. The monster core was about the size of his fist. 7th Order. It really is a 7th Order metal element monster core. The urge to throw back his head and laugh wildly consumed Yongkai. He originally thought that he would not obtain what he desired from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven this time around, but who could have known that he would gain a 7th-order metal element monster core after the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It truly was a blessing from the heavens. Great efforts will be rewarded indeed. I'm glad the proprietress divine ability bead was well used. Before he could put away the monster core though, a figure appeared suddenly and landed not far away from him. Yongkai's heart sank at the sight. He knew that he would attract the attention of others if he did not finish the fight quickly. Unfortunately, he was still too slow. Both the proprietress divine ability bead and his own divine manifestation were incredibly powerful after all, so it would be more difficult for people not to notice if they were nearby. The person who came was an elderly man. Yongkai glanced at the man briefly and was surprised to realize that he could recognize this person. He did not know the name of this elderly man and only knew that other people called him Old Hong. If he remembered correctly, this elderly man came from a great force known as Heaven's Border. Back when Yongkai snatched the carcass of the Golden Crow in the Golden Crow Divine Palace, Old Hong and several other Open Heaven Realm Masters had chased after him. Afterward, Yongkai escaped into First Inn. When the matter in the Golden Crow Divine Palace was exposed, 4th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Old Hong lost the qualifications to participate. And so, Old Hong backed down quickly. As soon as Old Hong arrived, he glanced at the Golden Wolf King's carcass with a gloomy expression. His eyelids twitched at the sight, a 7th-order monster beast. The Golden Wolf King might be dead, but the aura of a 7th-order monster beast coming from his body had yet to dissipate completely. Being rather knowledgeable, it only took one glance for Old Hong to understand this. He then turned to look at Yongkai and his gaze immediately became fierce. "Brat, it's you." It was obvious that he recognized Yongkai. His memory of this boy was still fresh in his mind. There were few who could survive the pursuit of several mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters after all. It had been his first time meeting such a person. Yongkai ignored the other party. Quietly taking out some spirit pills, he stuffed them into his mouth. Following that, he waved his large hand and kept the Golden Wolf King's carcass into his space ring. "Brat, hand over the monster beast's monster core and this old master will spare your life." Old Hong's expression was a mixture of excitement and greed. It was a 7th-order monster beast's monster core after all. He had never seen one in his life. As a 4th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was vastly superior to Yongkai in terms of identity, strength, and status. However, he had less than 1/100th of Yongkai's wealth. "How many cultivation resources can I receive in exchange for a 7th-order monster core?" It could be said that Old Hong would never have to worry about money again. How could he not be moved by such huge benefits in front of his eyes? Recalling how Yongkai escaped in the past, he secretly drew upon the world force in his small universe to seal this surrounding space while he was speaking. As long as he could seal this place, Yongkai would never be able to escape from the palm of his hands no matter what kind of method he employed. He was not clear as to how Yongkai managed to slaughter a 7th-order monster beast with his trivial Emperor realm strength. In any case, it was obvious that Yongkai had a great stroke of luck, otherwise, how could a little brat who was not even in the Open Heaven realm kill such a powerful existence? The might of a 7th-order monster beast was such that even he did not dare to face it lightly. Yongkai immediately noticed the moment Old Hong made a move. Raising a hand, he tossed a brilliant golden monster core at Old Hong and shouted, "Here." Old Hong instinctively reached out and grabbed the monster core in his hand, but after looking down at it, he nearly exploded with rage. "How dare you deceive me, boy?" It was indeed a metal element monster core, but it was a 3rd-order monster core that was only worth 10 or 20,000 Open Heaven pills at most. By the time he looked up again, Yongkai was already a black dot in the distance. Yongkai had taken advantage of his momentary distraction to use space principles to escape. Old Hong felt as though his teeth were about to crack from rage. Having learned from his past experience where this brat had escaped his clutches, how could he give chase only to be left behind again? He knew that it was unrealistic to catch up to Yongkai with his abilities alone. Even so, the temptation of the 7th-order monster core made him unable to give up so easily. Burning his blood essence, he struggled to catch up. At the same time, he took out communication bead after communication bead and sent various messages out. Old Hong would never have informed others if he could enjoy the benefits alone. However, he wouldn't even be able to catch up to Yang Kai with his abilities alone. He could only rely on others to help. Besides, the value of a 7th-order monster core was so great that he would still receive quite a lot even if he had to divide his gains with others. Old Hong's cultivation and identity might not be particularly outstanding, but he still had some friends. Not to mention, several open heaven realm masters from Heaven's border also came here with him. Be that as it may, he was cautious and did not inform the others about the specific details. He only asked them to help intercept Yang Kai and promised to reward them greatly afterward. Somebody soon responded to his message. Overjoyed, Old Hong desperately chased in that direction. An incense stick later, Yang Kai had only just planted his feet in the void when he sensed world force surge and lock him in place, creating a sealed space. Yang Kai was shocked as he never imagined that somebody would block the path in front of him. Looking at this situation, it seemed to be targeting his space principles. Why else would somebody purposely seal off space around him? Did Old Hong call for help? The moment that thought flashed through his mind, he heard a loud voice entering his ears. Junior, obediently surrender without a fight. Yang Kai desperately pushed his space principles again and moon blades slashed out in all directions, but could not tear apart the opponent's world force that was holding him in place. When he looked up again, he saw a middle-aged man approaching him and cutting off his escape. The middle-aged man studied Yang Kai curiously. He did not know the reason why Old Hong had sent him a message asking him to stop this young man. It was just that he happened to be nearby and Old Hong promised great benefits, so he simply acted in passing. Yang Kai's thoughts flashed through his head like lightning before he immediately shouted, "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" The middle-aged man asked, "And, who are you? Does this guy not know who I am?" Yang Kai opened his mouth to respond, "I am a manager under Madame Lan of First Inn. I have an urgent matter I must report to her and need to meet up with her immediately. If there's a misunderstanding, please allow me to pass. It will be very serious if Madame blames you for this delay." "Madame Lan?" The middle-aged man jumped in fright. "This kid belongs to First Inn. What the hell is old Ghost Hong up to? Did he swallow the heart of a bear or the gall of a leopard? How could he dare to pursue somebody from First Inn? What would happen if that crazy woman, Lan Yurua, finds out about this?" He might not have heard about there being managers in First Inn, but he had no time to think about it either. After frowning and pondering for a while, he asked, "Little brother, you claim to be from First Inn. Do you have any proof?" "Madame's token is right here. I'm just afraid that you might have eyes but fail to recognize her greatness." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Raising his hand, he tossed a token towards the other party. He could sense the other party's cowardice, so his courage increased sharply. At a time like this, he could not afford to be polite. It was better to be arrogant instead. Besides, the token was not fake. It was something the proprietress handed to him in the past so that he could go around collecting debts. He had been keeping it all this while, hence, her aura was indeed contained inside the token. The middle-aged man took the token and probed the contents with his divine sense and instantly his expression cramped. He could sense a strong residual aura was contained within the token. Although he could not confirm that the aura belonged to Lan Yurua specifically, it definitely belonged to a 6th-order open heaven realm master. Like Old Hong, he was simply a 4th order, so how could he dare to go against a 6th order? Furthermore, First Inn was very well known. The token felt like a hot potato in his hand, thus, he quickly returned the token and cupped his fists, "So little brother is a subordinate of Madame Lan of First Inn. Forgive me, little brother. Everything was just a misunderstanding." Yang Kai shook his head and impatiently said, "If this is a misunderstanding, then hurry up and release me. Please go ahead, little brother." After confirming that Yang Kai had a powerful supporter, the middle-aged man no longer dared to stop him, releasing his world force and returning the token. Yang Kai nodded gently and moved to leave. The middle-aged man said, "Little brother, you should head this way if you are looking for Madame Lan. I last saw her graceful figure from afar in that direction one day ago." He stretched out his hand and pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai kept his fists, "Many thanks. I hope we meet again." With a flash of his figure, Yang Kai hurried in the direction that man had pointed. At present, the blood monster territory was in chaos. Being only in the half-step open heaven realm, Xianxia did not feel very safe moving alone. It would be best if he could meet up with the proprietress and the others. After Xianxia departed, the middle-aged man angrily took out a communication bead and poured his divine sense into it to question why Old Hong had tried to harm him. Old Hong was rushing over when he saw the message, so furious that he nearly spat blood. "Brother Su, you let him go." The man surnamed Su snapped, "He is First In's manager. How could I dare to stop him?" Old Hong scolded scathingly, "What do you mean by the manager? First In is just an inn. Why would it need another manager when Lan Yurua is already there?" The man surnamed Su couldn't help realizing the oddity of the situation when he heard those words. He had been frightened by the reputation behind the names Madame Lan and First In earlier, but now that he thought about it, he realized the truth behind those words. First In was just an inn, a place that collected and sold information. Why would it need multiple managers? Despite feeling cheated, he replied, "Even so, that kid is from First In. We can't afford to provoke them. Old Hong, I suggest that you give up as soon as possible to avoid accidents." Regardless of Xianxia's real status, the token was not fake. The aura contained within the token had terrified him. More so with the current situation in the blood monster territory. There were disciples from major cave heavens and paradises everywhere. One could not be fooled by the fact that the other party was only in the Emperor realm. Who could say which sect the other party came from? What if he offended somebody he could not afford to? Not only would he suffer misfortune, but his actions might also endanger his sect. If this were a more hidden environment, he could have silenced the witness to his crime and be done with the matter. However, it was not easy to silence someone out in the open with so many people crawling all over the blood monster territory. Determined to stay out of this shady business, the man surnamed Su cut off contact with Old Hong. Old Hong put away the communication bead and scolded angrily, "Cowardly rat. You are not qualified to participate in this great plan." Be that as it may, Old Hong could not be sure whether or not Xianxia was from First In. If that were really the case, then he did not dare to provoke them either. Thinking about it carefully, Xianxia had escaped into First In after snatching the golden crow carcass back then. Taking that opportunity to join First In did not seem unreasonable. In that case, that damned brat might really be part of First In. Old Hong's heart sank at the thought. It feels like the Seventh Order Monster Corps will no longer have anything to do with me. Nevertheless, it was a miserable feeling to have such a tempting delicacy in front of him that he could only stare at but not eat. Old Hong stood there hesitating for a while. Then, he seemed to recall something all of a sudden. An idea came to him and he took out another communication bead. His expression became very respectful as he poured his divine sense into the communication bead and sent a message. Inside the void, Xianxia swiftly headed in the direction pointed to him by the middle-aged man earlier. At the same time, he took out his communication beads and kept sending messages to the proprietress, Yuhi, and Old Bai in hopes of getting in touch with them. He was certain that the proprietress and the others were also looking for him, it was just that they didn't know each other's location. The communication beads were certainly very useful and convenient, but they were limited by a certain distance, thus, they would not be able to communicate with each other if they were too far away from one another. Half a day later, Xianxia finally managed to contact Yuhi. Once they exchanged information on each other's locations, he finally calmed down slightly. Yuhi was relatively close to him, so it would only take her an hour or so to arrive. Not daring to move around carelessly, Xianxia found a dead spirit province nearby and hid there. The spirit province he was hiding on clearly came from the blood monster cave heaven. It was just that it wasn't very large, only kilometers wide and long. Several days had passed since the collapse of the blood monster cave heaven, so the world force of these spirit provinces that were not collected in time had dissipated completely and merged with the void, causing these remnants to become barren. There were not many similar wastelands like this. Some 80% of the spirit provinces had been collected. It could almost be said that the entire blood monster cave heaven had basically been divided up between the open heaven realm masters who came here. This was the first time open heaven realm masters had benefited from the blood monster cave heaven. Unfortunately, this chance only came once. The blood monster cave heaven had collapsed, so it was impossible for another opportunity like this to arise again. Before an hour was up, a graceful figure landed nearby. Yuhi swept out her divine sense and looked around for a bit before she glanced at Yang Kai's hiding place and called out softly, "Young master?" Yang Kai stepped out and took off the shadowless veil to reveal his figure. She hurriedly greeted him and asked in concern, "Young master, are you all right?" Her expression was filled with worry. The main reason was that Yang Kai seemed to have experienced various difficult battles. His outer appearance was quite a miserable sight. His clothes were ragged and torn. Moreover, the dried blood crusting his clothes could almost form a complete shell. He shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Have you found the others?" Yuhi examined his condition carefully and confirmed that he was really fine. Only then did she relax and answer his question, "We found almost all of them, 5 or 6 of them are still missing." Yang Kai fell silent. Those missing people had probably met with a disastrous end. Before he entered the blood monster cave heaven, he had mentally prepared himself for this eventuality when his subordinates decided to explore on their own. The blood monster cave heaven was not a safe place after all. There would always be a risk when going for training, but he could not stop them. If he refused their request and protectively brought them around with him all the time, they would never grow stronger. Only losing 5 or 6 people could even be said to be a great fortune amidst the various misfortunes. Furthermore, those who had survived the blood monster cave heaven would surely have grown tremendously. This would be of great benefit to their future. Yang Kai composed his emotions and nodded, "Let's go see proprietress." Yuhi immediately summoned her flight-type artifact and returned the way she came with Yang Kai. Searching for the proprietress took quite a lot of time as she was also searching for Yang Kai. It was quite troublesome not to have a fixed meeting place in this vast blood monster territory. It was fortunate that the proprietress had not been too far away from Yuhi in the first place. Half a day later, a familiar-looking ship came into view. When Yang Kai and Yuhi boarded the ship, Lang Qingshan and others rushed up to greet Yang Kai, cupping their fists as they shouted, "Sir." Yang Kai swept his gaze over them and nodded lightly. It was certainly as Yuhi had mentioned earlier. There were a few missing from this group of subordinates that he brought along with him. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little sad. These subordinates had been serving under him since the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Having carefully nurtured them over the years, they would surely have been able to advance into the open heaven realm with enough time. The most important point was that they were extremely loyal to him and had accompanied him through many dangerous and life-threatening situations in the past. Gui Miao was also back, standing beside Gui Ziyin. Accountant looked at Yang Kai with his triangular eyes and asked, "Where's Chef?" Yang Kai slapped his forehead. He had nearly forgotten about Chef again, thus, he immediately brought him out of the small sealed world. Chef had previously used his knife and chopping block secret technique twice in a row, but his complexion was better after recuperating in the small sealed world for the past few days. As soon as he came out of the small sealed world, he immediately hooked his arm around Accountant. Then, they slipped away into the cabin to do something. The proprietress looked at Yang Kai and said, "Smelly brat, I heard that you caused a lot of trouble inside the blood monster cave heaven." She might have remained outside all this while, but she had received all sorts of news following the collapse of the blood monster cave heaven. Yang Kai replied shamelessly, "There's no such thing. Whoever said that must be slandering me." Then, he hurriedly changed the topic. "By the way, proprietress, there was this guy called Black Crow Divine Monarch in the blood monster cave heaven." Before he could finish his sentence, she raised a hand to interrupt him. "The news regarding Black Crow Divine Monarch has spread already. At present, all the territory gates of the blood monster territory have been blocked. The cave heavens and paradises are currently searching for this person's whereabouts." Black Crow Divine Monarch had returned to life via possession. That in itself was not a big deal as he would only have offended Great Thousand Blood Land. The body he possessed belonged to Zhou of Great Thousand Blood Land after all. It was just that he had killed many people in the blood monster cave heaven, including many disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises. More importantly, draining a person's blood essence was an infringement of a serious taboo. That was why the cave heavens and paradises immediately took action to block the territory gates of the blood monster territory as soon as the news of Black Crow Divine Monarch was exposed. Anybody who wanted to leave the blood monster territory would have to undergo a strict inspection. They were determined to find Black Crow Divine Monarch. The cave heavens and paradises had taken an extremely aggressive approach towards this matter. The first reason was that they wanted to avenge their dead disciples, but a bigger reason was that Black Crow Divine Monarch was an extremely valuable source of information. If nothing else, the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture was enough to make anybody envious. Who would not want such an extraordinary secret art? Even if they could not cultivate that secret art, they could not let it fall into another person's hands. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief to hear the proprietress' words. If the cave heavens and paradises were taking the lead to deal with Black Crow Divine Monarch, then things were not going to be easy for that old dog. Nevertheless, Xianxia had the sneaking suspicion that Black Crow Divine Monarch would not be captured so easily. There was a high possibility that the people deployed by the cave heavens and paradises would return empty-handed. In any case, this matter was no longer related to him. Xianxia had obtained some benefits from the blood monster cave heaven, so his top priority was to digest them as soon as possible, especially the 7th order metal element monster core. Just thinking about it made him excited. Once I refine that metal element monster core, I will only be one more step away from the open heaven realm. By the way, proprietress, do you know where the people of Xianxia Paradise are? Xianxia asked. The proprietress looked at him strangely. Why? Did you quarrel with the people from Xianxia Paradise? I have a friend in Xianxia Paradise. I want to check up on her. He had seen Gu Pan escaping with Zhang Ruaxi when the blood monster cave heaven collapsed. It was just that he was not sure what happened after that. She replied, the people of Xianxia Paradise left one day ago. If you want to find them, you will have to go to Xianxia territory. Xianxia was a little disappointed to hear those words. He had wanted to talk to Zhang Ruaxi some more, but it would seem that his plan was no longer feasible. In any case, the fact that Xianxia Paradise had left had to mean that Gu Pan and Zhang Ruaxi had met up with the others. There was no need to worry about Zhang Ruaxi's safety with Gu Pan watching out for her. The proprietress looked at Xianxia strangely. Forget about Xianxia Paradise for now. Tell me what happened with Yinyang Cave Heaven first. Yinyang Cave Heaven? Xianxia immediately thought of Chu Huashang when he heard the name, hoping she was safe as well. As such, he subconsciously asked, what happened with Yinyang Cave Heaven? The proprietress gritted her teeth slightly as she snapped, I'm amazed that you have the cheek to ask me. A representative came to me to propose marriage. They are asking you to marry into Yinyang Cave Heaven. Propose marriage? Marrying into Yinyang Cave Heaven? Xianxia's eyes widened in surprise. Why, you are joking, right? The people surrounding them also turned to look at Xianxia in astonishment. Yuhi's expression was resentful as she bit her scarlet lip lightly, looking like a wife who had been thoughtlessly abandoned. The proprietress gave a short humorless snort. I thought they were joking at first, but they're not. They even handed me a list of dowry gifts. Would you like to take a look? Xianxia was oozing sweat like a waterfall as he shook his head. No need. I'm afraid there must be some sort of misunderstanding somewhere. The proprietress gave him a savage look, almost as though she was going to slowly shave off several pounds of flesh from his body. It's not a misunderstanding if Yinyang Cave Heaven is proposing marriage. I heard that you were very close with Chu Huashang in the blood monster cave heaven. You even know about that. Xianxia was tempted to ask just which loudmouthed person had told her this information. Be that as it may, this was not something that could be hidden anyway. Many people had seen him traveling with Chu Huashang before they arrived at the blood monster divine palace. As such, Xianxia solemnly answered the question. Senior sister Chu offered me great assistance in the blood monster cave heaven. I would have been killed if not for her. What happened? The proprietress' eyes narrowed at those words and a chill began lingering around her. She only heard that Xianxia and Chu Huashang had traveled together inside the blood monster cave heaven and that their relationship looked very intimate, but she was ignorant of everything else. She had no information about how the two of them had supported each other in the face of several deadly crises. In response, Xianxia waved his hand to push the matter aside and simply said, in any case, I owe a life-saving grace to senior sister Chu. He was reluctant to elaborate on this matter, not because he was afraid of causing further misunderstanding, but mainly because the person trying to kill him at the time was Xian Zhao from Xianyuan Cave Heaven. The supporter behind Firstin was a Xianyuan Cave Heaven elder in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. If the proprietress learned about this matter, she would certainly stand up for him, but it would not benefit her if she burned her bridges with Xianyuan Cave Heaven. She had protected him for so many years, so how could Yang Kai possibly cause trouble for her? As for the grudge of being hunted by Xianxia back then, he would exact his own revenge one day. The proprietress gave Yang Kai a deep look before finally sighing, "It's not that I want to speak badly of somebody behind their back. I also know the Chu Huashan girl. She is a good person, but she is also a core disciple of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. It might even be possible for her to inherit the position of sect master one day. It's not a good thing for you if she falls in love with you. Rest assured, proprietress. I will handle this matter myself." She sighed again and said, "In that case, you better take good care of yourself. We're done here. It's time for us to head back." As for those people who had not been found so far, even if something bad had happened to them, it was the result of their own choices. On the other hand, if they survived, they would naturally find a way to return to First in Thousand Birds territory or Void Land, therefore, there was no point in lingering here further. The ship quickly turned around and headed towards one of the Blood Monster Territory's territory gates. Inside his room, Yang Kai took a bath and changed into a set of clean clothes. These simple actions immediately refreshed him. Then, he checked his harvest from this trip and smiled brightly. Strictly speaking, he did not gain many things from this trip, at least nothing compared to his harvest from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Even so, he was very satisfied. The main reason was that he had obtained a 7th order metal element monster core. This was what he needed the most right now. However, he was in no hurry to refine the monster core. Refining a 7th order monster core would definitely take some time, so he had to wait until he returned to cultivate and retreat. Aside from the 7th order monster core, his largest harvest was the 5 and 8 open heaven pills formed in the universe furnace. These were treasures that would make anybody jealous. I should give one of these to proprietress later. It might allow her to advance into the 7th order open heaven realm. If the proprietress could advance into the 7th order open heaven realm, then her status and strength would be greatly improved. It would give her the capital to speak even if she stood up against Xianyuan Cave Heaven. In addition, Yang Kai had high hopes for the cultivators from Abundance City. From the city Lord Mo Mei, Peng Duo, and the other great elders, down to Deacon Fan Wu Xian and the many ordinary residents, many of them had remained in the Emperor realm for centuries, constantly improving themselves. In his eyes, they were all seeds that could sprout into open heaven realm masters. As long as the blood principles restriction in their bodies were removed, they could advance into the open heaven realm at any time. At that point, Void Land's heritage would soar. Yang Kai himself had been targeted by various major cave heavens and paradises, so a strong sense of crisis now existed in the depths of his heart. Unfortunately, he himself had no means of advancing into the open heaven realm anytime soon. So, he could only think of other ways to increase the strength of Void Land. Otherwise, how would Void Land fight back if a powerful enemy were to attack one day? The 7th order monster core, the innate open heaven pills, and the cultivators of Abundance City, these were Yang Kai's greatest harvests during this trip. The partial method of cultivating monster beasts, the alchemy furnace, and the various pills obtained in the Blood Monster Divine Palace, and even the fragments of the Blood Light Scripture were only incidental gains. There was no comparison with the former gains that he obtained. Naturally, there was also his wood element divine ability. Yang Kai had to take some time to properly comprehend the divine ability. At the time, the aura of the divine ability had burst out without any warning and came out of him directly. Hence, he himself was not clear how that divine ability worked. It was only natural that he had to understand his own methods, otherwise, how would he activate them again when he faced an enemy next time? That's right. Mo Mei and the others are acquainted with the proprietress. It's time for me to let them meet. Yang Kai had not had the time to tell the proprietress about Abundance City in detail. After considering this, he immediately entered the small sealed world. When he swept his divine sense over his surroundings, he couldn't help revealing a look of surprise. He collected plenty of spirit provinces into the small sealed world back in the Blood Monster territory, but only the spirit province with Abundance City on it had received special treatment. Yang Kai used his authority as master of the small sealed world to seal and contain the world force of the spirit province. On the other hand, he had not bothered to do anything to the other spirit provinces. For that reason, the world force contained in those spirit provinces had already begun to merge with the small sealed world. At this moment, the world force in the small sealed world was many times denser than before. As the master of the small sealed world, Xianxia could feel this difference very clearly. He secretly sighed to himself. Truly worthy of the universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th order open heaven realm master. All I did was collect some broken fragments, but the small sealed world experienced such a huge leap in growth as a result. What will become of the small sealed world if I devour the entire blood monster cave heaven? What's more, the fusion of the world force would not be completed after just a few short days. The world force in the small sealed world would only become richer and richer with the passage of time. The benefits enjoyed by the small sealed world were also extremely beneficial to him. If the idea he concocted in his head could be completed, then his strength would surely be greatly enhanced in a short period of time. Focusing himself, Xianxia came to Abundance City with a flicker. This place had been sealed by him. Consequently, the blood monster cave heaven aura had been preserved and the people of Abundance City remained safe. Mome and the others were gathered in one place, so they quickly came over to welcome Xianxia when they noticed his arrival. After greeting each other, Xianxia said, "Everyone, I came here to help you remove the blood principle's restriction. After that, I'm going to bring you to meet some old friends." Old friends? Mome was astonished, but she quickly understood the situation. Is it Big Sister Lan? Exactly. Xianxia nodded. My independent world is incomplete and cannot accommodate open heaven realm masters, so the proprietress cannot enter this place. In that case, I can only bring you out to meet her instead. Mome revealed a look of pleasant surprise and nodded repeatedly. Good. I haven't seen Big Sister Lan for many years. I wonder how she is now. He smiled. You'll know when you see her, City Lord Mo. Xianxia immediately began using the secret technique without further ado. Thanks to his previous experience, it was not difficult for him. It was just that every time he cast the secret technique, some of his blood would be consumed in the process. Numerous seals shot out and entered Mome and the others' foreheads. Closing their eyes, they perceived their conditions and soon Mome said with a look of pleasant surprise, although there is no proof, it feels like something in my body has been freed and I feel more relaxed. I think the blood principle's restriction no longer exists. Peng Duo, Jin Yuan Lang, and the others also nodded in agreement. We'll know whether the restriction has been lifted after we test it out. Xianxia's divine sense surged and wrapped around them. Then, he slipped out of the small sealed world. By the time Mome and the others realized what had happened, they were already standing in a room. Xianxia watched them nervously. Although he was fairly certain that they would not suffer any backlash from the blood principle's restriction, there was always a possibility. Under his careful watch, he saw that they were in perfectly fine condition. Thus, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, you might have been despicable, but he at least did not deceive me in this matter. Where is Big Sister Lan? Mome turned to look around but did not see the proprietress. Xianxia beckoned to them and said, "Come with me." Leading them out of the room, he came to another room on the top deck of the ship and gently knocked on the door. The proprietress' voice soon called out, "Enter." Xianxia opened the door to see the proprietress and Yuhi sitting opposite each other at the table. They seemed to be discussing something, but their expressions stiffened in surprise when they looked up. In the next moment, the proprietress slowly got to her feet. She stared at the people behind Xianxia in shock, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. Meanwhile, Yuhi couldn't stop herself from covering her red lips with her hands as she asked in a trembling voice, "Mome?" Even though so many years had passed, the memories they had of each other had not faded. Both Yuhi and the proprietress had recognized Mome and the others as soon as they appeared. Mome's eyes reddened. She walked forward and gave an elegant bow. "Big Sister Lan, Big Sister Yuhi, we finally meet again after so many years. Have you been well?" The proprietress reached out to lift Mome up, her cherry lips moving as though she wanted to speak, but she couldn't bring herself to in the end. Her eyes reddened too. Peng Duo and the others cupped their fists. "Greetings, Senior Sister Lan, Senior Sister Yuhi." Yuhi murmured in a daze, "You? Why are you here? What about the blood principle's restriction planted by Blood Monster Divine Monarch in your bodies?" Mo Mei wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and explained, "It's all thanks to Sir Yang. He removed the restriction on us. That's how we broke free of the blood monster cave heaven's shackles to appear here." The proprietress looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. "You can remove the blood principles restriction from their bodies?" Yang Kai replied, "Black Crow Divine Monarch obtained Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood Inheritance. I made a deal with him previously and received the necessary secret technique from him in exchange." A look of realization appeared on her face, and she nodded at him. The truth was that she had never forgotten the people in Abundance City even though so many years had passed. After all, Lan Tingyu had made a promise to them when he was still alive. Following his death, the proprietress had wanted to fulfill this promise and thought about sending somebody into the blood monster cave heaven to help bring the people from Abundance City out. Unfortunately, bringing them out without removing the blood principles restriction was equivalent to sending them to their deaths. Blood Monster Divine Monarch's blood principles restriction was also extremely difficult to remove, hence, she was strong in will but weak in strength. She never imagined that her wish would be fulfilled by Yang Kai at this moment. Yang Kai was certain that they had a lot to say to each other. After all, it had been centuries since they last met each other. Besides, Mo Mei would surely want to ask about Lan Tingyu, therefore, he did not stay for long after bringing Mo Mei and the others to the room. Yang Kai quickly left them there and returned to his room alone. Returning to the Star City in Thousand Bird territory from the Blood Monster territory would take a long time, but Yang Kai did not want to remain idle. His top priority was to completely remove the blood principles restriction from all the people in Abundance City. He might have sealed the spirit province containing Abundance City to prevent its world force from dissipating, but he could not guarantee how long this solution would last. If he failed to free all the people in Abundance City before time ran out, they would be met with a gruesome death. For that reason, Yang Kai remained inside the small sealed world over the next few days and constantly performed the blood secret technique, consuming copious amounts of blood during this process. It was fortunate that his healing abilities were extraordinary, otherwise, he would not have been able to persevere for so long. There were many people in Abundance City, therefore, Yang Kai decided to temporarily house them inside the small sealed world until he arrived at a safe place and could figure out his next course of action. 4 or 5 days later, Yang Kai was busy working in the small sealed world when he suddenly sensed somebody knocking on his door in the outside world. He asked the Abundance City cultivators who were waiting in line to wait for him, then returned to his room with a flash. Pushing the room door open, he saw Mo Mei and the others standing outside the door. "Sir Yang." Mo Mei bowed elegantly. Pang Duo and the others also cupped their fists in greeting. "City Lord Mo, elders, please come in." Yang Kai did not know the reason they came to him, but he stepped to the side and invited them inside to talk. After they took their seats, he served them tea and finally asked, "Is there something you need from me?" Mo Mei explained, "We came here to thank you, Sir Yang. Those of us who were born in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven lived our entire lives there. We have never left that place in our lives, and had very faint hope we ever would. It's all thanks to your life-saving grace that we can finally break free from the shackles of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven and be released from the blood principles restriction inherited from our ancestors. We finally obtained our freedom." Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively, "You're too polite, City Lord Mo. This was a simple matter for me. If not for the jade slip he received from Black Crow Divine Monarch, it would have been impossible for him to bring them out. But, with the secret technique recorded within the jade slip, this matter was truly not an issue for Yang Kai. All it cost him was some blood and some time." Mo Mei shook her head sternly, "It might be a simple matter to you, Sir Yang, however, what you did amounts to a life-saving grace for all of us in Abundance City. Such great kindness is not something Abundance City can ever hope to repay. Even now, this mistress has a request. City Lord Mo, please speak freely. I will not refuse as long as it is within my means to help." He looked her straight in the eyes. Hesitating for a moment, she began to speak, "It's like this, Sir Yang. I heard from Big Sister Lan that you have a spirit province called Voidland in the 3,000 worlds. It is a beautiful place with a vast area." She looked a little ashamed of herself. Even Pang Duo and the others looked apprehensive. Yang Kai nodded, "Indeed. The blood monster cave heaven has been destroyed, so we have nowhere else to go. May we request that void land take us in, Sir Yang? Mo asked tentatively. Pang Duo and the others sat up straight and placed their hands on their knees, looking very uneasy. Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment, but immediately after, he was overjoyed and burst out laughing. City Lord Mo, you're far too polite. What do you mean by take you in? If you are willing to join Void Land, then there's nothing more that I could wish for. He was certain that recruiting the people from Abundance City into Void Land would be easy. After all, he had just saved all their lives and they had nowhere else to go. It was just that he had yet to figure out how to broach the subject. He never imagined that Mo would take the initiative to come and discuss this matter with him. A moment later, realization struck him. The proprietress had probably helped by acting as the middleman. She knew that Void Land was desperately in need of manpower. On the other hand, Mo and the others were seeds that would eventually become Open Heaven Realm Masters. If they joined Void Land, they would not be the only ones benefiting from the deal. Their affiliation would also be tremendously beneficial for Void Land. It could be said to be a win-win situation. Seeing how readily Yang Kai agreed to their request, they all breathed a sigh of relief and stood up in unison. Greetings, Sect Master. Yang Kai raised a hand to stop them and smiled at them. Please don't be so uptight. In the future, we will all be one family. We can discuss the specific details once we arrive back at Void Land. They responded, we obey your orders, Sect Master. Yang Kai was so elated that flowers were practically blooming in his heart. He swept his gaze over Mo and the others, seeming to see them as future mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. The people in front of him had experienced thousands of years of accumulation and precipitation in the Emperor Realm, so their heritage was extremely impressive. Advancing into the Open Heaven Realm would not be an issue for them. What's more, he also had the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. These spirit pills would dramatically improve their chances of successfully breaking through. It could almost be said that there was no risk of failure at all. Pang Duo, Jin Yuan Lang, Mu Qianxian, and Gong Yang had condensed the fifth order elements, while Mo had condensed sixth order element powers. And this was just a few of them. When Yang Kai helped to remove the blood principles restriction from the Abundance City cultivators, he noticed that there were quite a few of them who had condensed fifth order elements. It could be said that once these people advanced into the Open Heaven Realm, Void Land's strength would increase by several fold. At the time, Void Land would no longer have a severe shortage of Open Heaven Realm Masters. It would become a true second-class great force. During their conversation, the ship groaned loudly for some reason and came to an abrupt halt. A person's voice rang out a moment later, "You there, stop. Lower your defenses and prepare to accept our inspection." Yang Kai swept out his divine sense and frowned slightly. Many flight-type artifacts were floating around in the void ahead. Each artifact was magnificent in shape and huge in size. He could tell that they belonged to the cave heavens and paradises at a glance. More importantly, there was a large territory gate slowly rotating behind these ships. A sudden thought flashed through his mind, and he vaguely guessed that this matter was related to Black Crow Divine Monarch. The proprietress had mentioned that the news of Black Crow Divine Monarch coming back to life via possession had already spread everywhere. All the cave heavens and paradises were searching for his current whereabouts. For this reason, they even went so far as to seal all the territory gates in the Blood Monster territory to prevent him from escaping. Any cultivator or flight-type artifact that wished to leave the Blood Monster territory would be subjected to careful inspection, therefore, it was not strange to be stopped here. Nevertheless, the origins of Mo and the others were a little special, so it would be best if they were not discovered. After considering everything, Yang Kai said, "Everyone, please hide inside the small sealed world for now. I will let you out again once we reach our destination." Mo and the others had no objection to his suggestion and did not resist. Yang Kai successfully placed them back into the small sealed world, and when he was done, he moved to the deck. On the deck, the proprietress swept her beautiful eyes in Yang Kai's direction. Seeing that Mo and the others were nowhere to be seen, she knew that he must have hidden them away. At this moment, everybody had gathered on the deck. 4 figures came from the opposite side and slowly fluttered down. Yang Kai looked at them and immediately felt a little sick. This couldn't be helped. He recognized 2 out of the 4 figures. They were both from Xianyuan Cave Heaven. One was Guanyu and the other was Xianxia's master, Chu Lushan. During their time inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Xianxia had attempted to murder Yang Kai when he was heavily injured. It was only natural that Yang Kai did not hold a favorable impression towards Xianxia's honored master. Be that as it may, both Guanyu and Chu Lushan were in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, so they could not be underestimated. It was not just them. The other 2 who landed on the ship were also in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. This was not difficult to understand though. The opening of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a grand event, so the masters leading the disciples of the Cave Heavens and Paradises could not have weak cultivations. Those in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm were considered high-rank Open Heaven realm masters, so there was no need for them to appear at these kinds of occasions. It was just right for 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters to come. Yang Kai did not recognize the other 2 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters, but he could be certain that one of them was from Great Battle Heaven. That was because the people of Great Battle Heaven were very recognizable in terms of the aura surrounding them and their uniforms. This 6th Order Open Heaven realm master from Great Battle Heaven wore a set of golden armor and had a full-plate helmet. He also had a long sword at his waist. His appearance was similar to a great general who just returned from battle. It was a glorious sight. Yang Kai did not know which great force the 4th person belonged to, but that person most likely belonged to one of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Otherwise, he would have no qualifications to stand here. Why do I run into you wherever I go? The proprietress looked as sick and tired as Yang Kai as she gave Guanyu an undisguised look of disgust. Guanyu chuckled, "This senior brother is relieved to see you so spirited, junior sister Lan." She coldly snorted and turned to look at the others. Then, she bowed only to the golden armor general from Great Battle Heaven, senior brother Mao. The man with the surname Mao nodded lightly and cupped his fist, "Junior sister Lan, this is routine procedure. Please forgive us. As you know, a person called Black Crow Divine Monarch appeared in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. This person is ruthless and cruel. He killed many disciples of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. In order to prevent him from escaping the Blood Monster territory, all flight-type artifacts and people who want to leave have to undergo a strict inspection." The proprietress flicked her sleeve, "I know. Please go ahead, senior brother Mao." He immediately gave a wave of his hand, "Check carefully. Don't let any corner go uninspected." Following his orders, a bunch of 4th Order and 5th Order Open Heaven realm masters stepped out from behind him and charged into the ship to investigate. While everybody was waiting on the deck, senior brother Mao did not spare all the people who were gathered here either. Yang Kai clearly felt a powerful divine sense sweeping over him. It probably belonged to the man surnamed Mao, however, he soon furrowed his brow tightly together. The man surnamed Mao quickly had withdrawn his divine sense after a quick inspection, but there was another divine sense that was locked onto him the whole time. Yang Kai could not figure out who the divine sense belonged to. The 4 people standing in front of him were all in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm after all, so the difference in strength between them was simply too great. He vaguely guessed that the divine sense belonged to Chu Lushan. That was because this old man was on bad terms with the proprietress. Not to mention that there was also now a feud between Yang Kai and his disciple, Xianxia. It was not strange for him to be paying extra attention to Yang Kai at this moment. Just as Yang Kai was making guesses in his head, the 4th 6th Order Open Heaven realm master that he did not recognize suddenly spoke up, "Madam Lan, I heard that you have a little one called Yang Kai in First Inn. Which one is he?" The proprietress immediately looked at that person vigilantly, "Why are you looking for him?" That person smiled and replied, "There are some things I want to ask him." He turned his gaze to Yang Kai and continued, "If my guess is correct, it should be you, right?" This person probably did not know Yang Kai directly. It was just that Yang Kai's aura stood out distinctly from among the many Emperor Realm Masters here, so it was not surprising for his cover to be blown. In any case, Yang Kai didn't bother to hide his identity either after being called out so directly. There were so many people here who knew him that it made no sense to hide anyway. Instead, he quickly responded, "Yes. Who are you? How can I help you?" That person smiled and nodded, "You might not know me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng." Heavenly Sword Union? I can't believe that this guy does not belong to one of the cave heavens or paradises. When Yang Kai first saw this person standing beside Guan Nu, Chu Lu Shan, and senior brother Mao of Great Battle Heaven, he had assumed that he too was from one of the cave heavens or paradises. Only now did he realize that this person was the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union. Nevertheless, Heavenly Sword Union was one of the top second-class great forces. As the Union Master, this person was indeed qualified to stand in this place. After all, neither Guan Nu, Chu Lu Shan, or senior brother Mao were especially powerful people in their respective sects. They could only be considered middle management at most. Knowing that this person belonged to Heavenly Sword Union, Yang Kai immediately recalled the few Heavenly Sword Union disciples he killed previously. Is this person here to seek justice for his disciples? That can't be it. Among those who witnessed me killing them were Chu Huashang, Zhang Ruashi, and that Langya Paradise disciple called Du Su. Those Heavenly Sword Union disciples had brought death upon themselves by persistently chasing and trying to kill Zhang Ruashi and Du Su. Chu Huashang and Zhang Ruashi would never expose this matter to the public. Could it have been Du Su? Sure enough, the smile on Kong Feng's face suddenly faded and he said, I heard you killed some of the outstanding disciples belonging to my union. Yang Kai was furious. As I thought, it was that little bastard Du Su who leaked the news. Otherwise, there's no reason for Kong Feng to know about this matter. I should have killed him. It was bad enough that Du Su had focused on running away alone without any regard for the safety of his fellow junior sister when they were in danger. However, it could also be said that Yang Kai had saved his life. I can't believe he is repaying a life-saving favor with enmity. If I had known that he was such a despicable villain, I would never have allowed him to live at the time. Before Yang Kai could say a word, the proprietress coldly snorted, Union Master Kong, rice may be eaten at will, but some words should not be spoken casually. You claim that Yang Kai killed several of Heavenly Sword Union disciples. Where is the evidence? She was convinced that Kong Feng did not have any evidence. That was why she countered his question in this matter. To her surprise, Kong Feng answered lightly, naturally, I have the evidence. I was informed about this matter, and I believe that person is not lying. I only came here to confirm the truth. Yang Kai coldly snorted, those Heavenly Sword Union disciples were blinded by greed and were trying to oppress the weak, so I killed them. What will you do now? Kong Feng didn't seem to expect Yang Kai to be so hard-hearted, so he couldn't help glancing at him again. He nodded lightly and said, it's good that you admit to your actions. It saves this king from wasting more time on nonsense. Since ancient times, debts are repaid with money and murder is repaid with one's life. You killed several of Heavenly Sword Union's core disciples and caused Heavenly Sword Union to suffer huge losses, including the loss of several talented individuals who were the backbone of the future generation. Don't you think this king should avenge them? The proprietress did not move, but her aura at the peak of the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm permeated the air and her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. I dare you to try. He glanced at her and calmly replied, Madame Lan, your reputation precedes you. This Kong is aware that he is not your opponent. Besides, I have no wish to fight you. If this boy was unrelated to you, this Kong would have killed him to provide justice for my disciples. But, since you wish to protect this boy, madam, then this Kong will back down out of respect for you. As long as this boy can provide some compensation, then we can forget about this matter. What do you think, madam? She scowled fiercely, vaguely sensing that Kong Feng's intentions were not noble, otherwise, he would not have brought up the deaths of his disciples at a time like this. It was just that she did not know what snake oil he was selling. She asked warily, what kind of compensation do you want? Yang Kai is only in the Emperor realm. What can he offer as compensation? He smilingly answered her question, you don't need to worry about that, madam. This Kong will discuss with him myself. Turning to look at Yang Kai, he asked, you don't have any objections to that, right? The rage in Yang Kai's heart blazed even higher. If I had enough strength, I would not be wasting time talking nonsense with him. I only killed those Heavenly Sword Union disciples because they were doggedly chasing Zhang Ruashi. Why is Kong Feng talking about justice? How ridiculous. Unfortunately, the only reason he could stand here today was thanks to the proprietress' protection. If he made things difficult, it would only drag her into this mess, Thus, he suppressed the rage in his heart and asked coldly, "What do you want?" Kong Feng calmly said, "Don't worry. What I want is definitely in your possession. Moreover, it won't harm a single hair on your head." All of a sudden, he stopped talking out loud and sent a divine sense transmission to Yang Kai instead. "I want that 7th order metal element monster beast core." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed at those words. His first reaction was to wonder how this guy knew that he had a 7th order monster beast core, let alone that it was of the metal element. However, he soon realized the truth. Kong Feng learned about the fact that Yang Kai killed those Heavenly Sword Union disciples because Du Su tipped him off. On the other hand, Old Hong of Heaven's Border had witnessed Yang Kai obtaining the 7th order metal element monster beast core back then. He could also have tipped Kong Feng off about this matter. "So, this is his true purpose?" Yang Kai responded flatly without even thinking about it, "I don't know what you're talking about." If Kong Feng had asked for anything else, there might have been room for discussion. Yang Kai was not averse to exchanging money to avoid disaster. Be that as it may, it was impossible for him to hand over the 7th order metal element monster core. This matter was related to his future. If he lost the monster core in this place, he did not know when he would obtain another opportunity like this again. Kong Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. "Boy, you should think carefully before you answer." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "I was wondering why those Heavenly Sword Union disciples were so despicable. Now I understand. If the house is crooked, then the foundation must be too." Kong Feng gave Yang Kai a deep look and calmly said, "I hope you don't regret your choice." After that, he stopped conversing via divine sense and spoke out loud instead. "A 7th order monster core might be a precious treasure, but you were only in the Emperor realm. Don't you think possessing something like that is very dangerous?" "A 7th order monster core?" Both Guan and Chu Lushan murmured in unison, immediately turning to look at Yang Kai. Even senior brother Mao gave Yang Kai a surprised look. It was obvious that they had been kept out of the loop earlier. A 7th order monster core was an extremely rare object. When the Blood Monster Cave Heaven collapsed, everything inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had flowed out as a result, but as far as they were aware, there was only one instance where somebody had killed a 7th order Earth attribute monster beast and obtained a 7th order monster core. Aside from that, there were no other known 7th order monster cores in existence. Therefore, it was unexpected to learn about another 7th order monster core here. Chu Lushan frowned. "Brother Kong, are you saying that this brat possesses a 7th order monster core?" Kong Feng gave Yang Kai a deep look and said, "That's right. This boy is quite lucky. It seems he killed a 7th order metal element monster beast and obtained a metal element monster core." Guan scowled. "Brother Kong, how did you find out about this? And, how could he possibly have the strength to kill a 7th order monster beast?" Kong Feng chuckled. "You don't need to be so suspicious, Brother Gua. This Kong learned about this matter from a personal source of information, but there is no doubt about the truth of this matter. I can guarantee that this boy possesses a 7th order monster core." He paused for a moment and continued with malicious intentions. "I heard that this boy is very ambitious. He plans to advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm. He has already condensed many open heaven powers. If he refines the metal element monster core, I'm afraid it won't be long before he succeeds." Turning to Chu Lushan, he cupped his fist. "Congratulations, Brother Chu, Xianyuan Cave Heaven will soon have another talented individual." Chu Lushan's expression was extremely ugly. If Yang Kai had been somebody from Xianyuan Cave Heaven, he would have been so happy that he would wake up laughing from his dreams for the next month. The problem was that Yang Kai was not from Xianyuan Cave Heaven. First might have some involvement with Xianyuan Cave Heaven, but they were ultimately unrelated. Besides, Lan Yurua had always had a poor relationship with him. More importantly, his disciple had a life-or-death feud with Yang Kai. If Yang Kai were to advance into the high-rank open heaven, the future of his disciple would be disheartening. This can never be allowed to happen. Looking at Yang Kai, he spoke in a cold voice. "Hand it over." Yang Kai glanced sideways at Chu Lushan. "What the hell do you count for? What an impudent junior." Chu Lushan's expression darkened. The proprietress stepped forward and scolded, "Brazen old dog." Chu Lushan was livid. "Lan Yurua." Guan Yu hurriedly came forward to mediate the situation. He stood between them, lest they actually got into a fight. All right. Calm down, both of you. Stop arguing. He turned to the proprietress and continued, Junior Sister Lan, you're not unaware of the boy's situation. The Seventh Order monster core in his possession is not a good thing for him. The proprietress coldly snorted, why bother coming up with such high-sounding excuses when all you want is to snatch the Seventh Order monster core by force? Guanu shook his head, Junior Sister, what are you saying? We don't want to snatch anything from him. If he does have the Seventh Order monster core, we can purchase it from him. Ask him to set a price. As long as the price is reasonable, this senior brother will not quibble about it. Snorting, she replied, let's put aside whether or not he does have a Seventh Order monster core in his possession. Even if he does have one, it will never belong to Xianyuan Cave Heaven. Turning to look at Yang Kai, she asked, do you have a Seventh Order monster core? Yang Kai replied decisively, that's a groundless accusation. Chu Lushan coldly snorted, we'll know whether he has the item or not if we perform a check. I dare you to try, the proprietress glared at Chu Lushan. Chu Lushan calmly said, it doesn't matter who has the Seventh Order monster core, but it must not be in this brat's hands. This matter is very important. There is no room for negligence. Lan Yurua, I advise you not to make a mistake. She was so furious that she laughed instead, this queen will happily be your opponent if you want to fight. Why are you wasting time with nonsense? Saying so, world force surged around her body. Similarly, both the auras around Chu Lushan and Kong Feng fluctuated violently, seemingly ready to attack at any time. Guanu revealed a troubled expression. He did not want to make an enemy of the proprietress. Unfortunately, he could only side with Chu Lushan now that things had progressed to this point, so he sighed softly, Junior Sister Lan, why must you do this? Yang Kai's expression was extremely gloomy. If it came down to a fight, the proprietress would surely suffer a loss. Although both the proprietress and Yu He were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, they were still outnumbered. Leaving aside the fact that Chu Lushan and the others were also in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, even the Fourth Order and Fifth Order Open Heaven realm masters inspecting the ships were a formidable force that could not be ignored. It could be said that Firstin would definitely suffer a loss if it came down to a battle. He was not willing to let the proprietress and Yu He suffer because of him, thus, he sighed inwardly. It's so depressing to be weak. Even if I obtain something good, I can't keep it. Do I really have to hand over the Seventh Order monster core? Yang Kai was extremely reluctant. All the cultivation resources he obtained along his journey were the results of personal effort, great opportunities, and massive amounts of luck. The wood element power came from the immortal tree he obtained in his early years, which happened naturally. He later obtained the fire element power by stealing the golden crow carcass from under the noses of a bunch of Open Heaven realm masters. It could be said to be a narrow escape from death. Next, obtaining the earth element power was a daunting experience but not dangerous. He had picked up and refined the monster core of an earth attribute true dragon. Nevertheless, it was only possible for him to find the monster core thanks to the dragon source in his body. His water element power came from the moon essence he obtained and refined in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, having to escape from Kuan Sha at that time. Lastly, he obtained the yang element power by refining the Seventh Order primordial yang profound ginseng. Even that had come with quite a hefty price tag. It had taken so much effort, and he had struggled so hard just to pave the way to advance directly into the high-rank Open Heaven realm. All his efforts had been for the sake of a brighter future. He wanted to set foot in a wider sky and enjoy better scenery. Obtaining the Seventh Order metal element monster core this time had also been a lucky coincidence. Who could say whether he would come across another opportunity like this? What kind of dangers would he face to obtain the cultivation resources he needed again? How long would he have to wait? Once he refined the Seventh Order monster core, he would only be one step away from advancing into the Open Heaven realm. How could he reconcile himself with the idea of falling short right at the last moment? But, what could he do even if he was extremely reluctant? Under the current circumstances, a huge battle was inevitable unless he brought out the Seventh Order monster core. It was a given that Firstin would be the one to suffer if a battle broke out. The scene was tense and a battle could erupt at any time. Yang Kai swore ruthlessly to himself, even if I have to destroy the Seventh Order monster core, I will never sell it to Xianyuan Cave Heaven or allow Heavenly Sword Union to get their hands on it. At this moment, senior brother Mao, who had remained silent throughout the entire situation, suddenly said, "Boy, do you have a 7th order monster core in your possession?" Yang Kai looked up and calmly replied, "There's no such thing." Senior Mao brother nodded lightly, "In that case, there's nothing to be done here. You may leave." After saying that, he waved them away. Everybody was dumbfounded by this turn of events, and Kong Feng shouted, "Brother Mao." Senior brother Mao asked coldly, "How can I help you, brother Kong?" Kong Feng exclaimed, "This brat definitely has a 7th order monster core in his possession. We can't let him just leave like that, otherwise, it will lead to a huge problem in the future." Senior brother Mao replied indifferently, "He claims that he does not have one. Why do you keep insisting otherwise? Do you want to snatch his space ring from him to check that?" Kong Feng was suddenly at a loss for words. "I can't do something so shameless. No matter how brazen he is, this Yang Kai is still just a junior. How can a 6th order open heaven realm master like myself snatch his space ring in public? Even he could not act so shamelessly, as it would severely tarnish his reputation and face. Otherwise, instead of trying to negotiate with Yang Kai, he would have simply stolen it from him directly." "Junior sister Lan, I apologize for the commotion." Senior brother Mao cupped his fist at the proprietress, then he turned to the ship and shouted, "Are you done with the inspection? If you're done, then return immediately." The group of people who boarded the ship for inspection earlier quickly leaped down. After that, he waved his large hand, "Let them through." Nobody objected when he allowed them to pass. Chu Lushan and Kong Feng exchanged a glance with each other and were unhappy with the situation, but they were also unwilling to fall out with the senior brother Mao. The people from Great Battle Heaven were not to be trifled with. "Many thanks, senior brother Mao." The proprietress gave senior brother Mao an elegant bow before she drove the ship towards the territory gate. Before they left, Yang Kai's expression changed when he heard a transmission from senior brother Mao, "Take care of yourself, kid." He nodded at senior brother Mao gratefully. He knew that if not for senior brother Mao speaking up at a critical moment, things would not have been resolved so smoothly today. When the ship passed through the territory gate and vanished out of sight, Chu Lushan finally said, "Brother Mao, I heard that several Great Battle Heaven disciples became acquainted with Yang Kai inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." Senior brother Mao glanced sideways at Chu Lushan and responded lightly, "You are very well informed, brother Chu. But, if you have time to worry about Great Battle Heaven disciples, why don't you spend it figuring out a method to track Black Crow Divine Monarch's whereabouts instead?" Chu Lushan's gaze flickered slightly. Staring in the direction of the territory gate, he gave a soft snort. At the same time, on the ship, the proprietress gave Yang Kai a strange look. "Are you acquainted with Great Battle Heaven?" Yang Kai pondered the question. "Perhaps, it's because I rescued several Great Battle Heaven disciples in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." He couldn't help thinking about Bulien Zhong and the others. Back at the swamp filled with countless void cracks, Yang Kai had helped the trapped Bulien Zhong and his companions to escape. It could be considered that he had saved their lives. It was just that he was separated from Bulien Zhong and the others when they later arrived at the Blood Lake. In any case, Yang Kai had not taken such a trivial matter to heart. Rescuing Bulien Zhong and the others was just a matter of convenience. He never imagined that his actions would return to benefit him or that Great Battle Heaven would return the favor here. The proprietress immediately understood the situation and nodded lightly. "The people of Great Battle Heaven are upright and just. Since you rescued those Great Battle Heaven disciples, it makes sense why senior brother Mao reciprocated the favor just now." He asked, "Young master, did you really obtain a 7th order monster core?" Likewise, Old Bai looked over curiously. These were people Yang Kai trusted, friends and allies, so there was no need to hide anything from them. He nodded in response, "That's right. But, it was a lucky coincidence. The monster beast was heavily injured in the first place, and I also used the divine ability bead given to me by proprietress from the outset. That's how I managed to kill it." The proprietress narrowed her eyes slightly. "What elements are you missing now?" Yang Kai replied, "After refining this metal element power, then only the Yin element will be left." Old Bai was shocked. "Only one left, It had not been long since Xianxia came to the 3,000 worlds, so it was shocking that he was going to advance into the open heaven realm so soon. Which emperor realm cultivator would not spend decades, if not centuries before advancing into the open heaven realm? Very few people could successfully refine the yin, yang, and the 5 elements and advance into the open heaven realm within 100 years. The main reason was that finding suitable cultivation resources took much time, energy, and money. This was true for any cultivator, including the disciples from the major cave heavens and paradises. The only exceptions were core disciples like Chu Huashang and Gu Pan, who were carefully nurtured by the sect and given basically unlimited resources. Be that as it may, even core disciples like them would need to spend some time refining these resources and consolidating their foundations. Therefore, it could take between several years to several decades just to refine the necessary elements. Those with poorer aptitude would take an even longer time. Soon, Old Bai became excited. TSK. You're going to advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm. Brat, you're reaching the sky in a single step. If Xianxia could advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm, it would be no different from ascending to the heavens in one bound. Be it in terms of strength or status, there would be earth-shaking changes. On the other hand, the proprietress and Yuhi were not happy. Instead, they looked at each other worriedly. Xianxia was already being targeted by the major cave heavens and paradises. Although it could be said that not every cave heaven and paradise was out to cause trouble for him, there would always be some. Those masters had been holding back from making a move personally because they were still concerned about their respective reputations. They did not wish to be seen as oppressing the weak. The main reason for their inaction was that they believed it would take much more time for Xianxia to grow and develop. However, if news about the 7th order metal element monster core spread out, some people might become desperate. Brat, you should focus on carefully refining the metal element monster core in retreat once you return. As for the yin element, I'll search for you. The proprietress sent a transmission to Xianxia. She had warned him against taking this path in the past, but now that he was already so far down it, all she could do was support him as much as possible. She might not be able to acquire a 7th order yin element treasure, but she certainly had more connections than him. Xianxia replied respectfully. Suddenly recalling something, he hurriedly took out a jade bottle and handed it over. Proprietress, take a look at this and see if it will be useful for you. This jade bottle contained one of the innate open heaven pills that he obtained in the Blood Monster Divine Palace. She took the bottle from him suspiciously, but after opening it and sweeping the contents with her divine sense, her expression changed drastically. She quickly resealed the jade bottle and glanced at Xianxia in astonishment. Where did you get this? With how knowledgeable and experienced she was, she immediately understood what this open heaven pill was, as well as its true origins. Xianxia of course answered her honestly. Upon hearing his explanation, she returned the jade bottle to him. This is useless to me right now. You should keep it for yourself. If I ever have a need for it in the future, I will ask you for it then. She had advanced directly into the 6th order open heaven realm, so her cultivation would only reach its limit when she reached the 8th order open heaven realm. Taking this open heaven pill now was a complete waste. Nevertheless, Xianxia understood that she was still restrained by the heart demon oath she took in the past after hearing what she said. As long as Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar remained standing, she would never be able to advance into the 7th order open heaven realm. Otherwise, she could have advanced into the 7th order open heaven realm even without the help of this innate open heaven pill. Sighing softly, Xianxia put the jade bottle away before adding, in that case, please don't forget to come to me when you need it. Xianxia also secretly made a vow. When I advance into the open heaven realm, the first thing I'm going to do is eliminate Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar to resolve her heart demon oath. Old Bai probably guessed Xianxia's intentions, so he secretly gave him a meaningful look, one that said, make sure to call me when that time comes. During his advancement into the open heaven realm, Bai Qi nearly failed because of Qin Ji of Golden Rainbow Province and Ling Qiu of Boundless Altar. If Xianxia had not given him the world source liquid at the critical moment, he would not be standing here today. This blood feud never left Bai Qi's thoughts and was something that would need to be repaid one day. In the deserted void, a ship sailed forward silently. All the people on board were consolidating their harvest from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Although Yang Kai lost 5 to 6 subordinates during this trip, those who came out of the blood monster cave heaven alive definitely had grown leaps and bounds. This experience would be of great help to their futures. In his room, Yang Kai hid in the small sealed world, helping the cultivators of Abundance City to remove the blood principle's restriction. Time passed, and it took almost a month for Yang Kai to finish this task. While helping them to remove the blood principle's restriction, Yang Kai took some time to meet and speak with each of them. He found out that Abundance City had brought up quite a few talents. In addition to the several great elders like Peng Duo, there were more than 10 people who had condensed the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm elements. Deacon Fan Wu Xian, who captured him and Chu Huashang back to Abundance City, was one of them. Although they had not been in the Emperor Realm as long as Peng Duo and the others, and had weaker foundations overall, they were still more than qualified to break through to the Open Heaven Realm. Furthermore, plenty of other cultivators from Abundance City had condensed Fourth Order and Third Order element powers. Yang Kai was extremely delighted about this. If he brought these people back to Void Land, once they broke through in the future, one could imagine a sharp increase of Void Land strength in a very short time. However, the number of Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills needed would be huge too. Initially, Yang Kai wanted to spare some time to comprehend his new wood element divine ability, but it seemed he would have to put that aside for now. It was crucial to refine more Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills as soon as possible. Before leaving for the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Yang Kai had refined some Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, but there were not many, and definitely not enough for those from Abundance City. Yang Kai estimated he would need at least 500 Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills to barely meet the consumption of the first batch of Abundance City cultivators. For other great forces, it would certainly not be worth it to exchange a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill to secure a single cultivator's breakthrough to the Third Order or Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm. After all, the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was essentially an extinct spirit pill. Anyone who obtained one would regard it as a treasure, leaving it for their disciple with the greatest potential. However, Yang Kai could refine the spirit pill on his own, and he possessed a large amount of world source liquid, thus, he need not be concerned in this regard. Now, his main priority was to enhance Void Land's strength within the shortest time span, giving it the capability to protect itself in this 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai kept himself busy in his room, refining spirit pills without rest. Furnace after furnace of Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills appeared, with each one representing the birth of an Open Heaven Realm Master for Void Land. After refining for an unknown time, Yang Kai had only realized that his job was done when all his auxiliary ingredients were consumed. He calculated the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills he had, coming up with 435 in total. Although there was still a little gap from his initial estimate of 500, it should be enough for now. Not every cultivator would need the spirit pill to break through after all. It was unnecessary to waste it on someone who was confident in breaking through. Nevertheless, for those such as Mo Mei and Peng Duo, Yang Kai had to let them take this pill to assure their breakthrough, even if they were confident. Opening the barrier of the room, Yang Kai stepped onto the deck, and looked at the scenery of the void around him. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. It should not have taken them so long to return to Thousand Birds territory from Blood Monster Cave Heaven. He spent 1 month helping the cultivators of Abundance City to remove their blood principles restriction, and about more than a month refining spirit pills. Given that it had been about 2 to 3 months, they should have arrived at Thousand Birds territory by now. Confused, he took out his universe chart to check their position, and was dumbstruck. Young Master. Probably because of noticing Yang Kai coming out of his retreat, Yuhi hurriedly came out of her room too. Yang Kai nodded lightly, and asked puzzledly, "Why are we in void territory?" With the help of the universe chart, Yang Kai could easily tell that they were now in void territory instead of Thousand Birds territory. Yuhi explained, "Elder sister wanted to send us back to Void Land first, then they will return to First and of Thousand Birds territory." Yang Kai immediately understood what this meant. The proprietress was worried that they might encounter some kind of danger during their journey, so she decided to escort them all the way here. His heart could not help feeling a little warm. "I am going to see proprietress." He turned around and walked towards the room on the top floor. It was necessary to pay the proprietress a visit after coming out of his retreat, so Yang Kai knocked, entered the room, and had some casual conversation with her. Then, Yang Kai took out a bottle of Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. Proprietress, chef and accountant will surely be breaking through to the open heaven realm soon after returning. These Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills should be useful to them. Back then at the auction in Thousand Bird Star City, Yang Kai got the pill recipe for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. Furthermore, the proprietress also learned from old by that Yang Kai had world source liquid on him, so she was not surprised that he could hand over Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills so casually. There was no need for her to refuse as they were really useful for chef and accountant. As such, she immediately took the bottle and said, "I'll accept it with gratitude. When chef and accountant reach the open heaven realm masters, I will ask them to thank you in person." Yang Kai waved his hand, "No need, we're friends. I hope they can successfully break through to the open heaven realm as well." The proprietress nodded gently, and asked, "What are your plans after going back this time?" After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai answered, "No matter what, it's important to refine the metal element monster core first. After all, such a treasure could only truly belong to me after refining it." As it should be, the proprietress agreed. "After refining it, don't be in such a rush to exit retreat. Stay to consolidate your cultivation. Although you have excellent aptitude, I'm afraid that your foundation will be unstable in the future given that you refined so many high-rank materials so quickly. Fortunately, it's not too late. There is still a chance to rectify some minor flaws before condensing the Yin element power." Proprietress is wise. Yang Kai accepted her advice humbly. He agreed that he should spend some time consolidating his cultivation. It was not necessarily good to progress rapidly when it came to cultivating. Although his Dao seal was incredibly firm due to the divine Dao water he had used, it would not hurt him to settle down a little and stabilize his foundation. During his adventures in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Yang Kai had comprehended a potent wood element divine ability, but he still lacked a water element divine ability and a yang element divine ability. When he condensed his metal element power upon returning this time, he should finish comprehending these. He had a faint feeling that if he could fully comprehend all the divine abilities of the 7 elements before advancing to become an open heaven realm master, it would be of great benefit to him during and after his breakthrough. It was an inexplicable feeling, but Yang Kai had no doubt about it. After a few days, the ship finally reached Void Land. Standing on the deck, the proprietress praised, "Grandmaster Wu Liang has extraordinary skill indeed. This grand array is magnificent. It is so profound that even I can't see through it. Run this place well. One day, it may be one of the cave heavens or paradises." During her last trip here, she brought Grandmaster Wu Liang to patch or arrange a grand array for Yang Kai. At that time, Void Land was still 7 Wonders Land, but the current atmosphere had changed dramatically compared to that time. Yang Kai grinned. "This grand array that Grandmaster Wu Liang set up is called the 9 Heavenly Layers and has 9 grand arrays linked together, including bewildering arrays, illusion arrays, killing arrays, and the trapping arrays. It's indeed powerful." Grandmaster Wu Liang had excellent skills, but Yang Kai had to give him tremendous support to create this grand array. Even though he had made a huge fortune in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, he had to spend the majority of it for the sake of the 9 Heavenly Layers grand array. Only someone like Yang Kai would have the courage to support Grandmaster Wu Liang in arranging a spirit array like this. If it was any other second-class great force, they would not have had the financial resources necessary to support such an endeavor. Cost was also the main reason why it was so difficult for Grandmaster Wu Liang to implement his design before, even though he had conceived of it a long time ago. He had designed the 9 Heavenly Layers grand array many years ago and strongly recommended it to various great forces. However, those great forces rejected it despite their interest after hearing the price tag. It was only after he met Yang Kai that he was finally able to display his true mastery over the Tao of Spirit arrays. After setting up the array, Grandmaster Wu Liang had a burst of inspiration and enlightenment and went into retreat. He estimated that his cultivation would improve after he came out of his retreat. And a good spirit array. The proprietress did not hesitate to praise. "There's nothing special to see from the outside. You'll understand its true mystery only from the inside. Please enter, proprietress." Yang Kai gestured. Contrary to his expectations though, the proprietress shook her head. "I'm not going in." Yang Kai was startled. "Are you leaving now?" The proprietress nodded gently. This trip away from First Inn has taken too long. It's not good to delay any longer. Don't forget what I told you. Cultivate well after you go back. Xianxia was a little reluctant to send her off. Void Land and Thousand Bird Star City were not close to each other, so it was not easy to have them here. Now that they were leaving before even stepping foot into Void Land, Xianxia somehow felt like he lost an opportunity to welcome them as a host. However, if the proprietress did not want to enter, he could not force it either. As such, he just nodded as he replied, "I'll remember." "Don't worry, proprietress. I will work hard and not slack off." Leading he and the others off the ship, Xianxia solemnly bid farewell to the proprietress and the rest. After seeing the ship, Xianxia beckoned to the rest, "Let's go home." It was Guimiao's first time coming to Void Land, and she could not help looking around curiously. She felt that this place was many times better than Blood Swan Continent, where she had stayed before. Although Void Land was also a second-class great force, Blood Swan Continent could not be compared with it at all. Xianxia was the master of Void Land, so the 9 heavenly layers grand array naturally could not stop him from leading his people inside. The alarm activated by the grand array startled Bian Yuqing, who immediately came to investigate, but after finding that it was Xianxia who returned, she quickly welcomed him delightedly. "Sect Master, you've returned." Xianxia nodded. "Many thanks for your hard work, Second Manager." Speaking of the people who followed him all these years, besides head manager Xianxia, it was second manager Bian Yuqing who had worked the hardest. Xianxia was a well-known arm-flinging shopkeeper, always running around all year round while pushing all the administrative work onto others. When he was not home, these 2 women were in charge of essentially all matters in the sect. Many would feel envious of the 2 managers for how much authority they possessed, but these people had no idea how much effort they had put in, and how much cultivation time they had sacrificed for the sect. Back then in High Heaven Palace in the Star Boundary, head manager Xianxia was there to share the burden with her, but now in Void Land, Bian Yuqing was doing it all alone. Recalling the time when he was captured by Bian Yuqing's subordinates when he first left the lower star field and entered the Star Boundary, Xianxia could not help sighing nostalgically. All kinds of memories from the past were still vivid in his mind. End of chapter 4305. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.